Chapter 161. The appearance of the war worms brought some changes to the battlefield. Faced with this powerful assault weapon, the command center had to devote special forces to deal with it. Otherwise, the worms would be enough to overwhelm the entire outer defense of the floating city. But facing the worms as numerous as sea sand, the command center's available forces were somewhat stretched. "Activate the Great Disintegrator Cannon," said a third-ring wizard in the command room. "Without the Great Disintegrator Cannon, there's no way to deal with those giant worms." The difficulty of the war worms lies not in the war worms themselves, but in the swarm of worms attached to them. In the face of the worm tide, no wizard could withstand the attacks of the other worms and kill them. "What do the curse groups say?" asked another third-ring wizard. As one of the 5 major schools, the curse wizard's role in the front lines of the battlefield is very limited. While curse magic is powerful, the true weapon in the front lines is the torrent of spells. But the limited effectiveness of curse wizards on the front lines doesn't mean they're useless. When facing difficult enemies, a curse squad composed of curse wizards is a powerful weapon against them. No, the curse squad has tried many times, but these giant insects are protected by the enemy world lord with world power. Even a master wizard of the curse school would struggle to break through this protection. "So, let's use the Great Disintegrator Cannon," the third-ring wizard suggested again. In the center of this group of third-ring wizards, Susanna, her body ablaze with flames, was deep in thought. Now that the master wizard was fighting on the front lines, all command duties fell to Susanna. This power was immense, but also burdensome. Suddenly, the flames around Susanna flared up, and her crimson eyes held a terrifying pressure. "The Great Disruptor Cannon. Don't move. All the energy in the floating city must be used to ignite the interdimensional portal. Everything else must make way for it." Susanna believed that the mission her teacher had assigned her was of crucial importance. Perhaps behind the portal lay a legion of white wizards, ready to go. As the commander-in-chief, everyone had to obey Susanna's orders, even if they disagreed. There could be many voices when discussing orders, but once they were finalized, there could only be one voice: obedience. "If the Great Disruptor Cannon isn't used, then we must prepare to retreat to the inner ring," a third-ring wizard said quietly. "Have the logistics wizards get ready. I take command of them later. I haven't been on the battlefield in years. I hope my skills are still there." The wizards on the front lines were clearly unaware of the headquarters discussions. Until the headquarters issued the order, all wizards had to remain at their positions. No retreat is no joke. The old wizard glanced at the distant war worm, and the wrinkles on his face deepened. "These things are tough, boy. Here you go." The old wizard handed Richard a magic pouch filled with the parts for the magic stone cannon. He patted Richard on the shoulder and said, "You and I have repaired many magic stone cannons. This thing isn't difficult either. I leave the rest to you." Judging from the current situation, Command doesn't plan to use the large disintegration cannon, otherwise the magic fluctuation would have already occurred. "I need to go to the logistics department and find a few old guys to gather a big gun to deal with these giant bugs. Otherwise, we're all doomed." With that, the old wizard flew deep into the floating city fortress, leaving Richard standing there dumbfounded. At that moment, Richard felt like the tyrant from Journey to the West. With a loud bang, a white wizard rushed towards Richard. "Master Richard, our magic stone cannon has melted." Richard nodded blankly, then clenched his pockets. "Since the order has been given, we can only bite the bullet and do it." The horror of the battlefield lies in the fact that most people have no control over their own life and death. Often, death and survival are only a step away. Sizzle. A ball of arcing acid broke through the magic barrier and exploded inside the residential area. The splashing acid instantly melted half of a wizard's body. Richard was only one step away from him. Looking at the eyes, Richard flew indifferently over the lifeless wizard before him and entered a turret room. Inside, a wizard, half burned, was receiving treatment from a necromancer. The magic stone cannon he was controlling had also stopped. Richard examined the magic stone cannon. It was well made, with runes carved into the parts, making it look very beautiful. Even though it had melted down, it wasn't seriously damaged. All it needed was to rebuild the magic circuit and reinstall a spellcasting component to resume operation. "Master Richard, can I help you with this magic stone cannon?" a white wizard said respectfully to Richard. Richard's reputation as a battlefield repairman had spread. At a time when the Legion's equipment commanders had retreated into the floating city to gather their equipment, Richard had become one of the most reliable alchemists on the front lines. In just a few hours, the rumors about Richard evolved from Master Richard needing only a minute to rebuild the magic circuit, to Master Richard being able to repair even the most severely damaged magic stone cannon, and finally to Master Richard being an expert at crafting magic stone cannons. Though these rumors were outrageous, they also indirectly confirmed Richard's abilities. Richard touched the magic stone cannon, and suddenly, a message flashed before his eyes. Raw materials: damaged, high-quality Lavoisier 2 magic stone cannon. Refined information: Lavoisier 2 magic stone cannon blueprint, incomplete. Refining cost: 10 spiritual power. Richard, startled, turned to the surrounding wizards and said, "This cannon is a bit tricky to repair. Please help me stop the infiltrating bugs." With that, Richard swung a fireball, blasting a warrior bug that was trying to enter the room away. "Yes, master." Several white wizards echoed and left the room to guard Richard. After they left, Richard immediately chose to refine. After a moment of dizziness, a ball of white light appeared above the miracle crucible. Richard swallowed it, revealing a blueprint with some missing parts before him. The missing part of the blueprint was the spellcasting component, but to Richard, this component was unimportant. Most wizards might believe that the core of a magic stone cannon lies in the spell model of the spellcasting component, but to Richard, this component was far less useful than this extremely complete blueprint. A magic stone cannon isn't something you can just build and send into battle. It must undergo prototype development and continuous iteration until it is perfectly adapted to the planes of battle. This process can take thousands of years. During this process, the components of the magic stone cannon would be gradually streamlined and refined, and its structure would also change. This was far more valuable than the spell model. And most importantly, if Richard planned to build his own magic stone cannon and use the same spell model, and was discovered, he would face physical action from the White Wizard Legion. The similarity of the magic stone cannon's components could be explained as coincidence. After all, there was only one optimal solution for some parts. But the spell model would never be exactly the same. Stealing knowledge is a serious crime. While there are no patents in the wizarding world, even law enforcement wizards would not intervene if the original owner of stolen knowledge was pursued. After the refining was complete, Richard repaired the magic components, installed the spellcasting components, and left the fort. The white wizard guarding the door gave him a respectful wizard salute, completely unaware that the blueprints for his own legion's magic stone cannon had been obtained by this black wizard. The distant war worms were now less than a kilometer from the residential area. Their massive bodies were covered in thick carapaces. While fireballs could create a massive crater, the golden light from the mother worm god granted these worms an astonishingly high resilience. After one fireball struck them, their wounds began to scab over before the next one was even fired, healing at a visible rate. The appearance of the worms had created a significant gap in the wizard's fire blockade, allowing a large number of worms to infiltrate the residential area. This defense line was on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, Richard looked up in the direction of the floating city. A violent surge of magical power emanated from the floating city, followed by a rainbow light that pierced the sky. A giant worm struck by this rainbow light instantly had its carapace shattered into 4 elements. The chaotic elements transformed into small elemental storms, tearing through the worm's body and widening its wounds. Richard saw that at the source of the rainbow light, several old wizards were manipulating a massive alchemical weapon. The weapon looked crude and full of steampunk elements. "Is this the giant thing Master Vladimir assembled?" Richard exclaimed in amazement. But soon, Richard noticed something was wrong. The rainbow light did cause effective damage to the giant insects, but the insects were so massive that it took a full 2 minutes to kill each one. But with dozens of insects in the swarm, this efficiency was far from enough to prevent the giant insects from destroying the defensive circle. Alas, these insects are blessed with the power of the world, and the small disintegration cannons are too slow, an old wizard sighed. Across from him, Vladimir stared intently at the giant insects in the distance. He angrily shouted, "What the hell are those idiots at command planning? Why aren't they using the disintegrator cannons now? Our defenses are about to collapse. If we don't use them, we'd be overwhelmed by these insects." A wizard approached Vladimir and pointed toward the sky. "Vladimir, the commander-in-chief is a student of the Black Tower Wizard. You better be careful with your words and actions." But then, he looked worriedly at the 2 behemoths in the sky. While ordinary people might not notice, these veteran wizards could see that the Black Tower Wizard's condition had declined significantly. The insect across from him, however, was still full of life. "Is this going to be a failure?" In the sky, the Queen Insect God slowly blocked the Black Tower Wizard's spells. The balance of the war had now tilted in her favor, and she held a clear advantage in the battle. His strategy of adapting to ever-changing circumstances left the Black Tower Great Wizard completely helpless. "Wizard, take your minions and get out." The mother worm god issued her first declaration since the battle began. But then, a violent surge of magical energy emanated from the floating city. The interboundary portal was finally activated by the logistics wizard. The logistics wizard gazed nervously at the massive portal before them, large enough to fit through a warship. They hoped an entire army of white wizards would emerge from behind it to reverse the unfavorable situation. Instead, the portal trembled slightly, and a single figure entered. The wizard was cloaked in white robes, his body composed of cyan ice. The wizard raised his head slightly, his gaze seemingly piercing the air, reaching the battlefield between the Black Tower Great Wizard and the Mother Worm God in the sky. Black Tower, you're in such a state of disarray right now. Chapter 162. The white-robed wizard took a step forward and instantly vanished. In the sky, both the Mother Insect God and the Great Wizard of the Black Tower sensed the sudden appearance of a powerful aura. In contrast to the Mother Insect God's panic, the Great Wizard of the Black Tower let out a sinister smile. Insect, what are you talking about? A cyan ice figure suddenly appeared beside the Great Wizard of the Black Tower, rapidly expanding to nearly 100 meters in size. Qingxuang, how is this slave world? Great Wizard Qingxuang glanced at the insects on the ground. It's a very good world. The resources are yours, but I share half of the slaves. The Great Wizard of the Black Tower shuddered at this, and said with a look of pain, the price of your assistance is really not cheap. The Mother Insect God looked at the suddenly appearing wizard, her heart filled with extreme vigilance. She could tell that this wizard had not arrived in his true form, and that his clone had only a fraction of his true form's power. But her intuition told her not to underestimate this wizard simply because he was a clone. This insect is quite troublesome to kill. Great Wizard Qingxuang glanced at the Mother Insect God. My clone has only a third of the power of the original. How about you entangle it while I seal it with my own magic? The Great Wizard of the Black Tower nodded. As you wish. With that, the Black Tower Great Wizard's black robe suddenly expanded, and the domain he had used when he first encountered the Mother Insect God reappeared. The Mother Insect God let out a low hum, and the insect swarm on the ground paused slightly before retreating. And she herself finally moved. A vast golden light radiated outward from her, and within the golden light's envelope, countless phantom insects rose from within. This technique is known as the Kingdom of God in the civilization of the gods, and a similar technique exists in the wizarding world, the domain of the Black Tower Great Wizard. Only a domain can counter a domain. The Mother Insect God was confident that even with two great wizards, she could rely on the world's protection to stabilize the situation. The two domains intersected, forming a chaotic boundary. At this boundary, the heroic insect spirits charged towards the unspeakable entity within the Black Tower Great Wizard's domain. These insects were prominent figures within the Black Crystal Zerg. They were high priests and great commanders. In their lifetimes, they were the most powerful of the Black Crystal Zerg, second only to the first. Compared to these heroic spirits, the unspeakable entity within the Black Tower Great Wizard's domain seemed inferior, and its scope was constantly shrinking. But the Mother Insect God was not pleased. She looked at the Great Wizard Qingxuang, who gave her an increasingly dangerous feeling. Suddenly, the Great Wizard Qingxuang extended his palm, and a ball of expanding green frost appeared in his hand, while his own aura rapidly weakened. The moment the Mother Worm God saw the frost, her body suddenly trembled. She understood the wizard's purpose. The golden kingdom of the gods began to shrink rapidly. The Mother Worm God used her blade arm to slash through the void, preparing to flee. But within the void, tentacles were already waiting for her. The Great Wizard Qingxuang launched a blast of frost, and the Mother Worm God was unable to avoid it, and was struck by it. The next moment, a layer of cyan frost spread along the Mother Worm God's body. No matter how he used golden light to stop it, the frost continued to grow. The Deathly Silence iceberg sealing technique, it seems you've strengthened it a bit. The Great Wizard Black Tower said with some surprise, observing the spreading frost. It seems you're not far from the fifth ring. Great Wizard Qingxuang said calmly, recent research has yielded some breakthroughs, and we've refined them a bit. The Deathly Silence iceberg sealing technique is Great Wizard Qingxuang's signature skill. He's been refining it since his apprentice days. Now, as a great wizard, this technique can even seal the Lord of the World. The Mother Worm God struggled continuously, each movement of her massive body imbued with immense power, and the golden light radiating from her body shone as brightly as the sun. Giant cyan frost continued to fall, but the Mother Worm God's movements grew increasingly slow. Richard stood on the ground, switching his vision to an energy perspective. Within the frost surrounding the Mother Worm God, countless fine energy paths formed an extremely complex three-dimensional structure. This structure continuously replicated itself, connecting with older structures like a vast net, tightly enveloping the mother worm god. This frost was absorbing the mother worm god's energy, replicating and expanding. The more she struggled, the faster the frost spread. Suddenly, Richard lowered his head and rubbed his eyes, a tear of blood dripping from the corner of his eye. The brilliance of this sorcery is truly dazzling. Half a day later, the last fragment of the mother insect god's body was frozen in ice. A golden light shot out from the black crystal between her brows and vanished into the void. Even with the intervention of the Black Tower's great wizard, it was unable to intercept the golden light. But it didn't matter. The body, which held 99% of the mother insect god's power, was sealed within the iceberg. Even if the mother insect god escaped a portion of her soul, it would be of no avail. This world had completely lost its means of resistance. With a loud boom, the cyan iceberg plummeted from the sky, and the mother insect god within looked like a worm trapped in amber. This insect is quite powerful. This seal will last approximately 500 years. After 500 years, the iceberg will automatically disintegrate. I hope you be ready by then, Great Wizard Qing Shuang said calmly. After all, to acquire half of this world's slaves, some after-sales service is necessary. 500 years. That's enough. The Great Wizard Haida shrank to 12 meters in size, and flew to the center of the floating city. He shouted to the wizards on the ground. Everyone, the world master of the hive world has been sealed by Great Wizard Qing Shuang and me. We have won this planar war. Ouch. Victory. I survived? I survived? The wizards on the ground erupted in jubilation, and wizards, both familiar and unfamiliar, embraced each other, celebrating their victory. As long as the world master was dealt with, the remaining insects, no matter how many there were, would be nothing more than slaves. Third day after the decisive battle. Master, this is what happened. I wonder how such behavior would be handled in war. In a room in the command tower, Richard sat across from Susanna and recounted his experiences in the Third War Zone, including evidence. Retreating in the face of the enemy. This matter could be serious or minor. Susanna leaned back, a bone pipe in her hand. But since you found me, this matter is certainly not trivial. Even if that kid isn't court-martialed, his grandfather will still have to pay a large sum of magic stones. Susanna pulled a crystal ball from her pocket and spoke into it. Bring the Third War Zone information to room 4012. Soon, a wizard knocked on the door and entered the room, holding a thick, ironclad book with a lion's head embossed on the cover. Susanna took the book and knocked on the lion's head. Book spirit, wake up. Find the information about Fort 351. The lion's head suddenly opened its eyes and yawned like a human. Susanna, you always like to disturb my sleep. Then the book opened, and words began to appear on the blank pages. Let me see. Commander Lukash of Fort 351. Huh? Forced to evacuate after encountering a war worm? Looking at the text in the book, Susanna frowned. The record in the document was completely different from what Richard had said. The record stated that Fort 351 performed exceptionally well during the war, and that the retreat was due to the irresistible force of the war worm. This was clearly different from what Richard had said. Okay, I falsified the records. Susanna closed the book, and the flames on her body suddenly sprang to life. Richard, are you sure these records aren't falsified? Richard's face straightened. Of course not, otherwise how could I dare ask you for help? Susanna's lips curled up into a smile. Boy, come with me. Let's make some extra money. At the Qingshuang No. 1 Wizard Corps base, Corps Commander Andre looked at the woman before him with a slight headache. Master Susanna, please tell me straight. What exactly do you want? Captain Andre, what are you talking about? Susanna put down her teacup. You're talking as if I'm blackmailing you. I simply noticed some discrepancies in the records, so I came to verify them with you. Andre couldn't help but sigh at this. How could these bastards within the Legion have such bad luck? Even falsifying records could be caught. And it was Susanna who caught them. Everyone knew Susanna was the only surviving disciple of the Great Wizard of the Black Tower. As long as she was right, there was nothing she couldn't do in this war. Master, please make an offer. How can this matter be resolved? Andre sat down across from Susanna and pulled a soul contract from his pocket. What are you doing? Susanna frowned. Bribery? Andre cursed inwardly, his expression unchanged. Bribery? I'm trying to reach a fair and just deal with you, Master Susanna, based on the principle of equal exchange. Our Legion needs you as our transmutation spells consultant. This is your contract. Susanna nodded with satisfaction and casually filled in a number on the contract. Andre glanced at the number, his heart aching. It was just right on his bottom line. Master, you know how to do business." Andre reluctantly signed his name. As the contract burned to ashes, an invisible chain connected the two of them. "Practice makes perfect," Susanna said with a sly smile, then produced a document containing information about Fort 351 and Fort 352. "Your other mistakes are fine, but these two forts need to be addressed." Fort 352 held out tenaciously for 6 hours against the war bugs, only withdrawing from the battlefield after I gave the order for a general retreat. But Fort 351 fled upon encountering the enemy, and even appropriated the war bugs encountered by Fort 352 for its own use. This is very bad. Headquarters has decided to commend all members of Fort 352, and the commander of Fort 351 will be court-martialed. Andre glanced at the commander of Fort 351 and said coldly, "Master, you will handle it." "Oh!" Susanna was a little surprised. "It seems something has happened." Andre shook his head. "No big deal, just this kid's grandfather died." Chapter 163. After leaving the White Wizard's base, Susanna pulled a bag of magic essence from her pocket and handed it to Richard. "Here's 1,000 magic essences, as a reward for the information you provided." Richard accepted it with both hands and thanked her, not once asking how much Susanna had taken from Andre. Whatever amount she took, it was Susanna's own doing. He simply happened to have provided the information, giving Susanna an excuse to take it. Taking 1,000 magic essences was more than enough. Not to mention, Susanna also conveniently court-martialed that coward who had retreated at the last minute. Susanna still had work to do, and Richard couldn't afford to waste her time any longer. After parting ways with her, Richard returned to the White Wizard's base and found Ivan, his former comrade. "Hey, isn't this our repairman?" Ivan joked loudly upon seeing Richard. Richard's reputation as a master repairman has spread among the White Wizards. If he continues to fight alongside this White Wizard Corps, his rank will rise rapidly to that of Equipment Chief. A skilled alchemist is a treasure in any White Wizard Corps. Richard gave him a hug and then arrived at the squad's camp. Ivan's squad had lost 9 members in the battle, and the camp seemed deserted. Entering the room, Richard got straight to the point. "I'm here to tell you that deserter is being court-martialed." Ivan was about to make Richard a pot of tea when, upon hearing this, the boiling water in his hand spilled all over the table. He turned and gave Richard a thumbs up. "Hurry!" Ivan then relayed the news to the other squad members via the telepathic network. Richard was unaware of their discussion, but judging by Ivan's expression, he was clearly delighted. Although Richard considered it a simple task, Ivan and the other members of the team felt they owed him a favor and told him to contact them if he needed help in the future. After a few cups of tea, Richard and Ivan exchanged addresses for future meetings. Leaving the base, Richard found his house in the residential area. It had become a ruin due to the war. Although the logistics wizards were currently repairing it, Richard wouldn't be able to live there anytime soon. As a last resort, Richard built a wooden hut in the wilderness, just as he had done when he first entered this world. The window of the hut faced the sealed mother insect god. Although the seal was now complete, Richard could still observe the energy composition of the seal through his energy vision. Even though each observation caused his eyes to hurt, Richard still enjoyed it. This sealing technique incorporated the lifelong knowledge of the great wizard Qing Shuang, and he could learn a lot from it. A few days later, headquarters held a small commendation ceremony. A group of wizards, who had performed exceptionally well during the war, were honored by the Grand Wizard of the Black Tower, including Richard. The awards ranged from various types of prizes. One third-ring wizard even received a permanent fiefdom in a hive world, which could be passed down to his students or descendants after his death, becoming a legacy. Richard and Ivan's team received a reward of 500 moes. This was a generous reward for a white wizard, but for Richard, it was just that. This, combined with the reward for providing intelligence inside the hive, brought Richard's total from headquarters alone to 1,000 moes. Including Susanna's 1,000 moes and Richard's other spoils, Richard had reaped a rich harvest from this planar war. Although Richard had to surrender half of his spoils, he still earned nearly 3,000 magic essences, not counting the fine gold he had fused into his staff and the knowledge he had learned. Overall, Richard had made a killing in this war. What? You said a golden light emerged from outside the secret realm and flew into this insect's body. It was 15 days after the decisive battle. Richard was immersed in his research in his cabin when he suddenly heard a soul communication from the Holy Tree Spirit, informing him of a problem with the secret realm. Richard stared at the enormous mushroom in front of him in shock. Brother, you've grown so big, and you can't even stop this? Did your spatial storm just go to waste? As one of the wizards, who witnessed the queen insect god being sealed, He had clearly seen a golden light emerge before she was completely sealed. Unexpectedly, this golden light didn't enter the unconquered insect nests, but instead reached his secret realm. "Sorry, master. That golden light was a little too fast," the world mushroom said helplessly. That day, he was leisurely consuming world dust, inhaling space storms, and diligently expanding the secret realm. Who could have imagined that a golden light would emerge from the void and plunge directly into the secret realm? By the time he realized what was happening, it had already penetrated the insect in Heart's body. Faced with this situation, the world mushroom didn't know how to proceed and could only let Richard make the decision. Richard looked at the world mushroom, realizing that complaining was pointless at this point. He released Ulysses and told the knowledgeable world master what had happened. From what you've said, that golden light must be a resurrection mark. This insect must have been used by that old insect as a backup for resurrection, Ulysses said leisurely after hearing the story. Resurrect a backup? Richard exclaimed in surprise. Doesn't that mean the old worm could be resurrected in this worm at any moment? As he spoke, Richard's staff involuntarily began to gather elements, preparing to physically destroy Wormheart. "Gah, don't be nervous. This isn't a bad thing for you." Ulysses flew over to Wormheart, a glint in his eyes. "The old worm isn't dead yet. This worm is just a backup. Only when the old worm dies will this backup be activated. But it's still very dangerous," Richard said nervously. "Who knows when the great wizard will deal with the mother worm god? Once the mother worm god dies, and this backup is activated, wouldn't a world lord be resurrected in his secret realm?" Suddenly, Richard realized something was amiss. He glanced at the world mushroom, then at Ulysses. Resurrecting a world lord didn't seem like a big deal. Between me and this giant mushroom, who's in danger?" Ulysses rolled his eyes at Richard. It was hard to imagine how Ulysses could manage such a vivid expression on his bird-like face. The sooner this old insect revives, the better. Once it revives, its rules will be infused into this insect's body. Then, once the giant mushroom and I destroy its soul, you essentially harvest a body imbued with rules. Ulysses didn't finish his words, but Richard understood his point. A body imbued with rules could naturally be refined with the miracle furnace. Ulysses saw that Richard understood, and flew onto his shoulder. See what I said, God's chosen ones are just lucky. The war just ended here, and he received a golden ticket to immunity from death. Richard glanced at him. If he's the protagonist, then what am I? The evil villain in a play? But a wizard as a villain. Seems quite plausible. Ulysses combed his feathers, and said slowly, You're a more powerful protagonist than him. Even protagonists are different. Look at your current strength. Does that look like a level 1 creature? Richard looked around. Indeed, with his current configuration, even a great wizard might not be able to muster it. So let's keep this bug. Why do you want it to live so badly? I want to taste the old bug. His original body was too tough, and resurrection is just right. Richard, Although the bug survived thanks to Ulysses' words, Richard's vigilance against him increased. The world mushroom injected its mycelium into his body, causing him to fall into a deep state of anesthesia. If he moved, the world mushroom would notify Richard and Ulysses, and control Zombie Heart. If the situation got out of control, the world mushroom would exile him from the secret realm to ensure its safety. Without the world master, the resistance of the Zerg Hive world quickly collapsed. Led by the great wizard of the Black Tower, wars rivaled the brutality of a university student abusing a kindergartner, inflicting heavy losses on the Zerg. The sealing of the Mother Zerg god also led to the collapse of the Zerg's faith, causing many Zerg to abandon resistance and allow the wizards to enslave them. However, this was a small minority. The vast majority of Zerg continued to mount small-scale resistance. According to intelligence, the Zerg leaders were pursuing a grand plan. They planned to connect several Zerg kingdoms to create a single, massive Zerg hive. They would then exploit the hive's complex terrain to wage guerrilla warfare against the wizards. They believed that if they could hold off the Mother Worm God, she would surely return. 12 years after the Mother Worm God was sealed, the last surface hive was conquered by the White Wizards. All resistance from the Black Crystal Worm swarm was forced into the underground hives. At this point, the planar war had ended all major battles. What remained was the Black Wizards hunting in the hives, exploiting the world's resources, and cultivating slaves. During the war, the Black Tower Grand Wizard captured several queen worms and forcibly enslaved them. These queen worms would provide the Grand Wizard with a steady supply of slaves. But this seemed no different from the queen worm's normal life. Their usual mission was to lay eggs, and their current mission was to lay eggs as well. They lived a life of simple sustenance, and their habitats remained the same. And the Black Tower Grand Wizard didn't issue them any strict orders. The planar war wasn't something the Grand Wizard could launch whenever he pleased. All plane coordinates are distributed by lottery, by the Council of Truth. Each Grand Wizard has a 500-year cooldown period after drawing a plane coordinate. Wizards like the Grand Wizard of the Black Tower, who frequently launch plane wars, simply benefit from good luck in previous draws, and have accumulated a few plane coordinates. The uncertainty of plane wars naturally affects the Zerg. Too many Zerg require resources to maintain, so it's better to have fewer. After the major wars concluded, the White Wizard Corps began to gradually withdraw from the Zerg hive world, leaving the remaining Dark Wizards to finish off the planar war. Sporadic Zerg rebellions needed to be suppressed, and the world's various terrains needed to be explored. While both White and White Wizards could handle these menial tasks, given that the White Wizard Corps was employed by the Grand Wizard of the Black Tower, these tasks were better left to the Dark Wizards. A considerable number of the Dark Wizards were students of the Black Tower Wizard Academy. It's always wise to keep the good things for your own people. Chapter 164. On the Blackbone Plains, the once bustling floating city fortress has become somewhat deserted. It is now 30 years after the decisive battle. The wizard's development of the hive world has steadily progressed, and the insect counterattacks have been suppressed to a very small scale. New insects born from the slave mothers are returning to the hive. These insects are indistinguishable from the black crystals of the past, the only difference being that they are marked with the slave mark from birth. The black crystals have now become a slave race for the wizards. While this fate is tragic, it is far better than those creatures exterminated by wizards. In the brutal interplanar war, weak races are not even worthy of being pawns. The wizards have altered the history of the black crystals. They are no longer the offspring of the mother god, but the product of the wizards' experiments. The wizards have become the creators of the black crystals. The cause of this interplanar war was revealed to be a swarm of internal strife. The evil queen had seduced most of the swarm into rebellion against the great wizard, and those who remained in resistance were dubbed sinners by the new swarm. The wizard, in turn, became the victim of this war. Thanks to the wizard's plan modifications, the new generation of black crystal swarms had completely embraced the wizard's concept of a subordinate race. As long as this concept persisted for 3 or 5 generations, even if sinners spread the black crystal swarms past history into the new swarms, it would have no effect. At that point, the black crystal swarms would have become a complete slave race to the wizard. Whoever controls the past controls the present. Ring, 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 ring. A loud ringing sound awoke Richard from his study. He turned off the alarm clock and pocketed the crystal fragment before him. Richard set his alarm to go off every 180 days. Each time it sounded, it signaled he was about to carry out a mission assigned by headquarters. Leaving the cabin, a cyan iceberg not far away shone faintly, the mother worm god within, both sacred and ferocious. This iceberg had become a symbol of the wizard's might. The evil mother worm god had been frozen by the great wizard, as a warning to newer worms not to make the same mistake. Arriving at the command tower, this former center of the planar wars had now become a mission hall. All dark wizards still in the hive world needed to receive missions here. As the hive world was gradually explored, the number of missions from headquarters decreased. Initially, they were assigned directly, but now wizards had to accept them themselves, and the rewards for these missions were decreasing. Every wizard remaining in the hive world received at least 2 missions per year. Many dark wizards therefore chose to return to the wizarding world. The lack of rewards in the other world was far less comfortable than the wizarding world. In the hive world, wizards were always outsiders. Looking at the quests posted in the quest hall, Richard selected a more interesting one. Exploring Soul Reaper Canyon. Interesting. According to the quest information, Soul Reaper Canyon is a unique canyon located on the edge of the hive world. In the legends of the black crystal worms, this canyon is an ominous place, where a demon capable of devouring souls is sealed. This demon is trapped in the canyon and slumbers. Once awakened, it will devour the souls of all creatures in the canyon, leaving only empty shells. Although the description is frightening, according to a 3rd-level wizard who had passed through Soul Reaper Canyon, there seems to be something wrong with the ley lines beneath Soul Reaper Canyon. The chaotic geomagnetic field disrupts the black crystal worm's senses, causing them to lose their sense of direction and, in severe cases, even destroying their thinking organs. The mission involved thoroughly exploring the canyon's conditions and submitting a written report to headquarters. The reward was a meager 10 demon spirits. But for Richard, this was enough. He wanted to stay in this world, not the reward. While the hive world was useless to most wizards, to Richard, the iceberg that sealed the mother worm god was a treasure trove. Using his energy vision, Richard had made progress in his research on the iceberg over the years, discovering a unique energy structure that he applied to the rune chain sealing technique. This greatly enhanced the effectiveness of the rune chain sealing technique. After leaving the mission hall, Richard intended to head straight for the mission location, but outside the door, he unexpectedly saw someone. "Ellie, are you returning to the wizarding world?" Of the Dark Wizard team, Lawrence had left the Hive world 15 years after the final battle, preparing to ascend to the second ring, while Ellie had remained until now. "Well, my knowledge level is no longer sufficient for me to continue my research," Ellie said with some distress. At this moment, Ellie, clutching a notebook and wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, looked both intellectual and beautiful. Ellie's purpose for remaining in the Hive world was the same as Richard's, to research the deathly iceberg sealing technique. However, compared to Richard, who possessed energy vision, her research was much slower, and so far, she had only achieved a few minor results. "Fine," Richard said with some regret. It had been nice to have Ellie by his side during his research. Now that she was gone, he'd become a true ascetic. "Remember to take a look around my house when you get back. Those 2 demi-humans I raised are probably dead of old age. Just bury them in the yard." Ellie nodded. "Okay, I go back and help you." After saying goodbye to Ellie, Richard headed straight for the soul-reaping canyon marked on the mission map. The wizard's exploration of the Hive world was nearing completion, and the map had become extremely detailed. Within the Hive world, there were many dangerous and terrifying areas, like the Soar Sea Abyss and the Mushroom Field, attracting many wizards to study. On the way, Richard encountered a group of moths flying and playing in the sky. These special insects had once caused great losses to the wizards, destroying dozens of warships. Now, they have become the wizard's best allies. The moths split apart, making way for Richard. They gave Richard an awkward wizard salute and shouted, "Master Wizard." Richard nodded and continued flying towards the mission location. Compared to the wizarding world, the Hive world wasn't huge, and Richard arrived in about half a month. From the sky, the place called Soul Reaper Canyon wasn't very large, only a few dozen kilometers long. Numerous low-growing plants grew around the canyon, harnessing the bright starlight of the Hive world for photosynthesis, bringing a modicum of life to the desolate land. After landing on the ground, Richard opened the secret realm and fished out Ulysses, who was munching on mushrooms. "Huh? What are you doing?" "I'm eating." Ulysses protested loudly after being fished out. After several years of getting along, the relationship between the world mushroom and Ulysses improved somewhat. At Richard's request, the sacrificial mushrooms had improved in taste, and Ulysses began to enjoy some mushrooms from time to time. "Help me see if there's anything wrong with this place?" Richard asked, pointing to the soul-reaping canyon not far away. Although a third-ring wizard was observing, Richard, out of caution, wanted Ulysses to take a look. "Ha, let me take a look." A glint flashed in Ulysses' eyes, and then he shook his head. "Ha, it's nothing. This place is the intersection of 2 ley lines. The magnetic field is somewhat chaotic, and spatial rifts may occasionally appear." "Spatial rifts?" "Ha, don't worry about it. Given the strength of this ley line intersection, even if a spatial rift forms, it would only be the size of a pinprick, and the probability is extremely small," Ulysses said nonchalantly. With that, Ulysses opened a spatial rift of his own and flew back to the secret realm. As Ulysses' soul injury healed, his abilities grew. After easing relations with the world mushroom, he was allowed to enter and exit the secret realm on his own. Hearing Ulysses' words, Richard's concerns vanished, and he boldly entered the soul-reaping canyon. Upon entering the canyon, Richard immediately sensed a faint energy fluctuation emanating from beneath him, and the scene before him became hazy, causing him to feel a slight sense of dizziness. "Such a strong ley-line magnetic field," Richard exclaimed in surprise. Richard activated his magic barrier, and made slight frequency adjustments to counter the magnetic field. After these adjustments, Richard's discomfort instantly disappeared. With sufficient knowledge, a wizard can often face various crises with composure. Richard surveyed the canyon, documenting its topography, and collecting numerous mineral samples. Under the influence of the ley line's magnetic field, many special magnets were generated in Soul Reaper Canyon, which proved useful in alchemical machinery. After some exploration, Richard found a place to stay in the canyon. The report he submitted to headquarters couldn't be sloppy. Although he had confirmed that these anomalies were caused by the ley line's magnetic field, Richard still needed to investigate the intensity and fluctuation patterns of the field. This would take a long time. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 2 weeks passed, and Soul Reaper Canyon was peaceful. Richard quickly collected most of the data. Now he only needed to collect the intensity of the burst, and his mission would be complete. Looking at the instrument in his hand, Richard silently waited for the ley line's magnetic field to erupt. According to the pattern 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Richard's magic barrier suddenly rippled, the strong ley line's magnetic field even impacting the barrier. Under the influence of the ley line's magnetic field, a psychedelic aurora appeared in the sky. Richard gazed at the sky, somewhat mesmerized, and pulled a crystal ball from his pocket. So beautiful. I have to record this. The ley line's magnetic field erupted for nearly 30 seconds. As the wave crested, it began to weaken. Richard observed the scene in the crystal ball, thinking his trip hadn't been in vain. He didn't notice the pinprick-sized rift appearing behind him. A dark red mist poured out of the rift, instantly filling the entire canyon. Bang! The crystal ball fell to the ground. Richard's body froze in place, his eyelids slowly closing as his breathing became more regular. It was like falling asleep. Behind the rift, Richard slowly opened his eyes. He gazed at the blood-red moon in the sky and asked with some confusion, "What is this place?" Chapter 165. Gazing at the blood-red moon in the sky, Richard fell into deep thought. Isn't he in the hive world? Isn't the hive world eternally dark? Then what's with this moon? How did he change places in the blink of an eye? Richard looked around and found his surroundings strange. A thin layer of black and red mist enveloped everything. Although the mist wasn't thick, it was just enough to obscure Richard's surroundings. As Richard turned around, he suddenly froze in his tracks. Behind him, a black spire stood over 10 meters tall. Is this my wizard tower? He was all too familiar with this black spire. It had been where he had lived for decades, and he knew every blade of grass and tree here by heart. Richard glanced around again, and found that the mist seemed to have dissipated somewhat, allowing him to clearly see the entire courtyard. This courtyard was the courtyard that belonged to his wizard tower. This is so strange, like a dream. Richard surveyed his surroundings, somewhat bewildered, but he subconsciously raised his magic barrier and activated his bloodline transformation. The strangeness of the surroundings suddenly aroused a sense of alarm in him. But after raising his magic barrier, Richard suddenly sensed a slight shift in his surroundings. The courtyard around him seemed to grow more eerie, and every blade of grass and tree seemed hostile to him. The all-too-familiar wizard tower before him now had the air of a game's final boss, a terrifying presence. The environment has changed because of my emotions, Richard observed the black tower, lost in deep thought. As a wizard, rationality is one of the most important qualities. Flustering when faced with difficulties only leads to trouble. Calmly analyzing the situation is the best path to resolution. Although the surroundings were strange, for Richard, now a wizard, they weren't enough to frighten him. Wizards had conquered countless worlds, home to countless bizarre races and strange worlds. However, these seemingly terrifying worlds ultimately became the domains of the great wizards, their inhabitants either enslaved or preserved as specimens. As a wizard, hearing such rumors daily, Richard couldn't help but develop a subtle sense of confidence. This confidence gave Richard the belief that, as a member of the wizarding community, he too could overcome the difficulties before him through wisdom and strength and uncover the mysteries within. After some calm reflection, Richard decided not to enter the wizard tower before him. After all, it looked too much like a deliberate attempt at preparation. Beyond the wizard tower, the only place he could explore was the world outside the courtyard. Richard took a deep breath, taking in the surrounding temperature, humidity, and magic concentration. Temperature 21%, humidity 50%, magic concentration 3 times that of the wizarding world. Richard frowned again. The environmental conditions in this strange place were exactly the same as those on the residential level. It was as if he were truly in the wizarding tower on the residential level of the Tower of Truth. This is getting more and more interesting. Richard stroked his chin, a subtle smile curling his lips. To be able to achieve such a precise restoration, there must be something seriously wrong with this place, and Richard had a vague suspicion in his mind. He turned, opened the gate, and left the courtyard. From the inside, the outside of the courtyard appeared shrouded in a thin mist, but when Richard entered, the mist transformed into a pitch-black fog. Strangest of all, even when Richard used his mind to observe his surroundings instead of his eyes, all he saw was a thick fog. It seemed as if the mist blocked his mind's detection. Richard walked for a long time, relying on his senses, trying various methods to observe his surroundings, but to no avail. Casting spells into the thick fog was like entering a black hole. There was no sound, no air wave, no trace of an explosion, nothing, even when Richard cast spells at his feet. Richard tried to open the secret realm, but it seemed blocked by the fog itself. No matter how much magic he poured in, he couldn't open the spatial rift. All the means Richard relied on to survive, as a wizard were ineffective in this thick fog. He seemed to have become an ordinary person again. As Richard continued to walk deeper, a faint voice emerged from the fog, but it was so indistinct that it lingered in his ears, like a ghost. Richard rubbed his chin and calmly analyzed the situation. Interesting. This surrounding environment seems to be constantly inducing fear in me. And judging by the situation in the courtyard, once I feel fear, the environment will also change, inducing more fear in me. As he walked, Richard's vision suddenly brightened. The thick fog that had covered an unknown area had finally dissipated. But Richard took a closer look at his surroundings. The black tower, the garden, and the gate that had been opened but not closed. He circled around the outside, and returned to his starting point. This is getting more and more interesting. Richard looked at the black tower before him, excitement in his eyes. It seems I absolutely have to enter this wizard tower. Without hesitation, Richard, holding up his magic barrier, boldly entered the wizard tower. There was no need to be so timid about entering his own wizard tower. The interior of the wizard tower was exactly as Richard remembered it, even the stains on the walls, and the scratches on the handrails. The only difference was that this wizard tower seemed to have been vacant for a long time. A thick layer of dust had settled on the floor and furniture, and cobwebs were even on the corner cabinets. Richard touched the dust on the floor and furniture, examined it carefully, and finally tasted it, concluding that it was just ordinary dust, nothing special. Richard removed his finger from his mouth and said calmly, "There's so much dust. It seems number 1 and number 2 have been slacking off since I left." As soon as Richard finished speaking, a slight noise emanated from the room on the first floor. With a creak, an old wooden door, seemingly unopened for decades, swung open from the inside, and a humanoid creature emerged from the room. This humanoid had animal ears, and was about the same size as number 1. The only difference was that its face looked utterly bizarre. It lacked facial features, its entire face smooth as a mirror. The humanoid bowed slightly to Richard, its voice hoarse, like a witch in a fairy tale. "Master, you've returned." Faced with such a bizarre scene, Richard didn't do anything drastic, like throwing 2 hearts of annihilation. On the contrary, he was as if he had returned to a real wizard's tower, and he sternly scolded number 1, "What have you been doing all these years? Why is there so much dust on the ground?" Number 1 showed no fear in the face of Richard's scolding, and repeated, "Master, you're back." "I'm asking you a question, number 1. Master, you're back. Is that all you can say?" "Master, you're back." "Yes, I am," Richard replied helplessly. "Go prepare me dinner." "Yes, master." Number 1 turned and went into the basement to prepare the ingredients. As number 1 went about his business, Richard ascended to the second floor, where he encountered the equally eerie number 2. Number 2's reaction to Richard's questioning was identical to number 1's. Sending number 2 aside, Richard inspected his laboratory. His laboratory was designed with a dust-free magic circle and equipped with a self-charging circuit, so when he entered, it was as spotless as he had imagined. The only difference was that the light from the magic stone lamp had changed to an eerie dark red, looking quite ominous. The lab's contents remained the same. The various instruments were even still functioning, responding precisely as Richard remembered them, even though Richard hadn't placed the magic stone in them. Going downstairs, the eerie numbers 1 and 2 stood by the dining table, quietly awaiting Richard's meal. The food on the table was exactly the same as what Richard had eaten before he left. "It seems the result is clear," Richard said calmly. The strange world before him was entirely composed of his memories, and everything that appeared was exactly as he remembered it. The reason number 1 and number 2 seemed so strange was because he believed that after so many years, number 1 and number 2 must have changed drastically, and he had no idea what that meant. Based on the information he had so far, Richard was 90% certain that he was actually in a dream, and a nightmare that constantly instilled fear in him. "But how do I get out?" Richard frowned, thinking. Although suicide was usually the norm at this time, he didn't want to do it in this strange environment. He was trapped in a dream, not some special illusion. Arousing from a dream only required a major shock. Thinking this, Richard flew to the top of the wizard tower, looked down at the ground, and smiled. In his dream, 3 flights of stairs had woken him, so the wizard tower should be enough to wake him up. Then, without hesitation, Richard leaped down. Outside the dream, Richard jerked awake with a convulsion. He rubbed his eyes, and took in his surroundings. A faint dark red mist, a blood-red moon in the sky, except for the familiar wizard tower, the scene was almost identical to his dream. He seemed to be in a wilderness, knee-deep in black weeds. Within these weeds, Richard could sense an inexplicable hostility. This time, the hostility wasn't born of fear. A dream within a dream? Richard carefully analyzed his current situation, trying to find a plausible explanation. But a faint voice startled him. "G.A. Richard? Can you hear me? G.A. Richard? Can you hear me?" Ulise's voice. Richard, startled, quickly responded, "I can hear you." As Richard answered, a dark shadow rose from his left shoulder and transformed into a black crow. "G.A., I knew you could wake up." Ulises looked at Richard and shouted excitedly, "You're so worried. A nightmare wouldn't fool you. That old mushroom said you were finished and that we should separate and go back to our own homes. When you get back, I definitely give it a good beating." Looking at Ulises' sudden appearance, Richard felt an inexplicable sense of peace. At this moment, nothing could soothe him more than Ulises' nonsense. The fact that Ulises was still talking nonsense meant that the situation wasn't serious, and he had a way to solve it. "So where am I now, Ulises?" Richard interrupted. "I was just in the hive world, and how come in the blink of an eye, I'm in this hellhole? Where are you?" Ulises hesitated. "Based on my experience, you should be in the dream dimension. This world should be the nightmare wizarding world, the counterpart of the wizarding world." Nightmare wizarding world? Richard frowned again at the strange name. "Then how do I get out?" Ulises said a little embarrassedly. "I'm afraid you won't be able to get out anytime soon." Chapter 166. Can't get out? Richard looked at Ulises, hoping for an explanation. "Ulises, what exactly is going on? Why did I end up in this so-called nightmare wizarding world?" Ulises, "This, that, accident. Ulises evaded the point, but under Richard's probing, he finally revealed the reason. "You came here because of a disturbance in the Earth's magnetic field, which caused a spatial rift to appear in the hive world. Coincidentally, that rift led to the nightmare world. Your soul was carried into the nightmare world by the nightmare red mist. However, because you are a wizard, not a native of the hive world, the nightmare red mist transported you to the current nightmare wizarding world." Sent to the nightmare wizarding world. Richard listened to this, his expression a little dazed. Even with a floating city, it would take more than a year to travel from the hive world to the wizarding world, and yet he had arrived in the wizarding world in the space of a dream. "How long have I slept?" Richard asked dazedly. "About 3 hours. Since you entered the nightmare world, the connection between you and those 4 balls has fluctuated, and they immediately notified me. I'm almost out of the secret realm. We've covered such a huge distance in 3 hours. The rules of the nightmare world are truly amazing." After marveling at the rules of the nightmare world, Richard calmed down and asked, "So how do I get out?" "Well, based on my experience last time out, you need to gather nightmare power. Once you've gathered enough, the nightmare world will notice you as a foreign object and expel you from it. This is also the most reliable way to leave the nightmare world." "How long did it take you last time?" "Over 300 years, I guess." Richard frowned slightly. 300 years is a long time for a first-ring wizard. The maximum lifespan for a first-ring wizard is 1,000 years, but very few wizards actually reach that age. Theoretically, a human lifespan can reach over 100 years, but there are only a few true centenarians. "Is there a faster way?" Yes. If you're lucky and encounter a dream gate, you can exit directly. But the probability is... Ulises stopped talking, presumably because the probability of this dream gate appearing is quite impressive. Richard frowned, thinking for a moment, then asked, "You can come in, but you can't take me out? Hasn't your soul recovered enough?" Ulises shook his head. First of all, I'm just a soul projection now. My soul is still in the material world. Secondly, my abilities aren't in that area. If I were that old woman back there who loves to play with incense. Even if I'm only a level 1 creature, I can still pull you back with the power of faith." Seeing this, Richard could only reluctantly accept reality. "Tell me how to collect nightmare power," Richard said helplessly. To encounter something like this while doing a simple task, he felt his luck had been drained by his previous successes. No, how could a wizard talk about luck? It's all about probability. That's easy. Ulises flew in front of Richard. "You just need to find a projection of an intelligent creature from the wizarding world in the nightmare world, then enter his dream and scare him." "That sounds simple enough." Richard nodded. But this method is a bit slow. Once you've accumulated some nightmare power, stop doing it, or you never have enough even if you die. Ulises continued, "Every intelligent creature in the nightmare world possesses nightmare power. And the nightmare power of these creatures can be plundered through various means. The simplest way is to eat them. But the higher-level nightmare creatures in the nightmare world often keep lower-level nightmare creatures captive, forcing them to regularly surrender a certain amount of nightmare crystals condensed from nightmare power. Devouring these nightmare crystals is also a quick way to gain nightmare power. Richard said thoughtfully. So, the creatures in the nightmare world have their own society, right? Ha, that's true. In the wizarding world, those higher-level nightmare creatures should be called nightmare lords. Richard nodded, then asked his final question. How should I deal with these nightmare creatures? This world feels strange to me. As he spoke, Richard raised his hand, and a black fireball appeared in his hand. The rules of this world are not much different from the wizarding world. I can still use spells. So, can the nightmare creatures in this world be killed by my spells? Or do they need to use the power of nightmare to be defeated? Well, yes. The nightmare wizarding world is a reflection of the wizarding world. All the rules are the same, except for the addition of the nightmare world's own rules. Those nightmare creatures will still be damaged by spells. But nightmare creatures possess a myriad of abilities, and to defeat them, nightmare power is essential. Alright, everything is clear now. Richard waved his hand. As long as the nightmare creatures could be killed by magic, it would be fine. Let's first find an unlucky soul to gather some nightmare power. The nightmare world's environment was bizarre. It seemed as if all creatures had become strange. Walking in the wilderness, Richard plucked a flower from a nearby bush. The flower had yellow petals and looked ordinary, but at the center lay a wrinkled baby's face. Richard lightly touched the face, and it let out a shrill wail, like a real baby. And as the flower began to weep, the entire bush around Richard seemed to awaken, the delicate cries of babies rising and falling, like the wails of hellish demons. Richard tossed the human face flower into his sleeve, and quickly flew across the meadow. Due to the unique rules of the nightmare world, Richard possessed nothing but his clothes, which deprived him of his magic pocket, a spatial item. But according to Ulysses, as long as he possessed the power of nightmare, Richard could use it to conjure a magic pocket, a feat even more remarkable than the power of faith. While the power of faith merely stopped the giant insect, the power of nightmare directly conjured a physical object, a finely crafted magical item at that. The wizarding world was vast, filled with numerous uninhabited areas, and Richard's location in the wilderness was unknown, leaving him searching like a headless fly. Soon, the blood moon set. Daybreak arrived. A black sun slowly rose from the eastern horizon. Like a black hole swallowing a star, its center appeared pitch black, but a band of white light shone around its edges. Richard examined it, his gaze riveted. There seemed to be something at the center of the black sun. Is it a line? No, given the size of the black sun, that line should be larger than a mountain range. But as Richard gazed longer and longer, a layer of black flames suddenly ignited around him. The black flames carried an astonishingly high temperature, but Richard seemed oblivious, continuing to gaze at the black sun with fascination. Ulysses, realizing something was amiss, suddenly shouted, "Gah! Don't look at that thing, it's alive!" Ulysses' voice seemed to carry a certain power. As his warning rang out, Richard, as if awakened from a dream, quickly averted his gaze. And as he did so, the black flames around him instantly vanished. "Is that a nightmare creature?" Richard said with a touch of fear. He'd barely taken a peek, and nearly been burned to death. The powers of these nightmare creatures were terrifying. "Huh, so what?" Ulysses said casually. "The nightmare world isn't the material world. Anything is possible here. Perhaps we're in the body of a nightmare creature now." The lessons learned from the Black Sun had given Richard a deeper understanding of the nightmare world. In his search for intelligent creatures, he became ever more cautious. After nearly 3 days of searching, Richard finally found a village in the wilderness. Once he found a village, he could find more human settlements nearby. But strangely, when Richard entered the village, he found it completely deserted. This village was unlike the deserted villages Richard had seen in the wilderness. This one had perfectly adequate houses, roads, and wells, and the houses were filled with usable furniture. Logically, this village should have housed at least a few hundred people. Perhaps it has something to do with time, Ulysses said. The alternation of the sun and moon is one of the rules of your world. Perhaps this rule is linked to the rules of nightmares. Richard nodded. Ulysses' words were exactly what he had suspected. Most creatures in the wizarding world work from sunrise to sunset. With this schedule, most creatures sleep only at night, and dreams are only possible at night. So, the connection between the rules of the sun and moon and the rules of nightmares made sense. Richard found a room in the village and sat down, quietly waiting for the blood moon to rise. 3 hours later, the black sun set in the west, and the blood moon rose. An invisible shift occurred within the village. The entire village seemed to have undergone a subtle transformation. Richard sat in his room, silently opening his eyes. Although meditation was forbidden in the nightmare world, sleep had become incredibly efficient. Richard slept for only a dozen minutes, and his mental state was as good as if he had meditated. As the blood moon gradually rose, the village began to bustle with activity. One after another, bizarre creatures emerged from the village's jars and pots. These creatures resembled synthetic beasts crafted by some poorly crafted wizard apprentice, looking both bizarre and disgusting. Elises looked at these little creatures and introduced them to Richard. These little creatures are the lowest level of intelligent creatures in the nightmare world. Nightmare spirits. These little creatures have very low combat power, and are one of the most common nightmare creatures in the nightmare world. As he spoke, a nightmare spirit approached Richard and loudly demanded, "Big man, why haven't I seen you before? You must be from outside, right?" Chapter 167. Looking at the nightmare spirit before him, a hint of curiosity crossed Richard's face. What language is this little creature speaking that I can actually understand? This is the unique language of the nightmare world, spoken by all nightmare creatures, Elises explained. Once you possess the power of nightmare, you'll be able to speak this language too. A hint of surprise crossed Richard's face upon hearing this. He had only recently visited so few worlds, and hadn't seen enough, so the strange rules of the nightmare world astonished him. The nightmare spirit, seeing Richard ignore him, bared its teeth and lashed out in anger. "Hey, big guy, I'm asking you a question. Did you know this is our Slap Gang's territory?" Slap Gang? Richard suddenly became interested and used his magical hand to lift the uniquely looking nightmare spirit before him. "Little thing, is the Slap Gang your organization?" The nightmare spirit, realizing it was being lifted up, bared its teeth and clawed, its limbs twisting and turning like a stitched monster. Let me go, let me go! You bastard! When I get down, I slap you into a pulp." Richard was curious. He was a first-ring wizard, after all, with a mental power of over 90 points, yet this little creature before him showed no fear at all. These little creatures can only sense your nightmare power. Right now, you have no nightmare power at all. To them, you're just a giant nightmare spirit. Elises, standing nearby, seemed to see Richard's confusion and casually explained. However, this only applies to low-level creatures like these. Even slightly more powerful nightmare creatures can sense you're from another world. That's why I suggest you gather nightmare power first. The souls of creatures from other worlds are excellent food for nightmare creatures, and soul power is even better food than nightmare power. Consuming the same amount of soul power is more than 100 times more powerful than consuming the same amount of nightmare power. So, you must never reveal your identity to nightmare creatures. Once you gain nightmare power, you can use it to create a body and disguise yourself, just like I do in the material world. That way, unless the Nightmare Lord appears, your identity won't be seriously compromised. Richard felt a flicker of relief upon hearing this. He hadn't expected the nightmare world to have such rules. Without the guidance of Elises, the lord of this world, with his own strength, he would likely be hunted down and even devoured by nightmare creatures in no time. At the same time, Richard was also a little curious about Elises' experience. "You know so much. Did you have someone to guide you back then?" Richard asked. Elises shook his head, a little proudly saying, I wouldn't have that privilege. When I stumbled into this nightmare world, my only advantage over you was my strength. I entered the nightmare world as a level 3 creature, mastering the incomplete rules. Even without using nightmare power, most of the nightmare creatures under the Nightmare Lord were no match for me." Amazing. What a simple and unpretentious reason. Sending the noisy nightmare spirit from the magic hand aside, Richard waited quietly in the bedroom of the house. Soon, a pitch-black crack suddenly appeared above the bedroom bed. At first, the crack was only the thickness of a hair and the length of a thumb, but it quickly expanded to the length of a palm and the width of a finger. This thing is a dream rift. Through it, you could enter the dream of an intelligent being, Elises explained. Such a small rift. Richard frowned, probing his mental power into the rift. Instantly, Richard felt as if he had entered a new world. This dream was ordinary, encompassing only the size of a village. This village looked much the same as the one Richard had inhabited before becoming a wizard's apprentice, except that the houses were nicer and the roads smoother. This world was utterly silent, devoid of life. So Richard quickly located the protagonist of this world. A simple-looking farmer. This farmer was anxiously waiting in front of the village bakery, and Richard, as the nightmare, could clearly perceive his thoughts. White bread, hot white bread. Richard pondered this thought. He had come here to scare this man, to give him a nightmare. And now that this man was waiting for white bread, he would definitely have to work on it. But before he could scare anyone, he needed to determine the extent of his ability. Richard attempted to alter a blade of grass at the edge of his dream, and as he imagined it, the entire dream suddenly trembled. Then, Richard felt as if he could effortlessly alter every blade of grass and tree in his dream. It was as if Richard had seized control of the entire dream. Is it because my mental power surpassed that of the dream's owner by a significant margin? Richard wondered. With control of the dream, he could do much more. As a wizard, the things he casually discussed would seem unimaginably monstrous to a peasant. White bread, let's start with the white bread. Richard thought, and a voice echoed from the bakery. George, your white bread is ready. A portly-looking baker, wearing thick oven gloves, walked out carrying a basket of bread. And the bread was all white bread. George, your bread. The dreamer looked at the bread, and a surge of joy and satisfaction surged within him. This emotion was also a form of power, but as a nightmare creature, Richard clearly couldn't access it. Delighted, George took out a loaf of white bread, tore off a large piece, and stuffed it fiercely into his mouth. White bread. I, George, finally get to eat white bread. But at this moment of ecstasy, Richard smiled. He, since you've had your fill, then obediently contribute your nightmare power to me. With a thought from Richard, the white bread in George's hands and mouth instantly transformed. The once fragrant white bread had now become a rotting arm, and what George was eating was no longer bread, but a piece of rotting, maggot-infested flesh. As George chewed, he realized something was wrong with what he was eating. He glanced at the bread in his arms, and collapsed to the ground in shock. The entire dream shattered. In the wizarding world, a farmer named George suddenly woke from a dream, and immediately tried to pick at his mouth. But he soon realized it was a nightmare. It was just a dream. I was so scared. George wiped the sweat from his forehead, breathed a sigh of relief, and lay back down on the bed. In the nightmare wizarding world, Richard's mental power emerged as the dream collapsed. I've scared everyone awake, so I guess I should have nightmare power now, Richard muttered to himself, rubbing his chin as he gazed at the healing fissure. As soon as he finished speaking, a black energy flew out of the fissure and merged with his body. At the same time, a message appeared before Richard's eyes. Raw materials, nightmare power. Refinable material, soul essence. Refining cost, 0.01 mental power. Richard was shocked by the message. Nightmare power can actually refine soul essence. Richard felt like he was dreaming. This wasn't nightmare power, it was simply sweet dream power. Richard immediately used his mental power to examine his body, and discovered that the black energy flowed along with his own magical energy, like magic. With a thought, the nightmare power flew out from the returning magical energy and landed in his palm. Refine, Richard muttered silently. The next moment, the nightmare power vanished, leaving a nearly vanishing trace of soul essence in Richard's hand. After consuming this tiny amount of soul essence, Richard estimated it would only increase his mental power by about 0.0001. This meant that Richard needed approximately 10,000 of these nightmare powers to obtain enough soul essence to increase his mental power slightly. What is this? Ulysses, being only a projection and with limited perception, didn't immediately recognize it as soul essence. This is soul. Pa! Why am I following you? Richard spat, continuing, this is soul essence refined from nightmare power. With another 10,000 of that strength of nightmare power, we have enough soul essence to increase my mental power slightly. Gah, soul essence. Wow, your furnace is incredible. Ulysses exclaimed in amazement. It's just that the output is a bit impressive. 10,000 of that nightmare power accumulated earlier would be enough to boost 2 nightmare spirits to their maximum potential. A normal nightmare crystal only yields about 10 nightmare powers. Richard waved his hand nonchalantly. Since you can even extract soul essence, don't be so critical of it. Don't you know how rare essence is? Gah, that. Ulysses seemed to recall something. In the Eternal God King's small world, I think I saw a whole area of soul essence. That's a fucking God King. Richard roared. There are only 3 of these top-tier experts in the God civilization, and only 5 in the wizarding world. To such a person, what's considered rare? Gah, your furnace. Ulysses, I think we need to discuss why, after you've seen the ley line's magnetic field, I was forced into the nightmare world. Do you think this is a dereliction of duty? Gah, my dear master, let's change the subject. Richard absorbed the soul essence into his body. While it was a small amount, it was still worth a lot. Gah, Richard, since you can refine soul essence, perhaps you have another way to leave here, Ulysses suddenly said. Richard raised an eyebrow. What method? Well, if you can gather enough soul essence and directly break through your mental bottleneck, your soul will enter what you call the dark soul dimension, and then fall into the soul sea. When the soul leaves the soul sea, it will seek a connection and enter your body. Oh! Richard was slightly taken aback, then a smile played at the corner of his mouth. It seems this nightmare world is actually a paradise for me. Chapter 168. Shortly after collecting the nightmare power, the dream rift reappeared. Possibly because the unfortunate George had fallen asleep again. But compared to the first time, this time the dream rift was smaller, and the edges looked a bit unstable. An average intelligent being like this can only collect the nightmare power 3 times a night, and each time, their dream becomes more fragile, Ulysses explained to Richard. The dream's carrying capacity is limited. Once it becomes fragile, entering it will easily cause it to shatter. So I suggest you use a different sheep. Since this dream couldn't be entered, the only option was to enter someone else's. But as Richard observed the nightmare spirits active in the village, an idea suddenly occurred to him. Ulysses, didn't you say the nightmare power of these nightmare creatures could be plundered? Aren't these little guys the perfect targets right now? The nightmare power of these little guys is too small, so plundering them isn't very cost-effective. Of course, if you want, you can give it a try. Ulysses' tone was a little off, as if he was harboring some evil intentions. Richard glanced at him, and casually grabbed the nightmare spirit with his magical hand. The nightmare spirit looked like a toad, but with 7 or 8 blood-red eyes on its head, it looked quite terrifying. How do I plunder it? Eat it, Ulysses said with a strange laugh. Eat it? Richard looked at Ulysses, his face dark. Are you sure? Ulysses said solemnly. I swear by the God King that I am not teasing you. It was after I ate these nightmare creatures that I first gained nightmare power. After saying this, he let out a few more strange laughs. He really wanted to see Richard's expression after he devoured these little creatures. The taste of these nightmare creatures, to creatures in the material world, was simply. Richard, expressionless, crushed the nightmare spirit with his magical hands, crumpled it into a ball, and stuffed it into his body. Richard had only his soul in the nightmare wizard world, so his current body was merely an illusion, devoid of any real function. As the nightmare spirit entered his body, Richard instantly felt an unimaginable nausea. If Richard were to describe it, he would rather eat British food every day for the rest of his life than have another bite of this stuff. Seeing the strange expression on Richard's face, Ulysses couldn't help but burst into laughter. Richard, how do these nightmare creatures taste? Richard twisted his neck stiffly. Ulysses, I think letting the world mushroom adjust your taste was a mistake, don't you? Then, the cackling black crow froze in place. My dear master, this is just an experiment, a necessary part of surviving in the nightmare world. Once you possess a body crafted from nightmare power, the situation will change significantly. Richard glared at him, and began to examine the amount of nightmare power he had gained from devouring nightmare spirits. Looking at the returning magic power, which was roughly the same as the amount he had just refined, Richard's face turned pale. After enduring so much suffering to gain so little nightmare power, the method of quickly gaining nightmare power by devouring nightmare spirits was completely ruled out by Richard's plan. But Richard quickly came up with another idea. Ulysses, what do you say about me becoming the leader of these little creatures? Make them surrender their nightmare power to me? Richard asked. I don't know about that. I haven't tried it before. You haven't tried it? Richard asked, somewhat surprised. What's the flaw with this method? No. Back then, I gained nightmare power by directly eating those higher-level nightmare creatures and stealing their nightmare crystals. Becoming the leader myself wouldn't be as fast as just taking something ready-made. Richard, Before attempting to command these nightmare spirits, Richard conducted some research on them. Nightmare spirits, the lowest and most common nightmare creatures in the nightmare world, have a truly remarkable structure. Their bodies lack conventional flesh and blood. Their lives are entirely sustained by nightmare power. Nightmare power forms a simple energy cycle within them, though this energy cycle varies somewhat between different nightmare spirits. If the cycle is broken, the nightmare will die. When a nightmare suffers non-fatal damage, it will exude a foul-smelling black mucus. This mucus is non-toxic, but simply repulses otherworldly creatures. If it suffers fatal damage, the nightmare's body will no longer exude the black mucus, but will instead begin to disintegrate into dust. The rate of this disintegration depends on the amount of nightmare energy that has dissipated from the nightmare's body. The less nightmare energy remains, the more it disintegrates into dust. When the nightmare energy has completely dissipated, the nightmare's body will dissolve into a pool of black dust. During this process, the nightmare energy escaping from the nightmare spirits could not be collected. After escaping, it all entered the earth. It was as if an invisible force was pulling them along. These nightmare spirits were not very powerful, Most couldn't even defeat a 10-year-old child. However, as the nightmare energy within them increased, their strength also grew. Besides their strength, these little creatures also had the intelligence of a 10-year-old, and this intelligence didn't improve with the increase in nightmare energy. However, this test result only applies to the nightmare spirit stage. According to Ulises, once a nightmare spirit has collected enough nightmare energy, it will evolve into a higher-level nightmare creature. Most higher-level nightmare creatures evolve gradually from lower-level nightmare creatures. During the observation experiment, Richard unexpectedly discovered that his soul's innate energy vision still functioned in the nightmare world. It was thanks to this energy vision that he was able to complete the experiment so smoothly and observe so much data. The entire experiment took Richard a week, but the results were quite significant. The nightmare spirit's energy cycle had the highest value. These energy cycles were incredibly simple, but Richard keenly sensed their potential. When they carried enough nightmare power, they would transform. And this transformation was the secret to the evolution of nightmare creatures. After completing his research, Richard returned to the village, clutching a long purple vine. This vine was nothing special. It was just an ordinary vine from the nightmare world, transformed and endowed with trace amounts of paralyzing toxins. Richard's purpose in taking it was simple. As runes appeared one after another in Richard's hand, a simple alchemical array appeared in his palm. Under the influence of the alchemical array, Richard's mind began to control the vine's transformation. The deformed vines, like some kind of carnivorous plant, crawled into the house, then separated into small groups to entangle and bind the nightmare spirits, then sent them out. Soon, the nightmare spirits from the entire village gathered in the center. The nightmare spirits were extremely noisy, and their collective sound was like a swarm of flies buzzing in your ear. Silence! A thunderous voice drowned out the nightmare spirits' cries, silencing them. Richard, who had made the noise, slowly emerged from the shadows. Richard surveyed the group of nightmare spirits, not saying anything incomprehensible. He gruffly shouted, "Listen, you weaklings. I'm the boss of this village now, and you're all my minions." After studying nightmare spirits, Richard concluded that direct communication with these creatures is crucial, otherwise they might not understand. Secondly, if one wishes to subjugate them, one must demonstrate strength and ferocity. And now, Richard needed some troublemakers to showcase his power and ferocity. As soon as Richard finished speaking, one of the nightmare spirits, resembling a scarecrow, broke free from the vines and stood up. "Who the hell are you to be my boss?" Before he could finish, a ball of black flames reduced him to ash. Richard withdrew his finger from the scarecrow and, with a strange grin, asked, "Ha ha, who of you refuses to submit?" This time, Richard didn't wait for the troublemaker to appear. He immediately used his magical hand to snatch a hand-like nightmare spirit from the crowd. This nightmare spirit possessed the strongest nightmare power among the group, and judging by its appearance, it seemed to be the leader of the Slap gang. Without further ado, Richard crushed the Slap nightmare spirit with his magical hand and stuffed it into his mouth. Although the nightmare spirit tasted terrible, Richard maintained a menacing demeanor. "This guy is actually shaking his body while I'm talking. It's obvious he's trying to resist me." At these words, the nightmare spirits in the center of the village froze instantly. Even the nightmare spirit that looked like a heart stopped beating. Richard observed the scene and nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent, it seems no one has a problem with this. Now, everyone, surrender 1/3 of the nightmare power in your bodies. Don't try to sneak around. Don't try to escape. I can see every move you make." After that, Richard stood in the center of the village and pointed at a nearby nightmare spirit. "Now, start with you." Nightmare creatures surrendered their nightmare power in different ways. Some cut a piece of flesh from their bodies, while others condensed it into some kind of object. Although this amount of nightmare power was not much, with nearly 500 nightmare spirits in the village, Richard still managed to collect 1,000. Several particularly powerful nightmare spirits each contributed 100. This amount of nightmare power was not much. Even if it were absorbed by a nightmare spirit, it would only increase the strength to that of an ordinary knight. But for Richard now, this amount of nightmare power was more than enough to create a crude body, concealing his identity as an alien creature. When crafting the body, Richard didn't simply mold it like a clay figurine. On the contrary, he even forgot to increase its strength, allowing it to generate a simple internal circulation of energy drawn from the nightmare spirit. "Gah, this body is too weak. If you were to enter it, you wouldn't be able to exert even 1/1000th of your strength," Ulises commented, observing the body Richard had crafted. Before him, a body that looked almost human emanated a certain ominous aura. Richard glanced at him, gently stroking the body and saying, "You know nothing. I see infinite possibilities in this nightmare body. Chapter 169. Nightmare body is the name Richard gave this body. Nightmare power is a mysterious force that can transform imagination into reality. Richard used the nightmare power to weave a body, and the moment it was completed, he imagined it. Yes, imagination. The nightmare power can be altered by consciousness. Under Richard's imagination, the body woven with the nightmare power transformed into real flesh and blood. This flesh and blood looked and felt exactly like the physical world. However, when Richard expanded his energy vision, he saw that the body was covered with dense paths of light. The nightmare power had not transformed into flesh and blood. It was merely an illusion of reality. This speculation was confirmed when Richard tore off a piece of flesh and blood, and it transformed into black nightmare power and entered the earth. Although the transformation was an illusion, it was remarkably convincing. When Richard entered the nightmare body, he truly felt as if he had entered a physical body. A feeling of warmth washed over him, like the warmth of being clothed after running naked in the cold wind for so long. Richard exclaimed from the bottom of his heart, "It's wonderful to have a physical body." In the nightmare body, the circulation of nightmare power and the circulation of magical power were distinct. The two cycles did not interfere with each other, each forming its own independent system. Richard attempted to use a strengthening spell on the nightmare body, and the results were quite satisfying. The spell's amplification effect remained on the body. After completing the body, Richard left the room. The black sun had risen, and the dream rifts brought on by the blood moon had vanished. The nightmare spirits had returned to the hidden corners of the village. Richard walked through the village. While the black sun was terrifying, as long as he didn't look directly at it, he was safe. The sun's rays shone on Richard's nightmare body, bringing a warm sensation. After obtaining the nightmare body, Richard began exploring the area surrounding the village. The number of nightmare spirits in a village was still too small. To construct a body capable of unleashing Richard's full power would require at least 50,000 nightmare powers. If he were to plunder a village, who knows how long it would take? Expanding the territory was the right path. Besides, in the wizarding world, human villages didn't exist isolated in the wilderness. The existence of a village inevitably meant the presence of a human city, perhaps even a human country, or even a wizarding academy. While nightmare lords were undoubtedly present in populated areas, Richard could still glean some scraps from these remote villages. Just as Richard had predicted, he discovered another village 10 kilometers from the village. And from Ulysses's exploration, this village didn't harbor any nightmare creatures higher than the nightmare spirits. It seems this place is a new human settlement, Ulysses said, circling the village before landing on Richard's shoulder. He was now merely a soul projection, and even his death wouldn't harm the original body, making him a perfect candidate for exploration. This place has probably existed for no more than 50 years. Otherwise, these villages would likely be ruled by little nightmares. Little nightmares? Richard asked curiously. Little nightmares is the name given to the evolved nightmare spirits. These little creatures have reached the strength of a level 1 creature. Their actual combat power depends on their combat experience, and the amount of nightmare power they possess, Ulysses explained. Richard nodded. It seems these nightmare creatures are divided into fiefdoms. Almost. The world is so vast. If a nightmare lord could personally collect nightmare power from each nightmare spirit, he have nothing else to do in his life. After the division, he only needs to seek nightmare power from the corresponding territory's leader. The lord divides the territory among the knights, and the knights divide the great nightmares, and so on. This is how it works in the Nightmare Crow realm, and I'm sure it's the same in the wizarding world. Leaving the village, Richard discovered several more villages, none of which had any leaders either. When the blood moon rose, Richard, like before, plundered these villages for nightmare power. Overnight, Richard had plundered 4 villages, and obtained nearly 5,000 nightmare powers. Looking at the ball of nightmare power the size of a human head in his hand, Richard nodded with satisfaction. This night's work hadn't been in vain. Returning to the village where they had originally come from, Richard found a secluded room and attempted to channel this mass of nightmare energy into the nightmare body's cycle. The nightmare body was a body Richard had created in imitation of a nightmare spirit, and it was part of his experiment with nightmare creatures. Since nightmare spirits could strengthen themselves by absorbing nightmare energy, this nightmare body should also be able to strengthen itself after receiving it. The integration of the nightmare energy was smooth, the entire process seamless. However, after all 5,000 nightmare energies had been integrated into the cycle, Richard felt nothing special. The nightmare body had not been strengthened. Richard emerged from the nightmare body and, gazing at the body before him, fell into deep thought. It seems I was wrong. The strengthening of nightmare creatures isn't just about energy circulation. In the energy field of view, the nightmare power loop appeared immensely thick, with tiny light paths extending from it, then connecting to the outer shell of the body. However, this connection merely maintained the outer shell's existence. It did not strengthen it with the increased nightmare power. Richard examined the shell, pondering for a moment before a thought struck him. Perhaps I can add something. He searched the room, and quickly found the black dust left behind by the nightmare spirit's death during his experiments. The composition of this dust was unknown, and Richard couldn't find any use for it, so he tossed it aside as a specimen. Richard sprinkled this dust on the nightmare body. This dust came from the remains of the deceased nightmare creature. Perhaps the nightmare body remained unchanged because it lacked this material. As the dust came into contact with the nightmare body, the energy circuit within it suddenly shifted. The energy paths where the dust touched instantly thickened, and the nightmare power loop was continuously channeling nightmare power. During this process, the illusion of the nightmare power suddenly vanished, and Richard could clearly see the black dust merging into the nightmare body. It really is this thing. Richard couldn't help but smile. Sometimes, experimenting requires luck. As the black dust completely merged into the body, the illusion of the nightmare body returned to reality. But just as Richard was about to enter the nightmare body and experience its transformation, something strange happened. The nightmare body, previously devoid of any intelligence, suddenly opened its eyes. It's back. Richard's mind raced, and he immediately manipulated his magic to prepare the sealing technique. A series of cyan rune chains flew from Richard's hands, quickly sealing the nightmare body into a piece of amber encased in cyan ice. After Richard's modifications, the rune chain sealing technique's sealing power had been greatly enhanced, and the seal's appearance had also changed. It looked somewhat like a smaller version of the Deathly Silence iceberg sealing technique. Looking at the icy amber before him, Richard's expression darkened. I worked so hard to create this body. I'm not going to turn it into a nightmare creature just because of this little bit of powder, am I? Through the seal, Richard began to use his mental power to probe the body's condition. If the nightmare body had truly transformed into a nightmare creature, its internal structure should have changed. At the very least, that disgusting black slime would surely appear. After his investigation, Richard received two pieces of news, one good and one bad. The bad news was that the black slime had indeed appeared. The good news was that, seemingly due to the sealing technique, the transformation of the body had ceased. Furthermore, because Richard had sealed it so quickly, the degree of transformation was minimal. Furthermore, within the transformed portion of the body, Richard discovered something resembling a core. This was something he had never seen before during his previous dissections of nightmare spirits. Richard surveyed the nightmare body, stroking his chin, the gloom on his face turning to contemplation. It's rare for a new experiment to succeed right away. Most experiments succeed only after countless failures. It seems the secrets of nightmare creatures aren't as simple as I thought. Richard noted this change and then, using the breaking seal technique, swiftly extracted the core from the body. Then, with incredible speed, he sealed the core in his hand. Richard wasn't sure if the body could be restored to its original state, so he preferred to preserve this new experimental material rather than seal the nightmare body. But the outcome was somewhat unexpected. After Richard extracted the core, the nightmare body's transformation ceased. Richard examined the core, a hint of surprise on his face. It seems this thing is the cause of the body's transformation. This was a new discovery. After extracting the core, Richard examined the nightmare body's remaining nightmare power, and discovered that approximately 300 nightmare powers were missing from the circulation. Presumably, all of that nightmare power was used to transform the sealed core and the black slime. Just then, Ulysses flew in from outside. Richard showed him the core, and recounted what had happened. Ulysses, do you recognize this thing? Ulysses looked at the core, and shook his head. No. I usually swallow nightmare creatures whole. But I once heard a rumor that the Nightmare King cannot die. If you want to defeat a Nightmare King, you can either trap him in a realm of fear, or hide his heart. After hearing this, Richard looked at the core in his hand, and came up with an idea. He extracted a portion of the nightmare power from the nightmare body as a safeguard, then unsealed the core, and placed it back into the nightmare body. What are you doing? Possessing a nightmare creature? Ulysses asked curiously. Richard shook his head. Just an experiment. I have a hypothesis I want to see if it's true. After the core returned to the nightmare body, the transformation began again. Soon, the entire nightmare body was complete, and a new consciousness was born within it. At the moment of completion, Richard suddenly thrust his hand into the nightmare body, and rune chains instantly sealed the core once more. After the core was sealed, Richard nervously watched the nightmare body's transformation. If his theory was correct, then this body wouldn't disintegrate. Time passed, and the completed nightmare body showed no signs of disintegration. Seeing this, Richard attempted to enter the body, but he felt no trace of consciousness during the process. Ulysses, you've done a great job," Richard said to Ulysses with a strange smile. The consciousness of these nightmare creatures is separate from their bodies. The core is the seat of their consciousness. If the core is separated from the flesh, these nightmare creatures will become vegetative. Chapter 170. However, after entering the nightmare body, Richard quickly discovered a problem. He could no longer control this body because, after the transformation, it had become the equivalent of a nightmare creature. If he tried to forcefully control it, he would digest the nightmare body and return it to nightmare power. It was as if he had eaten it. Emerging from the nightmare body, Richard set his sights on the sealed core. Inside the core, the imprisoned new consciousness roared. It was now like a paralyzed patient. No matter how he commanded, its body remained motionless. This feeling was pure torture. Richard used his mental power to penetrate the core, but compared to Richard's mental strength, the new nightmare creature's consciousness was far too weak. "What are you? Monster! Get out of my body! Get out!" The nightmare creature's consciousness roared with a ferocious, yet weak roar, but Richard paid no heed. Interesting. Richard gazed at the nightmare body, lost in thought. This new consciousness somewhat defied Richard's understanding of psychic science. It didn't originate from a soul, but rather resembled the electrical consciousness of a synthesized beast in alchemy. A false personality formed purely by bioelectrical stimulation of the brain to generate mental power. Richard didn't know much about this subject, but what was certain was that even if he destroyed this consciousness with his mental power, as long as the core remained intact, a new consciousness would emerge from it. But Richard quickly found a solution. "It doesn't matter if you don't have a soul. I can give you some." Richard smiled and condensed a soul seed. Since this core would continuously generate new consciousnesses, he could simply use the soul seed to occupy the ecological niche of consciousness, leaving no room for new consciousnesses. With a slight movement of his mental power, Richard shattered the nascent consciousness within the core, and the core began to generate new consciousnesses, just as Richard had predicted. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Richard sent his own soul seed into the core. The mental power generated by the core was quickly dominated by Richard's soul seed, preventing the formation of new consciousnesses. The mental power generated by the core was also limited. Once it reached its limit, it ceased to generate. With the core no longer producing mental power, Richard's soul seed became the core's ruler. Richard then lifted the seal and re-entered the nightmare body. This time, the nightmare body was finally able to move normally. "Gah! You actually did it!" Ulysses exclaimed in surprise, observing the freely moving nightmare body. Richard's move was equivalent to possessing a nightmare creature, a far superior solution to his plan of using nightmare power to create a body. Richard was now effectively hiding in the stomach of a nightmare creature, except that it hadn't digested him. In this situation, even if Richard faced the Nightmare Lord, he could easily deceive him. A confident smile played on Richard's lips. Such is the wisdom of a wizard. Richard channeled all the collected nightmare power into his nightmare body, instantly elevating it to the level of a legendary knight. This also achieved Richard's goal, continuous evolution. Now that Richard has gathered enough nightmare power, this body could become a great nightmare, and the Nightmare Knight could even become a Nightmare Lord. Toward this goal, Richard intends to slightly improve his efficiency in acquiring nightmare power. At night, the blood moon rises, and the nightmare spirits emerge from their hiding places, preparing to acquire nightmare power for the night. But today is different. Richard has once again gathered them in the center of the village. After a month of observation, Richard has discovered that these nightmare spirits are incredibly efficient at gathering nightmare power. A nightmare spirit of average strength can only gather one nightmare power in 10 nights. A few powerful nightmare spirits, who have lived longer, can only gather 1 to 3 nightmare powers in a single night. Furthermore, these nightmare spirits often need to collect 4 or 5 dreams to obtain this much. The efficiency is truly inefficient. Richard also discovered that these nightmare spirits often fought among themselves, often resulting in the death of one of them, and the transfer of nightmare power into the earth. This fighting didn't diminish the number of nightmare spirits. In hidden quarters of the village, they would often sprout from the ground. This sprouting was a literal meaning. While fighting didn't diminish the number of nightmare spirits, it did cause them to regenerate rapidly, making it difficult for them to accumulate enough experience to effectively scare people. A newly born nightmare spirit might not gather a single bit of nightmare power in an entire night. Richard set a commission rate of 1/3. For every 1 nightmare power these nightmare spirits gained, they would surrender 1/3. Therefore, to expedite the collection of nightmare power, Richard decided to provide these nightmare spirits with some small instructions, so that they could gather more nightmare power each night. In the center of the village, Richard stood in midair, shouting to the diverse group of nightmare spirits below. "Little ones, you're gathering nightmare power too slowly. Today, I teach you some tricks to increase your ability to scare people. Also, from tonight on, all nightmare spirits are forbidden from fighting. Any fighting nightmare spirit is my food." Richard's words caused an uproar among the nightmare spirits on the ground. Among them, several of the older and more powerful ones murmured among themselves, finding this new arrival truly bizarre. Forbidden from fighting, yet still teaching those little brats how to scare people. What a lunatic. "Quiet!" A loud shout instantly silenced the nightmare spirits. Richard gazed at the group of nightmare spirits and said fiercely, "Anyone who disagrees can stand up. I promise to give them a dignified death." None of the nightmare spirits dared to move. Satisfied with this outcome, Richard nodded and began his lecture. The content of the lecture was simple. To frighten these rustic folk, no exaggerated or elaborate images were needed. A skeleton, a venomous snake, a towering beast, or an indestructible ghost would scare these ordinary farmers. And these things didn't require the nightmare spirits to manipulate the dream. They simply needed to alter their appearance within the dream. No matter the surrounding environment, these things would scare people. After teaching the scare techniques, Richard's body suddenly split into several smaller Richards. After becoming a wizard, Richard's ability to split soul seeds increased significantly, with a first-level wizard capable of splitting 10 soul seeds. These smaller Richards served as Richard's clones, primarily used to maintain order among the nightmare spirits and prevent them from fighting each other. After all, Richard couldn't teach them every day. Following this pattern, Richard soon began scare classes in 4 other villages. In each village, Richard left 2 clones to maintain order, while his original self, in a secluded room within the village, began his research. The nightmare world offered more than just nightmare creatures to study. The rules of this world completely replicated those of the wizarding world, allowing Richard to continue his magical research. Although tools were scarce in this world, there was also research that didn't require them. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, Richard had been in the nightmare world for nearly 3 months. In the material world, Richard's body had been placed in a secret realm by Ulysses, guarded by the world mushroom, ensuring its safety. In the nightmare world, Richard's collection of nightmare power was progressing steadily. After training and a ban on combat, Richard's group of nightmare spirits had greatly improved, and no nightmare spirits with the power of nightmare power had been found. Based on this foundation, Richard further refined his management, assigning each nightmare spirit a specific dream realm, ensuring that each nightmare spirit had a dream realm to enter. With this management, each nightmare spirit transformed into a variety of ferocious beasts and demons, striking down their dream masters in dreams. Some nightmare spirits even mastered the tactic of giving a sweet start followed by a last-minute twist, causing screams to echo every night in the corresponding village in the wizarding world. In this way, in just 3 months, Richard had acquired a staggering 15,000 nightmare powers. On average, each village could provide him with around 1,000 nightmare powers per month. However, statistically, the amount of nightmare power he acquired peaked in the 2nd month, then plummeted in the 3rd. After experiencing such intense and repeated shocks from the nightmare spirits, it was only a matter of time before these ordinary people developed immunity. However, Richard made no changes. If the frequent nightmares in several villages persisted, they would surely attract the attention of the Wizarding Academy. If they attracted wizards from the School of Soul Studies, or even the guardians of the wizarding world, that would be disastrous. Richard believed the wizarding world must have some knowledge of the nightmare world. If he provoked a powerful figure and was slapped to death by them, it would be a joke. As for asking these wizards to rescue him, Richard was now a pure spirit. If a wizard rescued him, there would be some contact between his spirits. If other wizards were to learn of the Miracle Forge, it would be a serious problem. Although the probability of the Miracle Furnace being discovered was slim, Richard preferred to play it safe, avoiding even the slightest risk, given the means to escape. With 15,000 strands of nightmare power merging into his body, Richard's nightmare form had reached the level of a high-level wizard apprentice. At this level of strength, as long as he didn't encounter those high-level nightmare creatures, he was essentially safe. "Gaw, Richard, get out now. We're in trouble." Ulysses flew in from outside, his voice sounding extremely anxious. "What's got you so flustered?" Richard stood up and said calmly, "Gaw, come with me and we see. Remember to activate your energy vision." Leaving the room, Richard switched to energy vision. In his energy vision, A faint path of energy light appeared on the ground. Following Ulysses into the forest near the village, Richard was startled by what he saw. Traceable traces of nightmare power seeped from the ground, gradually transforming into a black nightmare creature. Richard sensed no intelligence in this nightmare creature, only a deep, abyssal hunger. "Ulysses, what are these?" Richard asked calmly. In his hand, a wand, shaped by the power of nightmare, gradually took shape. "Gah, these are nightmare beasts. They hunt down all sentient nightmare creatures. They are the most detestable mad dogs in the nightmare world." Chapter 171. Nightmare Beast? This thing looks quite powerful. Richard watched the constantly transforming nightmare beast before him, the staff in his hand gradually taking shape. Nightmare power can create realistic illusions. Richard can create flesh, so naturally he can create a wand. However, this crafting isn't without limitations. When creating an artifact, Richard must have a thorough understanding of the object, knowing its materials and methods. When creating certain materials, Richard must also know their physical properties. And there's another requirement. Richard must have seen the object before. Richard couldn't hypnotize himself and use nightmare power to create an illusionary material or an artifact. Gah, the most troublesome thing about this isn't its power, but the fact that once it appears, it signals the arrival of a beast tide. Ulysses looked at the nightmare beast with disgust. These things tasted even worse than nightmare spirits. And when he was collecting nightmare power, he ate a lot of it, leaving him nauseous. These beast hordes vary in size. The smallest might contain 1 or 2 demigods, while the largest might include nightmare lords or even nightmare king-level nightmare beasts. Richard observed the energy beams on the ground. These beams were buried deep underground, yet they could penetrate the thick earth, allowing Richard to see them. I figured this beast horde wouldn't be small. As Richard pondered this, the nightmare beasts in the forest finally formed into a line and let out a muffled roar. This beast was humanoid, about 2 meters tall, with an extremely muscular build. Standing in the forest, it resembled a black tower. The beast's body was covered in a layer of black full-body armor, with ridges similar to those of veins. Its face was completely covered by a helmet, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes and a large, fong-filled, drooling, crimson mouth. He roared, then galloped towards Richard. As he moved, streams of nightmare power flowed from his crotch, gradually transforming into a nightmare steed. A black lance also appeared in his hand. "Knight? Then I call you the Nightmare Knight for now." Richard looked at the charging Nightmare Knight, and gently waved his staff. The ground in front of the Nightmare Knight suddenly turned to soft mud. The charging Nightmare horse lost its footing and instantly fell to the ground, carrying its rider with it. Richard then waved his staff again, and the mud transformed into solid stone, instantly trapping the Nightmare Knight. Wizards have many ways to deal with such mindless creatures. The Nightmare Knight, trapped in the stone, tried to break free, but the stone adhered tightly to his body, severely limiting his range of force. Even though he had reached the strength of a level 1 creature, he was temporarily trapped in the stone. Richard walked over to him, and tiny runes appeared in his palm. His spirit followed the alchemical array into the stone. Instantly, the stone seemed to come alive, rapidly spreading along the Nightmare Knight's body, enveloping him in the blink of an eye. Richard then used his nightmare power to conjure a quill, and began to carve runes into the stone. The runes served a simple purpose, primarily to reinforce the stone prison. A dull sound echoed from the stone, and fine cracks began to appear. But as the runes multiplied, the cracks stopped growing, and even began to heal under Richard's control. The Nightmare Knight's struggles were futile against the runes. "Huh? Are you planning to dissect this thing?" Ulysses gazed at the stone encasing the Nightmare Knight with a certain air of amazement. Wizards possessed the most diverse abilities of any race he had ever encountered. It was hard to imagine a single race possessing such a diverse range of abilities. "This kind of thing must definitely be studied," Richard said matter-of-factly. As a wizard, any opportunity to gain knowledge was precious. What about these?" Richard gazed deeper into the forest, where dark figures were gradually taking shape. "Of course, we killed them all," Richard said calmly. Boom! A black fireball exploded in the forest, its splattering flames instantly blasting the 2 Nightmare Knights into black fragments. Without magic stones to replenish his supply, Richard chose not to use his spells recklessly, but with extreme caution. What could be solved with 1 fireball, he would never use 2. A black crow flew through the forest, continuously fetching fragments of the Nightmare Knight to Richard for him to devour. It must be said that Ulysses had reason to loathe this thing. The Nightmare Knight's taste was 10 times worse than that of the Nightmare Spirit. As Richard devoured its fragments, he felt as if he were drinking slop, a nausea that washed over him from the very core of his being. But for the sake of the power of nightmare, Richard had no choice but to endure it. Who told him he wasn't a nightmare creature? A nightmare creature? Richard paused with his staff, and a fireball dissipated into thin air before it could even form. He seemed to have done something foolish. Sensing the flaw, the Nightmare Knight leaped and executed a leaping slash on Richard. The pitch-black greatsword shrieked through the air, but Richard only glanced at it before his staff transformed into a fine golden spear. Then he leaned sideways and thrust his spear upward, subjecting the Nightmare Knight to Richard's sandalwood punishment. After dispatching this final Nightmare Knight, Richard emerged from his nightmare body and manipulated it to devour the Nightmare Knight fragments. Then, a miracle occurred. The nauseating feeling, like drinking slop, instantly vanished, replaced by a bland, almost waxy taste and a satisfying feeling like a meal. These feelings made Richard, having just devoured so many Nightmare Knight fragments, feel like a complete fool. He should have realized this earlier. He had suffered so much in vain. But it wasn't too late to realize now. There were still many fragments in the forest that hadn't turned to dust. An hour later, Richard had finally devoured all the Nightmare Knight fragments in the forest. Although much of the nightmare power within the Nightmare Knight had dissipated during the battle, the remaining nightmare power still reached nearly 40,000. When all this nightmare power flowed into the nightmare body's energy circuit, a strange transformation occurred. The sheer volume of nightmare power exceeded the capacity of the nightmare body's rudimentary energy circuit. This newly influx of nightmare power instantly put the nightmare body's energy circuit in jeopardy. At this moment, a branch suddenly emerged from the nightmare body's energy circuit. The excess nightmare power instantly surged into it, transforming this branch into a vast avenue. With the emergence of this branch, the entire energy circuit began to undergo a drastic transformation. The energy circuit, once as simple as a child's sketch, became an art student's masterpiece in a matter of minutes. At the same time, the core of the nightmare body also underwent a strange transformation. A force of rules from the nightmare world intruded Richard's core from the void, leaving a rule mark within it. Under this rule mark, the nightmare core began to grow rapidly, continuously generating spiritual power. This spiritual power should have strengthened the consciousness within the nightmare core, but at this moment, it was completely controlled by Richard's soul seed. After the nightmare core completed its growth, the rule mark suddenly dissipated, transforming into a force of rules from the nightmare world that merged with the nightmare body. Richard felt this mark as a license. Only with this license could the nightmare core grow. When all this was complete, Richard's soul seed suddenly felt an itch. The illusion of the nightmare body suddenly vanished, and the humanoid nightmare body began to change form. A black cloak rose from the nightmare body, enveloping it completely. From the outside, the interior of the cloak was pitch black. Even when Richard used his mental power to probe, he could not detect anything within. "Ha, it seems this is your nightmare talent." Elises looked at the nightmare body with some surprise. "An undetectable cloak, that seems to suit your personality." "What does that mean?" Richard frowned slightly. "What is a nightmare talent?" "Ha, these nightmare creatures gain a nightmare talent when they become little nightmares. This talent possesses a wide range of abilities. However, one thing is certain, this talent is likely related to the nightmare creature's personality. Talents for hot-tempered personalities are attack-oriented, talents for cautious personalities are often support-oriented, and some talents for those with insane minds are influenced by their owners, highlighting a... What's that word called? The adjective you usually use to describe those incomprehensible behaviors. Abstract, right? Ha, it's abstract. I once ate a nightmare creature whose talent was to make anyone fall down whenever they walked, and where they fell, there was always a pile of feces. The whole talent was completely useless, except for disgusting. So you fell down? Ha, of course not. I flew down from the sky to eat it. After the cloak was completed, the nightmare body's evolution seemed to be complete. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Richard re-entered the nightmare body. The evolved nightmare body's strength had reached that of a level 1 creature. Richard's own assessment suggested its constitution was between 51 and 53, placing it within the realm of a newly entered level 1 creature. But the gap between a first-ring wizard and a high-level wizard apprentice was enormous. Before the evolution, Richard manipulated the nightmare body like an adult trying to put on a child's clothes, fearing the clothes would break if he exerted too much force. But now, Richard had finally managed to wear the right clothes. "This body feels much more comfortable," Richard said with satisfaction, stretching his body. "Ha, don't be too happy just yet. Nightmare beasts have their own detection methods. In a few days, the nearest nightmare lord will send someone over. What are you going to do then?" "What?" Richard smiled faintly, a cold glint in his eyes. Of course, recruit them. Chapter 172. Leaving the forest, Richard returned to the village with a cage holding the Nightmare Knight. At the village entrance, Richard unexpectedly spotted several powerful nightmare spirits peering into the forest, where the nightmare beast had emerged. Seeing him emerge, the nightmare spirits quickly retreated back into their corners. Richard found these nightmare spirits somewhat strange, so he approached and grabbed a skeleton-shaped nightmare spirit, demanding fiercely, "Why are you running? Don't you recognize your boss?" The captured nightmare spirit trembled, saying, "I know him. I know him. Of course I know him. Then why are you running?" The captured nightmare spirit was inconsolable. Several of the old men had come to see what was happening, so how could they have only caught him? Looking at the ferocious creature before him, the nightmare spirit's voice trembled, "Boss, you've changed so much we can't recognize you." "I can't recognize you." Richard's voice fell silent for a moment, then he shouted, "Aren't you all usually asleep at this hour? Why are you all suddenly out here, gathered here?" The nightmare spirit shuddered, his very bones trembling. He had no doubt that if he couldn't come up with an explanation, his boss would instantly crush him to death and devour him. "Boss, you're making such a commotion, we're sure to notice." As he spoke, the nightmare spirit glanced at the stone behind Richard. He could clearly sense that within it lay a being no less formidable than his boss. Richard turned his head to look at Elises. "Was I making a lot of noise?" "Well, it wasn't a small one, at least." Richard nodded, then asked, "Who of you survived the longest?" "Me, boss," the nightmare spirit said tremblingly. Richard raised an eyebrow. "You? What a coincidence." Richard turned and walked to the stone. Using alchemy, he manipulated the stone to open a window, revealing the face of the Nightmare Knight within. "That's perfect. Take a look." "Ah! The Black Knight. The Black Knight. The Black Knight appears again." The nightmare spirit screamed and retreated upon seeing what was within the stone, tumbling and tumbling as it ran. Richard frowned and quickly grabbed the nightmare spirit. "Do you recognize this thing?" The nightmare spirit looked at the Black Knight, his body trembling. Only after realizing that the Black Knight had been trapped by Richard did his mood ease a little. "Boss, that's the Black Knight," the nightmare spirit said excitedly. "These guys kill us on sight. In my previous village, there was a leader nearly as powerful as you, but he was stabbed to death by a single shot from the Black Knight." Thinking of his former boss, the nightmare spirit felt a pang of fear. That scene left an indelible mark on his mind. But now, looking at the Black Knight trapped in the stone by Richard, the nightmare spirit felt a sense of dreaminess. This new boss of his was so powerful. Interesting. Richard stroked his chin. This beast-tide sounded quite common. "What's your name, little one?" Richard asked casually. Boss, how could I have a name?" "Only great men like you have names," the nightmare spirit said cautiously. "No name?" Richard examined the nightmare spirit. It looked like the same nightmare spirit that had mastered the final reversal. It looked quite clever. If he wanted to expand his power in the nightmare world, he would need subordinates, and this nightmare spirit seemed quite suitable. "You don't have a name, so I give you one. You be called." Richard glanced at the nightmare spirit and casually said, "From now on, you be called Bones." The nightmare spirit was stunned by the name, then bowed and thanked Richard profusely. "Bones, Bones. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." As the nightmare spirit acknowledged the name, the nightmare power within Richard suddenly mobilized. A wizard symbol, Bones, condensed from nightmare power, appeared in Richard's hand and automatically penetrated Bones' body. Names seemed to hold special meaning in the nightmare world. After the symbol entered Bones' body, Richard felt a connection between himself and Bones. This connection was a bit like a contract. Richard could not only sense Bones' emotions through this connection, but also immediately detect any signs of disloyalty. Furthermore, through this connection, he could share in the nightmare power Bones had acquired. If Bone gains nightmare power, he will take a quarter of it. However, Richard had a vague feeling that the naming mechanic had limitations. He could only grant a limited number of names. Once he had used up all his, he could no longer grant any more unless he revoked a previously granted name. "Elises, do you know about the naming mechanic for nightmare creatures?" "Huh? What the hell? Naming? I've never heard of it. I wasn't in the territory much back then, so I do know a little about nightmare creatures, and I heard about them in the lawless land." "Nowhere? Another new place." "Ha, nowhere is a place where nightmare creatures live outside the nightmare territory, preying on other nightmare creatures. Usually, it's located at the borders between territories. Won't the Lord clear them out?" "Ha, sometimes. I encountered one once, and it nearly landed me in the Nightmare Crow realm." After naming him, Richard assigned Bone to patrol the village, taking over Richard's avatar's role in maintaining order among the nightmare spirits. He, in his room, began dissecting the Black Knight. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Richard's understanding of the Black Knight deepened significantly. The Black Knight's structure was similar to other nightmare creatures, but within its nightmare core, Richard found no consciousness, only an emotion of endless hunger. This hunger drove the Black Knight to seek out nightmare creatures, devour them, and gain nightmare power. Under Richard's testing, the Black Knight's hunger only subsided temporarily when he gained nightmare power. However, after a short while, the Black Knight's nightmare core would generate a hunger similar to its psychic power, forcing the Black Knight to devour endlessly. Admittedly, if Richard hadn't seen the Black Knight sprout from the ground, he would have thought it was some kind of man-made artifact. It looked too much like a biological weapon used to exterminate nightmare creatures. By devouring the dissected Black Knight, Richard gained nearly 10,000 nightmare powers from him, a figure that seemed unnatural. Based on the nightmare power Richard expended weaving his nightmare body, this Black Knight should be able to produce 50,000 nightmare powers. The Black Knight must hold a greater secret. However, this secret was still too far away for Richard. He had better deal with the current situation first. Nightmare territory, someone's coming. At the village entrance, Bones was facing off against a little nightmare. After receiving the name bestowed by Richard, Bones became the village's leader, patrolling the village all day. To him, Richard's orders were king. And with Richard as his backer, Bones' courage grew. Facing this alien little nightmare, Bones wasn't intimidated at all. He approached and questioned, "Where are you from?" "This is our." Bones thought for a moment, realizing it seemed Richard hadn't given their faction a name. "Our boss's territory." The stopped puppet, Billy, looked at the reckless nightmare spirit in front of him with a touch of surprise. How dare they stop him? Couldn't this idiot realize he was a little nightmare? Perhaps he hidden himself too well. As he thought this, a powerful burst of nightmare power erupted from Golem Billy. "I guess I can finally see it now," Golem Billy thought. He looked at Bones with some anticipation, wanting to see Bones trembling with fear, a trembling apology, or at the very least, to see him obediently give way. He loved scaring these nightmare spirits, then devouring them while they trembled in fear. Fear is the best seasoning. But soon, he became displeased. For Bones didn't waver at all, and instead pointed a spear, condensed from nightmare power, at him. "What are you doing? This is our boss's territory. Are you trying to seize it?" Golem Billy was a bit displeased, but a thought flashed through his mind. Unless the nightmare before him was an idiot, his lack of reaction meant his boss was stronger than him. How could such a new village actually have wild little nightmares? Golem Billy decided to play it safe and meet the boss the nightmare spirit was talking about. "Little one, call out your boss. I'm a subordinate of Lord Magic Swordamaid, and I'm here to investigate the Black Knights." "Little one, have any Black Knights appeared near your village?" Golem Billy didn't expect an answer to the last question. After all, the Black Knights always appeared in a small group, and ordinary little nightmares would be mowed down with their lances in a single encounter. Even if a Black Knight was alone, ordinary little nightmares would have to put up a lot of effort to kill him. Many times, little nightmares perished alongside the Black Knights. Even if there were wild little nightmares in this village, they wouldn't survive under the Black Knight's iron yoke. First, my name isn't Little Thing. My name is Bones. Second, the Black Knight near the village has been taken out by the boss. Bones spoke with admiration. A boss who could kill a Black Knight would be a source of pride. "Huh?" Puppet Billy was shocked. He could single-handedly kill a Black Knight. It seemed the village boss was quite capable. A little nightmare like this was worthy of being a subordinate of the demon sword master Amaid. But then he questioned, "Little Thing, are you sure you killed the Black Knight?" A wild nightmare spirit that lived 1 or 2 years was considered long-lived, and the last black tide occurred 3 years ago. But before Bones could answer, he saw a black-robed figure approaching him. "I did kill the Black Knight." Richard walked in front of the little nightmare puppet and asked calmly, "Where are you from? Tell me your name." Chapter 173. Looking at the black-robed nightmare before him, Golem Billy suddenly felt a surge of alarm. He hadn't noticed the little nightmare immediately, only noticing it once he was close. If this had happened in a fight, he'd probably be at a disadvantage, even facing certain death. But even though he felt a little wary of Richard, Golem Billy remained calm. He asked calmly, "Are you the master of this little creature?" Richard observed the little nightmare before him, his energy circulation clear to him. Richard easily assessed its strength. 400,000 nightmare powers, a top-tier nightmare creature. Killing him now would be difficult. So he nodded slightly. I'm the boss of Bones. Tell me your name, outsider. Seeing Richard back down, Golem Billy breathed a sigh of relief. The little nightmare before him was unusually powerful. While he was confident he could win if a fight broke out, it wouldn't be worth it. Judging from his reaction, this little nightmare wasn't a hot-tempered individual. There's an opportunity to recruit him, Golem Billy thought to himself. I'm Golem Billy, the nightmare commander under Lord Swordsman Amade. I've come to investigate the Black Knights. Golem Billy explained his origins with neither humility nor arrogance, then changed the subject and asked, Your subordinates say you killed a Black Knight? Richard glanced at the bones and shook his head slightly. Not one, but 3. Although he had killed 7 Black Knights, he felt it was better to be conservative. Those Black Knights were quite powerful, and an ordinary level 1 nightmare creature might not be able to defeat them in a single fight. Hearing Richard's denial, Golem Billy was shocked. Although he had shown his strength earlier, he hadn't expected Richard's to be even stronger. A wild little nightmare could actually kill 3 Black Knights. Even he would be flustered when faced with 3 Black Knights. Are you sure it was 3? Golem Billy couldn't help but ask. Richard nodded slightly. I'm sure, Golem Billy. Can you show me the battlefield? Please. Following Richard to the side of the battle, and seeing it was a forest, Golem Billy was certain Richard was telling the truth. The Black Knight's combat effectiveness largely came from charging. Even he wouldn't dare stand up to a charging Black Knight on the plains. However, Richard's battle took place in a dense forest, where the Black Knight's charge was brief. The longer a Black Knight's charge lasted, the greater its power. If a charge could reach over 10 kilometers, even the master of the demonic sword would have to consider dodging. You're so lucky, Golem Billy exclaimed. I haven't asked for your name yet? Richard's mind stirred. My name is Charlie the Black. I wonder what good luck you mean. The Black Knights charging are the Black Knights. The Black Knights in the forest are just a bunch of broken-legged beasts, Golem Billy said calmly. With that, Golem Billy opened his chest and pulled out a black parchment scroll. The contents of the scroll appeared to be a map. Golem Billy used the power of nightmares to form a pin and then crossed out the parchment. Besides this cross, Richard saw a dozen more crosses. If his guess was correct, these were the places where the Black Knight had appeared. After marking the spots, Golem Billy spit out a ball of black flame from his mouth, burning the parchment to ash. The ashes transformed into a skull in the air. The skull laughed eerily twice in the air, then transformed into a streak of black light, and flew south of the village. Golem Billy watched the black light disappear, then turned to look at Richard. My business is done. Now it's time to discuss yours. My business? Richard asked knowingly. What do I need? Puppet Billy pointed to the nearby village and spoke slowly. Black Robe Charlie, the territory you occupy is the territory of Lord Swordamade. All the nightmare power you gather in this land belongs to Lord Swordamade. If you don't address this matter, you will become a lawless person. The lawless can only wander the wilderness or serve as mercenaries in lawless areas. They are not recognized by the Nightmare Lord and are coveted everywhere. Oh! Richard feigned anger. Are you threatening me, Puppet Billy? To complete the act, Richard even unleashed a burst of nightmare power. No, Puppet Billy said calmly. I'm telling you. If you don't cooperate, this will be your future. So what do you want to do? Richard asked in a deep voice, restraining his nightmare power. Magic Billy smiled slightly, and as a puppet, his smile was inexplicably creepy. If you cooperate, then all these things will be trivial. You're quite capable, and this wasn't a deliberate mistake. Master Demon Swordamade will forgive you. As long as you're willing to join Master Demon Swordamade's army, this village will remain yours, and even the surrounding villages will be rewarded to you. After a long conversation, Golem Billy finally got to the point. What if I don't cooperate? Richard asked. Don't cooperate? Golem Billy let out a strange laugh, and the surroundings suddenly became eerie. If you don't cooperate, you become Master Demon Swordamade's enemy. Ulises, who had been acting as a decorative ornament on Richard's shoulder, suddenly communicated with Richard via telepathic communication. This little nightmare is no ordinary creature. He's already formed the rudiments of a nightmare realm. The nightmare realm is the most disgusting method used by these nightmare creatures. It's best not to get caught up in it if possible. Don't worry, recruiting him was my plan from the beginning, Richard replied calmly. From the very beginning, Richard had never intended to fight alone. He wasn't as powerful as Ulises. He was merely a first-ringed wizard. Furthermore, as a wizard, Richard preferred to solve problems with wisdom. This wasn't a dimensional war. He could easily reach a cooperation with these nightmare creatures. Let me ask you a question, Golem Billy. Go ahead. Does pledging loyalty to Lord Maid require a name, or something similar? A name? Golem Billy suddenly burst into laughter. He sarcastically said, Blackrobe Richard, you don't think you're such a formidable figure, do you? A nightmare that is given a name by Lord Maid, the Demon Sword, is a true leader, qualified to serve as Lord Maid's personal guard. And you're just a lesser nightmare, with a slightly stronger power. Those restrictive measures aren't even worth using on you. Hearing this, Richard laughed inwardly. Now, the two sides were headed for the same destination. Then I agreed to join Lord Maid. Puppet Billy looked at Richard, and after confirming that Richard wasn't joking, he said, Very well. If you're willing to join, come with me to the territory to meet Lord Maid in person. When do we leave? Puppet Billy opened his chest again, pulled out a model carriage, and tossed it to the ground. Now! With that, the model carriage transformed into a four-wheeled carriage pulled by two nightmare horses. I drive, you follow behind, and we set off now. The nightmare carriage moved at a rapid speed. Inside, Richard quietly watched the scenery flash by outside the window. Ulysses, how much nightmare power can a nightmare knight collect in a year? The crow on my shoulder opened its beak slightly, then flapped its wings in a human-like manner, as if yawning. Who knows? It depends on the size of the territory. But to maintain a nightmare knight's territory, he must collect at least 1 or 2 million nightmare powers annually. Otherwise, even the slightest bit of activity would leave him with more than he earns. Nightmare power is not only a source of strength for nightmare creatures, but also their sustenance. Each nightmare creature consumes varying amounts of nightmare power daily, depending on its strength. At Richard's current strength, he consumes roughly 10 nightmare powers daily, and that's even when he's been sedentary, confined to his room studying runes all day. If Richard were to move even slightly, this consumption would increase exponentially. Nightmare creatures like the Nightmare Knight, who have reached level 3, or even the peak of level 3, often even resort to slumber to minimize the loss of their nightmare power. Not bad. Richard smiled faintly. You're not trying to attract the attention of those nightmare powers, are you? Ulysses couldn't help but advise. While I did that sort of thing back then, your current strength is far from what I was then. Richard glanced at him. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. The more revenue a territory generates, the more territory you can control. I don't believe a nightmare knight, who sleeps all day, can prevent the cunning and deceitful practices of those underlings. Soon, the carriage stopped. Golem Billy, having somehow managed to get a suit of clothes, opened the carriage door with a very gentlemanly air. Come down, ma'am. We've arrived. Richard stepped out of the carriage. Do we still have gender distinctions? Golem Billy stiffened, a look of discontent on his face. You spoilsport, follow me to meet Lord Maid. The Nightmare Knight's headquarters is located in a city as prosperous as Gale City, though much smaller. Now, as the blood moon rises, countless nightmare spirits crawl out from corners, poised to enter people's dreams. This is Lord Maid's core territory, a Maid City, Golem Billy introduced with a certain smugness. Richard nodded, feigning surprise and saying, It's truly beautiful, and quite large. There must be at least 100,000 nightmare spirits living here. 100,000? Golem Billy laughed. There are more than several million nightmare spirits living here, and the annual output of nightmare crystals accounts for half of Lord Maid's entire territory. So many! That must mean hundreds of thousands of nightmare powers flowing into the account each year. Richard exclaimed again. Hundreds of thousands? Golem Billy thought this wild little nightmare was truly worldly wise. A mad city produces hundreds of thousands of nightmare crystals annually. Richard explained a few more times at these words, but a faint smile played beneath his black robe. Golem Billy hadn't yet realized he was being tricked by Richard. Following Golem Billy, Richard entered the city center and finally stopped in front of the mayor's residence. Several guards stood before the residence, all at level 2, likely the personal guards of a mad that Golem Billy had mentioned. Sir, I have brought a little nightmare who is willing to swear allegiance to Lord Amad. I hope to gain his approval. A personal guard, who resembled a black bear, glanced at Richard and silently opened the door to the residence. Enter. Chapter 174. Entering the mansion, Richard's surroundings suddenly shifted. The feeling of being in a nightmare, of constant hostility, once again enveloped his perception. Richard activated his energy vision, and instantly, the dazzling brilliance of the energy paths nearly blinded him. Dense energy paths practically covered every area Richard could see, glowing an ominous crimson, like blood flowing through veins. And this mansion was a terrifying nightmare beast. But soon, Richard sensed something amiss within these paths. The distribution of these energy paths reminiscent of a wizard's magic circle. As an alchemist, Richard had a considerable understanding of magic circles. Although he couldn't understand the entire structure of these densely packed energy pads, he could vaguely discern the shadows of several magic circles in certain areas. Could this Nightmare Knight be collaborating with the wizard? Or has this Nightmare Knight once devoured a wizard and gained his memories? Or is it just a coincidence? A guess crossed Richard's mind, but his expression remained impassive. Of course, even if his expression changed, it wouldn't matter. Golem Billy couldn't see his true face. Crossing the front yard, Richard followed Golem Billy into the main building of the official residence, the City Hall. In the hall, a luxurious hexagonal coffin sat in its center. From the energy field of view, this coffin was the core of the entire official residence, emanating from it. The coffin was dark red, seemingly made of wood. Fine golden lines etched into its surface formed an intricate and exquisite pattern, seemingly telling a story. Richard switched back to normal vision, lowering his head to avoid the coffin. These powerful individuals were particularly sensitive to prying eyes. When he had used his energy vision to look at Elises, he had sensed it with a single glance. Puppet Billy walked steadily to the coffin and bowed, saying, "Master Maid, your most loyal subordinate, Puppet Billy, has completed your mission. During this time, I encountered a young nightmare, captivated by your brilliance. He single-handedly killed 3 black knights in the wilderness, demonstrating considerable strength. I believe he is worthy of serving under you, Master, and have come to introduce him." Puppet Billy's voice was incredibly humble, like a prayer to a deity. As he finished speaking, a faint energy wave suddenly emanated from the coffin. This energy wave quickly passed over Richard, as if probing his strength. But under the influence of the cloak, this detection was greatly weakened, and the amount it could detect was greatly reduced. Suddenly, a muffled voice echoed in Richard's ears. "Interesting talent." A strange sound emanated from the dark red coffin, like the lid moving. Puppet Billy's face suddenly changed upon seeing this. How had Lord Ahmad opened the coffin? Thankfully, the lid moved only a fraction before stopping, and a stronger probe emanated from within. This time, even though Richard was weakened by Richard's talent, Ahmad still obtained what he sought. "Nameless Nightmare, tell me your name." Ahmad's muffled voice echoed again in Richard's ears, but this time it was different from the last. This voice held a strange power, seemingly able to penetrate Richard's heart, causing him to reveal anything a maid desired without warning. "Sir, my name is Charlie the Black," Richard said calmly. A maid's methods were very similar to those of soul wizards. As a wizard himself, Richard had long undergone mental resistance training. This training was common among wizards, easily acquired with a few magic stones. It served to impart a degree of resistance to soul spells. This resistance was low, allowing a soul wizard to easily break it. However, in doing so, the fluctuations in the soul wizard's magic power would become noticeable, alerting the targeted wizard to a problem. While this method only served as a warning against wizards, it was clearly sufficient for dealing with the Nightmare Knight before him. After Richard obediently announced his name, a maid's coffin lid closed again. "Golem Billy, take him to the officer." Golem Billy heard the voice and bowed again toward the coffin, saying, "Your will." Leaving the official residence, Golem Billy took Richard to find the officer. Along the way, Richard extracted a lot of inside information about the territory through trickery. Demon Sword Maid, the most powerful Nightmare Knight under Nightmare Lord Wuxin, held the largest territory among Wuxin's 5 knights. A maid commanded over 500 minor Nightmare Lords, and only a few dozen Great Nightmares of the 2nd level. 12 of these were personal guard knights bestowed with titles by a maid. In addition, the entire territory's annual Nightmare Power tax revenue was 5 million Dao, of which 3 million went to the Nightmare Lord and 2 million to the Nightmare Knights. When Richard asked how much nightmare power these little nightmares could possess, Golem Billy smiled mysteriously and said, "That depends on your ability. Pay the full tax to Lord Maid, and the rest will be yours." Following Golem Billy, Richard soon found the steward. The steward took the form of a giant book, its cover covered in hideous faces. These faces struggled against the cover, trying to break free. But every time one tried to break free, the others would bite and drag it back into the cover. When Richard found him, the steward was stuffing a little nightmare into the pages of the book. In a matter of seconds, the little nightmare turned into a blank sheet of paper and merged with the book. "Sir, this is a newcomer to Lord Maid," Golem Billy said, bowing slightly to the steward. "Newcomer, huh? Lord Maid has already told me." The official opened the book, revealing a massive map before Richard. It marked all the villages and cities within the territory. The fiefs of the territory are gone. If you want fiefs, fight for them with those who have them. Lord Maid does not forbid fighting, but the prerequisite is paying taxes every month. With that, The map detached from the book and flew before Richard. "Official, this newcomer has his own fiefdom, and a new village has appeared," said Golem Billy. "Oh! No wonder you lured him in." The official displayed the map again, and a pen suddenly appeared beside Golem Billy. "Mark the location." Golem Billy marked the location, and the map in Richard's hand shifted. A village symbol suddenly appeared at the edge of the territory. Richard glanced at Golem Billy, who happened to be looking back at him. The two exchanged glances and nodded in unison. "It seems these nightmare creatures are hiding information from the village," Richard thought to himself. After marking the village, the official suddenly spoke, "This place." "Blackrobe Richard, I have a mission for you, will you take it?" "What mission, sir?" "Nothing much. Lately, a few lawless ones have been harassing villages on the edge of the territory. One little nightmare from the affected village has died, and 3 are missing." "Missing?" Billy the Golem suddenly asked. "Have those lawless ones reappeared?" The official flipped through the pages of his book, speaking with a hint of annoyance. "I don't know. Back then, those lawless ones kidnapped dozens of our little nightmares and disappeared without a trace. Now this has happened again. Sir Ahmad was so enraged that he wanted to massacre the lawless. Now, if he finds out, our taxes will double." As he spoke, a page fell from the official's book. "I won't let you go in vain. This piece of paper grants you temporary access to my nightmare realm. It's your protection and your reward. If you have the nerve to refuse it, it's yours." Richard paused for a moment, then took the page. "Sir, I accept this mission." "All right, here's the intelligence we collected on that group back then. While it's not much, it's worth considering. If it's that lawless group, simply flee and report back to me in the territory." With that, a series of ever-changing words appeared on Richard's page. From wizard language, to the language of the gods, to Chinese characters, to English, these words seemed to be able to transform into any language Richard could understand, depending on his understanding. The information was brief. 10 years ago, a group of lawless invaders invaded the territory and, over the course of several months, abducted dozens of little nightmares. These lawless ones possessed peculiar talents, seemingly capable of both offense and defense, with a high degree of similarity. The most obvious sign was fireballs. Almost all of these lawless ones could use fireballs. After reading this message, Richard couldn't help but grin. He was absolutely certain that these so-called lawless ones were wizards from the material world. After putting the pages away, Richard left Amade City. Puppet Billy had no intention of sending him back, so Richard had to walk back alone. A wizard entering the nightmare world. This incident is becoming increasingly intriguing. 3 days later, Richard, following the map, arrived at the village previously harassed by the wizards. The village was not far from Richard's own, which was why the officer had assigned Richard this mission. The village's little nightmare had been kidnapped, and now, well-informed little nightmares had taken over the village. Richard greeted the little nightmare, who had taken over the village, explained his purpose, and then took a tour of the village. The damage caused by the evocation magic in the village had been erased by the rules of the Blood Moon. The village reflected in the nightmare world from the material world was also an illusion. No matter how thoroughly the nightmare village was destroyed, it would return to its original state when the blood moon rose the next day. But the traces of their remaining magic remained. These wizards had not erased the traces of magic, and they were as conspicuous as the North Star in Richard's energy field of vision. Based on these traces, Richard quickly found their retreat direction. Richard observed the wizards' retreating direction and muttered to himself, "Better go and say hello, before they end up catching me." Chapter 175. Following the magical trails left by the wizards, Richard tracked them from the village into the wilderness. As he followed, Richard gradually sensed something amiss. These magical trails were too conspicuous. Ordinary flight techniques couldn't leave such conspicuous traces, even for a group of wizards. Richard stopped, staring at the endless stream of magical trails, lost in thought. No, why do these trails look so much like fishing? Following the magical trails, Richard saw a vast, dilapidated cemetery a few kilometers away. This vast cemetery is a unique sight in the nightmare wizarding world. Fear of certain things in the material world affects the terrain of the nightmare world. Fear-inducing objects or places, like dilapidated cemeteries, forests of crosses, guillotines, and classrooms would appear illogically in the nightmare world. Richard speculated that the appearance of these scenes was related to the nightmare power that had entered the earth. This nightmare power was subtly influencing the shape of the nightmare world. Is there a trap? Richard muttered to himself. Or is there an ambush? A cemetery is the perfect battlefield for a necromancer. The death energy of the cemetery reduces the necromancer's spell cost and strengthens the undead creatures he awakens. Theoretically, given a large enough cemetery, a necromancer could become a single-person army. However, this theory, like the fireball cult of the evoker, is a joke among wizards. A cemetery in the nightmare world is no different from a normal cemetery, and because of its sheer size, Richard would be in a very vulnerable position if a necromancer were to ambush him there. So, Richard decided to play it safe. It would be humiliating if he were killed before he could even speak. Nightmare power gathered in Richard's hands, and within a dozen minutes, several golden necklaces appeared. For an alchemist, using nightmare power to craft a few magical armors was easy enough. Richard put on the necklaces. Their function was simple. Each one triggered a life energy shield in an emergency. The life energy shield effectively protected against the death energy spells of necromancers. But even so, Richard still felt a little unsafe. He didn't know the moral character of these wizards. What if they were dark wizards? He could easily be robbed. After all, this wasn't a plain battlefield. There were no soul contracts forcing wizards to be harmed. After thinking about it, Richard gathered a few more magical armor rings and a scroll. These rings were engraved with a spell called Life Explosion, a product of the civil war within the necromancer school during the Wizard Wars. The Sea of the Dead, specifically designed to target necromancers. The scroll was simpler. It was a teleportation scroll, allowing him to escape if the opponent proved too powerful. Without Elise's help in the nightmare world, he had to be extremely cautious. Fully armed, Richard followed the magical trail into the cemetery. As soon as he entered the cemetery, a spiderweb of magical threads appeared before Richard's eyes. At the center of the web, a wizard with spider legs silently watched Richard. Finally caught up? The wizard yawned, looking at Richard with disdain. Only one person. That's quite disrespectful. Friend, Banshee's wail. Things unfolded just as Richard had anticipated. Before he could even begin to explain, the lurking wizard began his attack. Of course, this wasn't entirely due to the wizard's recklessness. Richard's current body was a true nightmare creature. Even the Nightmare Lord wouldn't be able to detect a single flaw. The wizard before him was only a ring, so his eyesight naturally couldn't detect Richard hidden within his nightmare form. Banshee's Wail, a classic necromancer spell, had so many variations that practically every established necromancer had their own. And this wizard's Banshee's Wail, in addition to its mental impact, also had a magical impact. The powerful magical impact instantly shattered the tombstone near the spider wizard. Since it wasn't death energy, Richard's protective armor was naturally useless. However, armor was meant to be used as a precaution, and Richard had ample time to react and cast his magical barrier. Buzz, the Banshee's Wail's magical impact sent ripples through the magical barrier. Now that we've seen the magical barrier, we should probably stop, Richard thought to himself. But before Richard could say anything, the spider wizard's eyes flashed red, a raging fury palpable even through his eyes. You bunch of alien bastards, you finally devoured Amanda's soul. The spider wizard's voice was thick with deep anger and venom. He snapped off two of the spider's legs, and a surge of intense magical energy emanated from them. Isn't that his leg? How did it become a staff? Watching the spider wizard's tricks, Richard suddenly wanted to ask how he did it. He had never seen such a technique as transforming the body into magical armor. But before he could engage in academic discussion, he had to subdue the insane wizard first. The spider wizard unleashed his spell, and hundreds of undead in the cemetery began to animate. Torn skeletons crawled from their graves, clad in funeral clothing and damp earth, with flames of death burning in their eye sockets. These undead were not truly undead creatures. They lacked souls, their movement driven solely by the two dark crimson flames within their skulls. These newly revived undead were weak, easily dealt with by a single peasant. However, the most terrifying aspect of the necromancer wasn't his summoning, but his harnessing of death energy to enhance his power. The spider wizard waved his spider-leg staff, and a gray mist appeared among the undead. This gray mist was concentrated death energy, which would harden the undead's bones and stabilize their structure, adding a burst of death energy to their attacks. Although their individual strength, after strengthening, was no more than that of a knight, within the death mist, these undead could be revived even if torn apart, and even if shattered, they could be possessed by other undead. Even if you blasted them to ash, the remaining undead creatures would use those ashes to strengthen themselves. If this process lasted long enough, a group of undead could eventually become just one. But unfortunately, this fighting method has a fatal flaw. Richard surveyed the sea of undead, raised his arm slightly, and extended a finger. Boom! A ball of white light flew from Richard's hand, landing in the midst of the undead and exploding, instantly clearing out a large area of them. However, the dead undead didn't rise from the death fog. Even the other undead moved around them. Death energy can be neutralized by life energy, and corpses contaminated by life energy cannot be revived until the life energy is expelled. The Spider Wizard's rage intensified upon seeing this. He believed that all these methods were acquired by Richard by devouring Amanda's soul. He was using the magic of his fallen companion against him. This was a provocation, an insult. This nightmare creature was fighting with Amanda's corpse. The Spider Wizard swung his 2 legs, instantly completing a terrifying necromancy. Hundreds of undead, transformed into bone fragments by the swing of his staff, then rapidly coalesced. If he could complete this, the resulting undead creature would likely be comparable to a level 2 creature. Summoning creatures that transcended levels like this was something only a necromancer could accomplish. It seems to be a white wizard, so enraged by the death of his companions that it's clouded his wits, and he lacks experience in single combat. Richard made a calm assessment, unfazed by the impending undead creatures. Preparing such a powerful spell without the protection of his companions, even if they leave some undead to entangle, is foolish. With that, 9 balls of light flew from Richard's hand, instantly clearing out the undead around him. Then, several black fireballs appeared around him, and shot towards the Spider Wizard, nearly blocking all his escape routes. Not good. A thought flashed through the Spider Wizard's mind. The previous spell could be explained by devouring souls, but the fireballs now were inexplicable. The energy level of these fireballs was clearly quite high. It was definitely not something Amanda, a necromancy expert, could produce. But the situation didn't allow him to dwell on this. In the gap between the exploding fireballs, the Spider Wizard dodged, barely avoiding the blast. But as he escaped the fireball's reach, he saw a figure waiting beside him, holding a long, root-encrusted nail. Magic nail. You're not. Ah! Before the Spider Wizard could finish his words, the magic nail flew out of Richard's hand, pinning him to the ground. Richard landed on the ground, coldly looking at the Spider Wizard, whose magic had been sealed by the magic nail. I should have said from the beginning that I'm not a nightmare creature, but it's clear that you've lost your composure and rationality as a wizard. You didn't even wait for me to finish. Looking at Richard's cold gaze, the Spider Wizard shuddered. That look. Definitely a dark wizard. If this wizard wanted to, he'd kill me without a second thought. Master, your disguise is too strong. I didn't see through it the moment I saw it. I beg for your forgiveness, the Spider Wizard said humbly to Richard. Seeing the Spider Wizard's reasoned composure, Richard continued, From what you just said, your companions were abducted by nightmare creatures? How long have they been? The Spider Wizard's face darkened. Almost 10 years, Master. 10 years? Richard frowned, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. According to the officer, these wizards shouldn't have been captured. Captured by the demon Sordamon? Richard asked. The Spider Wizard nodded slightly. Yes, that's the nightmare creature. He was alone? A wry smile flashed across the Spider Wizard's face. Well, sort of. It was just one of his clones. But as a level 3 nightmare creature, even a clone would be enough to defeat us. Richard nodded, his mind flashing back to the energy path diagram he had seen in the mansion. He thought to himself, it seems those parts are indeed magic circles. Richard pulled out the magic sealing nails and helped the Spider Wizard to his feet. Are you a society? Or a club? I heard from those nightmare creatures that you have quite a few of them. The Spider Wizard gave Richard a wizard salute and replied, Master, we are the Dreamwalker Club, a club specializing in studying the nightmare world. Chapter 176. The Dreamwalker Club, a wizarding club headquartered on the 5th floor of the residential complex. According to the Spider Wizard, the club's director discovered research materials on the nightmare wizarding world and coded notes from the Enlightenment period. The director's fascination with the nightmare world quickly captivated him. To better understand it, he founded the Dreamwalker Club and began recruiting interested wizards to collaborate on their research. 10 years ago, our club encountered a third ring master. With his help, we completed the ritual to enter the nightmare world, truly entering this strange world. Listening to the Spider Wizard's explanation, Richard gained a general understanding of this group of wizards. With a third ring master around, how could your companions be captured? Richard asked, somewhat puzzled. The Spider Wizard sighed. This 3-ring master works on his own. After helping us complete the ritual, he hasn't been involved with us much. The minister is the only one in the Dreamwalker Club who can contact him. Richard raised an eyebrow at this. Without the protection of a 3-ring wizard, how dare you provoke the demon Sordamon? With such an imbalance in power, How could these wizards have the nerve to continue capturing experimental subjects in Ahmed's territory? No, 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 the spider wizard denied. Our operation was organized by that three-ring master. He has a plan, and we're merely pawns, sharing in the spoils. Richard's mind flickered. It looked like the Dreamwalker Club was plotting against Ahmed. Could he leverage the Dreamwalker Club's influence and fish in troubled waters? Seeing Richard's silence, the spider wizard felt a pang of unease. He told Richard so much about the club, but it wasn't just talk. Richard was clearly also targeting those nightmare creatures. If he could recruit him into the Dreamwalker Club, the concealment of his identity would be enough to make their actions more secure. Even now, he hadn't noticed anything amiss about Richard. Richard stood alongside the nightmare creatures, practically indistinguishable. After a moment's thought, Richard slowly spoke. Interesting. You're telling me all this to recruit me, right? The spider wizard smiled ingratiatingly. Your wisdom is as vast as the ocean. Richard glanced at the spider wizard, and a smaller clone suddenly emerged from his body. I'm very interested in this matter. This is my clone. I'd like to meet your minister. The spider wizard looked at the smaller clone Richard had created, and a wave of anxiety suddenly surged within him. This clone was identical to the nightmare creature, even more harmonious, without a trace of wizardry. The master's research on nightmare creatures before him was simply terrifying. Okay, master, I take you to the minister right away. Watching the spider wizard leave with his clone, Richard began to wander the cemetery. The cemetery before him was unlike any other he had seen. It was vast, almost the size of a medium-sized city, with shattered tombstones and crosses stretching as far as the eye could see. Richard had nothing else to do back home, so studying this cemetery would be a good way to pass the time, and perhaps even yield some unexpected discoveries. Although the spider wizard had departed, the gray death fog in the cemetery hadn't dissipated. Instead, it grew larger and darker due to the cemetery's unique environment. Such a vast death fog will likely breed some incredible undead in the future, Richard said calmly, observing the fog. Ulysses, however, was somewhat dismissive. It's useless. In the nightmare world, nightmare creatures are the real creatures. Even if a demigod undead were spawned, a nightmare creature with a nightmare domain could easily deal with it. Oh, Richard asked curiously. I hear you keep mentioning the nightmare domain. What exactly is this nightmare domain? The nightmare domain is a special space created by nightmare creatures using the laws of nightmare. You can think of this special domain as a small secret realm. Within this domain, there are often some extremely absurd rules, like being unable to breathe or walk. Violating these rules triggers certain penalties. However, these rules not only restrict outsiders entering the realm, but also those who use it. Users receive no additional benefits beyond knowing the rules of the nightmare realm in advance. I once encountered a nightmare realm that consisted of an endless plane. The special rules were that you couldn't land on the ground or remain above 132 meters in the air. If you violated the rules, an immortal evil spirit would appear and pursue you. The penalty mechanism was triggered the moment I entered. What happened next? How did you get out? Richard asked curiously. Ulysses said calmly, well, later, I used the rules to heal and rip a hole through the domain, escaping. The nightmare domain is simply a manifestation of nightmare rules. As long as you have the rules, the nightmare domain is not inescapable. There are very few truly unsolvable things in this world. As long as your power is strong enough, these twists and turns won't hold you back. So, young man, get stronger quickly. If you do, I'd be able to recover. Richard, Most of the tombstones in the cemetery are dilapidated, but there are some with decipherable inscriptions. For example, the one in front of Richard. Richard, date of birth unknown, died in the year 51845 of the wizarding calendar. Richard read the words on the tombstone, a sudden sense of absurdity rising within him. 51845 of the wizarding calendar, isn't that this year? And the owner of this tombstone is named Richard. With all this in mind, it's hard not to think this is his own grave. Interesting. My tombstone actually showed up. Richard smiled at the tombstone, feeling neither fear nor anger. He reached the tombstone, conjured a shovel with the power of nightmare, and dug up his own grave. Under the moist earth, a coffin with Richard's name on it appeared before Richard. Richard opened it, finding it empty. It seems the time hasn't come yet. I haven't entered yet, Richard joked to Ulysses. Ulysses commented, somewhat speechlessly, wow, you're really brave. A normal person seeing this would be, if not terrified, at least a little queasy. But you, on the other hand, dug it out. Richard stabbed the shovel aside and said casually, first, according to the theory proposed by the great wizard of truth, there is no such thing as a certain future in this world. All prophecies and divinations are essentially hypotheses. This theory is the foundation of free will. Without it, everyone's fate is predetermined. Richard looked at Ulysses, his eyes gleaming with a sharpness that made one hesitate to look directly at him. Ulysses, do you think your fate is predetermined? From your birth, to your becoming the master of the world, to your fall into my hands. Do you think all this was predetermined from before you were born? Ulysses looked at Richard and suddenly shuddered. He hadn't considered what Richard was saying, but now, hearing it, he felt a thorn in his side. If fate truly existed, then wouldn't every living thing in this world be a puppet on a string? Richard returned the coffin to its original place and lay down inside. It must be said that the size of this coffin perfectly suited Richard's frame. He lay there without any discomfort. Just as he was about to rise, a cluster of tiny points of light suddenly appeared from the void. These points of light converged into a ball of white light before Richard. Richard touched it with his hand, and the white light entered Richard's soul. Then, the tombstone engraved with Richard's name became blank, and the coffin also lacked Richard's name. The badge of courage, a reward for warriors who can break through fear. After Richard accepted the white light, the message of the white light automatically appeared in his mind. It seems that what I just did, by some strange coincidence, complied with some of the rules of the nightmare world, triggering this badge of courage, Richard muttered. The function of this badge of courage was simple. It could help Richard overcome most fear spells. For example, intimidation, shock, spooky spells, and so on. That's a good thing, Richard said excitedly. But at the same time, a suspicion welled up in his mind. The nightmare realm had certain absurd rules. Then, could this nightmare wizarding world, filled with these rules, also have some absurd rules? Richard suddenly thought of the dark sun in the sky, which he couldn't look directly at. Perhaps this was one of the absurd rules of the nightmare wizarding world. After obtaining the badge of courage, Richard hadn't made any more valuable discoveries in the cemetery. After collecting some demonized plants mutated by the rules of nightmare, Richard left the cemetery and prepared to explore the wilderness. The badge of courage wasn't an isolated case. Perhaps the discordant scenes Richard had witnessed in the wilderness contained this treasure. While Richard was exploring the wilderness, the Spider Wizard had also found the Dreamwalker Club's leader. The Dreamwalker Club's leader was a level 2 soul wizard. When the Spider Wizard found him, he was dissecting a small nightmare, attempting to uncover the secrets of the nightmare creature's core. However, once a nightmare creature reaches level 1, its core becomes extremely defensive against incoming psychic forces, making it impossible for the Dreamwalker Club leader to probe its secrets without destroying it. Fourth, why are you back? Have you completed your mission? The leader asked, somewhat surprised, upon seeing the Spider Wizard return. Not yet, leader, Fourth said somewhat awkwardly. But I met a master in the wilderness, who wants to join our project. Oh! The leader's expression grew even more astonished. The world of nightmare wizards is vast, yet the study of nightmares is incredibly niche. Encountering a nightmare wizard studying the world in the wilderness is an extremely rare occurrence. Where's the master? Why hasn't he come over? The leader glanced around Fourth. Aside from a captured nightmare creature, there was no sign of any other wizards. Firth pointed to Richard's clone beside him, and said respectfully, Minister, this is the master's clone. Chapter 177. You said he's the master? The minister looked at Richard's clone, and sent out a mental beam, but no matter how hard he tried, the creature before him was a pure nightmare creature. He had some research into nightmare creatures. It was impossible for him not to recognize this one. Minister, this truly is the master. Fourth walked over to the minister and recounted his story, leaving the minister incredibly shocked. To be able to disguise himself so perfectly, this wizard must have a deeper understanding of nightmare creatures than he did. The wizarding world is so vast, and there are indeed those who studied the nightmare world before him. The minister looked at Richard's clone and said gently, Master, are you planning to join our Dreamwalker Club and participate in this project? Richard's clone gave a wizard salute. I'm not so proud of you, but I'm certainly interested in this project. The minister nodded. Since you're interested in our project and wish to join us, the Dreamwalker Club welcomes you. But for everyone's safety, all members participating in this project must sign a soul contract. I'm currently at room 232, floor 5, Residence Hall. If you have nothing urgent to do, please come to this address to sign a soul contract. I'll be here until the end of this project. Sign a contract offline? A contract made with nightmare power won't work, Richard asked awkwardly. Unlike the wizards in the Dreamwalker Club, who entered through ritual magic, he had stumbled into the nightmare world by mistake. And even if he left, he would still be in the hive world. How could he possibly sign a contract offline? Nightmare power won't work, the minister shook his head. He had done extensive research on the power of nightmares, and while it worked perfectly for simulating magical armor and materials, it could only simulate a shell when designing soul contracts or spiritual matrices, items that acted on the soul. Seeing Richard hesitate, the minister asked, "Are you in another dimension, my friend? Unable to return for the time being?" Richard nodded, acknowledging the minister's statement. "That's a shame," the minister said regretfully. "I have to consider the safety of others. If you, my friend, don't sign the soul contract, we can't allow you to participate in this project." Things seemed to have reached a stalemate. After a moment's silence, Richard suddenly spoke up, "But what if I'm already involved?" What do you mean?" Richard pointed at Forth beside him. "The reason I fought Forth this time was because I discovered traces of magic in the village where you were operating. And the reason I went to that village was because the officer from the Demon Swordmaid gave me the mission to investigate you." Richard spread his hands. "Now I've clearly completed the mission, and it looks even better." The moment these words came out, the minister and Forth's faces changed instantly. They had assumed Richard had stumbled upon Forth's fishing tracks and had come after them, but they hadn't expected Richard to actually be tracking them down. This presented a thorny situation. "Friend, you infiltrated the Demon Swordmaid?" The minister couldn't help but ask. "Your disguise could even fool nightmare creatures?" Hearing this, Richard was somewhat bewildered. "Can't the nightmare creatures detect you in your current state?" The minister shook his head repeatedly. "That's not true. I've tried it before, and the nightmare creatures can tell at a glance that something's wrong with me." This was Richard's turn to be puzzled. Back at his original body, Richard turned to Ulysses. "Ulysses, didn't you say that nightmare creatures below the rank of Lord can't detect anything wrong with a body condensed by nightmare power?" Ulysses, facing Richard's question, was puzzled. That's not a problem. I used a body condensed by nightmare power to infiltrate the territory back then." "That's strange," Richard muttered to himself. He transferred his mind to his clone, and then used his nightmare creature senses to investigate the two wizards before him. Soon, a faint strange smell entered Richard's perception. This strange smell felt very familiar to Richard, likely related to the origins of the wizarding world, but Richard himself didn't have that odor. "Ulysses, how did you enter the nightmare world back then?" "I was caught off guard by the nightmare red mist." "What happened? Did something go wrong with the other wizards?" Richard was silent for a moment, then shifted his focus to his clone. "It's probably a problem with your ritual," Richard replied briefly. "You have a very faint strange smell, as if it was left by the origin of the wizarding world." "The origin of the wizarding world?" the two exclaimed in surprise. Our ritual for entering the nightmare world does have some connection to the origin," the minister said with a troubled look. They hadn't expected that the difficulty they endured all these years of research was due to the ritual magic involved in entering the nightmare world. "But there's no need to panic. This strange smell will only alert the nightmare creatures to your presence, but it can't confirm your true nature. Nightmare creatures are extremely hungry for foreign souls. If your identity as a wizard had been discovered, they would have already come to annihilate you. But Amanda's body has already been captured." "There's no way a maid didn't know we were wizards," Forth said. "He may know you're wizards, but his men don't," Richard said calmly. "A maid's men concealed your presence. If you don't continue your attack, a maid won't know you're back." "It's impossible not to continue," the minister said, somewhat helplessly, after a moment's silence. "I didn't plan this, and I'm not the one who decides whether to give up or not." With that, a magic circle suddenly lit up beneath the minister's feet. "I returned to the wizarding world and contact that third ring master." Richard saw the magic circle flash, and the minister's body lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Wisps of nightmare power began to dissipate from the body, and then burrow into the ground. Nearby, Forth quickly merged the body with his own to prevent excessive loss of nightmare power. "Is this your ritual spell?" Forth nodded. "This is the spell we use to enter and exit the nightmare world." The two waited there for several hours. Suddenly, the magic circle lit up with a dim red light, and a soul gradually emerged from it. Good news, bad news." The returning minister looked at Richard and said, "The bad news is that our plan must continue." "What's the good news?" Richard looked at the minister, already guessing the good news. "The good news is that the three-ring master has agreed to let you join the plan." The minister walked over to Richard and held out his hand. "Welcome to this project. What's your name, friend?" Richard shook his hand. "I'm Richard. It's a pleasure to work with you." The Dreamwalker Club's plan was simple. The Nightmare Lord Wuxin had more than just one Nightmare Knight under his command. Nearby, in the territory of the Demon Swordmaid, a Nightmare Knight named Black Dragon Coralon was at odds with him. Legend has it that the missing head on Black Dragon Coralon's neck was severed by the demon sword it made. The Dreamwalker Club's plan was to provoke a conflict between the two knights, forcing these two terrifying nightmare creatures to clash, thus allowing the three-ringed wizard to enter a maid's mansion and search for the nightmare artifact known as the Crystal Gate. This plan, proposed by the elusive Third Ring Master, involved the most profitable and dangerous part, infiltrating the Amadeus Mansion, being carried out by the Third Ring Wizard himself. The other wizards would only provide support. This was the reason the other wizards agreed to this plan. Richard's appearance had slightly altered the plan. The original plan had been for Forth to fish in the cemetery, deliberately letting the creatures go after the battle, and then leaving traces to gradually lure the investigating nightmare creatures towards the Black Dragon. But now with Richard, all these unnecessary tactics were unnecessary. If the investigators and the investigated are in cahoots, the results of the investigation can be fabricated however they please. The reward offered by the third-level wizard for this project is 50 magic essences plus 3 little nightmares, making it the highest among the participating wizards. But Richard wasn't after that. If they could truly provoke a war between the two nightmare knights, he could reap far more than this reward. Because increasing strength increases the amount of nightmare power consumed, most nightmare creatures choose to transform nightmare power into nightmare crystals, using them all at once when they have enough, allowing them to break through to the next level. Take Golem Billy, for example. If it weren't for the Black Knight investigation, his normal strength would be no more than that of a first-level creature. Furthermore, during their conversation with Golem Billy, Richard also learned that nightmare creatures also experience bottlenecks. During these bottlenecks, consuming nightmare power will not only not increase their strength, but will instead cause the excess nightmare power to dissipate. Breaking through these bottlenecks requires consuming a large amount of nightmare power all at once. This also means that these nightmare creatures must have warehouses of nightmare crystals. If war breaks out and casualties occur, these warehouses will become untapped treasure troves. Richard and the minister quickly discussed their next steps. Before leaving, Richard suddenly thought of something. "Minister, are you aware of the impending Black Tide outbreak in the Amade territory?" "Black Tide? Never heard of it," the minister asked blankly. "Haven't you encountered a Black Knight in the past 10 years? Richard was puzzled. Even the longest-lived nightmare spirits knew about the Black Tide, so how could these wizards not know about it? The minister said, looking a little embarrassed. "My ritual spell has a limitation. It can only be used for 3 months every 10 years. After these 3 months, we will no longer be able to freely enter and exit the nightmare world." Richard recounted the information about the Black Tide. "Well, that's indeed a problem," the minister said seriously. "I tell that Three-Ring Master this information, and have him investigate whether anything has happened in Black Dragon territory. If it has, then our plan will probably only be 10 years away." Richard said no more, and immediately left the Dreamwalker Club's headquarters. Even if it's delayed, it won't be more than 10 years. He could afford to wait. Meanwhile, Richard's main body was also encountering some trouble. Gazing at the black line in the distance that was steadily approaching him, Richard rubbed his brow with a headache. Dozens of Black Knights. This is causing some trouble. Chapter 178. Looking at the black line approaching him in the distance, Richard couldn't help but feel a headache. Eating these dozens of Black Knights would definitely boost his strength. However, they were far too powerful. If he forced himself to eat, he might choke to death. "Elises, I remember you saying these Black Knights hunt nightmare creatures. So, are they interested in alien souls like me?" Richard asked, tilting his head. "Huh? I haven't really thought of that. You could give it a try." Richard turned to look at the Black Knights. They were like a black tide, charging with unstoppable force. Their lances seemed capable of piercing through any food in their path. Additionally, they emanated wisps of nightmare power. These nightmare powers connected and merged, forming chains that bound the dozens of Black Knights together. Richard speculated that these chains should even out the damage done to the Black Knights. If he couldn't kill one Black Knight with a single blow, his injuries would be evenly distributed among dozens of them. No wonder Golem Billy said I was lucky. These Black Knights are truly different when they charge. Richard muttered to himself as he watched the Black Knights. The nightmare power within him began to rapidly transform into nightmare crystals. Creating nightmare crystals didn't require any special techniques. Any nightmare creature could learn to do so after seeing one. Richard stored these nightmare crystals in a magical pocket condensed with nightmare power. Then, Richard's soul departed from his nightmare body, leaving behind only a single nightmare body brimming with nightmare power. Creating a nightmare body wasn't difficult, so even its loss wouldn't be a big deal for Richard. Richard, hiding to the side, quietly watched the Black Knights charge at the nightmare body. As an observer, he gained new insights. For example, there must be a unique law operating within these Black Knights. As they charged, the nightmare power within them remained unchanged, other than connecting with each other. Under normal circumstances, the Black Knights, no matter how hard they charged, would still be merely a level 1 creature. It was impossible to force level 2 or 3 creatures to avoid their brunt. But the Black Knights' transformation was real. Their lethality increased with their charge. On the tips of their spears, Richard could smell the scent of death. "The nightmare world is truly wondrous," Richard exclaimed. As the Black Knights approached, the remaining nightmare body was reduced to ash by their spears, unfazed by Richard's presence. "It seems these Black Knights only hunt nightmare creatures, and have no interest in outsiders like me." Richard looked at the Black Knights, his eyes blazing. "If that's the case, then there's room for maneuver." With that, Richard produced a nightmare crystal, and casually created a nightmare body. Richard hadn't added the black powder to this nightmare body, but it was sufficient bait. The Black Knight, who had killed the nightmare body, immediately turned his attention after the new one appeared, while Richard leisurely set a magic circle beneath the nightmare body. Thanks to the power of nightmare, Richard didn't need to worry about the cost of materials, and quickly completed a simple magic circle trap. Richard left the nightmare body, and flew to the side to continue observing. The Black Knights rushed over to the nightmare body, instantly reducing it to ash, triggering Richard's magic circle trap. Instantly, several adamantine spears shot out from the ground, instantly piercing the 2 Black Knights. These Black Knights were only level 1, after all. Against such a weapon, as the adamantine spears, their defenses were as weak as paper. Although the adamantine spears were unenchanted, their sharp and hard shafts still inflicted fatal damage on the Black Knights, so much so that even their life chains could not save them. The nightmare steeds beneath them instantly dissipated, and their bodies fell to the ground, emanating the black power of nightmare. The plan worked, Ulysses. "We're going to make a killing this time." Following the same method, Richard slaughtered all the Black Knights in the wilderness. Richard piled up the corpses of the Black Knights, then, enduring the nausea of guzzling slop, devoured them all. This wasn't some special fetish Richard had, but rather, for some unknown reason, the corpses couldn't fit into his magical pocket. And it took Richard a long time to craft a nightmare body with a core. During this process, Richard could only watch as the nightmare power within the Black Knights entered the earth. This outcome was clearly difficult for Richard to accept. So, for the sake of the nightmare power, Richard decided to endure some hardship. It was just unpalatable, wasn't it? How could he become a great wizard if he couldn't endure this kind of hardship? Ugh! After enduring a long and painful period, Richard finally devoured all the Black Knights. These Black Knights provided Richard with nearly 300,000 nightmare powers. Combined with Richard's existing nightmare power, this was enough to elevate him to the limit of a level 1 nightmare creature. Richard, feeling the nightmare power within him, said with a hint of joy, "A great harvest, a great harvest. Now I can extract some soul essence to boost my spiritual power." But just as Richard was rejoicing, a subtle wave suddenly swept through his soul. What's going on? Richard looked toward the source of the wave, and adjusted his vision to energy vision. Instantly, dark and red veins appeared before Richard's eyes. These dark and red energy beams penetrated the thick earth and entered Richard's field of vision, like veins. The entire land seemed like the skin of some gigantic creature. Rumble. A subtle rumble reached Richard's ears, a sound like thunder, yet with a subtler, more fragmented quality. Richard listened carefully for a moment, and discovered that the rumbling sound was actually a resonance of thousands of tiny sounds. And those tiny sounds seemed to be the sound of horse hooves. Richard looked toward the horizon, and cast an eagle vision spell on himself. He saw a black sky moving steadily toward Ahmed's territory. Beneath that sky, a tide of Black Knights appeared. "The great black tide is coming," Richard muttered to himself. When Richard returned to the territory, the nightmare spirits throughout the territory were trembling in the corners. These nightmare spirits lacked Richard's perception, but intuitively, they could sense a terrible disaster approaching. As Richard's subordinate, Bone continued to patrol the village diligently, even though his body was shaking. Boss, you're back." Bone's expression instantly lit up upon seeing Richard return. Having a boss at this moment was like having a backbone. Richard gazed at the nightmare spirit, hesitant about how to deal with it. The nightmare world could produce an endless supply of soul essence, which made Richard unwilling to simply escape from it. He wanted to leave a force in the nightmare world to collect nightmare power, so that he could re-enter the nightmare world to refine soul essence. However, the nightmare world and the material world were not in the same dimension, and the connection between soul seeds and souls would likely be weakened. By then, Richard's nightmare body would be questionable. So, he was considering whether to cultivate this seemingly loyal nightmare spirit as his own force in the nightmare world. Bone, the great black tide is coming, Richard said calmly, looking at Bone. "Ah, boss! What should we do?" Bone's face instantly turned panicky upon hearing the great black tide. The terrifying impression the Black Knight had left him without the slightest desire to resist. "Bones, don't panic. Panic and fear won't make things better." Richard's voice was calm, and this calmness helped to calm Bone's emotions. He looked at Richard with a determined gaze, eager to hear his boss's plan. "Boss, I'm listening. I do whatever you say." Richard nodded. "That's good. I do have something I need you to do." As he spoke, Richard pulled out his magic pouch and poured out a pile of nightmare crystals. "Your current strength is too weak. Devour these nightmare crystals, and I tell you what you need to do." Bone stared at the nightmare crystals before him, feeling as if he had entered someone's dream. These are all for him. Bone looked at Richard, and after confirming that these were truly for him, he nearly collapsed to the ground. He felt truly lucky. Otherwise, how could he have met such a generous boss? Bone bowed to Richard, and then devoured the nightmare crystals on the ground in huge gulps. As he did so, Richard used his energy vision to carefully observe Bone's changes. As a native nightmare creature, Bone's evolutionary process might be somewhat different from his own. As Bone devoured the nightmare crystals, Richard suddenly felt a surge of nightmare power flowing into his body. This was the effect of the given name. Bone quickly devoured the nightmare crystals on the ground. Enormous nightmare power surged through his body. Through the connection created by his given name, Richard could clearly sense Bone's pain, as well as an inexplicably surging fervor. "I finally survived to this day, meeting a generous boss. The boss has given me so much nightmare power, and he's also given me a grand mission. How can I die? I absolutely cannot die." Bone, mired in agony, cried out in his heart. As a wild nightmare spirit, he had barely managed to survive until today. Now that Richard had given him the opportunity to grow, he must survive. For both his own sake and Richard's. Soon, a new branch of the energy cycle emerged, followed by evolution. Bone's skeletal form began to transform, and a black robe appeared on his body. He looked like a replica of Richard, but beneath the robe, a layer of black armor had grown. He looked just like the Black Knight. The entire evolutionary process of Bone was nearly identical to Richard's, which further confirmed Richard's certainty that his nightmare form was indeed a nightmare creature. "Boss, I've evolved. You can assign me a mission." The fully evolved Bone half knelt before Richard and asked respectfully. Chapter 179. After Bone's evolution was complete, Richard could feel his connection with Bone grow even stronger. He could even use this connection to transmit simple mental messages to Bone. In addition, through this connection, he also gained information about Bone's talent. Bone's talent was that black armor. As if frightened by the Black Knight, Bone's armor was identical to the Black Knight's. This armor provided him with a solid layer of protection, capable of withstanding physical, energy, and even mental attacks. It was one of the best turtle shell talents. This talent perfectly matched the task Richard had assigned him. Richard's mind moved, and a clone, also at level 1, walked in from outside the village. Richard then used his nightmare power to condense a coffin, engraving it with densely packed protective and stabilizing runes. Richard manipulated his clone into the coffin, and then handed it to Bone. "Bone, this coffin contains my clone. I need you to take him to another safe territory." Richard looked at Bone and said gravely, "Boss, won't you come with me?" Bone asked gravely. Richard shook his head. "I've become a vassal of the demon Swordamon. I can't leave the territory now. If I die here, I will be resurrected in this coffin. This coffin is my life-saving talisman. You must protect it." Hearing that Richard had given him such an important mission, Bone excitedly said, "Boss, as long as I'm here, this coffin will be safe." Richard said nothing more, then used his nightmare power to form a great sword of adamantine and handed it to Bones. "Take this sword and guard my clone." With that, Richard flew towards the Maid City, leaving Bones alone. Watching Richard's retreating figure, Bones rose from the ground and used his nightmare power to form several chains, tying the coffin to his body. He then took up the adamantine sword and took the first step of his new life into the wilderness. In a Maid City, a large number of nightmare spirits were in chaos. The Great Black Tide was a natural disaster for the nightmare wizard world. These basic nightmare creatures would even sense it before higher-level nightmare creatures. Richard arrived in a Maid City and quickly found the golem Billy, who was feasting on a nightmare spirit, one by one. Richard stepped forward and asked sternly, "Golem Billy, the great black tide is approaching, and you still have the heart to eat nightmare spirits? Golem Billy casually grabbed a nightmare spirit and handed it to Richard, muttering as he ate, "What's there to be afraid of? Even if the sky falls, there are taller men to hold it up." This black tide didn't even alarm Lord Amade, so how could it be a great black tide? Golem Billy hadn't finished his words when a powerful wave of nightmare power erupted from the center of Amade's city. A 5-meter-tall black knight, clad in black plate armor and wielding a great sword covered in eyes, flew out of the mansion. His powerful nightmare power even affected the surrounding environment. After his appearance, the entire city of Amade City became gloomy, as if some devouring monster lurked within the walls and shadows. It seems it is indeed the great black tide. Lord Amade has even activated his magic sword. Golem Billy tossed aside the nightmare spirit he hadn't yet devoured, a serious expression dawning on his clown-like face. "Is there something special about Lord Amade's magic sword?" Richard asked. Golem Billy nodded. "That magic sword is Lord Amade's gifted weapon. Using it consumes a great deal of nightmare power. With it, Lord Amade once severed the head of the Lord's other nightmare knight, the Black Dragon Corallon. The terrifying power of the magic sword even suppressed Corallon's ability to recover. Even now, the fracture left by Lord Amade remains." As Golem Billy finished speaking, a voice suddenly reached Richard's ears. It was the voice of the magic sword Amade. "My servant, follow me into battle." Richard looked at Golem Billy and saw his expression suddenly darken. Lord Amade is going to war. This is the end. Puppet Billy, somewhat annoyed, grabbed a nightmare spirit, crushed it fiercely, and stuffed it into his body. "What's wrong? Is Lord Amade's expedition dangerous?" Richard asked curiously. "Not only is it dangerous, but every time Lord Amade goes on a campaign, taxes for the entire territory double, sometimes even multiply several times, and this lasts for quite a long time," Puppet Billy said bitterly. "I've seen tax increases last for nearly 30 years. 30 years of triple taxes, and I even had to pay into it myself with nightmare power." By the end, Puppet Billy's resentment was beyond words. If it weren't for that tax increase, he would have become a nightmare by now, perhaps even a royal guard. Ahmed's orders were clearly not intended solely for Richard and Golem Billy. Not long after, a new group of little nightmares arrived in Ahmed's city. Each of these little nightmares possessed a powerful aura, the weakest possessing the strength of a mid-level creature. Richard, a newly arrived level 1 creature, was completely inadequate compared to the other little nightmares. However, due to Richard's talent, these people didn't perceive him as a weakling. Instead, they held him in a higher regard because of Golem Billy. A wild nightmare spirit capable of single-handedly killing 3 black knights, if he survived this expedition, would surely become Lord Ahmed's personal guard in the future. As time passed, the number of little nightmares in the city grew. After 3 days, little nightmares from across the territory gathered in Ahmad City, awaiting the next order from the demon Sword Ahmad. Since awakening from his coffin, Ahmad hadn't left the official residence. While the many little nightmares were curious, no one dared to urge Ahmad on. Going to war meant casualties, so these little nightmares naturally chose not to go if they could, and to stay at night if they could. In the official residence, the massive form of demon Sword Ahmad sat quietly in the city hall. Beside him, a nightmare creature was inscribing runes on Ahmad's body with a quill. "Amanda, how long will you take?" Demon Sword Ahmad asked gravely. "It's almost done, Master Ahmad," the nightmare creature replied calmly. As Amanda finished inscribing the last rune, the runes on Ahmad's armor began to resonate, and dark red lines appeared between the runes, connecting them together. Then, spells were activated one after another, connecting and overlapping, ultimately forming a triple barrier that protected against physical, energy, and mental attacks, clinging to the armor. If Richard were present at this moment, Amanda would have used the most basic enchanting techniques in alchemy, and the spells she inscribed wouldn't have been particularly advanced. Richard himself possessed several defensive spells superior to these. But this was all Richard's assessment. For Ahmad, who hadn't experienced more advanced alchemy, Amanda's skills were more than adequate. If the spells weren't advanced, then victory depended on numbers. No mana? Either using nightmare power to simulate magic, or using nightmare power to simulate magic stones, would solve the problem. Ahmad's powerful brick-flying technique perfectly compensated for Amanda's shortcomings, leading Ahmad to develop a friendly attitude towards this otherworldly spirit. Eating this otherworldly spirit wouldn't allow him to break through to become a nightmare lord, but collaborating with it, whether it increased his combat power or constructed a magic circle to reduce his daily nightmare power consumption, was far more valuable than simply eating it. Lord Ahmad, 10 years have passed. The promise you made back then. Don't worry, Ahmad, am not one to go back on my word." Amanda was rudely interrupted before she could finish her words. Seeing him like this, Amanda sighed inwardly. Alien monsters simply lack the spirit of a contract. If he wants to escape, he have to rely on himself. As the rune inscription was completed, a maid flew out of the mansion. At his crotch, wisps of nightmare power coalesced into a black dragon. Dragon Rider, it seems Lord Amaid and Lord Coralon have a deep grudge, Richard joked to Golem Billy. Even going to war requires a dragon as a mount. Golem Billy glanced at the black dragon and casually replied, the original conflict between the black dragon, Coralon, and Lord Amaid was due to Lord Amaid's preference for dragons as mounts. After their battle, Lord Amaid's mount has remained the black dragon. Amad, riding a black dragon, raised his great sword high. The black dragon beneath him flapped its wings, stirring up gusts of nightmare wind. Enveloped by the wind, the nightmare spirits were plunged into a horrifying illusion. Even the smallest nightmare spirits, caught in the wind, shuddered. These nightmare winds are a phenomenon caused by the high concentration of nightmare power within high-level nightmare creatures, combined with the nightmare rules. Normally, nightmare winds only manifest in nightmare lords, but now that the demon Sword Amad has also displayed nightmare winds, it seems he's not far from becoming a nightmare lord. Besides these nightmare winds, Richard also noticed something amiss with Amad's armor. Magic fluctuations. Why are there magical fluctuations on Amad? Richard looked at Amad. He didn't dare use his energy vision, so he could only see a few blood-red words on the armor, resembling a curse. It's runes, no doubt about it, Richard concluded. As an alchemist, he was certain the runes on Amad's body were wizard runes, and these runes weren't just decorative, they combined to form a spell. Could it be that nightmare creatures devouring souls can completely acquire a soul's memories? Richard wondered. Or is the wizard not dead at all, and has Amad imprisoned him in his mansion, using him as his own subordinate? If the former, then he have to be extra cautious. But if the latter? Richard's lips curled up in a smile, and he, along with the other nightmares, followed Amad to the battlefield. After they all left, a house on the outskirts of Amad City opened its door. A black-robed figure emerged. Next up is free shopping time. Richard gazed at the retreating army, a greedy smile playing on his face. Chapter 180. After the demon Sword Amad left with his group of nightmares, the entire Amad City, and indeed the entire territory, was left defenseless. This wasn't a lack of caution. On the contrary, Amad's ordering all the nightmares to go to war was a cautious act. However, he could never have imagined that there would be someone like Richard. In the eyes of nightmare creatures, Richard's clone technique was simply inconceivable. Nightmare creatures don't have males or females, and they don't reproduce. All nightmare creatures grow from the base nightmare spirit. How could one nightmare creature create another? Even if it did, the lack of souls meant that nightmare creatures couldn't create clones, only new ones of their kind. Furthermore, Amad's order for all to go to war effectively prevented those from neighboring territories from taking advantage of the situation. The Black Tide is a calamity for all nightmare creatures. I've been fighting it with all my might, yet you've exploited it to plunder. Even if this matter reaches the Nightmare Lord, Amad will be in the right. And the Black Tide brings more than just disaster, it could also bring enormous benefits. If Amad returns victorious, the Nightmare Knights, who exploited the situation, will be punished. But he had never imagined the existence of someone like Richard. Richard used his nightmare power to condense the cloak of the hidden, then donned it, and entered the inner city of Amad City. In the inner city, countless bizarre nightmare spirits scurried through the streets. These little creatures were all new to the nightmare. They had no idea how to respond to the approaching black tide, and could only vent their fear by fleeing. Richard walked among them, silently navigating the city. Up above, Elises was observing any possible hiding places for treasure. The black tide had struck so suddenly that Richard was forced to act before he had even begun to make up for it. Now, it was up to Elises to make up for it. Soon, Elises landed on Richard's shoulders. Hey, there's a place without nightmare spirits. You can go check it out? Lead the way. Following Elises, Richard made his way through the city, soon arriving at a silent street. In this chaotic city, this street was surprisingly devoid of a single nightmare spirit. It seemed as if all nightmare spirits had avoided this place. Richard took a step inside, and instantly, a sense of dread, from nowhere, washed over him. It felt like an investigator confronting an ancient god. An unspeakable fear immediately began to erode Richard's sanity. But the next moment, a warm white light spread through Richard's soul. Under its influence, a surge of courage suddenly emerged within him. In the face of courage, this inexplicable fear instantly vanished without a trace. Intimidation? No, It must be related to the nightmare rules, otherwise it wouldn't be so effective. After the fear subsided, Richard calmly analyzed the situation. However, the effect of the badge of courage is somewhat unexpected. It doesn't isolate fear, but instead inspires my own courage. Does strength come from within? Richard had just obtained the badge of courage, a magical item, and had yet to experience its effects. But now, seeing the badge's effectiveness, it was truly astonishing, worthy of its name. With the help of the badge of courage, Richard navigated the streets without any discomfort, and soon found a unique house. The house was a toy store, filled with a variety of toys. In the center, a large chest stood out. "Huh, it looks like a trap," Elisa said, looking at the treasure chest. "I bet this chest is a treasure chest monster, and the real hidden chest is somewhere else." "Really?" Richard examined the treasure chest and quietly walked into the store. The toy store was spotless, which was unusual in the nightmare world. Even in the nightmare world, dust accumulates. If no one maintains it, the room will also gather dust. In fact, most rooms in the nightmare world were covered in dust, and the furniture and floors were covered with the footprints of nightmare spirits. Richard examined the toys, but didn't reach out to touch them. He had now switched his vision to energy vision. In his field of vision, the toys were connected to energy beams. If he touched them rashly, it would definitely trigger something. Of all the toys, the only one not connected to an energy path was the massive wooden box. But that didn't mean it was harmless. From Richard's perspective, the box was covered in energy paths, resembling a nightmare creature. In Richard's hand, a long, adamantine spear, condensed with nightmare power, appeared. He then casually inscribed a few runes on it using battlefield alchemy. Then he knocked on the box. Dong dong dong. The box didn't respond at all. "Gah, are you sure you want to open this box?" "Let's look for it again," Ulysses urged again. "This box looks like a trap." Richard glanced sideways at the military crow, who was giving him advice, and casually asked, "Ulysses, have you been tricked by a mimic before? That's why you think a treasure chest is a mimic." Ulysses's eyes widened, and he immediately retorted, "Ha! How could I, the great lord of crows, be fooled by such a simple trap?" But Richard, who was already familiar with him, knew he was being stubborn again the moment he heard him call himself the Lord of Crows. Richard took his spear and opened the wooden chest. Then, a gaping, fawn-filled maw appeared before Richard. A scarlet tongue licked at Richard with lightning speed, attempting to bind him and swallow him whole. But as the tongue extended, an adamantine spear pierced the mimic's mouth, thrusting the tongue back into the chest. After inserting it, Richard shortened the spear so that it just caught the mimic's lid, preventing its maw from closing. "Ha, see? I told you it was a mimic," Elisa said with a hint of pride. "My eyesight is much better than yours." Richard glanced at the boastful crow, then used his nightmare power to fashion a pair of long gloves, slipping them over his hands, and thrusting his hand into the mimic's throat. The mimic, trapped by the adamantine spear, struggled mightily, but brute force was no match for it. As Richard continued to probe its throat, the mimic's struggles intensified. Finally, under Richard's constant prodding, the mimic finally lost control and began to vomit. But what the mimic vomited wasn't disgusting mucus or some undigested corpse. All it spewed out were black nightmare crystals. "Look," Richard spread his hands toward Ulysses. "I was right. This treasure chest does contain something." Ulysses stared at the endless stream of nightmare crystals, his eyes glazed over. He couldn't help but ask, "Huh, have you seen this thing? Or did you see it with your energy vision?" Richard shook his head. "In my energy vision, this thing is a mimic." "Huh, then how do you know it's hiding something?" Richard said calmly, "This is a nightmare world. For these nightmare creatures, a mimic doesn't quite conform to the rules of the nightmare world. Besides, mimics are very deceptive. Most people who see a mimic will subconsciously assume it's a fake treasure chest. Who would have thought a mimic is a real treasure chest?" "Huh, so you inferred that this mimic must contain something?" "No," Richard said calmly. "I was just giving it a try. This mimic can't resist anyway, and a couple of attempts won't take long. Even if it triggers a fatal trap, I just lose some nightmare power." The mimic's vomiting continued for a while before stopping. During this bout of vomiting, it had vomited nearly 50,000 nightmare crystals of nightmare power. These nightmare crystals might not represent the entire treasure chest stores, but Richard didn't want to waste time watching it vomit further. Richard pocketed the nightmare crystals, and then used his nightmare power to form several adamantine chains to bind the insurance monster. The treasure chest monster tried to resist, but after Richard's torment, its strength was dwindling. It obediently allowed itself to be trapped by Richard and thrown into another magic pocket. Ulysses, witnessing this, couldn't help but grumble, "Gah, you stole someone's stuff and even took the box." "You're such a piece of shit," Richard said nonchalantly. "What's the big deal? This war is intense. Who knows if the box's owner will return? Rather than letting it be killed by other nightmare creatures, why not use it as a specimen? At least it can still provide some value, right?" Leaving the toy store, Richard wandered the streets again. After confirming that the streets were clear, he resumed his search throughout the city. In reality, most nightmare creatures hide their nightmare crystals in their own fiefdoms. Only the great nightmares, or prominent figures, like Richard the Golem, would reside in a maid's city for extended periods. And most of these were a maid's personal guards. But a maid's personal guards didn't need to maintain their own treasury. They simply drew their needs from a maid's warehouse. So, after searching the city, Richard was somewhat disappointed to find no other warehouse. Why don't we go check out that Ahmed's lair?" Ulysses suggested. Ahmed's mansion isn't a place you want to enter." Richard looked at Ulysses with some confusion. "Why are you suddenly asking me to go there?" Because I just saw a wizard in the sky kill 2 of Ahmed's personal guards and then rush in. If you go there now, maybe you can even get a share of soup," Ulysses said calmly. Richard's pupil shrank, and the Dreamwalker Club's plan instantly flashed through his mind. That 3-ring wizard was planning to enter Ahmed's mansion, sparking a war between the 2 territories. But now, with the appearance of the Black Tide, Ahmed has been swarming out. This is the perfect time for him to find that nightmare artifact. Richard made a quick decision. Let's go. Let's go to Ahmed's mansion. That master eats meat, and we can't even get our soup. Chapter 181. On a separate note, while Richard was comfortably opening treasure chests in a maid's city, on the battlefield, things weren't quite so comfortable. The Black Tide wasn't advancing quickly, advancing slowly but steadily across the wilderness toward a maid's territory. They were like a high wall, the mere sight of them seeming insurmountable. During this process, smaller groups of Black Knights continued to separate from the larger group, seemingly conducting reconnaissance missions or clearing out nightmare creatures near the main army. In the center of the army, an exceptionally tall Black Knight stared toward a maid's city with blood-red eyes. He was the commander of this group of Black Knights, their strongest. Suddenly, a lance began to form in the Black Knight commander's hand. Then, lances began to form in the hands of the Black Knights throughout the entire army. At the end of the Black Knight commander's field of vision, a black dot was rapidly expanding. The Black Knight commander silently issued the command, "Charge." The next moment, the Black Tide surged forward like a flood. At this moment, whether it was mountains or seas standing in the way of the Black Knights, nothing could stop their charge. Mountains, then cut through them. Seas, then build bridges. Once the Black Knight's charge began, there were only 2 outcomes: crush the enemy, or be crushed by them. In the distance, Ahmed, who had led the expedition, suddenly stopped. "All of you stop." He gazed into the distance. Within his pitch-black helmet, a pair of blood-red eyes revealed a terrifying menace. The nightmares stopped, awaiting the order from their leader, Ahmed. Ahmed glanced at the numerous nightmares below and ordered the agent, release your pages. The Black Knights have noticed us." The agent opened the book, and the white pages transformed into nightmare spirits one by one, while the agent's aura gradually faded. Soon, tens of thousands of nightmare spirits were released by the agent. These nightmare spirits were the agent's gift. Every time they devoured a nightmare creature, a corresponding page of the book would appear on their body. When needed, these pages could temporarily transform into nightmare creatures to attract attention. This gift was generally useless, as it had neither offensive nor defensive capabilities, and was not even abstract enough. But during a Black Tide, this gift was priceless. Once a Black Knight's charge struck a nightmare creature, its accumulated power would be lost. Therefore, if the agent's gift was used effectively, it could easily inflict heavy losses on the Black Knight army. This was also the source of Ahmed's confidence in this expedition. As long as they weren't caught in the Black Knight's charge, these Black Knights wouldn't be a concern. Controlled by the steward, these page-shaped nightmares moved in an organized manner across the mountains, appearing quite skilled. Clearly, this wasn't his first time doing this. In addition to the steward, Ahmed commanded several nightmares of varying strength to set up the battlefield. These nightmare creatures possess the ability to alter terrain on a large scale. In just over 10 minutes, Richard's area was transformed into an isolated island surrounded by swamp. The dark green swamp emanated a pungent stench. Within it, a great nightmare, resembling a tree man, used its nightmare power to create a dense forest. These newly formed trees were all products of the Great Nightmare's gift, looking like a replica of the Great Nightmare. These treemen's branches were covered in sharp thorns, each laced with a deadly poison. If the Black Knight were trapped in the swamp, these tree men could quickly dispatch him. Besides the dryads, the swamp also lurked all sorts of bizarre nightmare creatures. All of these, without exception, were terrifying and deadly. Richard stood beside Golem Billy, watching as one hideous, blood-stained puppet after another emerged from his body. These puppets clutched blood-stained daggers, resembling evil spirits from a horror movie. Richard grabbed a puppet and wrested the dagger from it. "Hey, Charlie the Black, what are you doing?" Golem Billy asked in dismay. "Nothing." Richard examined the knife in his hand. It was coated with a layer of nightmare law, causing anyone stabbed by it to bleed profusely. "Your knife isn't very good. How could a knife of this quality pierce the Black Knight's armor?" Richard sheathed his dagger, then formed an alloy dagger in his hand and thrust it into the puppet's hand. "Try mine. I guarantee it's stronger than yours." Puppet Billy wielded the dagger twice, finding that Richard's was indeed stronger. "Indeed, I didn't expect you to have such skill," Puppet Billy exclaimed in amazement. Richard smiled. The dagger was made of the alloy used in alchemical machinery. Although it was only an apprentice's item, it was certainly stronger than Puppet Billy's steel dagger. Richard continued to form alloy daggers in his hand. "How about a 1910 split of nightmare power? You take 90, I take 100. Puppet Billy considered it for a moment, and immediately agreed to the deal. Afterward, Golem Billy's murderous puppets were all replaced with Richard's alloy daggers. Most of the steel daggers that had been replaced were transformed into nightmare power by Golem Billy. Richard stored the remaining 3 daggers, preparing them for future research. As Richard's men prepared their battle formation, the Black Knights advanced steadily. The thundering clatter of hooves could be heard even from a distance of more than 10 miles. As they charged, the Black Knights formed a V-shaped front, like a sharp arrow poised to pierce Richard's defenses. Soon, the false nightmare spirits controlled by the steward began to lure the Black Knights. These nightmare spirits scurried across the wilderness, their nightmare power constantly stimulating the Black Knights in the vanguard. Soon, the first Black Knight to break away from the ranks appeared. He burst out of formation, stabbing the nightmare spirit dead with a single strike of his lance. Following him, more and more Black Knights broke away from formation and began hunting the nightmare spirits. The entire vanguard of the Black Knights instantly fell apart. "It seems the Great Black Tide isn't that difficult after all," Richard deliberately said to Billy, the puppet beside him, hoping to elicit some information from him. As he expected, Billy glanced at him with a hint of disdain. "We're just getting started. You soon understand the difference between the Black Tide and the Black Knights." Not long after Billy finished speaking, the Black Knights' commander issued his second order. Charge. This charge was different. The scattered Black Knights had already hindered the Black Knights' advance. At the commander's command, the charging Black Knights aimed their lances at those who stood in their way. The Black Knights' charge could only crush their enemies, or be crushed themselves. Tyr, a Black Knight standing in their way, was lifted into the air by 2 lances, his body instantly torn in 2. The cruel command caused the Black Knights' vanguard to reappear, but now they had also entered the swamp. The fetid swamp instantly plunged the leading Black Knights, followed by a series of falls. The nightmare creatures lurking in the swamp seized the opportunity and began to dispatch the Black Knights. The pitch-black dryad twitched its roots, impaling a Black Knight and positioning itself around it like a torture rack. Beside it, a pitch-black shadow monster swallowed a Black Knight whole. The nightmare creatures' methods were varied, but they soon realized something was amiss. The number of Black Knights entering the swamp grew larger and larger, their horses' hooves shrouded in a misty cloud of nightmare power. The swamp they had carefully prepared was rendered useless by this cloud of mist. The Black Knights were actually able to walk on water thanks to it. The Black Knights, with a commander, are like having brains. Some powerful Black Knights wield the power of nightmares even more powerful than lords. Golem Billy, observing the Black Knights walking on water, said to Richard with a heavy tone. He was not optimistic about the outcome of this war. Although they had achieved considerable success, these losses were not enough against the Black Knights' army. If left unchecked, these Black Knights would soon penetrate their defenses. As if to confirm Golem Billy's thoughts, a Black Knight charging into the swamp stabbed a greedy little nightmare to death with a single spear. Behind him, more and more Black Knights entered the swamp, their lances ablaze with black-red flames. The dryads, stained by the flames, quickly transformed into torch stumps. As the swamp's most substantial obstacle, the destruction of the dryads would mean the collapse of the entire defense. Up in the sky, Demon Swordamod watched the gradually crumbling defenses with a growing sense of irritation. The Black Knight's response had been too swift, leaving the defenses far less damaged than he had anticipated. He glanced at the Black Knight army not far away. In the center, an exceptionally tall Black Knight stared intently at him. "Hold the defenses," Ahmad commanded, then pointed his demon sword at the Black Knight commander. The implication was self-evident. The Black Knight commander, wielding his lance and atop his nightmare horse, a beast no less formidable than a black dragon, charged towards Ahmad in the sky. The nightmare horse's hooves blazed, leaving a trail of burning black flames in the air with every step. As it charged, a path of flames gradually appeared in the void, and at its end lay Ahmad, riding a black dragon. The magic sword in Ahmad's hand began to awaken, and blood-red eyes began to open, spreading from hilt to tip. As they opened, Ahmad's aura grew stronger. When the last eye opened, Ahmad seemed like a demon descending to earth. Even the celestial phenomena shifted in his presence. Ahmad swung the magic sword, and in an instant, it seemed as if the entire world trembled with the sword swing. And where the blade pointed, a Black Knight charged heavenward, lance raised, the pitch-black tip of the spear seeming to pierce the heavens. Chapter 182. In the city of Ahmad, Richard and Elises quickly arrived at Ahmad's mansion. In the courtyard, the bodies of two of Ahmad's slain personal guards still lay, oozing with nightmare power. This master is truly magnanimous, discarding the bodies of two great nightmares without a second thought. Richard sighed, tossing the two bodies into his magic pocket, temporarily isolating the escaping nightmare power within. With these two bodies alone, Richard's mission was complete. The nightmare power from the two great nightmares was enough to refine the soul essence needed for Richard to achieve a breakthrough to a second-level wizard. "Ulises, take this bag to me. I go into the mansion and see if I can share some of the soup." Ulises took the bag and flew into the air. "Well, be careful then. Losing your soul seeds isn't a big deal, but don't get involved with anything strange." Richard nodded and entered the mansion. While the Ahmad mansion might not appear small from the outside, its interior clearly exceeds the exterior structure. Richard followed the extremely faint traces of magic left by the master, and entered the Ahmad mansion. Along the way, Richard encountered numerous nightmare artifacts emitting nightmare energy. These nightmare artifacts were each bizarre and unusual, some even bearing traces of nightmare principles, making them extremely sinister and malevolent. If Richard had encountered these nightmare artifacts, he would have survived, but escaping would have been a formidable end. But now, these sinister and malevolent nightmare artifacts had been easily destroyed by the master who had entered, leaving not even a trace of magic. Looking at these nightmare artifacts, Richard couldn't help but chuckle. The master looked down on this little bit of nightmare power, but he appreciated the considerable nightmare power contained within these nightmare artifacts, and the residual nightmare rules within them made Richard envious. Now, he could use nightmare power to refine soul essence, and with soul power, he could also refine nightmare rules. The nightmare rules would in turn enhance Richard's combat power, making it easier to obtain nightmare power. This system closed the loop. Using nightmare power to create a magic pocket, Richard stuffed all the nightmare artifacts into the pocket, and then followed the magic trail. At the basement door of the Ahmad mansion, a dark figure covered in runes asked, "Are you sure this is the place?" Beside him, Amanda bowed her head and confirmed, "Master, it's definitely here. This is the only place in the entire mansion I haven't entered. If there truly is a nightmare artifact, it must be here." The dark figure nodded, and then a very ancient and mysterious wand condensed in his hand. The wand was silvery white, covered in fine runes. If Richard were here, he would surely recognize it as mithril, a material as famous as aesthete and arsenic. Atop the wand was a crystal ball shimmering with runes. Mystical runes flowed and shimmered within the crystal, radiating a gentle yet mysterious glow. This was undoubtedly an extremely powerful wand. Amanda, standing by, gazed at the master with a mixture of reverence and gratitude. Although the master's nightmare power was suppressed by the sealing technique, the nightmare power contained within it was undoubtedly at the level of a third-level nightmare creature. With this third-ring master, he definitely escaped this time. Suddenly, the third-ring wizard, who was preparing a spell, paused. "Someone's coming," he said, frowning, "and it's a level 1 creature." But he was certain that before he arrived, he had eliminated all the nightmare creatures in Ahmad's mansion, and all the other nightmare creatures of his strength in the territory had also followed Ahmad on his expedition. Furthermore, according to the rules between nightmare creatures from other territories wouldn't invade Ahmad's territory at this time. So where did this nightmare creature come from? He gestured to Amanda, a gesture that, in the White Wizard Legion, signified concealment and awaiting orders. Then he himself cast a spell to hide. He had to see what was coming. Soon, Richard appeared at the entrance to the basement. From the energy perspective, A creature lurked in the darkness before the basement door. But the energy intensity of this creature was clearly far inferior to that of a level 3 creature. Richard frowned, thinking, traces of magic have indeed entered this passage. Now that I can't see the third ring master, he must have gone inside, or he's discovered my presence and gone into hiding. So, Richard condensed his wand in his hand, and used the power of nightmare to simulate magic, unleashing a flash of radiance. Amanda's eyes widened at the sight. Radiance, truly radiance. Nightmare creatures can actually use sorcery. Next to him, the third ring wizard materialized. Are you the new member? The third ring wizard asked. Richard saw a figure emerge from the darkness, radiating an energy so brilliant it was impossible to look directly at it. He spoke, Master, it's me. Amanda, standing nearby, was startled upon seeing this. This nightmare creature wielding magic was actually a wizard in disguise. Has the club's research into nightmare creatures reached this point? Richard walked up to the three-ring wizard and respectfully performed a wizard salute. I'm Richard. May I ask your name, Master? Suiza, the three-ring wizard said calmly. Amanda, standing nearby, emerged from the darkness and, looking at Richard, marveled, Master Richard, your disguise is truly flawless. Richard glanced at Amanda, already guessing her identity. You are Amanda, right? I'm a member of the Dreamwalker Club. Glad to see you're still alive. After a few pleasantries, Master Suiza began to break down the gate once more. The door to this basement contains the rules of a nightmare world. If it were to be broken open by brute force alone, a figure of World Master caliber would be required. A mysterious aura emanated from Suiza's staff. Richard, at the mere touch of it, felt a trance-like sensation, as if he were about to fall asleep. Is this the rule of a nightmare? Or the rule of a dream? Richard strained his concentration, carefully observing Suiza's application of the rules. Unfortunately, his strength was too weak, and Suiza hadn't deliberately allowed them to observe and learn. So, Richard only watched as Suiza gently tapped the door with her staff, and the basement door cracked open. The three wizards entered, and Suiza immediately spotted a coffin deep in the basement. The coffin emanated a thick layer of nightmare power, but as expected, it contained the very thing he had ventured into this time to find. Suiza said calmly to the two wizards sipping soup beside him, the door's gap will hold for another minute. You can do whatever you want. With that, he headed straight for the coffin. Richard and Amanda immediately sprang into action. Numerous boxes were placed in the basement. Within their energy field of view, these boxes were covered in densely packed light paths, clearly indicating treasure chests. Furthermore, each of these treasure chests was connected to a single energy light path, clearly an anti-theft measure. This also meant that Richard couldn't simply carry the boxes away to pack up a mate's collection. Amanda, these boxes are treasure chests, and they're secured with safety measures. Be careful, Richard warned. Richard's warning wasn't out of kindness, but rather, as a teammate, if Amanda triggered any anti-theft measures, the third ring master might escape, but he might not. Amanda smiled gratefully at Richard, then condensed a staff in her hand, and opened the treasure chest in front of her. Squeak! The treasure chest opened, and a long scarlet tongue instantly licked Amanda, but thanks to Richard's warning, the attack was aborted. Seeing that he was fine, Richard also condensed an adamantine pistol in his hand, and opened a seemingly less powerful treasure chest monster. Squeak! Bang! Just as the treasure chest monster was about to lash out at Richard with its giant tongue, Richard stabbed it back with the pistol, and then Richard repeatedly stirred it in his throat. Swish! Soon, the treasure chest monster spat out something strange looking. Richard picked up the object, his mind momentarily shutting down. No, how could Forerunner items be seen in the nightmare world? The treasure chest monster spat out nothing but a small, delicate-looking crystal artifact. As a wizard who had studied Forerunner crystals for over a decade, he was absolutely certain he was not mistaken. This thing was indeed a Forerunner crystal. Without hesitation, Richard immediately stuffed the object into his magic pocket. At this moment, with only a dozen seconds left before the rift closed, Richard, unwilling to risk further, passed through the fissure and left the basement. As soon as he left, Suiza broke the seal on the coffin. The terrifying object sealed within, revealed, sent the treasure chest monsters throughout the basement into a rage. At this moment, Ahmad, who was engaged in combat with the Black Knight commander, suddenly noticed the basement had been invaded. His attention was momentarily distracted, and he paused his great sword, narrowly missing the Black Knight's spear. The pitch-black spear tip looked plain and unadorned, yet the terrifying power within it was enough to terrify Ahmad. Ahmad tried to dodge, but ultimately felt he couldn't completely avoid it. As the spear tip touched his armor, the layers of magic shattered instantly, and dozens of interconnected defensive spells were rendered useless by the lance. However, the spear tip's power was also greatly diminished as it shattered these spells. Bang! Ahmed's left arm exploded beneath the spear tip, transforming into a pillar of nightmare that soared into the sky. His greatsword now pierced the Black Knight Commander's body. Rip! The Black Knight Commander was severed in two by the great sword. The terrifying power of the magic sword hindered his recovery, and a nightmare pillar even more powerful than Ahmed's appeared on the battlefield. Lord Ahmed has won. Billy, the puppet, said with a mournful face. Isn't winning good? Why do you look so bad? Richard asked. Ha ha, Golem Billy said with a wry smile. Lord Ahmed is so badly injured. Let's just wait for the tax to increase tenfold for 100 years. After that, he said with a hint of self-resignation, this is worse than death. Are you sure? Richard asked with a strange expression. What's wrong? Richard pointed to the sky. Ahmed, now recovered from his injuries, ignored his subordinates and flew straight towards Ahmed's city. The basement was his treasure trove, and there was a large object in it that must not be lost. Golem Billy's wooden mouth almost dislocated when he saw this. Stop, I'm just kidding. Chapter 183. Inside the mansion, Richard glanced at the basement in horror, then ran out without looking back. He didn't know what Suiza had opened, but he was certain it was something he couldn't touch. The mere contact with that object set waves of terrifying hallucinations through Richard's mind. Even after activating the Badge of Courage, these hallucinations continued to flash before Richard's eyes, threatening to overwhelm his sanity and plunge him into a quagmire of panic. Get out of here! Richard shouted angrily. He tried to calm himself and think about his next move. Richard's clone on the battlefield had already seen Ahmed rushing back to the mansion. If he didn't find a way to escape quickly, he might be slain by Ahmed's enraged sword. Richard didn't believe Suiza would protect him. Every wizard who reached the third ring was a veteran of battle, and every wizard who survived was a heart of steel. If Richard could draw Ahmed's firepower, buying him a better chance of escaping safely, he would do it without hesitation. Wizards, black or white, ultimately share the same destiny. At best, white wizards appear more human on the surface. Outside the mansion, Richard could already vaguely sense Ahmed's terrifying presence. Looking at the nightmare spirits scurrying about the streets, an idea suddenly struck him. How could he hide a patch of trees without being discovered? The answer was to place it in a forest. Nightmare crystals continuously emanated from Richard's body, and his own aura gradually weakened. In just a few seconds, thousands of nightmare crystals appeared around him, and he himself transformed into a small nightmare spirit. This is the most amazing thing about nightmare creatures. They thrive by consuming nightmare power, yet degenerate without it. Richard, transformed into a nightmare spirit, pocketed the nightmare crystal and blended into the group of nightmare spirits. Soon, Ahmad, riding a black dragon, arrived at the official residence, encountering Suiza emerging from it and Amanda, who was about to flee. Wizard, you've touched something you shouldn't. Ahmad, clutching his magic sword, spoke with the force of a demon. As he spoke, the very space seemed to vibrate, sending ripples of light. Suiza, watching Ahmad arrive in time, felt a headache. Unlike the young wizards of the Dreamwalker Club, he had never left the nightmare world since entering it 10 years ago. Therefore, his understanding of nightmare creatures far surpassed that of Richard and his group. Though these nightmare creatures appeared foolish, they seemed like natives with special talents. But once they reached level 3 and deepened their understanding of the nightmare rules, the combat effectiveness of these nightmare creatures will skyrocket. A variety of bizarre methods, empowered by the nightmare rules, will be impossible to defend against. But it's too late to discuss this now. Ahmad has arrived just in time, and a battle is inevitable. Ahmad, you're amazing for holding back. Suiza produced the object sealed in the coffin. A piece of flesh from some unknown creature. You can resist consuming the flesh of a nightmare king. You're nothing like those fools. When Ahmad saw him produce the fragment, his aura suddenly surged, and the demonic sword covered in eyes pierced through space, instantly appearing before Suiza. The battle had begun. While Ahmad and Suiza were battling, Richard, transformed into a nightmare spirit, had quietly crept into the outer city. Richard had no interest in watching the battle between these two powerful warriors. He simply wanted to leave this haunted place as soon as possible to avoid being caught in the crossfire. On the battlefield, although the Black Knight commander was dead, Ahmad had also departed. This effectively left both sides without a commander. Don't look so gloomy. At least the enemy commander is dead, Richard comforted Golem Billy. And now that Lord Ahmad has left, we soldiers can naturally retreat. Lord Ahmad will forgive us. Leave? Golem Billy shook his head. What will happen to our territory if we leave? What will happen to the nightmare spirits we've cultivated? A skilled nightmare spirit can provide us with a stream of nightmare power in a single night. If they die, we have to start cultivating them all over again. But Lord Maid won't wait until we're done cultivating them before collecting taxes. Golem Billy turned to look at the Black Knight charging into the swamp, his eyes filled with determination. Black Robe Charlie, you can leave. You're just a subordinate, and your territory isn't worth much. Your own survival is your greatest victory. But I'm different. My territory cannot be destroyed by these Black Knights. The territory I've managed for over 300 years cannot be destroyed by these black bastards. Looking at Golem Billy, Richard suddenly realized that nightmare creatures are actually living creatures. These nightmare creatures also have their own preferences and beliefs. Perhaps the main reason why Golem Billy stayed on the battlefield was to be able to pay taxes in the future and not degenerate back into a nightmare spirit. But perhaps within this resolve, there truly was a will to protect the territory. Puppet Billy, can you give me one of your killer puppets? Richard suddenly asked. Huh? Why do you suddenly want this? Puppet Billy was puzzled. Nothing, Richard said calmly. Just a souvenir. I'm planning on exploring other territories. Puppet Billy looked at Richard with some surprise, but then sighed softly. You're quite lucky. With that, a half-human-sized killer puppet emerged from Puppet Billy's body and obediently came to Richard's side. Richard put it in his pocket and left the battlefield without looking back. He already had more than enough nightmare power. There was no need to fight these Black Knights to the death. Although he had 10 soul seeds, until he became a great wizard, each one was a waste. A few days later, in the wilderness, Richard's 2 clones returned to Richard's side, transformed once again into nightmare power. Richard divided this nightmare power into several portions, and began to refine it with his mental energy. Richard's mental energy was originally 90, but after taking soul essence several times, it reached 99.9. Going higher would require a significant amount of soul essence. That's great. Give me some after you refine it. Elises drooled at the soul essence in Richard's hand. Give it to you? Richard glanced at him. You, a soul projection, can actually eat soul essence? Elises was stunned by this. Then he jumped up in anger and said, why can't a soul projection consume soul essence? God's curse words. Although meditation was prohibited in the nightmare world, Richard's efficient sleep allowed him to recover his mental strength quickly. In the wilderness, Richard spent over a month refining the soul essence he needed. Looking at the remaining nightmare power, Richard took the dagger from the killer puppet, and then pulled 3 more daggers from his pocket. Ingredients: the killer puppet's dagger. Refining rules: nightmare rules, extremely incomplete. Refining cost: 6 mental power. Due to Ahmed's presence, Richard's nightmare spirit clone was moving very slowly. By the time Ahmad returned to Richard's side, the nightmare artifacts he had obtained in the mansion had all been transformed into nightmare power, and the nightmare rules had naturally vanished. So, all Richard had left was the dagger he had obtained from the puppet Billy, and the remaining nightmare rules. Refine. As his soul power drained away, a black ball of light appeared above the furnace. Richard absorbed it into his body, and the next moment, he felt as if something had been marked upon him. Followed by this, Richard felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. In this nightmare world, Richard felt as if he had returned to the wizarding world. However, the nightmare rules didn't grant Richard any special abilities. It was unclear whether it was because the rules were too few or for some other reason. After refining the rules, Richard pulled the Forerunner artifact from his magic pocket. Raw materials: a damaged Forerunner artifact. Refinable information: Dream World communication technology, moderately damaged. Refining cost: 50 mental energy. Refinable information: Nightmare crystal crafting technology. Refining cost: 200 spiritual power. Richard gasped at the staggering amount of information being extracted. Complete Forerunner technology proved to be far from easy to extract. But at the same time, a question arose in Richard's mind. The traces of Forerunner civilization were so widespread, from the wizarding world to the hive world, and even to the nightmare world of another dimension. Even a single piece of their communication technology required Richard to become a third-ring wizard to refine it. What kind of disaster had such a powerful civilization endured to vanish into the depths of history? Suddenly, an unknown fear descended upon Richard. It wasn't great, but it entwined itself like a vine elusive. Richard took a deep breath and extracted the Dream World communication technology. Now that he was about to leave the nightmare world, he certainly couldn't take this device with him. He could only leave it to his backer. Through the connection between the given names, Richard spent half a month finding bones walking in the wilderness, and had Ulysses hand him the device. "Hey, boy, keep this. Your master is seriously injured. While he doesn't need to be resurrected yet, he needs to sleep for a while. During this time, it would be best if you stay alive and improve your strength." Ulysses then gave Bones the crystal creation of the Forerunner, along with some nightmare crystals Richard didn't need, and the murder puppet without a dagger. Bones' eyes flashed with surprise and determination as he looked at Richard's supplies. Then, Richard swallowed the soul essence, and his soul instantly left the nightmare world and entered a dark, empty space. Breaking through to the second ring wizard level doesn't require certification from the wizarding world's origin. As long as the requirements are met, one can achieve this breakthrough anywhere. Soul's darkness. Such a familiar place. 50 years later, Richard's body in the secret realm began to change, and the entire secret realm's magic power began to flow into Richard's body. The transformation began. 3 months later, Richard opened his eyes and stood up. "I, Huhan San, am back." Chapter 184. Richard, returning to his body, immediately stretched himself. After becoming a second-level wizard, Richard's constitution also reached 100 points through the feedback effect. However, unlike those with a constitution of 50 points, who forcibly relied on the feedback effect to reach 100 points, Richard's constitution, after developing during the first-level period, had reached the limits of a first-level creature. Now, the feedback effect's improvement was a natural process, without any discomfort. Wizards who hadn't cultivated their constitution, on the other hand, would have to wait a considerable amount of time for the feedback effect to fully complete. Increases in strength certainly come at a cost. Due to the vast disparity between wizard levels during the wizarding stage, the feedback effect seemed much slower. If a wizard achieved the advancement to a second-level wizard with a constitution of 50, it would take at least 500 years for the feedback effect to complete. During this period, the wizard must endure a body that is incompatible with their spirit and carefully control their actions. Otherwise, the body would be unable to withstand the immense power of the spirit and would be damaged or even destroyed. At that point, wizards would be forced to custom build a second-level wizard's body, a cost that would cost them the entire profit of a planar war. Feeling the surging power within him, Richard threw a punch. Bang! A muffled sound echoed through the air, and a gust of wind instantly pierced through a giant mushroom beside Richard, sending the sacred tree spirits fleeing in all directions. Such immense power. Even a casual punch now reaches a power level of 400. If enhanced with magic, my fists alone can now deal nearly 1,000 power levels of damage. Then, Richard felt the change in his mental power again. After becoming a second-level wizard, Richard's mental power was further refined. Now, Richard's mental power could extend to a radius of 200 meters. Almost a single stroke of mental power could increase the distance by 2 meters. As for Richard's magical power, needless to say, it was now double what it was before the promotion. "Second-level wizards are different," Richard exclaimed. Ulysses landed on Richard's shoulder. Dual cultivation feels pretty good, doesn't it?" Richard nodded and casually asked, "Come to think of it, I haven't asked about your cultivation practices. Do most of the god civilizations pursue spiritual or physical evolution?" Neither. We generally practice dual cultivation. In fact, most creatures in other worlds practice dual cultivation, but because of their cultivation methods, it seems to progress very slowly." Richard asked, somewhat surprised. "So wizards are the odd ones out." Do you think any race can connect to the Sea of Soul while still immortal?" Ulysses replied. "Although your race was born extremely weak, your natural talent for connecting to the Sea of Soul more than makes up for it. Other races tend to be biased physically, but you wizards are biased mentally. I can only say that the astral realm is vast, and full of wonders." After adjusting to his physical state, Richard wrote a report in the secret realm, recording his experiences in the nightmare world. Richard hadn't forgotten how he entered the nightmare world. At the end of his report, Richard explained his return as originating from an encounter with a dream portal. Obviously, one couldn't tell the Academy about a promotion in the nightmare world. After completing his report, Richard emerged from the secret realm and returned to the mission hall. After 50 years, the hive world had changed dramatically. Numerous strange buildings had appeared, each housing wizards, likely their laboratories. Around the Mother God's seal, a ring of buildings surrounded it, and many wizards were studying the seal left by this great wizard. In addition to the buildings, the floating city used in the planar war had also returned to the wizard world, leaving only a large footprint and a building encasing a portal. "It seems I don't need to submit my report," Richard said, looking at the vanished mission hall with a somewhat helpless smile. At the portal, a wizard in a white robe stopped Richard and held out a crystal ball. Excuse me, are you Master Richard? The white wizard asked uncertainly, observing the image in the crystal ball. Richard nodded, and then the white wizard excitedly produced a scroll, inviting Richard to place a magical mark on it. Master, you have been missing for 50 years. Your teacher, Master Jorod, and your lover, Ellie, have entrusted me to wait for you here. They have always believed you are not dead. Richard's heart warmed, and he placed his mark on the scroll. After paying the portal fee, Richard entered the portal and returned to the wizarding world. The portal to the Hive World is located in the underground levels of the Black Tower Wizard Academy. Richard knew this level before, but had never been there. There are 4 portals in the underground hall where the portal is located. The remaining 3 should be worlds that the Black Tower Grand Wizard had previously explored. The passage leading into the underground hall was a teleportation array. With a flash of light, Richard arrived at the 51st floor of the Black Tower. Central Black Tower. I miss it so much. Richard ascended the stairs to the 99th floor, but Jorod wasn't in the lab. Instead, a teenage female apprentice was tinkering with something. A new student, teacher? Richard entered the lab without making a sound, and the young student, now focused on the magic suit in his hands, didn't notice the presence of someone beside him. Looking at the magic suit the apprentice was working on, Richard stroked his chin and warned, "The 3rd rune on your left is too far off. If you don't want a defective product, shift the 5th rune on the right 30 degrees to the left and forward, moving at 3 millimeters. Huh? The apprentice shuddered at the reminder and looked at Richard. Seeing Richard's wizard robes, he instinctively gave a wizard salute. Richard stopped him with his magic, pointing to the disc in his hand. Don't mess around with useless things. Build your own. Yes. Following Richard's advice, the apprentice quickly adjusted the runes. After the last rune was inscribed, a faint magical wave emanated from the disc in the apprentice's hand. Success? The apprentice exclaimed excitedly. She then set the disc down and gave Richard a wizard salute. Hello, Master. I'm Yelena, Master Jorod's official apprentice. Richard nodded, then looked at Yelena with some surprise. Just became a low-level wizard apprentice? You have quite the talent. Richard had relied on the miracle furnace to become Jorod's apprentice, while still a low-level apprentice. Yelena before him likely didn't have the same special features as him. The fact that she was able to become Jorod's student, while still a low-level apprentice showed that she had considerable talent. Master, you're so kind, Yelena said, bowing her head. Richard. A familiar voice sounded behind Richard. Richard turned to see his mentor, Khalid, standing in the doorway, looking at him with surprise. Where have you been all these years? You look. Khalid examined Richard closely, his expression growing more and more peculiar. Why did he feel like he couldn't see through his student? Looks quite good, doesn't it? Richard said with a smile. Indeed, it's remarkable. It seems you've gained quite a bit in your 50 years of absence. Jolod walked over to Richard and introduced him to Yelena. Yelena, this is your senior brother, Richard. Yelena looked at Richard, her lips slightly parted, then excitedly bowed to him. Hello, senior brother. Richard smiled at Jolod. It seems your mentor has found another promising talent. Jolod stroked his beard and said with a smile, Yelena's talent is no less than yours back then. After a few more pleasantries, Richard said goodbye to Jolod and found Vice Dean Alex. Oh! Richard. Alex asked, somewhat surprised, upon seeing Richard. Where have you been these past 50 years? I can't find you anywhere in the entire Hive world. Richard gave an awkward smile. Something happened. My familiar sent my body into a secret realm. Hearing this, Eric suddenly realized, no wonder I couldn't find you. Okay, are you here to return the spoils? Now that Richard had returned, the proceeds of his participation in the war naturally had to be turned over. Even as a student of Jorod, he had to follow the rules. Richard nodded and produced a magic pouch filled with magic essence, handing it to Eric. He had reaped considerable rewards from this war, but the most valuable academies were clearly unaware of them. Richard converted his spoils from the Hive world into magic stones, and gave half to the academy. Handing over 1,000 magic essences was a painful experience for Richard. Half of his profits were gone, and he hadn't even earned a cent from the academy. Alex took the bag with a smile and asked gently, Richard, since you participated in a planar war, your contract with the academy is terminated. What are your plans next? Richard knew what Alex meant. The Black Tower Wizard Academy wanted to continue the contract. On the way here, Richard had pondered the question of what to do next. Should he leave the academy and become a freelance wizard, or continue his contract with the academy and become a faculty member? Richard himself couldn't come up with an answer to this question, but during their casual conversation, Jorod had offered him a suggestion. Anyway, The Academy won't be doing any dimensional expeditions in the near future, so signing a short-term contract with the Academy isn't a big deal. Richard was silent for a moment, then replied to Alex, Vice President, I plan to sign a 500-year contract with the Academy. 500 years? That old bastard, Jorod, always tries to fleece the Academy. Alex said somewhat dissatisfiedly. As soon as Richard mentioned 500 years, he immediately guessed that Jorod was behind Richard's scheme. 500 years, so be it. Alex sighed, and pulled a contract from a drawer. The contract was simple. Richard would participate in the dimensional expeditions and Academy Wars launched by the Black Tower Wizarding Academy for the next 500 years. However, given the current situation at the Black Tower Wizarding Academy, there were definitely no dimensional expeditions. As for the Academy Wars are proxy wars between great wizards. Two great wizards, due to their immense combat power, are forbidden by the Wizarding World's guardians to fight within the Wizarding World. Consequently, they harbor grudges and either fight within the astral plane or launch Academy Wars, destroying the other's academy and ultimately wielding it in the Wizarding World. However, considering the Black Tower's great wizard could experiment with apprentice wars, he's quite popular, and Richard shouldn't be encountering Academy Wars. Richard signed the contract, and then met Kevin's successor. Kevin's grandson had taken over the potions shop, which had become a well-established business in the commercial district, and Kevin's grandson had also expanded into other businesses. Looking at the little creature before him, whose appearance had changed dramatically, Richard was stunned, a strange feeling taking hold. Your name is Topher, right? Richard recalled the little fellow's name from memory. When he first met him, he had been but a tiny child. Now, Topher had grown into an old man. Yes, master, Topher said respectfully. All right, let's sign the contract. Chapter 185. After leaving the Black Tower Wizard Academy, Richard immediately returned to the Tower of Truth. Since 100 years had passed, Richard's residence in the Tower of Truth had expired. However, since Richard's Wizard Tower was located in the Black Tower Wizard Academy neighborhood and was watched over by Jorod, it hadn't been occupied. Back at the Wizard Tower, Richard saw two small graves in the backyard. The tombstones bore two names Richard didn't recognize. Perhaps they were the names of number 1 and number 2. Without giving it much thought, Richard quickly found Ellie, and the two spent a long time together. Richard then found the wizard who managed the residential building and renewed his rent for another 100 years. The rent at the Tower of Truth wasn't expensive, only 1,000 magic essences for 100 years, averaging 10 magic essences and 10,000 magic stones per year. After paying the rent, Richard also bought 2 demi-human slaves. After returning to the Wizard Tower, Richard met with Anna and Shax again and informed them that he was fine. By the time Richard had finished all these chores, it was already 7 days since he returned to the Tower of Truth. Back at the Wizard Tower, Richard sorted through all the research he could find. First, the flesh and blood of the Mother Worm God, or rather, the flesh and blood of the Mother Worm, transformed into something divine after being possessed by the Mother Worm God. Richard had found a war report from Ellie's Hive World, detailing the events of the Hive World expedition. Regarding the Mother Worm God during the gate-opening battle, the record stated that the Mother Worm God possessed the Mother Worm through unknown means, temporarily elevating her to the level of World Master. Thus, the Mother Worm God fragments Richard had obtained could only extract the bloodline of the Mother Worm, not the bloodline of the Mother Worm God. The flesh and blood of the Queen Worm God were of little use to Richard. Their only value lay in the adamantium and bloodline within. The Queen Worm's bloodline might allow Richard to create a low-end Queen Worm, but as for the adamantium, while precious, it was still too common compared to the Queen Worm's bloodline. He had no intention of using the Queen Worm God fragments to refine the adamantium. In addition to the Queen Worm God fragments, Richard also produced specimens of Queen Worm guards, sacrificial worms, warrior worms, and other creatures from the Hive World. These items were of great research value to Richard at this point. Studying their energy circulation, muscle structure, life structure, and even the special substances within them could yield some results. More importantly, with his level of understanding, Richard could understand these things well enough, unlike the blind groping he had to do with the precursor crystals. Then, there were the precursor crystals and Dream World communication technology. Although Dream World communication technology lacked many features, the components involved were enough for Richard to study for a long time. The secret of the precursor crystal could even allow Richard to rapidly advance in his energy manipulation. After taking these things out, Richard pondered for a moment, then opened the secret realm again, and took out the 2 types of mushrooms produced by the World Mushroom. The Wizarding Guild he and Jorod co-founded lacked a powerful magical power as a signature item. Although Jorod had been busy with this task, Richard also needed to find a solution. As long as he could create a signature potion, Richard would never lack for magic stones. Looking at the research target before him, Richard's heart was filled with a mixture of happy worry. Where should I start? Richard's fingers flicked between several items, like an emperor flipping through cards in his harem. Finally, Richard's finger rested on the Forerunner crystal. We still need to develop Dream World communication technology first. Although Bone is loyal now, there's no guarantee he'd turn against us one day. Although Dream World communication technology is extremely complex and lacks a significant amount of information, the part Richard has refined fortunately contains the fundamental principles of Dream World communication. This makes Richard's research much easier. If communication between the material world and the nightmare world is to be established, the most fundamental requirement is that both worlds have a sufficiently robust information receiving point, and that the two receiving points must have a certain degree of connection, and this connection must also be sufficiently strong. To achieve this, the Forerunners created the crystal communication device Richard had seen in the nightmare world. But Richard obviously couldn't borrow the Forerunners' equipment. However, Richard had a better alternative. Soul Seed should be sufficient as information receiving points, Richard muttered to himself. After returning to the material world, Richard's connection to his Soul Seed remained strong, but it felt like a layer of transparent glass separated them. Richard couldn't use his Soul Seed to control his nightmare body, let alone share its senses. But the Forerunner's Dream World communication technology provided Richard with a way to break through this barrier. According to Forerunner technology, as long as there's a receiving point, everything is easy. All that's left is to condense the mental information and transmit it through the interdimensional barrier using a mental amplification device. But the Forerunner's technology is so different from that of wizards that only the theoretical aspects of this are applicable. Without the Forerunner's industrial foundation, the rest is simply impossible for me to achieve. As he pondered this, Richard casually pulled out a notebook and wrote down the technology he needed to adapt next, as well as the solutions he had come up with for the time being. Spiritual Information Concentration Device. Soul Wizards should have similar technology, perhaps through knowledge exchange. Psychic Power Amplification Device. The pioneers achieved this using crystals, and I might be able to do it with rune arrays. After writing, Richard closed the notebook and pulled out a dozen business cards from his magic pocket. These business cards were all collected during the Mother Temple operation. Among these wizards were Soul Wizards, which was just the right solution for his problem. After searching through the business cards for a while, Richard finally selected 5. These 5 business cards belonged to freelance wizards, who didn't know much about Richard, so exchanging information wasn't a problem for them. Following the addresses written on the 5 business cards, Richard began to visit each house one by one. Residential Floor 12, Room 569, Soul Wizard Vladi. Richard looked at the eerie wooden house before him, which resembled the residence of a fairy tale villain, and confirmed the address again. That's it. I hope he can give me good news. Telepathic message compression technology wasn't as simple as Richard had imagined. Richard had already contacted 3 wizards before Vladi, but none of them had the technology, or had even heard of it. Telepathic messages, a fast way for wizards to communicate with each other, were used for encrypted short-distance calls. Over longer distances, wizards' communication crystal balls perfectly replaced telepathic messages, and the encryption of magic microwaves was even more secure than telepathic messages. In this situation, there were virtually no soul wizards researching how to compress spiritual information. Even if there were, they were probably just doing it for fun. Knock, knock, knock. Squeak. The door to the cabin opened, revealing a black-robed wizard with a haggard face and cloudy eyes. Who are you? The black-robed wizard looked at Richard, somewhat bewildered. Richard took out the business card and handed it to him. Wizard Vladi, we once fought side by side in the hive. Seeing the card, Vladi frowned. An exceptionally slender, withered hand emerged from his black robe, more like a claw than a hand. Vladi thrust his middle finger into his temple. After a few twitches, his eyes lit up slightly. Oh, Richard, right? Sorry, my old self has struck again. Vladi apologetically ushered Richard into the room and prepared a pot of high-quality magic tea. I conducted some experiments on the soul years ago, and I've suffered some damage. Memory loss often occurs, but I always keep memoranda, so you don't have to worry about me denying my mistakes. Vladi poured 2 cups of tea and sat down across from Richard. What can I do for you? Richard took a sip of the red tea. The rich aroma flowed through his mouth and into his brain, giving him a momentary boost. Good tea. Richard then stated his purpose. Vladi, I'm seeking knowledge on mental information compression. I wonder if you've heard of any wizards who possess such knowledge. Mental information compression? Vladi frowned. It's a relatively unpopular topic in the spiritual school. Since the advent of the long-distance communication crystal ball, few people have studied it. Richard didn't respond. He had already heard what Vladi said from the other three wizards. But you've come to the right person. Oh! Richard was startled. You have this technique? Vladi nodded. My ancestor once studied this thing and had developed a prototype. Unfortunately, long-distance communication crystal balls appeared at the time, and this technology was sealed away as a knowledge reserve. Can we exchange? Richard's eyes gleamed. Connections really are useful. He had even found such an unpopular technique. Vladi took a sip of tea and said slowly, yes, but I have to make it clear. This is just a prototype. You have to do the subsequent refinement yourself. You need to think it through. Although Richard's wizard robes didn't bear the school's insignia, he could still tell that he wasn't a soul wizard. If Richard wanted to perfect this technique, he would have to learn the soul school's knowledge from scratch. Richard nodded. A prototype was enough. He wasn't looking to commercialize it, so a little trouble for his own technology didn't matter. What do you need? Or perhaps an exchange of knowledge? Richard's question was the usual one among wizards. Knowledge wasn't the only thing being exchanged. Magic stones, alchemical materials, magical gear, or even favors could all serve as payment. Vladi rubbed the wound on his temple and said with a slight headache, knowledge, or, have you done any research on the sacrificial fungi of the hive world? Sacrificial fungi? Yes, that would be of some use to me. Have you done any research? Richard glanced at Vladi and pulled out a modified version of the world mushroom from his magic pocket. Take a look at this? Vladi's eyes lit up when he saw the fungus in Richard's hand. The modified sacrificial fungi exuded a soul-enhancing aroma, a scent that signified its profound spiritual benefits. Vladi took a sip, and a refreshing sensation instantly washed over him. Some of his old injuries from his experiments had actually healed somewhat thanks to the fungus. This was simply unbelievable. Over the years, he spent countless magic stones healing these injuries, trying every possible method, but still no improvement. Only the sacrificial fungus found in the hive world had any effect on his injuries. But the fungus Richard had given him could actually heal them directly. Vladi opened his eyes and asked firmly, how many of these do you have? Richard replied calmly, as many as you want. Chapter 186. As much as you want? Vladi unconsciously repeated Richard's boast. Friend, did you cultivate this thing? Richard simply stared at him, his expression impassive, as if he hadn't heard his question. Realizing his slip, Vladi stopped questioning and stated his own demands. I need 50 kilograms of this mushroom. Richard frowned slightly. Although knowledge often holds great value in wizard-to-wizard transactions, Vladi's asking price was indeed somewhat excessive for the spiritual information compression technology. The improved sacrificial fungus is directly produced from the world mushroom, effectively equivalent to the body of a world lord. Spirit information compression is only a rudimentary technology, and one with a perfect alternative. Its value is definitely not as high as 50 kilograms of improved sacrificial fungus. Too high, Richard said calmly. Vladi remained silent and went into the cabin's basement. He soon emerged carrying several thick notebooks. Vladi placed several notebooks in front of Richard and said firmly, it's absolutely worth the price. These are the research notes left by the master, along with the experimental results. From his experimental records, you can obtain far more than just the technology of mental information compression. This technology is more complex than you imagine. Richard's interest piqued. If the results alone were the price, it would definitely not be worth the price. But with the detailed research notes, it would be a different story. It's well known that wizard research is not always smooth sailing. Failure is inevitable in the research process. But these failures are not without value. Sometimes, garbage is just misplaced gold. Richard placed his hand on his notebook. Deal. Then the two signed the contract. Richard entered the secret realm, took 50 kilograms of the improved sacrificial fungus, and handed it to Vladi, then pocketed the notebooks. Finally, Richard spent some magic stones to exchange for some apprentice knowledge from the soul school from Vladi to supplement his basics. And so, a deal between wizards was concluded. Back at the wizard tower, Richard didn't immediately begin studying this new knowledge. His knowledge of soul school was too shallow, and he needed to supplement his basics. Moreover, Dream World communication technology required him to develop a rune array that amplified his mental power. This was no easy task. Richard took out his notebook, crossed out the one about exchanging for mental message compression technology, and replaced it with a new goal: Learn the basics of the Soul School and master this technology as quickly as possible. Time flies when studying, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. Over the past 20 years, Richard has not only expanded his knowledge of psychics, but has also continued to study the unique structure of the precursor crystals. In the early morning hours, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the laboratory window, illuminating Richard's face. Richard, his eyes bloodshot, sensed a subtle shift in his surroundings. He glanced out the window, then pulled a vial of reagent from his pocket and poured it into his mouth. A diligent wizard's day begins with a drug. Once wizards enter their research mode, they often spend endless hours in the laboratory, their strong physiques and powerful spirits more than enough to sustain them. However, this relentless research will eventually take its toll on both the mind and body. At this point, wizards caught up in their research often opt for a little boost to keep themselves going. Like drugs? However, Richard wasn't using the usual stimulants wizards use, but a nerve agent called Crovine. Even half a milliliter of this poison was enough to kill a top-level apprentice, but given Richard's formidable constitution, it didn't do him much harm. Of course, Richard's use of poison wasn't without reason. This was his attempt to modify the adaptive form. The adaptive form could adapt to elemental damage and physical attacks, so could it also adapt to this poison? This inspiration came to Richard while he was browsing potion-related books while studying the precursor crystal. So far, Richard's idea seems feasible, but the results aren't very significant. If he wants to improve the adaptive form, he have to refine the recipe for the adaptive potion. Flutter, flutter. A black crow entered the laboratory. Hey Richard, you've been in the lab for a year now. Ulysses landed on Richard's shoulder, looking at him with some concern. If you keep this up, you might become the first level 2 creature I've ever seen to work themselves to death. Richard glanced sideways at him. I'm almost discovering the crystal secret. I'm just a tiny bit closer. As he spoke, Richard gestured with his fingertips, pointing to the Milky Way. Since obtaining the precursor crystal in the hive world, Richard has spent over 50 years on it, and to no avail. While this is a common occurrence in wizard research, 50 years of fruitless effort is truly discouraging. A year ago, an idea struck Richard. He might be able to explore the crystal's internal structure through the resonance of multiple magic matrices. This inspiration kept Richard in the lab for an entire year, spending all his time, except for necessary meditation, studying the crystal. Now, he felt he was only a thread away from unlocking the crystal's secrets. As he spoke, Richard activated the rune array on his desk again. On the test bench, an alchemical device, similar in structure to a ghost ball, began to emit a faint glow as magic power was injected into it. Buzz, an extremely long wave of magic emanated from the device, the result of multiple magic resonances under extremely short conditions. In the center of the ghost ball, a crystal the size of a grain of rice was being probed by magic. Soon, the runes on the ghost ball began to dim, and the crystal ball connected to it began to output results. Richard examined the crystal ball's results and, as usual, recorded them in his notebook. Suddenly, Richard's quill stopped. What's wrong? Ulysses asked. Nothing. Richard closed his notebook and slumped in his chair. I've found what I'm looking for. The energy circulation structure that reduces energy loss. I've found it. After 50 years, the precursor crystals finally unveiled a corner of their secrets to Richard. The precursor crystals hold many secrets, and among the precursor crystals in Richard's possession, he seeks the energy circulation structure that can significantly reduce energy loss. If he finds this structure and transforms it into a rune, Richard will make rapid progress in both his energizing and alchemy. After discovering the energy circulation structure, the process of rune culture began. 6 months later, Richard couldn't help but tear up as he gazed at the incredibly complex yet strangely beautiful rune on the test bench. 50 years of research had finally yielded some results. But Richard knew that this knowledge only scratched the surface of the Forerunner crystal secrets. There was much more to discover. Richard named this rune Forerunner Rune Number 1. Placing it within the rune array could reduce Richard's energy consumption by nearly 10%. In other words, for the same spell, while other wizards would require 10 points of mana, Richard only needed 9. While this change might seem small, for certain energy-intensive spells, it could be the difference between being able to cast and not being able to. If placed on alchemical machinery, it could reduce energy consumption by 10%, significantly extending the lifespan of the equipment. After recording the rune in the crystal ball, Richard pulled a blueprint from his pocket. The blueprint contained a partial design for the Lavoisier 2 alchemical magic stone cannon. The reduced mana loss of the Forerunner Rune Number 1 is perfect for the alchemical magician cannon. We're missing a core spell. Heart of Annihilation probably won't work, but using Flame of Oblivion as the core rune, designing a similar spell shouldn't be difficult. Richard looked at the design, brainstorming. Now that we have the core spell figured out, we need to focus on improving the product's competitiveness. Richard thought of the massive alchemical magician cannons he's seen on the battlefield. They were adequate for defense, but their offense wasn't quite up to par. Mortars? Or grenade launchers? Fragments of memories from his past life flashed through Richard's mind. The White Wizard Legion certainly didn't have targeted alchemical weapons like mortars. However, Richard immediately rejected the idea, because the White Wizard Legion didn't need such targeted weapons. Because wizards themselves were mortars. With rune number 1, my alchemical magic stone cannon can be designed to be lighter. If it's not used as a mortar. Richard's mind flashed back to the small cannons on the war airships, and an idea suddenly occurred to him. Rocket launchers seemed like a good option. The power of the spells can be reduced, the rate of fire can be increased, and they can be used directly for covering fire. Wizard expeditions to other worlds have always been limited by numbers. Back in the Hive world, the entire Third War Zone could only be defended by a few thousand men. If an alchemical weapon could be developed that could quickly replicate the concentrated firepower of the White Wizard Legion, with only 1 or 2 wizards, it would definitely achieve considerable success in the planar war. Having settled on his idea, Richard began to put it into practice. Richard simply borrowed a portion of the Lavoisier 2 magic stone cannon structure, then designed most of the components himself and a spell model. During this period, Richard encountered many difficulties, but fortunately, his connections were not lacking. Whether it was the Society, Anna, Ellie, or even wizards who owed Richard favors, they all provided significant assistance. Thus, 3 years after Richard finalized his idea, the Wizarding World's first magic support vehicle appeared. This magic support vehicle was equipped with 12 alchemical magic stone cannons, capable of firing 120 fireballs at a power level of 350 per second. After use, the cannon's spellcasting and magic conducting components melted, requiring replacement and reshaping before continued use. In addition to its firepower, the support vehicle also possessed exceptional mobility. Thanks to the unpredictable nature of the magical world, Richard discovered an anti-gravity rune that reduced the vehicle's weight. With Anna's help, the vehicle reached a speed of 120 km per hour on flat terrain, and could even levitate for short distances when encountering obstacles. Looking at the war machine in front of him, that was full of mechanical beauty, Richard gave it a name according to the convention of naming war machines. Richard Type 1 Spell Support Vehicle. Chapter 187. However, compared to Richard's excitement, the other wizards involved in the support vehicle's construction were less optimistic. Richard, honestly, I think this thing of yours is a little too strange. As Richard's senior sister, Anna had witnessed Richard's ingenious ideas. Her junior brother had achieved magic stone freedom through his own ingenuity during his apprenticeship. But when she saw the spell support vehicle, Anna still found it strange. This thing was completely different from the alchemical weapons she had seen. Generally, alchemical weapons emphasized power and reliability. If all the parameters of an alchemical weapon were digitized, their attack and reliability would far exceed those of other weapons. But Richard's spell support vehicle was different. The spell support vehicle spells were not powerful enough, only a mere 350 energy level. Even some extreme apprentices could cast spells at this level. As for reliability, the magic stone cannon designed by Richard would melt its casting components after operating at full capacity for only 30 seconds, making it practically a disposable item. This was a stark departure from the typical approach wizards used when designing alchemical weapons. Ellie, standing beside Anna, echoed, "It's indeed a bit strange. The power of this spell is a bit too weak." Compared to Anna, Ellie, an evocation wizard, felt that the power of Richard's spell was a bit too weak, completely inconsistent with her understanding and aesthetics. Evocation wizards can be divided into 2 factions based on their spellcasting habits. One emphasizes precise control of magical power, striving for just the right amount of power in every spell. The other, however, is a bit more extreme, preferring to continuously increase the power level of their spells. In their view, a qualified evocation spell must be powerful enough. Ellie fell into the latter category. Richard's spell was clearly lacking in power. Next to them, Chucks, who had heard his junior brother had built a massive contraption and had come to join in the fun, also expressed his opinion. "Junior brother, I think the lower steel platform of your thing would be better replaced with a synthetic beast. Those tracks you designed are nothing compared to the flexibility of legs." With that, Chucks pulled a palm-sized spider-like synthetic beast from his pocket, ready to demonstrate the agility of flesh and blood to Richard, so that his junior brother could return to the right path of flesh and blood. Jorod, a master of synthetic beasts, had his apprentices studying alchemical mechanics. It would be a joke if it were known to others. Richard glanced at the wizards closest to him and sighed. His tone was filled with disbelief. Don't you think this thing is a very useful weapon? Imagine if we had a few hundred of these support vehicles. On the front lines, wouldn't we be able to use a few hundred wizards to deliver a spell volley that would take thousands? But your thing is of terrible quality, Anna said helplessly. You're the only one, my junior, who have a spell component that melted down in 30 seconds. If any other wizard had shown me something like this, I have just dispatched him with a staff. No war consumes resources, Richard said, a little frantic. Fighting a war inevitably consumes a tremendous amount of manpower and resources. How much are a few spell components worth? Isn't it worth it to exchange them for a spell volley ready to deploy at any time? Besides, those spell components and magical components are recyclable. But even with Richard's explanation, the surrounding dark wizards remarked that the item was strange, leaving Richard completely lost in his temper. Well, forget it. I can't explain it to you. I invite the teacher over, and you find out. With that, Richard returned to the wizard tower, found a long-range crystal ball, and sent a message to Jorod. In the message, Richard told him that he had created a strategic-level alchemical weapon as the Chamber of Commerce's signature product. After receiving the message, Jorod immediately handed the teaching task to Yelena and rushed to the Tower of Truth. 2 weeks later, a wizard with disheveled hair and beard arrived at Richard's wizard tower. Richard, where's your stuff? At the sound of his voice, Richard immediately emerged from the laboratory and approached the wizard. Teacher, how come you're here so quickly? Jorod straightened his appearance and said anxiously, You come up with such a wonderful thing. How dare I waste my time? Where's the thing? Show it to me. Richard took out his wand and tapped the ground. Then, a tunnel entrance appeared before them. Richard led Jorod into the tunnel, and soon arrived at a subterranean hall. Richard naturally wouldn't build a magic support vehicle in the courtyard. This subterranean hall wasn't very large. At most, it was just the front and back yards of the wizard tower, plus the tower's surroundings. But such a hall was more than enough to accommodate a magic support vehicle. Looking at this strange object before him, Jorod, who prided himself on his knowledge, couldn't discern its purpose. He could only guess that it was some kind of magic stone cannon. However, a magic stone cannon was enough. For a small guild like theirs, as long as they had a magic stone cannon and reached a contract with a white wizard corps, they would have a steady supply of magic stones. Suddenly Jorod, who was daydreaming about the future, his expression changed as he suddenly remembered something. Richard, tell me the truth. Did you steal the design of the Lavoisier 2 magic stone cannon? Richard, standing nearby, was startled and asked in surprise, Teacher, how did you know that? Even my senior sister didn't realize it. You? Oh, I knew it. Jorod looked at the magic stone cannon before him. To him, it was no longer an endless gold mine, but a volcano about to erupt. He should have thought of it earlier. When that old man Vladimir mentioned he had a good disciple, he had thought it was Anna. But now it seems Vladimir was referring to Richard. Alas! Stealing knowledge is a serious crime. Jorod lamented bitterly. Once your theft is discovered, you'd be hunted to the ends of the earth by the White Wizard Legion. But Richard said nonchalantly, Teacher, don't worry. The core components of the spell support vehicle, including the casting components, the magic guide components, and even the parallel connection components, were all designed by me. Only a small portion of the Lavoisier 2 magic stone cannon has parts. There are so many things to argue about with these parts. Some components of the magic stone cannon have only one optimal solution, so it's perfectly reasonable for some of them to be identical. Are you sure it's only a small portion? Jorod glared at Richard, his eyes as fierce as a dragon's. Of course I'm sure. Teacher, do you still not trust me? That's good. Kylewood's arrogance faded, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his student had some sense. Jollywood touched the support vehicle and said calmly, I'm a dark wizard. I don't know much about these alchemical weapons, but I've arranged for an acquaintance to come and evaluate the value of your item. An acquaintance? Teacher, do you have a friend who studies alchemical machinery? Richard quipped. Jollywood glared at Richard. You know that person too. Who? Vladimir, who taught you battlefield alchemy. 2 days later, Richard met Vladimir, who had come to evaluate it. Vladimir, a pipe dangling from the corner of his mouth, said, Boy, I heard you've come up with something quite good. Vladimir was still the same, in his white wizard robes, with the decaying air of someone nearing the end of his life. Unlike on the battlefield, however, Vladimir appeared less menacing outside the battlefield. He simply looked like an old man with a slightly peculiar temper. "Master, please follow me." Richard led Vladimir to the desert where his living level was used for spell testing. He then opened and expanded the spatial rift, driving the spell support vehicle out. This thing looks quite agile," Vladimir commented, observing the spell support vehicle. The spell support vehicle wasn't large, only about 4 meters long. Apart from the 12 lightweight magic stone cannons mounted in the back, it could even be used as a civilian truck. "Flexibility is indeed one of its strengths," Richard said calmly. Vladimir touched the spell support vehicle, pulled a small alchemical puppet from his pocket, and tossed it into the desert, letting it wander off on its own. "Here's a target. Show me the power and accuracy of your cannon." Richard's face faltered. Master, this thing of mine works a little differently." "A little differently?" Vladimir frowned. "I remember you weren't pursuing alchemical mechanics. Boy, being overambitious isn't a good thing. Your knowledge isn't yet at the level of innovation." Vladimir's assessment was fitting for a veteran wizard who had spent his entire life studying alchemical mechanics, so Richard didn't get angry or annoyed. He preferred to speak with facts. "Master, I'm certainly not a wizard who specializes in alchemical mechanics, but you can take a look at my work before you comment." Vladimir looked at Richard. He had a good impression of him. An alchemical wizard with such solid fundamentals, like Richard's, wouldn't be too impulsive. Perhaps this time, he was just blinded by inspiration. "Well, let me see," Vladimir said with some resignation. Since he was already here, it might as well be a quick look. Richard said nothing more after hearing this, merely adjusting the angle and trajectory of the magic stone cannon in the cockpit. Since this was just a test, Richard didn't fine-tune the launch coordinates, simply setting the target 3 kilometers in front. Then, Richard pressed the launch button. Vladimir stood in front of the support vehicle, wondering whether to be more subtle or more direct in his reprimand for Richard. As wizards age, they tend to develop a certain fondness for promising talents. The magic support vehicle emanated magical fluctuations, but Vladimir was somewhat distracted. "Forget it, let's be more subtle. This kid has potential. Don't discourage him from pursuing the path of alchemical machinery." "Huh?" Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions reached Vladimir's ears, and he froze the second the blasts began, his pipe dropping to the ground. He had actually witnessed someone using such a small alchemical weapon to unleash a volley of spells from the White Wizard Legion. How is this possible? Chapter 188. The sound of spell explosions continued, each one a blow to Vladimir's heart. 60, 70, 101, 102. Vladimir counted the explosions, until by the end, his heart felt numb. 30 seconds passed quickly, and Richard emerged from the cockpit and approached Vladimir. "Master, how is my spell support vehicle?" 360. "What did you say?" Vladimir's voice suddenly rose, as if startled by Richard. Richard repeated his previous words, with a hint of resignation. "Master, how is my spell support vehicle?" Oh, a review, huh?" Vladimir panicked, instinctively reaching for the pipe dangling from his lips, but found nothing. Richard spotted the pipe lying at Vladimir's feet, picked it up, and handed it to him. Vladimir took the pipe, and with a trembling left hand, he rubbed a flame and lit it. Vladimir took a deep drag from his pipe, then slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. "Your name is Richard, right?" "Yes, master." "I take it back. You are an unprecedented genius. I even find your work incomprehensible." Vladimir held his pipe in his mouth, his eyes as sharp as an aged eagle. 30 seconds, 360 fireballs. "Your spell support vehicle is so small, how do you manage the heat?" "I just calculated that even if you reduce the mana loss to 10%, based on the heat dissipation structures I've encountered, your machine can only last for 45 seconds at most. If you exceed this time, your spellcasting components will melt, and the magic components will need to be rebuilt." It must be said that Vladimir, having spent his entire life studying alchemical machinery, had a keen eye. He immediately spotted the problem with the spell support vehicle. But at this point, he was still limited by the traditional alchemical wizard's mindset, believing that an alchemical weapon must be durable and sturdy, which is why he raised such a question. Thinking is a crucial issue. Richard shrugged. "Master, I haven't solved the heat dissipation problem. 30 seconds is the limit for the spell support vehicle to operate at full capacity. Now its spellcasting components have melted and must be replaced." "Haven't solved the heat dissipation problem?" Vladimir frowned upon hearing this, then seemed relieved. Even genius has its limits. If Richard had solved the heat dissipation problem, he might have died on the spot. I have to say, your spell support vehicle is amazing. However, 30 seconds is indeed too short. Vladimir exhaled a puff of smoke. Replacing spell components in such a short time isn't guaranteed to be purchased by the Legion's leadership. Warfare is a business for wizards. All wizards strive to maximize profits, with the least amount of magic stones. So, do you think my work is up to standard? Up to standard? Vladimir shook his head and said solemnly, your work is more than just up to standard. It's truly stunning. If it can be continuously updated, perhaps your name will live on like Zeppelin, Tesla, and Fermi, and people will still be chanting your name countless epochs from now. Master, you're so kind, Richard said with a touch of trepidation. The name Vladimir mentioned was a household name for alchemists. Zeppelin, the inventor of the current magic airship and the first war airship, greatly promoted shipping in the wizarding world. Tesla, the founder of Tesla Heavy Industries, led the wizarding world's White Wizard Legion, 8 out of 10 of whom were equipped with alchemical weapons produced by his Chamber of Commerce, making him the wizarding world's foremost warmongerer. And Fermi, an even more powerful figure. All existing floating cities were powered by a prototype Fermi had created. Vladimir's inclusion of Richard alongside these names was a testament to his satisfaction with the weapon. How could a mere wizard like him deserve to be ranked alongside these greats? At the very least, he had to become a great wizard to deserve such recognition. No, you're still young and haven't experienced much battlefield action. You don't know how useful this thing is. Vladimir shook his head. I've only seen firepower this intense on the Golan Legion's fortress behemoths, but theirs. Vladimir suddenly sighed. You can't afford them without some deep pockets. Vladimir's assessment gave Richard great confidence, and Richard then demonstrated the spell support vehicle's maneuverability and off-road capabilities. However, these features were clearly inferior to the sky-like firepower. After the test, Vladimir stepped out of the cockpit and closed his notebook. This notebook contained all the data from Vladimir's experience, and would serve as a tool for him to convince the Legion's leadership when he returned. I go back and discuss this with the Legion's higher-ups. I hope they accept your idea. While testing the maneuverability, Richard explained his vision for the spell support vehicle to Vladimir and calculated its cost. Wizards are all about profit, so a bill is the most powerful persuasive tool. According to Richard's calculations, the spell support vehicle could significantly reduce casualties among white wizards on secondary battlefields. Furthermore, as an alchemical weapon capable of offensive combat, the spell support vehicle could also help reduce casualties among wizards on the front lines. The pensions and value of these wizards would be far more than simply replacing their spellcasting components. Richard's calculations were novel to Vladimir. To an alchemist who valued durability, Richard's approach to consumables seemed somewhat unorthodox. But on the battlefield, unorthodoxy doesn't matter. What matters is what's useful. After seeing Vladimir off, Richard returned to the laboratory and took out a metal rune base. After nearly 5 years of hard work, this thing is finally finished. The rune base before Richard is a component of the Dream World communication device he'd been crafting. A few years ago, due to a sudden inspiration, he lost considerable time on the Forerunner crystal, causing his Dream World communication device's progress to stall for nearly 5 years. Now that the spell support vehicle is complete and has received high praise from Vladimir, it's time to return his attention to the Dream World communication device. But with the Forerunner rune number 1, it seems I need to rework these rune bases. This will not only reduce the cost of magic stones, but also reduce the size of the device and increase its lifespan. Richard looked at the rune base before him, a headache brewing. New discoveries aren't always good news. A month later, Richard received a magical message from Vladimir, inviting him to demonstrate the power of the spell support vehicle to the higher-ups. The White Wizard Legion's higher-ups seemed somewhat skeptical of Vladimir's observations, so they told Richard in a communication to make sure nothing went wrong. As long as nothing went wrong, he would help Richard improve some minor issues with the spell support vehicle. Richard naturally agreed to such a favor. 3 days later, Richard arrived at the Qingxuan Legion's base on the 23rd floor of the residential complex. Although it was called a base, it was actually the Qingxuan Wizard Academy's wizard community, home to numerous wizards from the academy. In addition to Qingxuan I, there were also Qingxuan II and Qingxuan III. These legions had fought alongside Richard on the high battlefield. Upon arriving at the community, Vladimir had already been waiting outside. Without further ado, he led Richard directly to the wizard testing ground on the 23rd floor. The testing ground was also a desert. In a corner, the upper echelons of the Qingxuan First Legion were already in place though. They were a bit overcrowded. Richard surveyed the observation group, numbering several dozen, and couldn't help but glance at Vladimir. Vladimir said calmly. Don't worry about them. The people from number 2 and number 3 are here too. As long as you don't mess up, I guarantee you make a killing this time. Entering the grounds, Richard came face to face with many of the Legion's higher-ups. These wizards, at their weakest, were at the entry level of the third ring, while a few, more powerful, had auras reaching the peak of the third ring. With enough luck and wisdom, becoming great wizards in the future wasn't impossible. Are you the founder of the Richard Chorode Chamber of Commerce? You look young and promising. A third-ring peak-level wizard smiled at Richard. Master Vladimir was exaggerating about your weapons in front of us. Don't let your demonstration down this time. Richard gave the wizards a wizard salute, then opened a rift in the secret realm and drove out the magic support vehicle. Seeing Richard bring out such a small device, several high-ranking members of the other legions frowned slightly. Master Vladimir seems to be right. This thing is indeed quite compact, a high-ranking official commented casually. But can something this small really produce the spell-blasting effect he claims? Andre, commander of the Qingxuang 1st Legion, looked at Richard and casually replied, I don't know, but I know this guy. He was right there when Susanna tried to extort money from me last time. I think he's a student of a master at the Black Tower Wizard Academy. But I haven't heard of any master of alchemical machinery at the Black Tower Wizard Academy. Master Chorode is probably researching synthetic beasts. I bet this machine can. It's the half effect Vladimir mentioned. A senior executive shook his head. Half? I think it should be 2/3. Their Chamber of Commerce has a Jolid, so maybe he's Jolid's student. Although Master Jolid studies synthetic beasts, many of his students have also achieved remarkable success in alchemical machinery. 1,000 magic essences? I bet on half. Got it. I bet on 2/3. I bet on half too. This kid is too young, and I don't think he's accumulated much knowledge. Just as the Legion senior executives were opening their bets, Richard had also completed the commissioning of the magic support vehicle. As Richard's mind entered the aiming unit, the 12 lightweight magic stone cannons mounted on the magic support vehicle began to move. Let's aim straight ahead 3 kilometers. Richard adjusted the trajectory and pressed the button. The Legion senior executives sensed the fluctuations in magic power and turned their gazes towards the magic support vehicle. The next moment, Skyfire appeared. In 30 seconds, 360 fireballs bombarded the battlefield 3 kilometers away. The Legion senior officers fell silent. It seems our Master Vladimir wasn't exaggerating this time, one of the higher-ups muttered. 360, that's right, 360. No exaggeration. The 3 Legion commanders exchanged glances, and then Andre suddenly laughed. This guy and I seem to have a bit of a conflict. He just made a killing from me, and now he wants another big one. Chapter 189. After witnessing the power of the spell support vehicle, Richard demonstrated its maneuverability and off-road capabilities. These seemingly insignificant statistics delighted the Legion commanders. These veteran wizards, seasoned warriors, naturally understood the importance of maneuverability. After seeing Richard's data, the deal was quickly finalized. Vladimir took the opportunity to taunt the wizards. The Legion leaders could only rub their noses and pretend they hadn't heard anything about this senior wizard with such experience and exceptional abilities. The White Wizard Legion didn't place as much emphasis on strength as the Dark Wizards did. Experience was also a crucial criterion for the Legion. A sufficiently experienced White Wizard might have fought in dozens, or even dozens of interdimensional wars. Even if their strength wasn't as strong for various reasons, they were undoubtedly rich in battlefield experience. Sometimes, the Legion commanders would consult with these individuals to discuss decisions. Richard didn't participate in finalizing the terms of the deal, leaving it to Jorid. Although he was one of the leaders of the Chamber of Commerce, he was too young and inexperienced to be easily ripped off when negotiating deals with wizards, who were often thousands of years old. Self-awareness is crucial, so Richard obediently handed these tedious matters to his teacher and returned to the Wizard Tower, ready to sit back and collect the rewards. A magic support vehicle like this one is not cheap. The materials alone cost 500 magic essence, including Richard's labor. Richard's target price was 800 magic essence. As for how much Jorode could negotiate, it depended on Jorode's skill. A magic support vehicle generates a profit of 300 magic essences, so 10 would make 3,000, and 100 would make 30,000. This doesn't even include the profits from the spellcasting and magic conducting components. Richard mentally calculated his future income, a smile creeping across his face. The days of no shortage of money were approaching. In the laboratory, Richard peered into the lens of the magic microscope, concentrating intently on etching runes onto the rune base. After discovering the Forerunner #1 rune, Richard reworked all the rune bases and rune components he had previously made. However, due to his experience and the fact that he only needed to re-engraving the runes, Richard's second attempt went smoothly, completing the majority of the rune rework in just 3 months. The piece before him was the most complex and crucial of all the rune bases. Once he finished it, the rest of the work would be a breeze. The needle-thin magic needle moved cautiously across the rune base, each movement leaving a tiny mark imperceptible to the naked eye. And these marks weren't limited to surface areas. Some complex runes required the magic power to penetrate deep into the base to complete the inscription. However, this task was already commonplace for Richard. Richard's expression remained calm, his mind controlling the magic needle with steady control. As the magic needle left its final mark on the rune base, a faint wave of magic emanated from the base. It's done. Richard breathed a sigh of relief, a faint smile on his face. The mental information compression technology acquired through the trade had been thoroughly mastered by Richard. As soon as he completed the construction of the mental power amplification device, he would be able to communicate with the nightmare world and even control the actions of his dream world clones. The soul's control over the soul seed is essentially a special kind of spiritual message. Buzz, a wave of magical energy emanated from the next room. Richard entered and found his communication crystal ball lighting up. Checking the message, he discovered the details of the deal had been finalized. After 3 months of negotiations, the Richard Chorode Chamber of Commerce had finally secured its first order. Upon receiving the message, Richard made no hesitation and immediately headed for the Qingchuang #1 Legion's base. Vladimir, once again, greeted him at the gate. "Boy, you've made quite a bit of money this time," Vladimir said, looking at Richard with a smile. "This is all thanks to the master's recommendation," Richard said modestly. Vladimir shook his head. "This isn't my credit. Even if your product wasn't good, the Legion wouldn't have adopted it. Besides, no white wizard would dislike a good alchemical weapon. Any other wizard would do the same." Vladimir was a stern yet upright man. He never hesitated to praise or recommend good things. In his view, this was the treatment they deserved. Entering the base, Richard arrived at a marble building resembling a church. The pure white marble was adorned with exquisite reliefs. Upon entering the church, Richard's gaze was immediately drawn to murals chronicling the Legion's achievements. "This is the Legion's guest house. It's only used for new recruits and during important events," Vladimir explained. "These murals on the wall." Richard gazed at the heroic, fearless white-robed wizards and the hideous, alien monsters depicted in the murals, and a sense of absurdity crept into his heart. The wizard expedition was clearly an invasion, yet the murals portrayed the wizards as glorious saviors. It's hard to imagine what kind of education the white wizards received. "Ahem, these are the work of a former Legion commander," Vladimir said awkwardly. "Some new wizard recruits, who are overly compassionate, can affect morale and harmony within the Legion during wartime. So, a former Legion commander painted these murals, and taught every new wizard that wizards are there to save the world." "Save the world?" Richard's eye twitched. "That would be discovered the moment they hit the battlefield." Vladimir smiled and shook his head. "Sometimes, people just need an excuse. Besides, we didn't say who we were saving. To those preyed upon by the alien creatures, aren't we saviors?" "Makes sense." Following Vladimir, Richard arrived at a meeting room. Inside the room sat a large round table. 3 Legion commanders sat on one side, while on the other, Chorode leisurely reclined in his chair. Seeing Richard arrive, Chorode happily greeted him. "Ah, Richard, you're finally here. You're the only one missing." As he spoke, Chorode silently transmitted a telepathic message to Richard. "Don't change the contents of the contract. If there's anything you don't understand, I explain it to you when I get back." With that, Chorode and Richard took their seats. Leader Andre produced a scroll and presented it to Richard. "Master Richard, this is the contract we've signed with Master Chorode. Please review it and see if there's anything that needs to be revised." After saying this, another Legion commander smiled and continued, "Even between master and apprentice, accounts must be settled. Master Richard, please read this carefully." Faced with the psychological attacks of these old wizards, Richard's expression remained unmoved. After reading the entire contract, Richard handed it back to Andre. "I have no problem with that." The others glanced at each other, as if about to say something else. But then Xiao Luota, who was beside Richard, suddenly spoke up. "Since Richard has no objection, then please sign this contract. After 3 months of wrangling, your time is far more precious than that of a second-ring wizard like me." Seeing this, the 3 Legion commanders gave up their plans and signed their real names on the contract. Richard followed suit. As the contract crumbled to ash, the contract between the Richard Chiao Luota Chamber of Commerce and the Qingxuan Legions No. 1, No. 2, and No. 3 was officially concluded. Richard was required to deliver 500 spell support vehicles within 300 years. The Qingxuan Legion would purchase each vehicle for 850 magic essences. Furthermore, Richard would need to train the White Wizard Legion's alchemists on how to urgently repair these magic support vehicles. Furthermore, Richard would serve as a garrison technical advisor and accompany the Qingxuan Legion on expeditions to other worlds. To be honest, this clause was the one Richard found most confusing. He needed to accompany them on expeditions to other worlds. That kind of money was incredibly hard to earn. However, after seeing how Jorod and the Legion commanders had been wrangling for 3 months, it seemed this agreement must have special significance. After signing the contract, the 3 Legion commanders prepared a banquet. The banquet was attended by the top brass of all 3 legions, and a dazzling array of delicacies crafted from precious magical beasts was on display, which Richard was delighted with. "Why aren't you eating any more?" Jorod approached Richard, his glass of amber wine emitting a rich aroma. Richard stood on the terrace, smiling awkwardly. "Some masters keep pushing their juniors towards me." Jorod was startled by this, then burst into laughter. "So that's what you're talking about. Isn't that a good thing?" Richard's face was slightly annoyed. "Teacher, I have a partner. That little one under Susanna, right?" Jorod waved his hand. "It seems you don't understand the values of wizarding families. Wizarding families value bloodline above all else. They believe that if a wizard is exceptional, their bloodline must contain something special. You designed the spell support vehicle, and these wizarding families believe you're exceptional. That's why they're pushing those little ones to you, hoping to leave behind 1 or 2 offspring. As for whether you have a partner..." "Humph," Jorod sneered. "They don't care. As long as you don't ask those seed-gathering little ones to stay with you, they disappear after completing their mission." "That sounds disgusting," Richard said after a moment's silence. "That's why wizard academies are the future," Jorod said flatly. "The wizarding family structure is too inefficient. Relying on wizards to breed offspring is far less efficient than mining gold from the general population. The remaining wizarding families are just corpses that haven't quite died yet." Chapter 190. Richard ultimately refused the wizard family's offer of a child. Besides the somewhat disgusting nature of the act, keeping his own bodily information private was also a key factor. Although Richard currently had few enemies, if the Chamber of Commerce were to expand, it would undoubtedly clash with other chambers of commerce. The resolution of commercial conflicts between wizards wasn't limited to commercial means. Physically destroying commercial enemies was also a possible solution. After the banquet, Richard and Jorod parted ways. Richard handed Jorod the procurement of the various materials and specifications needed to build the spell support vehicle. While Richard would have needed to purchase these materials himself, it would have cost 500 magic essences, but Jorod would have been able to get them cheaper. Even if not, the quality would have been undeniable. Returning to the wizard tower, Richard once again began crafting the mind amplification device. This time, without any other distractions, Richard spent a month remaking the remaining components. He combined these components with the rune base, creating a device similar to a cultivation chamber. This was the mind amplification device Richard had been working on for a long time. Once integrated with mental information compression technology, this device would become a signal tower for communicating with the nightmare world. Richard filled the device with magic stones, then lay down inside and activated it. His mental energy flowed through the rune base, entering the device and amplifying it through hundreds of rune arrays. Outside, a wave of heat surged out of the device, instantly raising the temperature of the entire laboratory by several degrees. Even after Richard's rework, the magical energy loss caused by the massive rune array was still alarming. After being amplified by the equipment, Richard's mental power reached an astonishing peak. If mental power were likened to a constantly fluctuating curve, it had already reached its peak. If it were to increase further, Richard's soul would be unable to control such intense mental power. In this state, Richard's mental perception became incredibly detailed as if he were wearing a microscope, able to discern even the shape of a speck of dust on the ground. Overwhelmingly complex information instantly flooded Richard's brain, nearly causing it to shut down. "No, I have to turn off the machine." With his brain shut down, Richard almost unconsciously turned off the machine. Then his mental power returned to his soul, and Richard remained in the cabin for nearly 5 minutes before his vision gradually cleared. "Wow, this feels really exciting," Richard exhaled, rubbing his forehead. Opening the hatch, Richard instantly felt the temperature in the lab rise considerably. The heat sink he had prepared for the equipment was still tinged with a faint red. The loss is still too great, Richard said with some frustration. I don't know how something like a floating city is made. Making something this small consumes so much mana. A floating city is simply Zentradian technology. However, Richard thought of the existence of the Forerunners, and wondered if the floating city was indeed Zentradian technology. After the machine cooled down, Richard entered the device again. Unlike the first time, this time, Richard amplified not only his mental power, but also a compressed mental message. The mental message, amplified by the layers of ring arrays, gradually transformed into a sharp arrow. Under Richard's control, the arrow shot out, following the connection between soul and soul seed. Though the transparent barrier between dimensions was thick, it ultimately failed to prevent the message from entering the nightmare world. At the same time, a sound emanated from the coffin behind the Black Coffin Swordmaster. Bang! Fuck, forgot I was in a coffin. Black Coffin Swordmaster Bone, a little nightmare from nowhere. When he first entered the Nowhere Land, many nightmare creatures simply called him Bone, or the Coffin Bearer. But as Bone used his incredibly strong sword to slay one nightmare creature after another that spied on him, and the coffin behind him, the entire Nowhere Land changed their name for him. They respectfully called him the Swordmaster, and because he carried a black coffin on his back, they called him the Black Coffin Swordmaster. Rumor has it that the coffin containing the Black Coffin Swordmaster contained a terrifying nightmare creature. Some say it's the Black Coffin Swordmaster's enemy, who carries the coffin to monitor him at all times. Others say the coffin seals the Black Coffin Swordmaster's master, the terrifying nightmare creature that gave him his name and the Great Sword. Decades have passed, and the Black Coffin Swordmaster has grown from a minor nightmare to a major nightmare, while the black coffin on his back remains unopened. Today, Bone, as usual, practiced swordsmanship in the courtyard, carrying the coffin on his back. His swordsmanship isn't simply about wielding the great sword. The nightmare power within him shifts with his movements. Rather than a sword technique, it's more like a special kind of magic. As the nightmare power shifted, a black and red rune suddenly appeared on the great sword. The great sword in Bone's hand also grew incredibly sharp. This rune wasn't any other rune known to wizards. It looked incredibly complex, and flowing within it wasn't magic, but pure nightmare power. With a single swing of his sword, the sharp wind silently sliced through the courtyard wall. Then Bone sheathed his sword and prepared to go to the tavern to see if there was any business. The lawless land was a no-man's land, and the powerful figures of each territory would hire the lawless land's lawless ones when carrying out inconvenient tasks. This was one of the reasons the lawless ones could exist and grow stronger. Suddenly, Bone heard a muffled sound from the black coffin behind him, as if something had struck it hard. Then, he heard a grumble, and the sound of the coffin being opened. The boss is finally awake. Bone felt a sudden surge of surprise, but then confusion. The boss had awakened, and so his duties were over. His future life might consist of joining a territory and becoming a vassal of a nightmare knight. But after decades of living alone, Bones was no longer the same person he once was. Now he preferred this unfettered life. Through continuous mental messages, Richard's body finally began to move sporadically. The first thing that appeared before him was a nightmarish creature with a very impressive aura. Richard surveyed the cloaked nightmare creature before him and tentatively asked, "Bones?" Bones nodded, then half knelt on the ground. "Boss, you've finally awakened. It's been 74 years since you were injured." Feeling the connection brought by the given name, Richard looked at Bones with some surprise. Bones' nightmare power had reached the level of a level 2 creature. Over the past 70 years, this little creature, who could only cling to his thigh, had grown into a formidable nightmare creature. "Not bad, Bone. Where are we now?" "Boss, we're in the Nowhere." Richard thought for a moment. He remembered Elisa's mentioning the Nowhere. It was a place where a group of nightmare creatures, not under the control of the nightmare lords, gathered. Richard looked around. He was in a courtyard, surrounded by vast expanses of wilderness. Are there any other nightmare creatures nearby? I like a quiet environment, so I cleared out those annoying creatures. Yeah, not bad. Richard nodded. He was very satisfied with the environment, and also with Bone's current state. "Bone, to cut to the chase, my awakening is only temporary. I can only awaken for about 10 minutes each day. After 10 minutes, I fall back into a deep sleep." Somehow, hearing Richard's words, Bone felt a strange sense of relief. Perhaps his life wouldn't change. Richard ignored Bone's emotions and quickly said, "Tell me what you need now. I need you to become as strong as possible while staying safe." After returning to the wizarding world, Richard searched for the Dreamwalker Club, but there was no such club in his residence, room 232, Floor 5 of the Tower of Truth. Richard then remembered that there wasn't just one Tower of Truth in the wizarding world, but 5. The distances between each of the 5 Towers of Truth are immense, interspersed with uninhabited areas. Even for a third-ring wizard, traveling across these regions would take decades. This, coupled with the inevitable passage through uninhabited areas, creates a high degree of danger. Most frighteningly, there are no teleportation arrays between the Towers of Truth. Rumor has it that during the Wizarding War, a now-deceased 6th-ring Grand Wizard of the School of Evocation distorted the spatial structure of the wizarding world, causing unpredictable dangers and teleportation arrays within that world. Although this distortion has largely recovered over the years, long-distance teleportation within the wizarding world remains difficult. The only available long-distance teleportation method is World Origin teleportation, accessible only to the Guardians of the Wizarding World. Although other methods of interregional transportation exist within the wizarding world, they are either prohibitively expensive or closed to the public. Therefore, Richard had to temporarily shelve his plan to search for the Dreamwalker Club in other Towers of Truth. He wasn't in a rush though. After all, he wouldn't need soul essence until he reached a higher level. Normal meditation would suffice. A wizard's combat power primarily comes from knowledge. Simply increasing mental strength doesn't bring nearly as much combat power as knowledge alone. After hearing Richard's words, Bone thought for a moment and replied, "Boss, can you give me a piece of armor? Armor made from the same material as this sword? My abilities evolved after I became the Great Nightmare. I can now devour other armor to enhance my defense." Richard said nothing more. He immediately began to gather nightmare power in his hands. A few minutes later, a piece of adamantine plate armor appeared in his hands. Richard tossed the armor to Bones. "Work hard. Improving your strength is secondary. Staying alive is the most important thing." With that, Richard's nightmare form collapsed to the ground. Richard's laboratory in the wizarding world had become a furnace. The moment the hatch opened, Richard could feel a wave of heat hitting him. The equipment he had created had already triggered the safety Richard had set due to overheating, causing the entire system to shut down. I hope that little guy has no ulterior motives. He's become a level 2 creature so quickly. Nightmare creatures evolve so quickly. In the nightmare world, Bones looked at the fallen Richard, carefully picked him up, brushed the dust off him, and placed him back in the coffin. Closing the coffin, Bones looked at the adamantine armor in his hands, and Richard's final words came to mind. "Are you alive?" Bones clenched the armor in his hands, a flicker of shame in his heart. For a moment, he had even harbored a fleeting thought of betrayal. The boss had given him a name and a new life, and yet he was willing to betray them just to avoid changing his current existence. Shameful, Bones lifted the coffin back onto his back, then stuffed the adamantine armor into his body and headed towards the Outlaw Tavern. The boss needed him to become stronger, so he had to work hard. Chapter 191. After lowering the temperature in the lab, Richard inspected the main components of the mind amplifier to see if any had melted or been damaged. The answer satisfied Richard greatly. After operating at full capacity, only the fuse had melted. No other components showed any damage. Although this was due to the fact that the mind amplifier was brand new, it didn't stop Richard from being quite satisfied. As long as there were no problems, it meant his machine's design was sound. A subsequent upgrade of the cooling components would improve communication time. After moving the machine to an unused room on the 3rd floor of the Wizard Tower, Richard ventured into the backyard for the first time in a long time. The completion of the Dream World communication equipment brought a sense of relief to Richard. Gazing at the warm afternoon sun, he felt a rare sense of leisure. In the backyard, Number 1 and Number 2 lazily basked in the sun. Not far away, the graves of Number 1 and Number 2, once known as Number 1, were covered in wildflowers. Richard didn't disturb them. He pulled a recliner from his pocket, changed his clothes, and laid down on it. The Chamber of Commerce contract had been signed, the Dream World communication equipment was complete, and although Bones' emotions were a bit strange, he remained generally loyal. Furthermore, Richard had broken through the 1st ring and become a 2nd ring wizard. Richard realized after reviewing his situation that he didn't seem to have anything urgent to do. Elises flew in from afar. After the Lord of this world returned to the wizarding world, Richard had left him alone, allowing him to roam freely in the Tower of Truth. Elises landed beside Richard and said, "Huh? That's strange. Why are you so interested in basking in the sun today? Shouldn't you be in the lab working on your experiments?" Richard pulled out a notebook and casually covered his face with it. A muffled voice emanated from beneath the book. "It's rare to have some leisure time. Life is so long, we should always enjoy it." Elises opened the secret realm, entered, and took out a fungus-woven recliner, sprawling on it. Ha, that's the right mindset. The most important thing for a short-lived species to transform into an immortal species is to slow down. Our lives are long, and many things can be taken slowly. The afternoon sun gently streamed down Richard's backyard. 2 beaster girls, a wizard, and the master of an otherworld lay in the yard, peacefully enjoying the sunshine. Suddenly, a gentle breeze blew through the backyard and flowed off into the distance. After a year of procurement, Joro delivered the materials for 50 spell support vehicles to Richard, along with Richard's labor fee. 15,000 magic essence. Since the Chamber of Commerce was originally established to sell potions, the master and apprentice only discussed the potion-sharing ratio in their profit-sharing agreement. As it turned out, even after the Chamber of Commerce was founded, the potion business remained unsettled. Their first order was for arms, something completely unrelated to potions. Fate, truly, is a strange and unpredictable thing. Thus, as the provider of technology and products, Richard naturally took the lion's share of the Chamber of Commerce's business, leaving Joro to scrape by on the materials procurement side. The arrival of the materials added a touch of hustle and bustle to Richard's leisurely life. The basic components of the magic support vehicle consisted of tens of thousands, and Richard had to start from scratch, handcrafting them one by one. But Richard clearly wasn't willing to do that. After spending 500 magic essences, Richard, through his senior sister Anna's connections, acquired a complete wizard-grade machine tool. This time, however, Richard's idea wasn't particularly surprising. Wizards had long since established assembly line production for alchemical machinery, and Richard's needs were commonplace for many wizards researching alchemical machinery. Making the parts was only the first step. There were still many more complex tasks to follow. Some of these parts required material processing using alchemical arrays, while others required enchantment. Richard had to do all of this himself. Thankfully, the contract provided ample time, so Richard didn't have to work overtime. Besides building the spell support vehicle, Richard's research also began to shift with funding. While researching the precursor crystal, Richard accidentally discovered the adaptive body, which allows for adaptation to toxins, and put it on his research agenda. Adaptive body, a relatively inconspicuous sorcery, was directly related to Richard's combat effectiveness. The elemental and physical resistance it provided was extremely useful in combat. Richard's discovery of toxic adaptation further expanded this sorcery's development. Wizards privately categorize poisons in many different ways, but generally, lethal poisons are divided into 3 types. These include nerve agents, corrosive agents, and metabolic inhibitors. These poisons are categorized based on their effects, but even within the same category, the composition can vary widely, making detoxification extremely complex. Sometimes, when encountering a highly potent poison, a wizard might even need to sacrifice their body. This is one reason many wizards avoid physical evolution. However, the adaptive body's ability to adapt to the toxicity of poisons made Richard believe that this area of sorcery might have potential. The body is the foundation of living things in the material world, and its mysteries are so profound that even a true wizard wouldn't dare claim to know them all. 50 years later. In the laboratory, Richard carefully mixed a poison with a dropper. As the dark liquid trickled down the tube, the poison in the test tube suddenly began to change color. It shifted from red to black, then to a very thick green. As the transformation was complete, a sweet aroma wafted from the test tube. Richard held the test tube in front of him, muttering to himself, "Poison sweetheart, a nerve agent, 3,500 times more toxic than crowberry poison. This should be strong enough." With that, Richard poured the liquid from the test tube into an alchemical machine, and a puff of light green smoke with a sweet smell emanated from it. Sniff. Richard took a deep breath of the smoke, then suddenly twitched, his body shaking uncontrollably. This was a sign that the poison had entered his body. The light green toxin was invading Richard's body through his respiratory tract, skin, and mucous membranes, then entering his blood vessels. It flowed through his body in a flash, flowing through his bloodstream. Under the effects of the toxin, Richard's body began to spasm and tremble involuntarily, signs of the poison invading his nervous system. Under normal circumstances, Richard would have died in agony within minutes, his formidable physique a terrifying instrument of torture. But within a few seconds, Richard's body returned to normal. Richard turned off the alchemical machine and took out a notebook to record the duration of his poisoning. 35 seconds, 1 second less than the last time. The toxic adaptation experiment, designed by Richard to improve his adaptive body, essentially involved continuously stimulating the body with small doses of toxins, thereby allowing it to evolve detoxification mechanisms. This experiment was extremely dangerous. The poisons Richard used were horrifically potent enough to kill a wizard. During the experiment, even the slightest miscalculation of the dosage could lead to suicide. After finishing, Richard closed his notebook and began cleaning the room with a spell. These poisons were harmless to Richard, but to his demi-human maids, they were extremely toxic. They sometimes came to the lab to clean, and accidentally being poisoned would be a folly. Richard then entered a culture chamber. A spirit emerged from his body and entered the next room. In the next room, another Richard slowly opened his eyes as the spirit entered. Remember the gestation rules extracted from the fragments of the mother worm god. This rule interacted with the rules of flesh and blood, allowing Richard to create a body identical to his own. Richard initially considered this ability a superior alternative to cloning, but after beginning experiments with improved adaptive bodies, he suddenly realized that it was also suitable for experimental purposes. The clone's data matched the original. Any successful experiments on the clone would also succeed on the original, and any damage to the experiment wouldn't threaten Richard's original self. Richard left his room and entered the adjacent laboratory, where he reviewed his recent experimental records. He plotted a line graph showing the body's adaptation time to poisons with the same mechanism. A distinct peak appeared on the graph, and Richard's recent data was at the base of the peak. Richard looked at the chart and sighed, "My body's instinctive adaptation has reached its limit. Next, I must refine the formula for the adaptation potion." Closing his notebook, Richard casually pulled a magic book from his pocket and leaned back in his chair to begin flipping through it. In order to improve his adaptive body, he had been accumulating knowledge about potions over the years, and he had also revived the practice of exchanging magical equipment for cryptic notes. The cryptic notes had provided Richard with many valuable resources over the years. The poison he had just used in his experiment was a recipe from the cryptic notes. Just as Richard was reading, an unusually loud owl hoot from outside the window caught his attention. This is... Richard gazed at the owl outside, its body so muscular it looked as if its eyes were sprouting muscles, and fell into deep thought. Why has senior brother Chuck's taste become so strange? Opening the window, the muscular owl handed the letter in its talons to Richard, uttering a rich voice. "Member Richard, the club is having an event soon. If you have time, come and join us." With that, the owl leaped into the air and flapped its wings away. On Richard's windowsill, 2 claw marks were clearly visible. "I remember this thing was enchanted, right?" Richard opened the letter, revealing an invitation. A corner of the invitation featured Jimmy's large, bald head with a bright smile. The invitation was simple: the director of the Garlon Club. The great wizard Garlon had recently acquired a small secret realm. The environment within was perfect for wizards pursuing physical evolution, so he invited the club members to enter and cultivate there. It was a small benefit for the club. Using a secret realm as a club benefit, this great wizard is truly generous. After reading the invitation, Richard sighed, pocketed it, and turned to open the secret realm rift. In the secret realm, Ulysses was leisurely sipping wine he had obtained from who knows where. Not far away, a dense swarm of sacred tree elves were shaping a sculpture with mycelium. And the sculpture's face. Richard walked over to Ulysses. "Why are you making a sculpture for me?" Ulysses flapped his wings and said arrogantly, "Didn't you say you wanted to study the power of faith? There are quite a few of these little creatures in the secret realm now. I'm planning to create a sect for you to play with." "Oh, so kind." Richard raised an eyebrow, a little surprised. Of course not. We're comrades fighting side by side after all." "Don't think so badly of me," Ulysses said with a hint of pride. "Hey, you guys over there, make sure the sculpture looks exactly like my blueprint." Richard looked at the sculpture. On its left shoulder, the holy tree spirit was shaping a majestic-looking crow. "As you wish. I'm going to attend an event hosted by a great wizard. Be careful during this time, and don't open any rifts in the secret realm near me." Ulysses flapped his wings nonchalantly. Got it. Chapter 192. After bidding farewell to Ulysses, Richard quickly arrived at the arena on the 11th floor of the residential complex. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds echoed from the arena. In the arena, Bald Jimmy was battling a burly wizard. No, it wasn't a battle. It was more like Jimmy was unilaterally attacking. The wizard remained motionless, allowing Jimmy to attack him at will. Jimmy's muscles swelled, transforming into a muscular giant, nearly 5 meters tall. Complex magic patterns illuminated the giant's body, and with every attack, these patterns shimmered with magical energy. But even with Jimmy's dedication, the wizard, over 2 meters tall, remained motionless, allowing Jimmy to strike him relentlessly, even occasionally turning to absorb the blows from a different part of his body. Watching the scene, Richard had an absurd thought. Jimmy seemed to be giving the wizard a massage. A third-ring wizard undergoing physical evolution, attacking with all his might, barely managed to massage the wizard. The dueling arena's audience seats held numerous wizards. Each of these wizards radiated life energy as vibrant as a furnace, causing even a peak-level apprentice to suffer from the suppression of their life energy, leading to extreme panic and total weakness. Richard found an empty seat and sat down, casually asking the wizard next to him, "Friend, who is the master battling Master Jimmy?" "Our captain?" The wizard in question glanced at Richard, noticing the life energy radiating from him, which reached the level of a second-ring wizard, and said humbly, "The master must be a new member. The only wizard in our club who could withstand Master Jimmy's blows and remain unscathed is the captain." Grand Wizard Garlon, the head of the Garlon Club, was the first wizard to achieve Grand Wizard status during the pioneering era. His power was now said to have reached the 6th ring. Ordinarily, a figure of this caliber would spend his days in the secret realm, exploring the path to truth and striving to become the 6th truth wizard. However, Grand Wizard Garlon seemed uninterested in becoming a truth wizard. He had once heard Jimmy say that Grand Wizard Garland's current focus was on training wizards who pursued the physical path. At his own Garlon Wizard Academy, nearly half of the wizard apprentices pursued the physical path, and he frequently appeared in the academy using his avatar to encourage students to pursue this path. Richard felt that this must be a profound implication on Grand Wizard Garland's part. He didn't believe a 6th-ring Grand Wizard would have nothing better to do than to play around with these young wizards. Jimmy quickly stopped punching, his body shrinking back to normal. He panted, "Minister, you've gotten stronger again. I can't even defeat this avatar of yours now." Great Wizard Garland stretched, slowly walked over to Jimmy, and patted his shoulder. "Jimmy, this avatar of mine is based on your peak form. While your combat skills are more refined than before, the overall condition of your magic pattern combat body has declined by 0.2%. It's very slight, but I have to tell you something. Jimmy, you're getting old." Jimmy's expression froze at this, a fleeting look of despair crossing his face. But then he smiled and rubbed the back of his head. "Minister, I know my age. At the club, I promised to find you a good successor." Grand Wizard Garland nodded and patted Jimmy's head, as if patting a junior. "I leave the rest to you." With that, Grand Wizard Garland took a step forward, his entire avatar vanishing without a trace. Jimmy soared into the air, sweeping his mental power across the arena, then suddenly glanced at Richard's position. "Huh? Already reached the 2nd ring?" Jimmy was startled when he noticed the change in Richard's life force. He remembered that this little fellow had only been promoted to the 1st ring less than 100 years before joining the planar expedition. How long had it been, and this little fellow had already reached the 2nd ring? Richard, noticing Jimmy's gaze, smiled humbly at him, thinking that these wizards, who had evolved through physical evolution, were truly perceptive. Even Jorod hadn't noticed his promotion to the 2nd ring, but Jimmy had sensed something was amiss with just a single mental glance. Jimmy smiled at Richard and flew over to him. "Richard, you gained quite a bit from this planar war." Richard stood up and gave a wizard salute. "Master's perception is indeed sharp. I've definitely gained something from this planar war." Jimmy patted Richard's shoulder and roughly sensed Richard's physical fitness. 100 points, it seems he's just been promoted. "Okay, next time you're promoted, register with me. Otherwise, if we use your old strength data, the battle will be disastrous." With that, Jimmy flew back to the center of the arena. Nearly 6 hours later, most of the wizards who had received Jimmy's invitation had arrived. Looking at the sparsely populated, yet imposing, audience, Richard couldn't help but sigh. Wizards who have taken the physical evolution path are indeed formidable. After all, after the rigorous selection process of the planar wars, wizards with less than strong physical evolutions would have long been annihilated by the native aliens. Seeing that everyone was almost present, Jimmy pulled a crystal ball from his pocket. The crystal ball was identical to the secret realm crystal ball Richard had obtained from the Great Wizard of the Black Tower. "Fellow Taoists, I'm Jimmy. I won't waste any more time. Today, the secret realm we're entering is called the Mountain Secret Realm. The gravity within it is 10 times that of the wizarding world, with some areas experiencing even higher gravity. Secondly, this secret realm dates back to the Middle Ages of the mountain world, and is home to a large number of native aliens, who have undergone physical evolution. Although these natives have submitted to the Great Wizard Garlon, we can still challenge them. These natives possess a wealth of physical combat knowledge known as the Way of the Mountain. If the challenge is successful, a copy of this knowledge will be submitted to the club. After the club, you can take it for yourself. However, there are many weaker beings among these natives, so you are strictly prohibited from killing them. These are the property of the great wizard Garlon. I hope you will restrain your bad habits and avoid causing trouble. Finally, during this exploration of the secret realm, wizards are not allowed to fight each other. If you wish to compete, you are welcome to return to the wizarding world to do so. The secret realm journey will last for a year, and I hope you will all be satisfied. After explaining the precautions for the secret realm, Jimmy used the crystal ball in his hand to open a huge spatial rift. The wizards in the arena, holding invitations in hand, lined up in front of Jimmy to enter the secret realm. When it was Richard's turn, Jimmy accepted the invitation and said to Richard with a smile, "You are still young, so it would be best if you could fight more with the native aliens during this secret realm journey and learn some knowledge about physical combat." "Well, thank you for your guidance, Master." Richard nodded gratefully to Jimmy and then entered the secret realm. The mountain secret realm originated from a medium-sized world called the Mountain World, controlled by the great wizard Garlon. Medium-sized worlds, second only to large worlds, are teeming with powerful beings. Every time a medium-sized world is encountered, it requires the combined efforts of several academies to conquer it. Even then, sometimes the conquest fails, and the great wizard falls. But in a planar war, risk equals reward. The dangers of medium-sized worlds are great, but the rewards are also considerable. Many of the indigenous traditions of medium-sized worlds are even more in-depth than the research of wizards. These traditions are the greatest treasures for wizards conquering medium-sized worlds. As soon as he entered the mountain secret realm, Richard felt his body sink, and his mana consumption began to rapidly increase. Richard looked around. Apart from low-lying plants, all he saw were towering mountains. These mountains looked ordinary, but under the mountain world's intense gravity, their density was terrifying. Richard tried to attack with magic, but his 2,000-level annihilation heart could only create a dent in the stone half the size of his body. Red lava plummeted down the pit, transforming into sharp stone cones in midair before shattering into dust upon impact. 10 times the gravity is truly remarkable, Richard exclaimed in amazement. Under the influence of the mountain world's gravity, Richard's mana consumption increased tenfold, but he didn't give up. The mountain world's mana concentration was about 10 times that of the wizard world, which wasn't particularly high. As Richard flew, his mana actually slowly decreased. But Richard discovered that under the influence of gravity, its body's efficiency in drawing magic from space was actually slowly increasing. Although the increase was extremely small to Richard, whose body had been adapted through years of training, and who was intimately familiar with all of his bodily data, this change was as noticeable as a meteor at night. Under the gravity of the mountain world, even flying was a form of exercise. Maybe I can build a gravity chamber when I get back and use gravity runes to simulate a high-gravity environment, Richard thought. The mountain's secret realm is vast. The towering peaks and the narrow plains between them are inhabited by the indigenous creatures of the mountain world, the mountain dwarves. These dwarves have brown-gray skin, 2 eyes, a single nose, and mouth parts and teeth similar to humans, making them look like a subspecies of human. The average individual is about 1 meter tall, while the more powerful ones can be taller. These dwarves are physically very strong. An average adult can reach the level of a high-ranking knight, while those with more exceptional abilities can reach the level of a legendary knight or even a high-ranking wizard apprentice. These mountain dwarves practice the so-called way of the mountain. After attaining this level, they become mountain monks, or first-level creatures, and join the various ancient temples built into the mountains, taking on the responsibility of guarding the ordinary mountain dwarves. Now, these temples have all submitted to the great wizard Garen, so Richard easily entered one and became their honored guest. "Master Wizard, what may I do for you?" A balding mountain dwarf, clad in metal armor and robes, addressed Richard respectfully. Richard nodded and replied with the same courtesy, "I wish to learn your way of the mountain." Chapter 193. As soon as Richard uttered these words, the mountain dwarf in the iron cassock glared furiously, and several of the accompanying dwarves stared at Richard. Their glare was so intense that it seemed as if it would pierce Richard like a sieve. Soon, the mountain dwarf in the iron cassock spoke, "Master Wizard, your strength is insufficient to seize our temple's inheritance. Please consider carefully before taking action." With that, a sudden burst of energy erupted from the mountain dwarf. The dwarf, who had been so respectful to Richard, was actually a level 3 creature. Richard couldn't help but smile and shake his head at his words. "Who said I was going to seize your temple's inheritance? Master, your aura is so powerful, I imagine you are the abbot of Chanshan Temple. I am deeply honored to have the abbot personally receive me." But despite Richard's words, there was no trace of fear on his face. These aliens are merely the property of the great wizard Garlon. No matter how powerful they are still slaves, no match for a wizard like him. The mountain dwarf nodded and said, I am indeed the abbot of Chanshan Temple. I wonder what you meant just now, Master Wizard. Richard smiled slightly and said, before going up the mountain, I inquired about some information at the foot of the mountain. I heard from the people down there that the mountain way is divided into 3 levels: secret transmission, monk transmission, and world transmission. I wonder if I am wrong. The abbot nodded and said, Your Excellency is correct. The mountain way is indeed divided into these 3 levels. So, are these 3 levels as the people down there described? Richard continued. Secret transmission is the core secret of the temple, and only the abbot can learn it in full. Monk transmission is practiced by all monks within the temple, and world transmission is practiced by anyone who comes to the temple. The abbot nodded again. It is indeed as you say, sir. Richard clapped his hands. That's all there is. What I want to learn isn't the secret teachings of your temple, but the teachings of the world and monks. That shouldn't be a big deal for you, right? The abbot hesitated for a moment. Before meeting Richard, he had considered many scenarios, but this one hadn't occurred to him. The teachings of the world can indeed be taught to you, sir, but the teachings of the monks. The abbot hesitated. Hey, don't be so rigid. Richard pulled an Aldo mushroom from his pocket. The fragrance of this world mushroom, which can enhance physical fitness, instantly caught the mountain dwarf's attention. This is a valuable item. I'm an outsider, and the teachings of the monks won't be passed on to other temples. Abbot, please consider this. I have quite a few of these. The abbot hesitated. For temples, the teachings of the monks are indeed on a murky line. Which temple hasn't passed on the teachings of monks to outsiders? Even secret teachings, some temples have passed them on. Richard's noble status, coupled with the valuable gift of the Aldo mushroom, had the abbot wavering. After a few minutes, the abbot's eyes sharpened, and he addressed Richard. I must explain to you, sir. Practicing the way of the mountain is difficult even for mountain dwarves. And since you're a wizard, I'm afraid even the beginning of this practice will be difficult. Richard waved his hand nonchalantly. Teach me, and whether I learn or not is my decision. Seeing Richard's resolute attitude, the abbot gave up his persuasion and immediately led him into the temple. Chanshan Temple was a large monastery, boasting thousands of monks, and tens of thousands of uncultivated disciples. On the way to the temple, Richard spotted a number of mountain dwarves carrying rocks. Abbot, are these people practicing? Richard asked, pointing at the rock-carrying figures. The abbot glanced at them and nodded. Those are disciples who haven't yet entered the sect. They're training themselves by carrying rocks. When they can carry rocks weighing 10,000 pounds and walk briskly up the stairs, they be considered masters. Due to the unusual gravity of the mountain world, the 10,000 pounds the abbot mentioned would be equivalent to 100,000 pounds in the wizarding world. Using his energy vision, Richard observed the dwarves carrying rocks and discovered that a constantly shifting energy path appeared within their bodies as they moved. This energy emanated from their hearts and traveled along different paths. For those whose energy paths could return to their hearts, they were carrying rocks weighing 10,000 pounds. Interesting. The mountain dwarfs' training methods and adaptive bodies are similar in nature. Both rely on constant stimulation to adapt to the current environment. Arriving at the temple gate, Richard was confronted by a massive, purely wooden door, disproportionate to the dwarf's height. The mountain world has unusual gravity, and most plants are very low, but there are also trees as tall as mountains. These trees are incredibly hard. Even refined steel cannot match their strength. Dwarves without mountain training cannot cut them down. Thus, felling these massive trees to create a door became a demonstration of the temple's strength. Richard approached and touched the door. He had seen this hardwood in the Chamber of Commerce. It was used to craft a type of alchemical golem. The abbot came to Richard's side, holding the wooden door with both hands, his arm muscles flexing. Creaky. The abbot slowly pushed the massive wooden door open. Richard didn't even notice the energy fluctuations during the process. This showed that the dwarf had used his physical strength to push the door open. Richard roughly estimated that these 2 wooden doors would weigh at least 1,000 tons in the wizarding world, and in this mountain world, they would weigh tens of thousands of tons. To push the doors open with physical strength alone, the mountain dwarf's strength was simply incredible. Please follow me. The abbot nodded to Richard. Entering the temple, Richard followed the abbot through the winding paths of the carved-out temple, heading deeper into the mountain. As he went deeper, Richard felt the gravity slowly increasing. By the time the abbot stopped, the gravity around him had gone from 10 times to 50 times. Under this gravity, Richard's body began to vibrate with energy. He used his magic to counteract the terrifying force. The abbot, however, remained as usual. "Sir, what kind of inheritance would you like to learn?" At this moment, Richard and the abbot were in a secret room resembling a cemetery. Inside, many objects resembling stone tablets were placed. "What kind?" Richard pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly. "I'm very interested in your combat skills, and the methods you use to improve your physical fitness." The abbot pondered for a moment, then turned and went back into the room, bringing out 2 stone tablets. "Sir Wizard, according to ancient custom, these items were originally passed down to the dwarves, second only to the abbot among the monks. But, well, I hope you're satisfied." Seeing the mountain dwarf hesitate, Richard asked curiously, "It doesn't look like you're being forced into this by the great wizard Garen. Abbot, if you have any concerns, please share them with me. I might be able to help you find some answers." The abbot sighed. "Lord Garlon possesses the strength of a martial saint and the heart of a grand master. We bowed down to him wholeheartedly. And he certainly hasn't imposed any harsh rules on us. As for the inheritance, sir, if you woke up one day and found yourself a historical figure, trapped in a palm-sized secret realm, how would you react? If it weren't for the fact that protecting the secrets is my lifelong commitment and the very foundation of Chanshan Temple, even if it were a secret, I wouldn't bother protecting it." The abbot's eyes revealed confusion. He was already lost in his own confusion. The emergence of the secret realm had shaken the very foundation of his understanding. Was he truly himself now? Was he truly protecting Chanshan Temple? Faceting the abbot's bewilderment, Richard shook his head. This showed he hadn't seen any wizard's research into secret realms. The wizard's research into secret realms has continued since their discovery. To this day, the most widely accepted theory among wizards is that secret realms arise from the excavation of history. In the wizard's worldview, the world is a collection of space and time. Past history is also part of the world. The emergence of the secret realm, to put it simply, represents a problem with the world's functioning, a sudden branching of previously established history. This branch is like a bug or a tumor to the world, and to maintain its stability, the world will prune it. So, in essence, there's no difference between the creatures of the secret realm and those of the real world. Both creatures are real, and the same person. As for whether or not to replicate, this is an ethical issue, and wizards have always been very flexible in this regard. If 2 identical wizards don't have unusual personalities, they can actually get along quite well. Abbot, there's no need to be confused. You are you. Although there existed an identical figure in history, you and the historical abbot of Chanshan Temple are one and the same. Simply put, you're already dead, but the world has resurrected you. I'm already dead? And alive again? The abbot pointed at himself, his eyes tinged with confusion and astonishment. Yes, that's the simplest way to put it. If you feel your life is meaningless, why not ask the great wizard Garlon to return you to the mountain world and rebuild Chanshan Temple? Richard said calmly. The meaning of life is self-imposed. If you feel your life is meaningless, then define it for yourself. The abbot fell into deep thought after hearing this. After a moment, he clasped his hands together and bowed to Richard. Thank you for your guidance, sir. He then entered the secret room and took out 2 more stone tablets and handed them to Richard. Sir, these 2 are the secret teachings of our temple. One is called the Mountain Body Tempering, and the other is called the Mountain Breaking Fist. Richard's face was slightly startled, but his movements were incredibly nimble. Putting the 2 stone tablets in his pocket, Richard clasped his hands together and said to the abbot, Thank you, abbot. The abbot shook his head. His eyes gleamed, a smile playing on his lips, as if he had broken free from the inner veil and awakened. Your words are like a beacon in the dark night, illuminating the path for me. This is a gift from heaven that has enabled me to rebuild Chanshan Temple. If it weren't for your enlightenment, I would have continued to languish in the secret realm. Your Excellency has truly reborn Chanshan Temple. This mere secret teaching is not worth mentioning. Chapter 194. The mountain dwarf stele resembles a wizard's heritage crystal ball, both of which involve spiritual messages inscribed on a carrier through some method by the ancestors, allowing others to view them through their mental powers. After using his mental power to examine the stele, Richard quickly memorized the 2 inheritances. However, during this process, Richard discovered with frustration that both inheritances required a more fundamental foundation in the way of the mountain. Simply acquiring the inheritances, at his current level, would likely take him hundreds of years to extract anything useful. His knowledge was too limited, and he couldn't quickly digest the alien knowledge and integrate it into his own combat system like an older wizard. So, Richard finally returned to square one. He decided to begin his studies with the Tianxia Chuan. As a wizard, Richard's treatment at Chanshan Temple was quite good. Especially after awakening the abbot, he was treated with great respect by all the monks. This also allowed him to freely observe the mountain dwarf's cultivation in his spare time. After becoming a first-level creature, mountain dwarves regulate their energy circulation according to their inherited heritage. This adjustment results in distinct combat styles. Some are more agile, others possess unparalleled strength, which reminds Richard of the martial arts techniques described in novels from his previous life. Among them, Richard discovered that some have integrated mental attacks into their combat techniques, creating something akin to fist power. Each of their attacks delivers a dual attack, both mental and physical. This method is unprecedented among the wizards Richard knows. A medium-sized world is indeed one that requires the combined efforts of several great wizards to conquer. 6 months later. Ha! Richard, shirtless and muscular, lashed out with a punch at the black boulder in front of him. Bang! A muffled thud echoed from the boulder, and when Richard retracted his fist, a clear fist mark had appeared on the black stone. Pa pa pa. Behind Richard, a mountain dwarf clad in a steel cassock clapped his hands and approached him, saying respectfully, "Your Excellency is truly a prodigy. In just 6 months, you've been able to leave a mark on this mountain essence with your stone-smashing fist. We are truly impressed." Richard wiped his fist. The stone-smashing fist the mountain dwarf was referring to was a legendary martial art from Chanshan Temple. It was a powerful and ferocious style. An ordinary mountain dwarf could easily inflict a level 50 blunt force injury using only their physical strength. Furthermore, the higher their physical fitness, the greater the power of their punch. To master Richard's mountain-smashing fist, he first had to master the stone-smashing fist. Due to the unique environment of the mountain world, mountain dwarves have deeply cultivated their physical bodies. Even the introductory stone-smashing fist has given Richard a deeper understanding of the explosive power of the body. "Master, you're joking. It's just a legend," Richard said calmly. The dwarf next to him was the abbot of Chanshan Temple, and his strength had reached the 3rd level of creature power. The fist spirit Richard had seen earlier was this dwarf's unique skill. 3 months ago, Master, I heard that to learn your Chanshan fist, one must first master the stone-smashing fist. Now that I can leave a fist mark on the mountain essence, I wonder if it meets master standards." The abbot bowed slightly. "Of course it does. That is." Seeing the abbot hesitate, Richard smiled, and pulled a few modified sacrificial fungi from his pocket, and handed them to the abbot. "Don't worry, abbot. I have no interest in shirking my obligations. I will abide by the deal we agreed upon. There are also spiritually evolved individuals among the mountain dwarves. However, unlike the frail physiques of spiritually evolved individuals in most worlds, mountain dwarves are adept at both ends. Because of their ability to influence gravity, the physical strength of spiritually evolved mountain dwarves is often even stronger than that of normal dwarves." Richard had little regard for manipulating gravity. This technique requires mountain dwarf blood and years of practice. Even if mastered, gravity manipulation would only serve as a supplementary tool after leaving the unique environment of the mountain world, making it difficult to use directly against an enemy. Even the mountain dwarves themselves use this method to aid their physical evolution. As a spiritually evolved individual of Chanshan Temple, the abbot also uses gravity to assist his practice, but unlike other dwarves, he has a keen interest in the application of spiritual power. After years of practice, the abbot developed the Chanshan fist, but the experiments involved also damaged his soul. Richard, realizing this, offered him a modified version of the sacrificial fungus in exchange for his Chanshan fist. Wizards don't necessarily engage in violence. A peaceful exchange is naturally preferred. The abbot immediately swallowed the sacrificial fungus, and his spirits lifted. The headaches that had plagued him for years due to his damaged soul were now much lessened by the effects of the sacrificial fungus. The abbot pulled a palm-sized stone tablet from his bosom and respectfully handed it to Richard, then quietly departed. Richard pocketed the tablet and returned to the mountain temple. After a long, winding path, Richard arrived at a secret chamber. The mountain monk guarding the door bowed slightly, and then opened it for him. The chamber was small, empty except for a deep well. There was no clean water in the well, and from the wellhead, only pitch-black silence could be seen. As a well, it was clearly somewhat unfitting. But it led to the most mysterious place in Chanshan, the heart of the mountain. The peculiar rules of the mountain world stipulate that every mountain is, in a broad sense, alive. These mountains were originally mere protrusions on the plains, but over time, they gradually grew into the towering peaks inhabited by the mountain dwarves. The mountain dwarves discovered this, and explored the mountain's secrets. The heart of the mountain was one of these secrets. Jumping into the well, Richard's body began to plummet under the pull of gravity. After about 10 minutes, Richard's body suddenly stopped, as if gravity had vanished at some point. And before him, a dazzling, gigantic heart appeared. This heart was even larger than a war airship. Its core was composed of the black essence of the mountain, with mithril and adamantium forming its framework. Countless elemental gems of the finest quality were embedded within this heart. Lava flowed through its adamantine veins, then pumped outward with a deep, muffled heartbeat. The gems shone brilliantly in the firelight. But these precious materials were not what Richard cared about. At this moment, he was using his energy vision to carefully observe the energy structure of the mountain's heart. He didn't stop until tears of blood streamed from his eyes. Huh? Richard wiped the tears away and switched his vision. Great Wizard Garen is truly generous. He wouldn't even take such a treasure. As the core of a mountain, the mountain heart embodies the laws of the mountain world, rules that are precious even to great wizards. Yet, the great wizard Garlon left it in a secret realm, even telling the mountain dwarves to allow any wizards who arrived to observe it. Is this the great wizard who is only one step away from the truth? After leaving the mountain heart, Richard returned to his residence, took out a crystal ball, and began to draw a fragment of a rune within it. Richard named this rune the mountain heart, and even Richard himself didn't know its exact effect. But true to his belief, he recorded it. It was uncertain when he would be able to enter this mountain's secret realm again, so it was a good idea to write it down. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. During this 6 months, under the guidance of the mountain dwarves, Richard's understanding of the mountain way deepened. He also began practicing the 2 secret teachings. Mountain body tempering is the abbot's method for improving his physique and strengthening his constitution. Essentially, it's a training method for manipulating gravity, similar in effect to the spiritual evolution methods used by the mountain dwarves, but easier to use, more detailed, and requiring no mountain dwarf bloodline. More importantly, over the years, the ancestors of Chanshan Temple have documented nearly every scenario involving the use of mountain body tempering in the mountain body tempering tradition. Alas, Richard is not a mountain dwarf, making these records useless. The only thing Richard could learn is the method of controlling gravity through mental power. As for the mountain-breaking fist, Richard had never mastered it. This fist technique was extremely complex, requiring the coordinated use of muscles, internal energy, and even mental strength to achieve an unbreakable effect. Richard had observed the abbot using this fist technique. He had simply tapped the mountain essence with his finger, and a millstone-sized mountain essence was reduced to gravel no larger than a fingernail. The mountain essence was slightly less hard than refined gold. Even if Richard had used all possible means, he would have needed considerable effort to achieve what the abbot had accomplished with a single finger. The 1-year period had expired, and Richard had to leave Chanshan Temple and return to the wizarding world. Before leaving, Richard left behind a number of alchemical tools and aldo mushrooms at Chanshan Temple. He might be able to re-enter this mountain's secret realm in the future, and spending a small amount of money to improve his connection seemed like a very cost-effective deal to Richard. Leaving the secret realm, Richard looked at Jimmy's smiling face and said hello. Master Jimmy, long time no see. Richard's words had barely escaped him when his body, fresh from entering the wizarding world, began to experience strange changes. It felt like a black hole, the entire arena's magic power converging towards him. Richard had been constantly practicing flight in the mountain world, even during meditation. This had consumed a considerable amount of magic stones, but it had also caused some changes in his body. These changes were not noticeable in the mountain's secret realm, but they became apparent upon returning to the wizarding world. The changes Richard had caused alarmed many people. A figure suddenly appeared beside Richard and gently patted him. Richard then felt a vast ocean-like force seal his body. You're reacting so strongly to being back in low gravity. Boy, you developed your life core quite well. The man who sealed Richard explained in admiration, and Richard, upon seeing his appearance, immediately gave a wizard salute. Hello, Minister. Great Wizard Garland smiled and patted Richard, then said to Jimmy, Jimmy, what's his name? He practices quite interesting magic. Jimmy immediately replied, Minister, this is Richard, from the Black Tower Wizard Academy. As for magic. Sorry, Minister, this club doesn't require registration. Great Wizard Garland waved his hand. Forget it, I go talk to the Black Tower. Then he turned to look at Richard, who, in turn, took a closer look at this incarnation of the Great Wizard Garland. Great Wizard Garland was handsome, with blonde hair and blue eyes. Standing next to Richard, he didn't seem intimidating, looking like any other wizard. But after what he had just done, Richard looked at the Great Wizard Garland with only deep awe. This great wizard is truly unfathomable. Grand Wizard Garlon looked at Richard and said, with a hint of encouragement, "Richard, you've developed your life core very well. This is the right path. If you intend to pursue this path further, you can choose to join the Garlon Wizard Academy later. Just look for Jimmy then." With that, Grand Wizard Garlon disappeared into the arena. Garlon Wizard Academy. Richard muttered. Does this count as recruitment? Chapter 195. Grand Wizard Garland's words both surprised and delighted Richard. It was undoubtedly a blessing for him to be favored by a figure like him, but judging by what he had said, his sudden disappearance was likely a pretext for seeking the Black Tower Wizard's knowledge of his inheritance. While Richard doubted that a figure as important as Grand Wizard Garlon would force Jola to use his adaptive body spell, what if? Richard suppressed his slight worry. Jimmy came over and congratulated him. "Richard, you've made a big splash this time. The minister has even invited you to join the academy. That's quite a feat." Richard smiled. It was all a surprise, a surprise. With that, Richard handed Jimmy the inheritance he had acquired in the secret realm, including 2 secret techniques, the Chanshan Fist and the Collapsing Stone Fist, among other world-class techniques. Richard always adhered to these prearranged rules. Jimmy took it, glanced at it, and exclaimed in surprise, "The secret teachings of Chanshan Temple? The abbot and headmaster of Chanshan Temple are both level 3 creatures, so powerful that even many third-ring wizards would struggle to defeat them. And you actually took their secret teachings. Richard, how did you do it?" Richard smiled confidently. "Of course I traded. These mountain dwarves aren't mindless beasts. If the price is right, the secret teachings can be exchanged." Jimmy suddenly understood, and couldn't help but laugh and scold, "You're quite clever. The minister opened the secret realm so that we could challenge those mountain dwarves, hone our skills, and, by the way, utilize the unique environment of the mountain secret realm to improve our physical fitness. And you've actually started doing business with those aliens." Richard shrugged. "The rules don't forbid trading, and I'm not as powerful as the other masters, so I have to take a different approach." After handing over the inheritance, Richard's journey into the secret realm came to an end. The Great Wizard Garland's seal was quickly broken, and after it was broken, Richard's body returned to normal. Before leaving, Jimmy told Richard to visit the club more often if he had time. Many wizards pursuing the physical path are in the wizarding world these days, making it easy to find suitable opponents. After leaving the arena, Richard immediately headed to the business floor. "Your materials total 182 magic essences. Thank you for your review." Richard nodded and handed over the magic essences. After the Chamber of Commerce delivered the materials to the Wizard Tower, Richard immediately entered the basement library. The library contained a large bookshelf, each of which Richard had labeled. Richard's fingers traced the spines of books of varying thickness until he finally found what he was looking for. A cipher notebook. In the dark basement, Richard silently opened the cipher notebook, crafted from the skin of an unknown creature, and a message appeared before his eyes. Ingredients: an unknown wizard's cipher notebook. Ingredients: gravity field rune array. Refining cost: 2.5 mental points. Richard sometimes didn't refine the cipher notebooks he received for various reasons, but he still had some idea of the knowledge they contained. After refining, a blueprint for the rune array instantly appeared in Richard's mind. With this blueprint, Richard could simulate the gravity of the mountain world in the wizarding world. Leaving the basement, Richard was about to unpack the materials sent by the Chamber of Commerce and build a gravity training room. But a surge of magical energy from the 3rd floor interrupted his actions. It was the vibration of the long-range communication crystal ball. Richard went upstairs and saw a new message from Jorod in the crystal ball, asking him to go to the Black Tower Wizard Academy. What on earth did the Great Wizard Garland do? A flicker of worry crossed Richard's mind, and he immediately flew straight to the Black Tower Wizard Academy. After 2 weeks of flying, Richard met Jorod. But unlike Richard's expectations, Jorod's face was flushed and beaming. Evidently something joyful had happened. "Teacher, what joyful event has happened to you?" Richard asked curiously. "Happy event?" Jorod couldn't help but curl his lips. "More than happy event. Your teacher, I plan to advance to the 3rd ring wizard." "3rd ring wizard?" Jorod's words instantly shocked Richard. It's well known that the biggest challenges for wizards in achieving breakthroughs lie in the materials for the Ascension ritual and the soul darkness experienced during the Ascension. Of these two, the latter, seemingly more difficult, is actually easier to resolve. Wizards pursue knowledge and conduct experiments not because they are a race superior to other races, or possess superior intelligence. A wizard's pursuit of knowledge, in addition to enhancing their strength, is also a way to cope with the soul darkness. In ancient times, when wizards first discovered the soul darkness, they began searching for a solution. This search, in turn, inspired them. The terrifying thing about the darkness of the soul lies in the seemingly endless waiting, and the search itself is equally endless. After this discovery, the world's first wizard was born. Thus, wizards often don't rush to advance quickly. After all, failing to overcome the darkness of the soul means death. It's better to study and cultivate one's character. Compared to the darkness of the soul, which can be dealt with, materials for advancement are sometimes more difficult to obtain. Aside from Richard's heroic method of advancing by devouring soul essence, all other methods of advancement require rituals. Most of these rituals are inherited from their ancestors, who, through their wisdom and knowledge, forged a path to advancement. However, a few wizards design their own rituals. These individuals are what the younger generation refers to as ancestors. Jorod was one such wizard aspiring to become an ancestor. His heritage contained no method for advancing to the third ring, and although he devised a ritual, he lacked a key ingredient, leaving it only on paper. Now, Xiao Luoda is planning to advance. Either the materials have been found, or the ritual has been modified. Teacher, have you found the heavenly heart-soul bone? Xiao Luoda shook his head. No, I don't think I ever find it again. After hearing this, Richard instantly understood. Was it the Dean, or the Great Wizard Garlon? It was the Great Wizard Garlon. After saying this, Xiao Luoda looked puzzled. It's strange. For some reason, the Great Wizard Garlon suddenly came to the Dean to inquire about you, and then found me along the way. Are you related to the Great Wizard Garlon? Richard nodded and recounted his story. I see. Jorod stroked his beard. You might consider what Grand Wizard Garlon said. Don't worry too much about the academy. It's not like there aren't wizards joining other academies. After saying this, Jorod's expression suddenly straightened, and he pulled a sealed scroll from his pocket. Richard, this is my will. Although I'm old and consider myself strong-willed, you know the horror of the dark soul. If anything were to happen to me, this will would automatically open, and you would distribute my property accordingly. Richard solemnly accepted the scroll. Then, he saw Jorod speak again. Besides this will, I have another matter for you to come here. What is it? Jorod pointed to the blackboard in the laboratory. I'm a faculty member at the academy. I've been promoted. According to academy rules, you, the remaining students, should take my place. It doesn't have to be long. 30 years each will suffice. That's fine. After explaining his situation, Jorod patted Richard on the shoulder and flew to the upper levels of the Black Tower. Jorod didn't intend to go to the Tower of Truth. He wanted to advance within the Black Tower, where he had resided for thousands of years. Richard gazed at his teacher's back. Though he didn't believe in God, he silently prayed, "May the gods bless my teacher, Jorod, and secure a successful promotion." Before substituting for the teacher, Richard returned to the Tower of Truth and brought his materials to the central Black Tower. Teaching at the academy was actually quite easy. Given the lifespan and breadth of experience of wizards, teaching a group of teenagers was surprisingly easy. But since he was going to teach, Richard decided to take it seriously. His junior apprentice, Yelena, had successfully become a wizard decades ago. While she wasn't particularly skilled in combat, she had a talent for synthesizing beasts. So, at Jorod's suggestion, she became a faculty member at the academy. In future interplanetary wars, she would also be a member of the support wizards. While support wizards weren't particularly profitable in war, they were safe. If they followed the rules, and with Jorod's help, becoming a second-ring wizard wouldn't be a problem. On the 67th floor of the Black Tower, Richard found Yelena's laboratory and prepared to inquire about the teaching guidelines. In the lab, Yelena was busy at a test bench, working on something. Two identical little girls were at a dissection table, studying the anatomy of an alien creature. Noticing a wizard entering, Yelena glanced towards the lab door. "Hey, brother Richard." Seeing Richard, Yelena's face lit with surprise. "Yelena, long time no see. Are these your apprentices?" Richard pointed at the two little creatures at the dissecting table. Yelena nodded, walked over to the table, and patted the two apprentices on the head. "Ali, Paulina, this is your Uncle Richard." But surprisingly, the two apprentices remained motionless despite Yelena's words. Ali stood still, her entire body tense as a bowstring. She heard Yelena's words, but now she dared not move. Her body was fighting against her mind. Sensing the terrifying wizard behind her, her body automatically activated its most instinctive defense mechanism. Motionless, Arya forced her eyes to turn and look at her sister, only to find she looked just like her. The twins' telepathic connection allowed them to sense each other's emotions. But at this moment, all they could feel was fear, a deep, soul-deep fear of a predator. Teacher's senior brother. What kind of monster was he? Yelena frowned, about to say something else, when she suddenly heard Richard say awkwardly, "My problem is, I forgot to control my life radiation." Because Richard usually interacted with wizards, he had never paid much attention to life radiation. He had just emerged from the mountain's secret realm, and his cells were in a state of activity, causing his life radiation to be even more vigorous than usual. This little radiation wasn't a big deal for a wizard, but it was a huge problem for an apprentice. As soon as Richard controlled his life radiation, he saw the two apprentices collapse to the ground, their bodies splattered with sweat, their bodies as if they had been doused with water. "Haha, my question. Richard gave an awkward laugh, his eyes darting around the lab, ready to change the subject. The lab contained numerous glass chambers, each housing a variety of alien creatures. Strangely, despite their distinct appearances, these creatures shared the same scales. Richard examined them carefully and asked uncertainly, "Junior sister, are you researching dragon bloods?" Chapter 196. Dragon blood, a perennial research topic among alchemists. Before the wizarding world was even called the wizarding world, dragons and sea monsters ruled its skies, lands, and oceans. During that era, every mountaintop on the wizarding continent was adorned with a shimmering golden dragon's lair. Later, wizards seized the wizarding world from the dragons, struck a pact with the sea monsters, and became its new rulers. Naturally, dragons became the subject of wizards' research. The dragon's bloodline is incredibly powerful. Upon reaching adulthood, any dragon can become a level 1 creature. As it ages, it grows new heads, and with each additional head, its life level increases by 1 level. During the dragon's heyday, the wizarding continent boasted 5 six-headed dragons. Later, these 5 six-headed dragons became the trophies of 5 schools of thought. Besides its immense power, the dragon's bloodline possesses a highly corrosive nature. Every creature in the wizarding world, and any hybrid offspring born from it, carries strong dragon traits. Even bathing in dragon blood will corrode their bloodline, transforming them into dragon bloods. While dragon bloods lack the power of pure-blooded dragons, they nonetheless inherit some of their qualities, and possess considerable combat prowess. After wizards left their cradle, and ventured into the starry skies, they discovered that dragons were not confined to the wizarding world. Of the worlds wizards have explored, only a handful remain devoid of dragons. In the remaining worlds, traces of dragons or dragon bloods can be found to varying degrees. While the specific characteristics of these dragons vary greatly, some are flesh and blood, others plant-based, and even hybrid elemental creatures, their upgraded characteristics and the potent corrosive properties of dragon blood indicate that these seemingly diverse dragons are, in fact, a single species. This also led to the emergence of a group of wizards specializing in dragon research within the alchemy community. However, when Richard saw these dragon bloods, his mind was focused on the 3-headed dragon in the Blackrock Mountains. Is that dragon considered an employee of the Academy? Or a pet kept by the Great Wizard? Yelena smiled shyly at Richard's question. "It's not really research, but I just happen to need dragon blood for my research, so I took it for a spin." Richard walked over to a glass chamber and carefully examined the dragon blood within. Before being infested by dragon blood, this dragon blood was likely a rabbit. But after being infested by the dragon blood, it had grown fangs and scales, and a pair of ferocious dragon horns on its head emitted a chilling light. "Dragon blood species are a good research topic," Richard said casually. "Giant dragons are powerful creatures. Any research results would greatly improve the synthetic beasts." Yelena was surprised to hear this. "Brother, do you have any research on dragon blood?" She quickly walked over to Richard and pointed at the dragon blood rabbit in the glass chamber. "I've been studying how dragon blood can transform living things. After being infused with dragon blood, even a rabbit can become a murderous beast. But I've run into some problems lately. Brother, can you help me out?" Yelena looked at Richard cautiously. She had heard from Joro that her brother, Richard, was a very talented person, able to provide solutions to many problems that ordinary people couldn't imagine. But as a wizard, Yelena felt a little worried. Wizards' protectiveness of knowledge made asking for advice a very sensitive matter. Even for a junior sister, her actions were somewhat offensive, especially since she hadn't proposed a trade. But Richard's next words dispelled all her concerns. "I haven't studied dragon blood, I've only heard about it." Hearing Richard's words, Yelena couldn't tell whether she was relieved or disappointed. But just as she was about to change the subject, she heard Richard ask, "But tell me your problem. Perhaps I can offer you a different solution." Faced with Richard's kindness, Yelena was somewhat at a loss. Recalling her earlier concerns, she couldn't help but feel that she was being too narrow-minded. "Well, While I was researching dragon blood erosion, I stumbled upon the fact that sometimes, dragon blood erosion doesn't cause dragon transformation. Instead, it causes cells and organisms to rupture and the entire body to disintegrate. Yelena took out a crystal ball and showed Richard the scene. Inside the crystal ball, a rabbit's body was rapidly liquefying, blood and tissue fluid continuously leaking out. In just over 10 seconds, a rabbit with intact signs of life was reduced to a pool of blood. Yelena explained, 3 minutes after injecting 1 milliliter of dragon blood, the rabbit began to exhibit dragon-like characteristics, which is a normal sign. But after 30 seconds, these dragon-like characteristics began to disintegrate, and then the entire rabbit began to disintegrate. Since then, I've conducted numerous experiments and found that this isn't an isolated case. Disintegration occurs roughly once every 100 experiments, and the timing of the disintegration is not fixed. Looking at the image in the crystal ball, Richard stroked his chin, feeling that this object seemed familiar. The rabbit's symptoms strongly resemble signs of cellular collapse. Richard thought for a moment and expressed his hypothesis. This rabbit's condition is likely cellular disintegration. Dragon blood is highly corrosive. I suspect the nature of this erosion is the integration of the life information within the dragon blood into the original organism's core. Judging from this rabbit's condition, it's likely that this integration failed, leading to the collapse of the core and, consequently, cellular disintegration. If you want to avoid this, it's best to address the experimental organism. Other methods are unlikely to be effective and would be difficult to implement. Hearing Richard's speculation, Yelena's eyes lit up. Life information integrated into the core. Life information integrated into the core. Yelena rushed to the lab desk and wrote this down in her notebook, as if she'd forget it any later. Brother, your summary of dragon blood erosion is truly straight to the point. Yelena looked at Richard with a flushed face, her eyes filled with excitement. She had been studying dragon blood for some time, but she had never imagined the mechanism of dragon blood erosion could be expressed so concisely. Richard smiled and didn't pursue the topic further. A wizard's research is a private matter. If he continued, he would have to share the results. However, the properties of dragon blood did catch Richard's attention. Dragons are extremely powerful creatures, their adaptation to nature reaching a certain limit. No matter how harsh the environment, dragons can evolve to the most suitable form for survival while maintaining their core characteristics. This trait coincided somewhat with the adaptive body. After asking Yelena some teaching tips, Richard conveniently obtained 2 test tubes of ordinary dragon blood from her. This was considered payment for his advice. Jorod had invited him here just in time for the new students' orientation, so Richard's first class at the Wizarding Academy was to teach the new students what a wizard is. Dong dong dong, as the 8 o'clock bell rang, Richard entered the classroom, notes in hand. In front of him, hundreds of teenagers stared at him with wide eyes. After the entrance exam, these children had largely shed their childishness, and their eyes were filled with wariness. Richard walked up to the podium and, just like Anna had done back then, wrote on the blackboard, "What is a wizard?" "I'm Lecturer Richard, an alchemist. Since this is your first class at the academy, I have to add a few words to the introduction to alchemy." Richard looked at the group of little creatures, his gaze calm, yet it made the hairs of every apprentice he caught sight of stand on end. No matter how much Richard tried to contain his life force, there was a fundamental difference between him, a level 2 creature, and these little creatures, barely even level 1. The unique spiritual evolution of wizards makes wizards, and wizard apprentices almost like 2 different species. So who of you can answer my question? What is a wizard? As he posed his question, the entire classroom fell silent like a graveyard, but soon, a trembling hand rose. A boy, seemingly dressed simply, raised his right hand. "Tell me your answer," Richard said calmly. I think wizards are just superhumans who can fly, hide, and possess extraordinary powers." Richard nodded and gestured for him to sit down. "That's a good answer, but it's not essential enough. Does anyone else want to answer?" Richard's gaze swept across the room, and soon, another hand rose. It belonged to a young nobleman in rich attire. "Tell me your answer." The young nobleman took a deep breath and answered loudly, "I think wizards are just a group of fanatics pursuing knowledge." Richard smiled slightly and gestured for the young nobleman to sit down. "That's a good answer, very insightful, but unfortunately, it's not original." This quote comes from the speaker of the Council of Truth. Let me briefly introduce you to the Council of Truth. The Council of Truth is the ruler of the wizarding world, and all wizards obey its orders. But precisely because of this, the speaker of Truth's words are a bit too far-fetched for us. So just listen to it. Reflect on it once you become wizards. With that, Richard wrote a sentence on the blackboard. Wizardry is a profession, and at each stage of this profession, the essence of a wizard is different. After Richard finished writing, he explained the meaning of his words to the hundreds of students. Wizardry is divided into 3 stages: apprentice, wizard, and grand wizard. During the apprentice stage, it's best for you to abandon those unrealistic ideas and work hard to earn as many magic stones as possible, increase the power of your spells, and hone your combat skills. Knowledge is wonderful, but you have to live to gain it. Of course, Richard smiled. If you plan to enter the School of Necromancy, it's best to ignore my last words. Chapter 197. Teaching wasn't a difficult task for Richard, given his knowledge. He easily completed a morning-long class, still feeling somewhat unsatisfied. After class, Richard returned to Jorod's lab with his notebook and retrieved the dragon blood he had obtained from Yelena. Because he was a substitute teacher, Richard didn't have his own lab in the central Black Tower, and had to temporarily use Jorod's. However, Jorod's lab was one of the best in the entire Black Tower Wizard Academy, and Richard was very familiar with it, using all the equipment with ease. His own Wizard Tower lab, on the other hand, seemed somewhat awkward. No, a craftsman must first sharpen his tools before he can do his job well. I need to upgrade the lab equipment when I get back. The Chamber of Commerce has earned so much magic essence, it's time to use some of it. After admiring the lab, Richard pulled out Jorod's alchemical centrifuge and prepared to convert the dragon blood into serum. The dragon blood looked bright red, and just by looking at it, it suggested a remarkable vitality. Its texture is quite viscous, almost like jam. This is just the most basic level 1 dragon's blood. Higher levels of dragon blood can be even more viscous. Legend has it that during the Age of Savagery, a 4-headed dragon, wounded and unable to stop the bleeding immediately, dripped blood onto a wizard, who instantly transformed it into amber. Dragon blood also possesses a certain degree of corrosiveness and erosion. The corrosiveness is not a problem. Dragons aren't aliens. Even the blood of a level 4 dragon has a corrosiveness comparable to that of ordinary strong acid. But the erosiveness is a different story. Dragon blood can even corrode and transform in organic matter. While this transformation effect isn't strong, it necessitates enchantment in the storage device for dragon blood. The higher the level of dragon blood stored, the higher the enchantment required for the container, and the container must be regularly inspected for corrosion. Richard searched for some alchemical potions to process the dragon blood, then placed it in the centrifuge. As the centrifuge began to hum, Richard approached the test bench, pulled a face-sized rune base from his magic pocket, and began inscribing runes. These rune bases served as gravity generators for the gravity training room. With 30 of them, distributed strategically throughout the training room, Richard could simulate the gravity of a mountain world in the wizarding world. After half an hour, the centrifuge's hum ceased. Richard approached the centrifuge, removed the test tube containing the serum, and separated the residue. Looking at the pale yellow serum before him, Richard approached the laboratory window and summoned a college overseer with his magic. Hey, what are you doing, wizard?" the summoned college overseer yelled. Richard ignored it, and went on to explain his needs. "Go to the Chalash Merchants Guild, and buy me some white mice. And ask them if they have any baby dragon blood for sale." With that, Richard handed the overseer a magic essence and a glowing red elemental gem, then tossed it back down. "How rude of you, the replacement wizard. Can't you be a little more polite when asking me for a favor?" The overseer yelled a few words in anger, then swallowed the elemental gem. Elemental gems weren't expensive, costing only a few dozen magic stones, but for the academy overseers, who loved collecting shiny items, they were even more useful than magic essences. Soon, the experimental mice from the Chalak Chamber of Commerce arrived at Richard's laboratory, with a note stating that the chamber's young dragon blood supply was sold out. If needed, a deposit could be made to reserve them, and they would be available for purchase after 10 years of restocking. Richard handed 10 pieces of magic essence to the overseer. "Please reserve 5 doses of young dragon serum for me. Remember to mark it, as I want serum from young dragons from the wizarding world." The academy overseer left, and Richard grabbed a mouse from the cage. These mice were specially bred by the Wizarding Chamber of Commerce. Each batch of mice had an average height and weight, with minimal error. Richard didn't have to worry about any problems with the mice affecting the experiment. Richard tied the mouse to the experimental table, extracted a syringe, and injected 0.5 milliliter of dragon blood serum into the mouse. He then took out his crystal ball and notebook and began recording the mouse's changes. 30 seconds after the serum was injected, the mouse began to twitch. 10 seconds later, the convulsions intensified, and blood-tinged interstitial fluid began to seep from the mouse's skin, signaling its dragon transformation. The dragon transformation first appeared in the mouse's heart, then spread along its arteries. At the beginning of the dragon transformation, the mouse's skin began to shed large patches of hair, and a layer of scales, typical of reptiles, began to appear on its body. 13 seconds later, the mouse's skin had fully transformed, and it began to vomit large gulps of foul blood. Richard collected the blood and continued to observe the mouse's condition. 30 seconds after the dragon transformation, the mouse's vomiting of blood ceased, and its vital signs began to rapidly deteriorate. 50 seconds after its dragonization, the mouse completely lost vital signs. Richard dissected the mouse's body and discovered that its internal organs had been distorted and altered, likely due to dragonization. However, these changes were not complete. After examining the body, Richard discovered that the mouse's stored chemical energy had been completely consumed during the dragonization process. Theoretically, the mouse died of starvation. Richard further tested the mice's contaminated blood and confirmed the presence of numerous damaged cells. These cells were likely the result of a failure in the integration of life information. After compiling the experimental results, Richard looked over the experimental records in his hand and fell into deep thought. The mouse's dragonization proved that the dragon's life information resided in the serum. Furthermore, dragonization requires a vast amount of energy, making it extremely difficult for ordinary organisms to complete the entire transformation process. But looking at the dragonized mouse, Richard felt that dragon blood was a bit too overbearing. It could transform an organism using only the life information in the serum, without even requiring cells. It was almost like a virus. Richard opened the secret realm and pulled Ulysses out. Over a year later, Ulysses had transformed Richard's secret realm into a religious sanctuary. Temple after temple, statue, holy city, everything was there. Ulysses acted as pope, preaching to the holy tree spirits from time to time. Furthermore, due to their intellectual limitations, the holy tree spirits were completely deceived by him. They no longer even believed in their inherited memories, and regarded the canon Ulysses had compiled as history. In the canon, Richard was the creator god of the entire secret realm, and the holy tree spirit was the first creature he created. Ulysses and the world mushroom were Richard's subordinate gods. The memories of the holy tree elves had become Richard's tests, traps to test the steadfastness of their faith. To be honest, when Richard saw this, he was almost frightened enough to stop Ulysses's mission. After a year, the holy tree elves had been completely brainwashed. Under these circumstances, Richard even doubted whether they could grow into level 1 creatures. Out of his wizardly prejudice, Richard had always believed that the holy tree elves should pursue spiritual evolution. After all, these little creatures' physical constitutions could only be described as frail. Furthermore, the talents these creatures displayed required spiritual energy. Spiritual evolution was definitely not a bad path for them. But if they were brainwashed and became fanatics, Richard was worried that these little creatures would not be able to continue their spiritual evolution. Wizards always valued rationality. He had never heard of a madman becoming a wizard. But Ulysses quickly dispelled his doubts. Huh? Are you discriminating against idiots? Spiritual evolution is solely related to mental strength and the spiritual barriers encountered during evolution. It has nothing to do with one's mental state. Those madmen in the astral realm are all irrational lunatics, but many of them are spiritually evolved. And after being brainwashed, these little guys might be able to evolve more smoothly. Sometimes, stubborn people with strong faith can overcome spiritual barriers more easily than some intelligent people. Pulling Ulysses from the throne in the holy city, Richard pointed to the serum on the table and asked the Lord of this world to examine it to see if there was anything unusual. Ulysses flew over to the serum, dabbed a little with his energy, and placed it in his mouth. After a moment, it spat and cursed, "Gah, what the hell is this thing? It can corrode my body with just a little bit of life force." Richard's eyes narrowed at this. From what Ulysses said, he'd probably never seen a creature with a bloodline as powerful as a dragon. This is the serum of the dragons of the wizarding world. Dragons are widespread in the world surrounding the wizarding world. Ulysses flapped his wings at this. "Gah, there's definitely something wrong with this thing. The rules of each world vary drastically. It's impossible for the same species to exist simultaneously. This creature is either a degenerated forerunner or a biological weapon of the forerunners. Given its high corrosiveness, I'm leaning towards the latter." Richard nodded. After learning about the forerunners, he had become skeptical of creatures like dragons, which were widespread across multiple worlds. After hearing Ulysses raise this hypothesis today, he became even more certain that the dragons were definitely forerunner creations. As for why the dragons weren't degenerate forerunners, Richard sneered inwardly. If they were forerunners, they would have been exterminated by wizards by now. Even if there were any remnants, they would be kept in secret realms and carefully guarded. They wouldn't be left out in the open so casually, or even used by wizards to protect their homes. No one would keep a bomb in their room that could explode at any moment. Do you have any way to modify this thing? Richard asked casually. I'm interested in some of the dragon's characteristics. If we can reduce their aggressiveness, this thing would be very useful. However, Richard didn't expect Ulises to answer. After all, the difference between the two civilizations was quite significant. Ulises' skills were all focused on physical talent and the power of faith. But this time, Ulises spoke up. You're right. I might actually have a way to deal with this thing. Chapter 198. Richard looked at Ulises in surprise. But this method requires a bit of faith power. Would you like to see it? Ulises asked. Richard's face darkened at this. He didn't have much faith power on hand. He didn't have a stable source of this life-saving power, so every bit he used was a waste. How much? Just a little bit. Ulises saw Richard's concern and added, those little guys are already producing faith power. This little faith power will be back in a few years. Richard's expression relaxed slightly, and he nodded to Ulises. A faint energy wave emanated from Ulises' body. Then, he flicked his wings in the air, and a complex rune appeared in the air. Richard was horrified. Ulises had actually learned to use wizard runes. But a closer look suddenly relieved him. This rune wasn't a wizard's rune. This is a simplified version of the Thousand-Faced God King's rune, different from your wizard's runes. This rune is a code of rules. Only a deity can understand its mysteries. Even in its simplified form, only a demigod, who has come into contact with the rules, can learn it. After saying this, Ulises tossed the rune into the dragon serum, and the entire rune melted into the serum. Wait and see if the rune meets your requirements, Ulises said with a hint of casualness. I haven't used this thing in a while, so I'm rusty. This creature called a dragon has a bloodline as corrosive as that of the abyssal scum. This simplified rune can inhibit the bloodline corrosiveness of the abyssal scum, and perhaps it will have some effect on them. Abyss demon? Richard's interest was piqued. Do abyss demons also have similar blood corrosive properties? Even though I'm prejudiced against those bastards, they're certainly more powerful than this. Ulises' words were tinged with an unwavering resentment as he mentioned the abyss demon. The flesh and blood of those abyssal scum is extremely corrosive. Even a single drop of their blood will erode them. Left untreated, the infected will transform into new abyssal demons. The worst part is, the flesh and blood of these scumbag corpses will also erode the environment. If an environment infected by abyssal flesh isn't cleaned up properly, it will transform into an abyssal environment. Furthermore, this abyssal environment will automatically erode the normal world. Once this environmental erosion reaches half of a world's environment, the eroded world will become part of the endless abyss. At that time, the native inhabitants of the eroded world, who haven't yet been eroded by the abyss, will be ostracized by the world, while the abyssal demons will feel at home. Listening to Ulises' description, Richard seemed to see the tragic fate of the indigenous creatures of the worlds eroded by the abyss. Faced with the abyss, their companions were eroded, their environment was eroded, and they persevered to the end, only to be abandoned by the world itself, viewed as alien invaders. Richard shuddered. This civilization should be destroyed without a single cell remaining. Ulises' eyes were hazy, as if he were traveling through time and space to his homeland. He shook his head and said in a dull tone, "Come on, stop spouting such empty talk. Let's see if your stuff meets your standards." Richard took the serum, and once again tested it on a mouse. Also using half a milliliter, this time, the mouse showed no signs of abnormality. After dissecting the mouse and confirming that its internal structure showed no signs of dragon transformation, Richard smiled faintly. It seems you're working. Richard nodded, already forming some ideas. You should return first. I rely on you for the power of faith. Ulises opened the rift in the secret realm and flapped his wings. Don't worry. I'm your subordinate god. Aren't subordinate gods supposed to handle chores for the main god? After confirming that the corrosiveness of dragon blood could be suppressed, Richard immediately began designing the experiment. Dragons possess many excellent qualities: immense strength, robust defenses, and excellent internal systems. Furthermore, dragon blood grants them remarkable adaptability. Among wizards, there's a long-held belief that dragons are the perfect creatures. Richard's plan was simple. He intended to use blood alchemy to transplant some dragon-like organs into his body, thus imbuing him with some of the characteristics of a dragon-blooded species. However, dragon-like transformations among dragon-blooded species vary greatly. Even with the same dragon blood and the same creature, the transformations could be completely different. Targeted dragon transformation is a perennial topic among alchemists, studied by many third ring and even great wizards. However, Richard didn't intend to delve into this topic. He had plenty of magic essence, and with enough experiments, he would always find what he wanted. 10 years later, the Charuk Chamber of Commerce delivered the young dragon blood Richard had ordered. Richard paid the balance and collected the 500 milliliters of baby dragon blood. In the laboratory, numerous glass jars containing dragon-like creatures were scattered throughout. For the past 10 years, Richard had not directly conducted organ cultivation experiments, but instead systematically studied the fundamentals of this enduring subject of dragonization. Dragon-like creatures are incredibly diverse, and often, their organs and glands can conflict, leading to premature death or even death. Understanding the functions of these organs and glands, and how to coordinate them within a body without conflict, was Richard's mission for the past 10 years. After a decade of research, Richard designed a transplant program for himself. These organs and glands would strengthen Richard's bones, muscles, digestion, circulation, and detoxification abilities, and even grant him the dragon signature skill, Dragon Breath. If the transformation was complete, Richard's combat abilities would be significantly improved. Richard named this transplant program the Dragon-like Combat Body, and it would be the first alchemical sorcery he invented. Richard divided the young dragon's blood into 10 portions, and extracted serum from each. Then, Richard moved to a corner of the laboratory. There, a glass chamber housed Richard's clone, which he had carefully cultivated for his battle form. This clone had the same physical constitution as Richard. After a year of training in the secret mountain realm, Richard's physical condition hadn't improved much, directly related to his lack of intentional training in high-gravity environments. However, once Richard completed the construction of the gravity training room, all this would be reversed. Richard removed the clone and injected it with the young dragon serum. A dragon's growth is divided into 4 stages: young dragon, adult dragon, mature dragon, and old dragon. Young dragons are self-explanatory. Adult dragons represent the dragon's transformation into a first-level creature. A mature dragon's strength may range from 2nd to 3rd level. However, if a dragon fails to reach 4th level before its 6,000th birthday, it enters the old dragon stage. Dragon wisdom at this stage is greatly enhanced, and the dragon's arrogance, conceit, and dominance gradually diminish. Of these 4 stages, young dragon blood is the most active. Creatures transformed from young dragon blood can produce many different variations, unlike later dragons, which are limited to a few fixed individuals. In fact, if given a choice, Richard would prefer to use the blood of an adult dragon for his dragon transformation experiments. Unfortunately, the Wizards Guild doesn't keep statistics on which dragon's blood can produce which individual, nor what the specific body structures of these individuals are. So, Richard can only rely on young dragon blood to open blind boxes. However, Richard had a plan in mind. If the dragon transformation battle form proved effective, he would collect dragon blood from various wizard guilds to select the blood that could be used to transform into the organs he needed. If it wasn't, Richard would simply keep this sorcery as a reserve, passing it down to future apprentices when he had them, waiting for future generations to explore. As the young dragon serum was injected, the clone's body showed no reaction. While young dragon blood is lively, its corrosive potential is the lowest among giant dragons. Richard's body had reached the standard of a level 2 creature, so it was unclear whether the young dragon's blood would be corrosive enough. Half an hour after the serum injection, the clone suddenly trembled, and a hint of dragon transformation appeared over its heart, with calcium scales sprouting from just in front of it. But the tray showed no sign of spreading. An hour after the serum injection, the signs of dragon transformation receded, and the clone's pores began to ooze black, foul blood. After the bleeding stopped, the clone's vital signs stabilized, indicating a failed dragon transformation. Alas, it seems even the dragon's bloodline has its limits. A young dragon's blood can't even erode a level 2 creature. Richard sighed, turned, and went to the adjacent laboratory, retrieving a level 1 clone. Then, Richard began dragon transformation again. This time, the dragon transformation reaction was swift, occurring in just 20 minutes, and the transformation continued to spread. Richard placed the clone in a glass chamber, and filled it with nutrient solution. The dragon transformation had begun, all that remained was time and luck. 20 years later, Chucks, the successor, arrived and looked at the bottles and jars in the laboratory, patting Richard with joy. "Junior brother, you've finally returned to the right path of flesh and blood. Sensei will be very pleased to see this." Richard smiled and opened Chucks' hand. "What nonsense! Sensei isn't pleased that I'm researching alchemical machinery? All that black magic essence is earned by alchemical machinery. Chax's face froze at this, and he could only say unhappily, making money is making money. If synthetic beasts earn money, they're not much worse than alchemical machinery. Richard smiled and said nothing more. He immediately began to pack up the bottles and jars in the laboratory. Chax saw this and helped, but when he reached a corner, he exclaimed, "Junior brother, why did you leave a body here? It looks like it's transformed into a dragon." Richard walked over to him and fished the body out of the glass chamber. Experimental material. I've been researching dragon transformation lately. Chax turned to look at Richard. He hadn't noticed it before, but now he looked closely and saw that his junior brother's eyes had turned vertical. Chapter 199. Junior brother, while dragonization is beneficial, it also has significant drawbacks. Seeing Richard's body showing signs of dragonization, Chucks frowned slightly and spoke with concern. Dragonization brought by dragon blood offers more than just benefits. After being transformed by dragon blood, a creature will inevitably take on the dragon's habits and temperament. Dragons are inherently arrogant and conceited, acting with disdain, treating dragon-blooded beings as slaves and ordinary creatures as worthless. Dragonized creatures inevitably develop arrogance and hubris, and this influence is nearly impossible to eliminate. For wizards, rationality and humility are the most valuable virtues. Every master cherishes the heart of an apprentice. The deterioration of character brought by dragon blood will inevitably affect a wizard's future development. Arrogance and conceit can cost a wizard his life on the battlefield, and can also ruin his interpersonal relationships in peacetime. Besides personality, dragon-transformed creatures will inevitably be subjected to mental suppression, or even mental control, when encountering a giant dragon. This drawback is particularly fatal given the widespread presence of giant dragons in the surrounding world. Thus, aside from wizards specializing in dragon bloodlines, few would choose to undergo dragon transformation. However, Richard's transformation was not a dragon transformation. After undergoing simplified rune suppression, the corrosive properties of dragon blood were completely suppressed, making the transplantation of dragon-transformed organs feasible. Over the years, Richard has undergone 3 surgeries on his own body through dragon transformation: a dragon bone gland transplant to strengthen his bones, a dragon power gland transplant to enhance his muscular explosiveness, and a dragon eye transplant to grant him dynamic vision and thermal imaging. These dragon-like organs have significantly improved Richard's health. As the first transplanted dragon bone gland, it has increased Richard's bone hardness and toughness by several times. Bones are the foundation of strength. And with the strengthening of the dragon bone gland, the second transplanted dragon power gland has more room to function. The dragon power gland secretes a biohormone during combat, increasing muscle recruitment and explosive power. This burst is extremely intense. Without the strengthening of the dragon bone gland, Richard's bones would even fracture from the overwhelming force. The improvement in dragon vision goes without saying. In the perilous battlefield of the plane, having more means of exploration means more safety. Richard smiled at Chax. "Brother, I know my limits. Do you think I'm being influenced?" Seeing this, Chax said nothing more. Every wizard has his own direction. A reminder from his senior brother is enough. Anything more is something only Chorod can do. "Okay, junior brother, as long as you know your limits." After packing up, Richard ran into Yelena at the laboratory door. "Brother Richard, are you leaving now? Will Brother Chax or Sister Anna take over?" Yelena glanced into the lab and immediately spotted Chax's iconic, chubby figure with an extra pair of arms. "It's Brother Chax." Chax approached the door and greeted his younger sister. As fellow alchemists studying flesh and blood, they seemed to mesh well. "Yelena, what brings you here?" Richard suddenly asked, glancing at the thick manuscript in Yelena's hands. "Oh yes, this is what you asked me to organize, senior brother." Yelena handed Richard the manuscript paper. It contained a wealth of detailed data on the dragon-transformed organs, which would be of great help in Richard's future optimization of his dragon-transformed combat physique. Richard found this information somewhat trivial, so he simply spent some magic essence and asked Yelena to help him organize it. This data was essential for Yelena's experiments, and Richard's request was no problem for her. After taking the data, Richard said goodbye to Yelena and Chax, then left the Black Tower Wizard Academy and returned to the Tower of Truth. Back at the Tower of Truth, Richard assembled the gravity training room he had been building for years in the basement of the Wizard Tower. After nearly 3 days of repeated adjustments, the gravity training room finally met Richard's standards. From the outside, the gravity training room resembled half an iron sphere. Richard had inscribed runes on the metal walls for reinforcement. Thanks to the self-charging circuit, the runes were constantly active, glimmering in the darkness and emitting a faint blue glow. Entering the training room, the interior was perfectly smooth, save for a single protrusion in the center, a crystal ball, used to open and close the room and adjust the gravity level. After Richard's meticulous adjustments, the gravity in the gravity training room could be adjusted from 2 to 15 times. After completing the adjustments, Richard exchanged his wizard robes for a fitted outfit and entered the training room. After using his mental power to open the training room, Richard felt his body sink. The air around him seemed thicker. Under these conditions, Richard sat cross-legged on the ground, then used his flight spell to suspend himself in the air. Feeling his body cells frantically absorbing the magic energy in the space, Richard nodded with satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he had hoped for. He then experimented with the gravity-changing function of the gravity training room, and everything worked perfectly as he had envisioned. Leaving the training room, Richard surveyed the surrounding soil and casually pointed. Then, a large, solid mass of soil transformed into soft mud and flowed down the wall. Richard's training wasn't in the original basement of the Wizard Tower. He had built a new basement beneath the one where he assembled the spell support vehicle. Now, Richard planned to expand this basement. As Richard continued to cast spells, vast expanses of space were opened up, and mud piled up beneath his feet. Richard could have chosen to transport this mud away, but after emerging from the mountain's secret realm, he had a simpler solution. With a jolt of his mental power, Richard's surrounding gravity suddenly became abnormal. Under Richard's control, the normal force of gravity was tripled. Under the influence of the gravity anomaly, the shapeless mud instantly became flat. The gravity control from the mountain-conjoined body was somewhat useless against enemies, but it did have many uses in construction. After being flattened by gravity, Richard retrieved his alchemical hammer and pounded the ground firmly. Richard intended to use this new basement for regular practice in the Way of the Mountain. The Way of the Mountain he had acquired consisted of practical techniques honed over many years by mountain dwarves, making them extremely useful for a newcomer to physical combat like Richard. After tamping the ground, Richard used his quill to enchant the new basement to prevent it from collapsing. After some cleaning, Richard fashioned a humanoid iron stake from steel and inserted it into the pre-prepared hole. Richard looked at the basement, which he had spent 3 days preparing, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He clapped his hands. It's all done. All that's left is cultivation. After returning to the Tower of Truth, Richard continued to cultivate his dragon organs. While the dragon-transformed body could still be made into living flesh and blood, loss was inevitable. This had caused Richard's own living flesh and blood to run out long ago, and he now even had to purchase materials and create his own. However, with the flesh tentacles, a treasure that could continuously produce high-quality living flesh and blood, Richard had a certain guarantee of high-quality living flesh and blood, so the expenses were not too high. Cultivating the dragon organs, training the adaptive body, gravity training, mountain training, building and assembling the magic support vehicle, and all the usual research. Upon returning to the Tower of Truth, Richard discovered that his time was truly packed and his life incredibly fulfilling. 20 years later. This is the final batch of spell support vehicles. Master, please inspect the quality and sign for them if they're okay. Richard, wearing a black wizard robe, stood in front of the spell support vehicles and smiled at Vladimir, who had come to inspect the products. For the first 50 years of the transaction, Richard produced 2 spell support vehicles per year, completing 1/3 of the transaction. Before his promotion, Chorode had already completed the processing and arrangement of the remaining spell support vehicle materials. Therefore, even after his promotion, Richard continued to receive a steady stream of spell support vehicle materials. The spell support vehicle itself wasn't difficult to craft. Once Richard mastered it and devoted himself to it, he could produce one in a week. The Qingxuang Legion wasn't in a hurry, however. After Chorode fell asleep, Richard began producing one at a rate of 3 months, and once he had 50 vehicles, he would go to the White Wizard to deliver them. 50 years had passed since Chorode's slumber, and Richard had delivered another 200 spell support vehicles. To date, Richard had earned a full 80,000 magic essences. Even a 3rd-level wizard would have to fight a full conquest war against a medium-sized world, or 7 or 8 wars against small worlds, to earn this much. Vladimir waved his hand, and the several white wizards, who had accompanied him, set off to inspect the goods. Richard and Vladimir chatted casually. Old man Chorode is so lucky, Vladimir exclaimed. He actually got the chance to advance. Vladimir's situation was similar to Chorode's. His inheritance lacked the ritual for advancing to the 3rd level. Although he had designed one himself, He struggled to find the materials. Master, don't lose heart. You still have some time. Maybe we find you materials during the next planar war, Richard consoled him. Vladimir waved his hand. It doesn't matter to me anymore. Even if I advance to the third ring, I only extend my lifespan by 700 or 800 years at most. I'm only thinking about advancement now, because I want to verify the validity of my ritual. If it's correct, my student will at least have another path to pursue. Vladimir sighed. My student isn't as smart as you. He's a complete idiot. Without the ritual, he'd probably be stuck in the second ring for life. Soon, the inspection was complete. Vladimir opened a secret rift and drove the magic support vehicles inside. Finally, Vladimir suddenly slapped his forehead. I almost forgot. The Dean is planning to join a planar expedition soon. The time is uncertain, but it should be within the next 100 years. The contract you signed should include a military expedition clause. You better be prepared. War is coming. Chapter 200. Is the war about to begin again? Richard muttered as he watched Vladimir's retreat. For wizards, war is both a risk and an opportunity. New knowledge and new dangers will emerge simultaneously, and whether the wizard can seize them depends on his own ability. Leaving the 23rd floor of the residential area, Richard returned to the wizard tower and opened the entrance to the training room. Taking off his wizard robes, Richard changed into a metal training suit. This suit, resembling armor, was made of a high-density alloy and weighed a staggering 500 kilograms. Under the influence of the gravity chamber, it weighed a staggering 5 tons. Wearing this suit, Richard entered the gravity training room and began a day of training. Training required a gradual approach. Richard first activated double gravity to warm himself up. Then, as the gravity multiplier increased, Richard began to sweat. Richard's training regimen was simple: squats, push-ups, jogging, and so on. These exercises appeared to be commonplace for ordinary people. However, in 10 times the gravity, Richard, wearing his training suit, found each movement incredibly strenuous. Under such intense training, the meager energy from food fat alone was clearly insufficient, so Richard turned to magic as his energy source. To meet Richard's needs, his body cells began frantically absorbing the magic energy in the air. Furthermore, due to the training of his adaptive body, Richard's muscles, bones, and even organs underwent minute changes. This indicated that Richard's body was gradually adapting to exercise in a high-gravity environment. If Richard could train continuously in a high-gravity environment, wearing a training suit, for 500 or 600 years, his body would undergo a dramatic transformation. Unfortunately, Richard was using a gravity training room, which requires a large amount of magic stones. At 10 times the gravity training room burns 10 magic stones per minute. Richard's daily training session lasted 2 hours, which meant he would use up 438 magic essences per year, or 4,380 magic essences in 10 years. With this expenditure, Richard even considered cutting back on his training time. Although he earned a lot of magic essence from the Chamber of Commerce, he also needed to provide after-sales service for the White Wizard Corps and upgrade the structure of his magic support vehicles. While these expenses might not be visible in the short term, Richard needed to have some magic essence on hand for the long term. After training, Richard closed the gravity training room and removed his training suit. Richard's skin was now red and steaming. His muscles bulged with veins, and large beads of sweat oozed from his skin, leaving streaks of sweat across Richard's sculpted muscles. After a short rest, Richard pulled out a crystal ball and checked his stats. Mental strength, 110, physical fitness, 112.3, magic power, 22,000. Not bad. My physical fitness has increased by 12 points in 10 years. Once my dragon formation is complete, the rate of improvement should be even faster. Richard had also been continuously cultivating his dragon formation over the past 10 years, but unfortunately, he had only managed to produce a dragon breath bag. After the dragon breath bag was implanted, Richard possessed the ability to breathe like a dragon. There are many types of dragon breath. The most common is fire breath, but there are also special breaths like frost strike, eclipse breath, and poison mist breath. Richard's breath is a variation of fire breath. Blue flame breath. The flames of this breath are several times hotter than the most common fire breath, but the range is much smaller. The original breath damage range is fan-shaped, but Richard's blue flame breath has a nearly linear damage range. Richard wasn't dissatisfied with this, however. Breath was just for show. He had implanted the dragon flame bag to assist in alchemy, not as a means of attack. Leaving the training room, Richard arrived at the training ground next to the laboratory. The ground, compacted by Richard's alchemical machine and reinforced with runes, was dotted with clear footprints. And these footprints belonged to Richard. In the center of the training ground stood a huge black stone. This was a piece of mountain essence, which Richard had purchased from Jimmy for 100 magic essences. The purpose of purchasing it was, naturally, to train in the Way of the Mountain. Richard possessed 4 branches of the Way of the Mountain: the legendary Stone-Breaking Fist, the secret Mountain-Breaking Fist, the secret Mountain-Bending Body Tempering, and the unique skill of the Abbot of Chanshan Temple, the Chanshan Fist and Tint. Of these 4 mountain ways, the Mountain-Bending Body Tempering became a supplementary training tool, while Richard had already mastered the Stone-Breaking Fist. After decades of research, Richard had also mastered the Chanshan Fist and Tint. All that remained was in-depth study and diligent practice. Only the most valuable secret boxing technique of Chanshan Temple, the Mountain-Breaking Fist, remained untapped for Richard. The Shattering Mountain Fist. The word shatter is crucial. The ancestors of Chanshan Temple used this fist technique to carve the original Chanshan Temple from the Chanshan Mountain, punch by punch. The mountains and rivers of the mountain world are incredibly strong, and the founder of Chanshan Temple was a mere level 2 creature when he founded the temple. For a level 2 creature to carve out Chanshan Temple from the solid Chanshan Mountain, this required not only incredible perseverance, but also the profound mastery of his fist technique. Under the Shattering Mountain Fist, something as hard as the mountain spirit would instantly turn to rubble. Ordinary rock would even crumble into dust. But no matter how Richard followed the secret instructions, his punches remained ordinary. Approaching the mountain spirit, Richard took a deep breath, adjusted his energy circulation, and then launched a powerful punch. Bang! A muffled sound echoed from the mountain spirit. Richard retracted his fist, leaving a distinct fist mark on the black mountain spirit. Alas, still no use, Richard sighed. What the hell is this esoteric breathing of the mountain? Is it the heartbeat of the mountain heart? But the mountain-breaking fist can also be used against enemies? Looking at the mountain spirit, Richard was baffled. Normally, Richard would have put aside his anguish and continued training in other mountain ways, trying to apply his skills. But today, Vladimir had told him about the war, and this had made Richard a little restless. He turned and left the basement, donned a wizard's robe, and flew towards the portal to the Tower of Truth. Soon, Richard appeared in the arena on the 11th floor of the residential complex. The arena was still bustling with activity. Wizards, who had come to watch the fights, cheered loudly for their favorite contestants in the audience, constantly throwing magic stones or magic essences onto the arena waiters' plates to add fuel to the fire. Richard passed by the wizards and found Jimmy, who was cheering on the contestants. Master Jimmy. Hey Richard, what are you doing here? Did you break that mountain spirit? Jimmy wiped the sweat from his forehead. The sun shone brightly above him. Richard shook his head. Master, are there any suitable opponents for me in the club lately? I feel like I need a fight to understand certain tricks. Fight? Richard, you finally understand that what we wizards, who are undergoing physical evolution, need most is battle. We grow in battle, we break through in battle, and in battle we unleash the brightest light of our lives. Behold! The glory of battle! Jimmy shouted loudly, and the 2 wizards in the arena were determined. The defeated wizard was sent flying, while the victor stood in the center of the arena, unleashing a deafening roar at the crowd. The arena erupted in roars, like a tsunami, with both losing and winning wizards chanting the winner's name. Alada? 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 In the arena, the wizard named Ulada raised his arms high and roared in response to the crowd's calls. Soon, the crowd dispersed. The arena held only 1 match per day, after which it became the private area of the Garland Club. Richard watched Ulada walk off the arena, his face etched with fatigue. He walked over to the defeated wizard, helped him to his feet, and then together they entered the inner arena. Jimmy asked Richard to warm up while he looked for a suitable opponent. Soon, Jimmy entered the arena with a wizard draped in black robes. Richard, you're in luck. This is Haas, also a newly promoted second-ring wizard. However, he has more combat experience than you, so you better be prepared for a beating. Jimmy introduced Haas, whose gaze had already been fixed on Richard. Dragonization? Haas asked softly. I guess so, Richard said calmly. My emotions are quite stable, so don't worry about me losing control during combat. Since Richard had never formally battled with any club member, Jimmy had to explain the rules of combat to Richard before the fight. In combat, both parties must give their all. Avoid joking around or trying to hold on, as that would be disrespectful to the opponent. Secondly, both sides must be mindful of the scale of their attacks. It's just a sparring match. It would be disrespectful if someone died. Finally, Battles are divided into two types, with and without magical armor. In battles with magical armor, there are restrictions on the number of magical armors that can be used. Each player can only use a maximum of 3, and no powerful direct damage armor is allowed. After the rules were explained, Richard chose to fight without his magical armor, which would allow him to better utilize the way of the mountain and experience its mysteries. Haas also agreed to Richard's fighting style, and both sides removed all their magical armor. After Jimmy's inspection, the two men removed their wizard robes and entered the arena. According to etiquette, both sides stated their names and academies. They stood on opposite sides of the arena. Haas, on the left, spoke first. Free Wizard, Haas. Richard nodded slightly. Black Tower Wizard Academy, Richard. As soon as Richard finished speaking, Haas's figure suddenly disappeared. With their names and academies announced, all that remained was the battle. Chapter 201. Watching Haas disappear, Richard remained calm. He watched as black scales rapidly grew on his body, and he held his arms out in front of him. Bang! A muffled sound. A black-haired fist collided with Richard's arm, the resulting shockwave instantly stirring up a gust of air and a cloud of dust. Your pair of dragon eyes are truly remarkable. Haas's voice was a little muffled. His body was now covered in black fur, and his eyes had turned a beastly green. He was also an alchemist possessing bloodline alchemy. Your bloodline alchemy formula is no simple matter, Richard replied calmly. After activating his bloodline, Haas's speed increased to a terrifying level. If it weren't for the dragon eye's dynamic vision, Richard would have almost lost sight of him. After a round of business flattery, the two sides engaged in renewed action. Haas's form was nimble and agile, yet his attacks were fierce and powerful, each strike unleashing a gust of wind powerful enough to rip through skin. Richard, relying on his dragon-like combat body, his strengthened bones and muscles steadily blocked all of Haas's attacks. Muffled sounds echoed through the air. The two men's physiques were not much different. Richard was even superior. If Haas wanted to win, he would have to exploit the gap in combat experience between him and Richard, exposing him to weaknesses and thereby defeating him. But Richard also knew this, so he remained calm and steady on the defensive. Even when Haas showed obvious weaknesses, he ignored them. He was like a reef, unmoved by wind and rain. In physical combat, the attacking side often consumes more energy. As long as he could hold off, it was only a matter of time before Haas revealed a real flaw. Bang, bang, bang. The arena was filled with surging air. Haas's figure, like a ghost, repeatedly flashed around Richard. His fleshy paws had transformed into sharp black claws covered in bone armor. Each swing of these claws carried a chilling glint, and a subtle fragrance permeated the air around Richard. Richard remained unmoved, his black-scaled arms blocking with uncanny precision. Even if he made a mistake, his injuries would quickly heal. Richard's Black Knight bloodline formula was undoubtedly top-notch in terms of recovery capabilities among formulas of its tier. Jimmy, watching from the sidelines, waved his hand, and a gust of wind blew away the dust. "Ah, a battle without passion," Jimmy said, shaking his head and grumbling, as he looked at the two men in the arena. Each wizard has a different combat style due to their unique combat system. Haas and Richard both embody the cautious combat style Jimmy detests. This type of wizard often adopts a more conservative combat strategy, fighting with all-out calculation and no passion. However, Jimmy doesn't have any prejudice against this combat style. He even employed it himself during the planar war. But in the arena, it's truly unsightly. You too, if you keep probing like this, who knows how long it will take. We have a limited time to fight. Your battle must be concluded 20 minutes before the arena opens tomorrow, Jimmy warned. Given Richard and the other two's strength, if they didn't fight seriously, they could maintain 80% of their form even after 3 days and 3 nights. But the arena couldn't let them drag on. In the arena, even after hearing Jimmy's words, the two wizards' fighting styles remained unchanged. But only they knew that the battle had already begun. The dragon's poison resistance is indeed formidable. I've injected so much venom, and Richard hasn't shown any signs of poisoning yet. Haas looked at Richard, his pair of pitch-black bone claws emitting a strange fragrance with every interaction. And this fragrance was part of his attack. His bloodline formula incorporated the bloodline of a creature called the musk demon clam. When this creature reaches adulthood, it secretes a unique toxin powerful enough to infect even level 3 creatures. This toxin evaporates easily, emitting a strange fragrance. This fragrance could also poison wizards. At this moment, Richard was surrounded by a strange fragrance, and Haas had already injected a considerable amount of venom into Richard through his attacks. A typical second-level wizard would have collapsed to the ground from the poison by now, But Richard remained calm and blocked his attacks, showing no signs of poisoning during his defense. Haas attributed all of this to the benefits of dragon transformation. Neurotoxin, even more potent than the sweethearts I used for training. But unfortunately, after years of training, I have already developed a certain degree of magic resistance to most toxins. Combined with the poison resistance of the magic dwarf in my bloodline and 112 points of constitution, this amount of poison is far from enough. Richard looked at Haas, and he knew what he was thinking. With such a strong poison in his body, it was difficult for a wizard not to develop path dependence. And this was Haas's weakness. Buzz, the black bone claws, tearing through the air, bore straight toward Richard's face. Richard raised his arms, firmly blocking the claws. Suddenly Richard's body twitched. Although the twitch was very weak, it just happened to disrupt Richard's defensive rhythm. Seeing this, Haas felt a surge of joy. The poison has finally taken effect. Then, magical energy surged within him, and a large array of runes suddenly appeared on his bone claws. "It's over, Richard." Haas's voice was deep, and the pitch-black bone claws pierced through Richard's defenses and headed straight for Richard's chest, like the mythical scythe of death coming to reap souls. But as expected, the battle was over. "It's over." The next moment, Haas saw his bone claws being precisely blocked, while a fist continued to grow larger before his eyes. Bang! Haas's figure exploded into the air, his right bone claw dripping with blood. At the last moment, Haas used all his might to block Richard's punch with his right hand. But by then, he was already wide open. Richard rushed in front of Haas, unleashing his left and right, raining down his stone-breaking fist, learned from Chan Shan Temple. Strike while he's weak. This is the unchanging truth of battle. But Haas lived up to the description of his combat experience that Jimmy had mentioned when introducing him. After being counterattacked by Richard, Haas quickly regained his composure. Black bone scales instantly spread across his entire arm, and fine runes emerged from them. Every time Richard's fist collided with Haas's, these runes deflected Richard's force. For a moment, Richard's punches were powerless to inflict the slightest damage on Haas. The tide turned again. Richard wasn't Haas. He might be able to seize an opportunity to strike down a fallen enemy, but in terms of regular combat, his limited combat experience was far inferior to Haas's. A single careless moment would reveal a flaw. Haas grinned at Richard, blood trickling down his forehead and across the corners of his mouth, his jagged white teeth hinting at a bloodthirsty edge. "Wait till I find a flaw." Bang! A mental shock instantly knocked Haas unconscious. How could this be a mental attack? Hadn't we agreed on a physical fight? The next moment, he heard Richard's calm voice. "Chashan Fist Intent, please teach me." Fist Intent? Haas was stunned. What the hell? Jimmy, standing by, heard Richard's words and waved to Haas, signaling he was on his way. He knew Richard had inherited a secret technique called Chashan Fist Intent. He knew Richard possessed the ability to blend physical attacks with mental ones, a technique not particularly unusual. Seeing Jimmy like this, Haas, stunned, could only fight back. He had never seen this kind of attack before, and he didn't know if Richard had any tricks up his sleeve. For now, he could only continue to defend. Thanks to his extensive combat experience, and the fact that Richard's Chashan Fist was only at the beginning, Haas's defense was impenetrable. Combined with the runes on his arms, Haas was like a stone coated in butter. Not only was it hard, but it was also slippery. Richard felt helpless in the face of this situation. He had exhausted all his abilities except the Shattering Mountain Fist, but Haas remained unmoved. If this continued, once Haas realized his skills were limited, victory would be lost. Well, whatever. I came here to fight for the Shattering Mountain Fist anyway. Even if I lose with the fist, it doesn't matter. After a moment of thought, Richard's energy cycle shifted, and he swung his fist with a bang. Bang! Haas remained motionless, the rune still dissipating much of his punch's power. Understanding the basics of the mountain-breaking fist is just a more powerful version of the stone-smashing fist. Richard didn't think too much about it at this point. Having already put the outcome behind him, he decided to use Haas as a dummy to see if the mountain-breaking fist had any tricks up its sleeve. Bang, bang, bang. Richard's fist pounded into Haas again and again, but Haas always blocked it firmly. Haas had already noticed Richard's change in fighting style, but for safety's sake, he still opted for defense. While Richard's new fighting style was powerful, it also consumed a tremendous amount of energy. With such frenzied use, he only needed to wait for Richard to reveal a flaw. Bang! Richard swung his punch again, the recoil of his fist channeled through his arm and into his body, instantly dissipating. This was the defensive technique used in the mountain-breaking fist, dispersing the force into invisible form. But this time, Richard sensed something else. He sensed a hint of rhythm in the recoil. Suddenly, Richard seemed to understand something. So that's it. So that's how it is. With that, Richard suddenly swung his fist, but this time, besides the unstoppable force, his fist carried a subtle change. Bang! Haas's body suddenly flew backward, and the rune-shaped bone armor he had used for defense now bore a bloody fist mark. The armor beneath the fist mark had been shattered by the blow. That bullshit mountain breath? It's just resonance. These mountain dwarves, due to their bloodline affinity with mountains, can quickly detect the resonance reflected by stone. I don't have mountain dwarf blood, yet I'm practicing on stone. Haha, how foolish of me. Richard laughed at his fist. He had mastered the mountain-breaking fist. Haas straightened himself at the edge of the arena, the marks on his arm slowly healing. I surrender, Haas said in a low voice. Without risking his life, he couldn't handle Richard's Chanshan fist and Pasan Gangquan. Richard bowed slightly to him. I was just lucky. The master's fighting skills are truly superb. I hope to fight you again next time. As the winner, he still had to say a few polite words. Jimmy shook his head as he watched the fight take a sudden turn. This is how cautious fighting works. When they realize they can't handle it, they immediately concede. Okay, now I declare Richard the winner of this fight. Chapter 202. After the battle, Richard left the arena. Becoming proficient in the Pasan Gangquan was a significant improvement for Richard. The most powerful aspect of the Pasan Gangquan was the word Pa, a fist technique specifically designed to counter various defensive measures. As long as he could master the resonant frequency, he could shatter the enemy's defenses with a single punch. Returning to the wizard tower, Richard, as usual, entered the communications room adjacent to the laboratory and used the Dream World communication device to communicate with his bones. After years of refinement by Richard, the cooling components of the Dream World communication device had significantly improved. If Richard desired, he could even communicate indefinitely. But this would result in a massive consumption of magic stones. The Dream World communication device consumed about the same amount of magic stones as a gravity training room. 1 gold-drinking tyrant was sufficient, but 2 Richard simply couldn't handle it. Thus, Richard maintained his daily routine of 10 minutes of communication. The mental message was transmitted to the soul seed through the communication device, and the nightmare body in the coffin instantly opened its eyes. As usual, Richard knocked on the coffin, waiting for Bone to unlock the chains. Bone's daily life was quite boring. Besides practicing swordsmanship at home, he would go to the tavern in the Untamed Land to take on quests. Richard's usual communication was just like going online to say hello, usually ending the call after confirming that Bone was alright. After all, communication equipment burned real magic stones. Every second of communication saved meant a little less magic stone. But this time, after Richard knocked on the coffin, there was no response. Something wrong? Richard frowned. Normally, even when Bone was on a quest, he would knock on the coffin as a response. But today, there was no movement at all. Richard placed his hands on the coffin, his arms trembling slightly, as he heard the snapping of chains. After training at Chanshan Temple and years of practice, Richard's mastery of physical strength had reached a pinnacle. He had mastered simple techniques like inch power without a teacher. Opening the coffin, Richard stood up. Now he understood why Bones hadn't responded. Around him stood over a dozen great nightmare-level nightmare creatures. Bones, bracing himself with a great sword, appeared severely wounded. Richard surveyed the surrounding nightmare creatures and said calmly, "Bones, things are looking a bit grim." He knew Bones had been carrying out a mission these days, but judging by the current situation, the mission seemed exceedingly difficult. Bones looked at Richard helplessly. A weak voice emanated from his black helmet. "Boss, run!" 20 days ago, Bone arrived at the Lawless Land Tavern as usual, taking on dirty work for various lords and their vassals. The Lawless Land Tavern looked like any other. Except for the green flaming sign that read Death Seeker's Tavern, the blood-soaked skull on the door, and the almost wasteland-like appearance of the wine coffin. When the door opened, the various demons and monsters in the tavern turned their gazes at the newcomer. But after catching sight of Bone's iconic broadsword and coffin, their gazes averted. Bone was a regular at the tavern, one of the longest-lived customers. Approaching the counter, a demonic bartender with goat horns and a dark red flame on his body handed Bone a glass of dark red wine. "Your favorite, Nightmare Red." Bone picked up the glass. "What quest?" The bartender at the Death Seeker Tavern never buys anyone a drink unless he has a request. The bartender let out a strange laugh, and the stench of hot sulfur wafted across his face. A great man wants a few unlucky souls to explore an abandoned nightmare territory. The unlucky souls must be strong enough to reach the nightmare realm. The reward is 500,000 nightmare crystals. 500,000 nightmare crystals, a terrifyingly high figure. This price could even attract a nightmare night level figure. But Bones remained calm, his voice as steady as ever. How many people? Who are they? 10, you're the last. Besides a few newcomers, the executioner, the scarecrow, and the Miss Coachman have all joined. The names the bartender mentioned were all regulars at the Seeker Tavern. These were all great nightmares, who had long lived in the Nowhere Land. In terms of both strength and experience, they were among the best among the nightmare creatures of the Nowhere Land. Bone gulped down the wine in his glass. What time? The bartender took the glass back and said with a strange smile, this time tomorrow. Richard remained expressionless as he looked at the nightmare creatures around him. His hand condensed into his usual staff. Run? Where to? You're already in someone else's mouth, and you're still trying to escape without breaking your teeth? Richard observed these nightmare creatures. His surroundings were filled with energy paths, interconnected like the veins of a living being, a sight that filled Richard with shudders. The energy paths of the nightmare creatures around him were connected to those of the surrounding environment, clearly puppets. The situation now couldn't be solved simply by running. Bone could only chuckle bitterly upon hearing this. He'd been badly tricked this time. The surrounding nightmare creatures momentarily stopped moving at Richard's appearance. But they soon realized Richard was just a minor nightmare, completely outmatched in strength. Hee, I never thought the Black Coffin Swordmaster's coffin would contain a minor nightmare. If I tell anyone about this, I'd probably be considered a lunatic. A nightmare creature, resembling a ghost from a story, chuckled. Around him, over a dozen blue-green will-o'-the-wisp flames swirled around him. Richard glanced at him, surprised that these nightmare creatures could see through his natural ability, and clearly see his strength. But what good was it? Richard waved his staff, and several black fireballs the size of human heads appeared around him. Bone, you're responsible for defense. With that, the fireballs flew at high speed towards the surrounding nightmare creatures. Boom! One fireball after another exploded, transforming into pitch-black spheres that sent nightmare creatures fleeing in all directions. The Heart of Annihilation's damage of 2,000 energy levels was considered a devastating weapon even for a second-ring wizard. Before mastering the nightmare rules, some of these nightmare creatures were even no match for ordinary indigenous creatures. With Bones on guard, Richard was now the equivalent of a turret in a war fortress. During the bombardment, Richard took special care of the speaking ghost. Bones stared blankly at his surroundings. The exploding hearts of annihilation scattered the nightmare creatures that had just threatened to devour him, even killing those who were slower. Is the boss really that powerful? He thought to himself. Soon, the nightmare creatures preparing to devour Bones were completely dispelled. Richard used his magic to draw the bodies of several unfortunate creatures killed by the explosion toward him, and devoured them. Buzz, a powerful nightmare force erupted from Richard's body, transforming his entire form. His already mysterious black robes now looked even more mysterious. After evolving into the Great Nightmare, Richard's nightmare talent was further strengthened. 10 minutes later, the evolution was complete. Bones suddenly felt a jolt in his head, and the connection between him and Richard suddenly became stronger. Richard could even use this connection to draw on his nightmare power to balance the two. Richard stretched himself, feeling instantly more comfortable. After accustomed to the physique of a level 2 creature, he was still unaccustomed to level 1 nightmare drive. Giving his own talent a brief sense of awareness, Richard's mind moved, and his entire body instantly transformed into a shadow, seeping into the surrounding ground. His evolved talent was similar to Shadow Walk, but unlike Shadow Stealth, this one was even more powerful, and didn't require shadows. Emerging from the ground, Richard formed another magical pocket, and took his coffin inside. Richard then turned to Bones and calmly asked, "Tell me what's going on. This place doesn't look ordinary." The day after accepting the mission, Bones arrived at the tavern as usual, carrying the coffin. The Death Seeker's tavern was closed that day, but Bones pushed the door open anyway. Inside the tavern, 9 nightmarish creatures with a distinct aura stared at him. Although Bones didn't recognize most of these nightmare creatures, he had seen 3 of them before. The Sword Master is still as punctual as ever, laughed a skeleton, dressed like an old farmer, wearing a straw hat and clutching a horsewhip. Beside him, a massive nightmare creature, nearly 3 meters tall, with a sack over its head and a rusty machete in its hand, looked at the skeleton. A flash of blood flashed from the rusty machete in its hand. He was the executioner, a nightmare creature equally adept at using weapons. Next to the executioner, a nightmare creature, like a scarecrow in a rice paddy, came to life, exuding an ominous aura. Over its shoulder, a pitch-black crow let out a hoarse, eerie cry. "Everyone's here. Where's the bartender?" Scarecrow, still so anxious. As the scarecrow finished his words, the demonic bartender emerged from under the counter, clutching a case of bottles filled with murky liquid. Under the counter was an entrance to a cellar, where the bartender brewed fine wines using the nightmare creatures. The bartender waved his hand, and several winged demons seized the bottle and passed it to several nightmare creatures. "Try it. This is my newly brewed whiskey. I've added nightmare blood and fire dragon saliva to it, so it's guaranteed to be strong." Bone took the bottle, opened it, dribbled a drop into his mouth, and then set it aside. He had no interest in the wine. Several other nightmare creatures tasted it, and after drinking it, they instantly released a breath of fire several meters long. "Ha, it's really strong," the misty coachman exclaimed. "It looks like this mission is going to be quite difficult." The bartender never gave away his wine for free, and the fact that he could offer such exquisite products meant that this mission would be extremely difficult. The bartender shrugged, waved his hand, and a series of words written in green flames appeared in the air. This mission takes place in an abandoned nightmare territory. Its lord was defeated in a territory war, and in his dying moments, he dragged his territory into the nightmare realm. Now, the territory has reappeared, and a prominent figure wants you to explore the area. If possible, it would be best if you could bring back something. "What?" a nightmare creature asked. The bartender smiled, his voice tinged with evil and allure, like the voice of a legendary demon. "Nothing much, just a nightmare artifact." Chapter 203. "You mean the nightmare artifact?" Richard couldn't help but interrupt Bones' narration. The nightmare artifact was something even a third-ring wizard would covet. How could news of such a treasure be leaked to a group of mercenaries, unless these mercenaries couldn't spread the word? Bone nodded. It was indeed the nightmare artifact the bartender described, and we saw it too. "You saw it?" "Yes," Bones' voice was bitter. "If we hadn't seen that artifact, how could we have fallen to this point?" Richard nodded. "Go on." The news of the nightmare artifact startled everyone present. They were all quite old, and the term nightmare artifact had at least been familiar to them. An item like this, usually possessed by a nightmare knight, instantly sparked greed in the hearts of several nightmare creatures. The nightmare creatures of the lawless land were naturally audacious. Although they sensed something was amiss with this obviously decoy news, they each harbored a glimmer of hope. What if he possessed the nightmare artifact? Bone remained neutral upon hearing this news. He had no interest in the nightmare artifact, and simply desired a stable life. The demonic bartender poured himself a drink. "Everyone, I've given you the information. The rest is up to you. If you return alive, I give him 10 years of free bills." With that, the bartender gulped it down. Based on the information provided by the bartender, the group quickly located the abandoned nightmare territory. A nightmare territory generally refers to a projection of a gathering place of material creatures into the nightmare world. However, creatures in the material world can migrate for various reasons, and the wizarding world is vast, with far too many places suitable for human habitation. Therefore, a once populous city may, for some reason, have become a dead city over the centuries. This type of territory is called an abandoned nightmare territory by nightmare creatures. When faced with this situation, a typical nightmare lord would either seek a new territory in the wilderness or launch a territorial war to seize another lord's territory. The lord mentioned in this quest was the unlucky one, who went to seize territory, but was driven back home. After finding the location, the group began pre-mission reconnaissance. To survive the great nightmare in the unlawful land, even a mindless fool would have become conditioned to perform the necessary operations. From a distance, this territory, once dragged into the nightmare realm, looked utterly devastated, its brick and stone buildings in tatters. Ivy and spiderwebs dotted the rubble. A crow flew out of the scarecrow and flew into the sky above the territory, seemingly unharmed. But within a few minutes, the scarecrow's crow suddenly began to spin in place. "There's a spatial anomaly in this territory," Scarecrow said. "My crow is stuck in a spatial loop." Everyone nodded and began exploring the territory using their own methods. Bones' method of exploration was to use the power of nightmare to condense a crow that looked just like Scarecrow. You're a crow too?" Scarecrow glanced at Bones. He wasn't familiar with Bones, and didn't fully understand Bones' methods. Bone nodded. "Mine is different from yours." Bones' crow was actually an imitation of Richard. At the time, Richard had been using Ulysses' spirit projection on his shoulder, using Ulysses to explore. This deeply affected him. The reconnaissance lasted nearly a week. Several nightmares had used their detection methods to thoroughly explore the outer reaches of this abandoned territory, marking all spatial anomalies. But within the inner city, their detection methods failed upon entering, yielding no intelligence. Faced with this situation, the few had no choice but to bravely enter the territory and explore the inner city with their bodies. The outer reaches of the abandoned territory resembled a ghost town. The dilapidated houses, long infested with nightmare power and nightmare rules, looked eerie. It was as if the empty windows and shadows of the doors concealed mysterious monsters. This eerie atmosphere should have been unsettling, but since those entering the territory were all nightmare creatures, the atmosphere felt like returning home for the new year. The nightmare realm has deeply eroded this land. Do not enter houses carelessly, or you might be killed by the remaining nightmare rules, the misty coachman suddenly spoke. Of these nightmare creatures, this old fellow was the oldest, the strongest, and the most knowledgeable. He rarely made a mistake. Everyone nodded and cautiously approached the inner city. As soon as they entered, they suddenly felt a deep sense of fear. In the inner city, the encroachment of the nightmare realm was far greater than in the outer city, almost like a miniature nightmare realm. The buildings here were relatively intact, but they gave the impression of monsters in disguise, waiting for their prey to fall into their trap. "Shuh, this money is really hard to make," a nightmare creature said. This nightmare creature wore attire similar to that of a priest, but its appearance was even more terrifying than that of a demonic bartender. Its voice was sometimes gentle and resonant, and sometimes sharp and hoarse. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a slight movement in the house next to him. Dark shadows emerged from the house, heading straight for the nightmare creature that had spoken. The other nightmare creatures, upon seeing this, shut their mouths tightly. Speaking, perhaps, was a violation of the rules. Facing the shadows, the priest's body suddenly expanded to over 3 meters tall, his muscles a terrifying sight. A holy light shone from him, like a god descended from the earth, but his face became even more hideous. Bang, bang, bang. The priest continued to smash the shadows, but the houses along the street seemed to be hiding monster spawners, constantly spawning shadows without a torch. The other nightmare creatures watched for a long time, until the battle ended. This battle would provide them with crucial intelligence. Finally, the shadows climbed over the priest, pulling him to the ground and dragging him bit by bit into the nearest house. Throughout the process, not a single nightmare creature helped him. Can't talk? Interesting. Richard glanced at his surroundings. He was also in the ruins of a building, but judging by the feeling he had, he was still in the inner city. Then how can we talk here? Bones shook his head. Boss, this territory is merely infected by the nightmare realm, not a true nightmare realm. Therefore, it's normal for some rules to apply in some places, and not in others. Oh! Richard looked at Bones with interest. Did you come up with this yourself? Bones shook his head honestly. That's what the Miss Coachman said. He's an old man, and he knows a lot. Richard, somewhat disappointed, beckoned Bones to continue. Let's skip those unimportant details, and tell you how we found the nightmare artifact, and how we ended up in this situation. The remaining few experienced many more bizarre situations in the inner city, losing 2 members. After nearly 12 days of exploration, on the 13th, they finally reached the heart of the territory. A vast square. In the center of the square stood a statue. This statue's face wasn't human. Its hideous features and twisted limbs betrayed its identity as a sculpture of the former Nightmare Lord. But even the pressure emanating from this statue made the nightmare creatures feel suffocated, regardless of whether they had respiratory systems or not. On the statue's chest, a small, palm-sized pyramid hovered in midair, occasionally emanating nightmare power from it, appearing strangely mysterious. "Is this the nightmare artifact?" asked a pig-headed man with a stitched-together appearance. Among the nightmare creatures, the Miss Coachman was the most experienced. He examined the black pyramid carefully, the flames in his eye sockets growing even brighter than usual. "It should be." But, before the Miss Coachman could finish his words, a ghostly nightmare creature charged forward. The other nightmare creatures, intent on the nightmare artifact, saw him and immediately followed the ghostly figure. Only the Miss Coachman and Bones remained unmoved. The Miss Coachman observed the nightmare creatures attempting to seize the nightmare artifact, casually took 2 puffs from a pipe, and continued his unfinished words. "This thing is now active. Anyone who touches it will be in trouble." With that, the black pyramid suddenly erupted with a burst of black light, shaking the entire nightmare territory. The Miss Coachman, upon witnessing this, grew nervous. The pyramid's movement was greater than he had anticipated. Under this black light, all the nightmare creatures vying for the pyramid were shattered. Only Bone and the Miss Coachman, who hadn't moved, survived because they had landed at the edge of the square. But before they could rejoice, after the black light faded, the space within the territory began to undergo a strange transformation. Bone felt the surroundings suddenly shift, and in the next instant, he was at his current location. With them, nightmare creatures emerged from the ruins of the building. Some of these creatures were members of the exploration team shattered by the black light, while others were nightmare creatures unlike anything Bone had ever seen. When these nightmare creatures saw Bone, they attacked without a word. Although Bone was protected by armor, and had a powerful adamantine sword, a formidable weapon, 2 fists were no match for 4. He faced over 10 opponents, and was ultimately defeated, suffering severe injuries. What followed was Richard's awakening and his rampage. After listening to Bone's account, Richard said, thoughtfully, "It seems this black pyramid is the hub for controlling the territory, and it involves the laws of space." Wait a moment. As Richard finished speaking, his body slumped, and Bone rushed to support him. Not long after, Richard regained consciousness, and a black crow appeared on his shoulder. "Huh? This is the guy who took your clone away? He seems to be growing faster than you." Chapter 204. Bone wasn't particularly surprised to see Ulysses suddenly appear. In his opinion, the crow perched on his boss's shoulder was a manifestation of his boss's talent, perhaps even his twin. Nightmare creatures came in all shapes and sizes, so he wasn't surprised by any of them. Ulysses glanced around, then circled the ruins a few more times. Finally, he returned to Richard's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Gah, something's watching us. According to you, the Nightmare Lord dragged the entire territory into the Nightmare Realm. This is unusual. I suspect the Nightmare Lord isn't dead, and he's still living in this territory in some form." "Huh?" Richard's face hardened, his pupils involuntarily constricting. Ulysses' words were truly terrifying. A living Nightmare Lord inhabited this territory, so wouldn't any of these nightmare creatures who entered it become his prey? "Ha, don't be nervous. Nightmare creatures are different from us. Without nightmare power, their strength declines. A Nightmare Lord, without his territory and subordinates, would consume a significant amount of his nightmare power unless he were to fall into a deep slumber. After all these years, even if this Nightmare Lord is still alive, the nightmare power he controls has likely been largely depleted." Ulysses surveyed his surroundings and continued, "But we better leave this damn place. Your real body isn't here, after all. Losing this clone would be quite troublesome." Richard nodded, agreeing. While the nightmare artifact was valuable, given their current strength, it was best not to take any risks. "You go explore the route, we leave now." "Okay, all right." Ulysses flew toward the outskirts of the territory, and Richard called to Bone, preparing to leave this haunted place. "Boss, aren't you going to take a look at the nightmare artifact?" Bone asked, somewhat puzzled. He saw Richard and Ulysses whispering for a long time, thinking they were planning how to obtain the nightmare artifact. He hadn't expected them to actually leave after all this discussion. Richard glanced at him and said earnestly, "Bones, what did I tell you? Survival is paramount now. Is the nightmare artifact something we can touch? Taking it by force is not only extremely dangerous, but even if you get it, can you protect it once you get out? The person who sent you the message never intended for you to survive from the beginning. Even if we leave now, we'd probably be hunted, let alone obtaining the artifact." Bones nodded obediently, listening to Richard's lecture. Richard looked at him and sighed. He had originally named Bones, hoping he would be clever and useful in the future. But now it seemed that Bones' cleverness was merely a product of survival. Once he lost his life, his brain began to turn. But being dull was good. Dumb creatures are often more loyal. Following Ulysses, Richard and the others arrived at the street Bones had passed through. It was there that the priest had been dragged into the surrounding houses by a group of dark figures, his fate unknown. Before entering the street, Ulysses suddenly paused. There are quite a few remnants of nightmare rules here," Ulysses said warily. "I think we better take another route." But Bones then spoke up, "It's the same. We've explored the entire inner city. The entire inner city area is stained with remnants of nightmare rules. This street is relatively safe. At least we know where the rules are triggered. In other areas, we don't even know what the special rules are." Hearing Bones' words, Ulysses stopped talking, fell on Richard's shoulder, and together they entered the street. The street was very quiet. The windows of the buildings on both sides looked out into the darkness, as if they were not windows, but the mouths of some monster. Knowing the rules, they kept their mouths shut as they walked, and soon reached the edge of the inner city. Further ahead, they would enter the safety of the outer city. But as Richard took a step forward, he suddenly realized he was still in the same place. Thinking it was an illusion, he took another step. but his body remained in the same place. He looked at the bones and saw the same thing. Ulysses flew off Richard's shoulder, preparing to escape through the air. But it was the same. Ulysses gave Richard a look and flew backwards. Moving backwards wasn't a problem. Richard and the others followed. Once they were out of the street, Ulysses said, it's a spatial loop. Someone doesn't want us to leave. Richard's face darkened as he whispered, that Nightmare Lord? I don't know, but one thing is for sure. With our current strength, we probably can't force our way out. This is a bit troublesome. Goethe overheard the two's conversation and felt a surge of self-blame. If he had been more vigilant, less arrogant about his own strength, perhaps things wouldn't have come to this. After a moment's silence, Richard said in a low voice, It seems we have to see the Nightmare artifact. He only has one clone, just one subordinate like Goethe. If they were all lost, all his arrangements in the Nightmare world would be gone. Although it might seem like Richard had only lost a small move, in the long run, Richard had lost his arrangements in the Nightmare world and missed out on a significant amount of Nightmare power. This Nightmare power would be transformed into soul essence once Richard could enter the Nightmare world with his soul. Furthermore, this loss would increase with the time it took Richard to find a way to enter the Nightmare world. The longer the time, the greater the loss. Just like the giant fish he failed to catch while fishing, over time, the fish would increase from a few dozen kilograms to several hundred kilograms. Well, maybe we should go take a look. Ulysses didn't mind. He wouldn't get any of Richard's gains from the Nightmare world, and even if Richard found a way to enter it, it wouldn't have any effect on him, the master of this world. Who knows, maybe we can actually capture this artifact. Bone led the way to the square, while Richard and Ulysses explored the territory. Richard had energy vision, so he could instantly detect any traps or ambushes throughout the territory. Ulysses, relying on his soul projection, acted without restraint. Even if a building was infected by the rules of Nightmare, who knew what monsters and demons were hiding within? He dared to explore. And his exploration wasn't a big deal. Richard actually found something useful. Wow, this thing must be something only a Nightmare Lord could have created. After all these years, it's still there, and it's still moving. Ulysses clutched a palm-sized carriage in his paw. It looked like the one Billy the Golem had used to take Richard to a maid's city. But when Bone saw the carriage, he exclaimed, "Boss! This isn't a nightmare creature, this is the Miss Coachman. All his nightmare power has been sucked away." "Oh!" Richard took the carriage in surprise. From the carriage emerged a tiny figure, about 5 or 6 centimeters tall. It wore a straw hat, held a whip, and was a skeleton. It was a miniature version of the Miss Coachman. As soon as the little figure appeared, it knelt before Richard, shouting, "Sir, spare me, sir, spare me! I only possess a stream of nightmare power. Even if you devour me, it won't do anything." Richard looked at the Miss Coachman curiously. He hadn't studied this degenerate nightmare creature yet. However, given his current situation, the cost of studying nightmare creatures seemed a bit high. Richard held the Miss Coachman in his arms and asked Bone, "How about letting this little guy help you? From what you said before, he's quite knowledgeable and experienced." Bone was stunned, unsure of what Richard meant. But Richard's words were indeed true. The Miss Coachman was indeed knowledgeable and experienced. "All right," Bone replied after a moment's reflection. Having an experienced helper would be very helpful to his survival. Richard turned to the Miss Coachman. "Little one, how about I give you a name?" As Richard's strength increased, the naming mechanism opened up more and more permissions for him. From initially being able to sense emotions, to now being able to draw nightmare power from the named person, even greater than his own. When he reached level 3, who knew what else the naming would bring him? Hearing Richard's offer to give him a name, the Miss Coachman nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, sir, for the name. Naming requires mutual consent." Since the Miss Coachman agreed, Richard casually gave him a name. "You were called the Miss Coachman before, so I call you Coachman now." With the name bestowed upon him, a connection instantly formed between Richard and the Miss Coachman. After the naming, Richard brought the Coachman to his presence and began to inquire about his fate. The Coachman and Bones were both transported through space, but compared to Bones, who had Richard's support, the Coachman's fate was far worse. He was transported to a neighborhood with established rules and, like Bones, was surrounded and attacked by several nightmare creatures. But the Coachman was stronger than Bones. He fought with all his might, fleeing and fighting, and ultimately defeated the surrounding nightmare creatures. But before he could rejoice, he violated the rules, and was dragged into a building by a group of shadows, draining them of their nightmare power. "Oh! There are rules in this neighborhood?" Richard glanced at the surrounding houses, thinking that this nightmare realm was truly powerful. Even in the infested land, The remaining rules could manipulate the Great Nightmare at will. Yes, my lord. This area has noise restrictions, and it was the sound of my whip that caused me to violate the rules. Richard nodded, used his nightmare power to create a magic pocket, and placed the item inside. With Ulysses by his side, the driver's experience was clearly lacking. His usefulness wouldn't be apparent until they were outside. Soon, Richard and his group finally reached the edge of the square. Atop the chest of the Nightmare Lord statue, a black pyramid was undulating. Gah, something's not right about this thing, Ulysses said suddenly, looking at the pyramid. It doesn't feel like a nightmare artifact to me. It feels more like... A voice suddenly rang out from the pyramid. Wizard, I want to make a deal with you. Richard frowned and asked Ulysses, is this thing a spirit? Is it possessed by a spirit? Ulysses shook his head, staring at the pyramid and saying gravely, Gah, no, it's the heart of the former lord of this territory. Chapter 205. The Nightmare Lord's Heart? Richard looked back at the floating black pyramid. You can actually tell I'm a wizard. I thought even the Nightmare Lord couldn't tell my identity. Since his main body wasn't in the nightmare world, Richard spoke with more confidence. If he sees through it, then so be it. If you have the guts, run to the material world and the Tower of Truth to kill him. A voice emanated from the black pyramid again. You wizards' talents are practically identical. Each one conceals himself, and you all wear the same robes. It's been so many years, and you haven't changed. Richard's expression paused slightly. He hadn't expected this to be the reason he was recognized. But he quickly realized that this was indeed a flaw. The talents and appearance of a nightmare body are often determined by the wizard's inner self, and wizards clearly want to conceal their identities, and are very self-assured of their own identity. Thus, it's common for wizards' nightmare bodies to be similar. In the nightmare world, difference is the norm, and sameness is unusual. I have to admit, I haven't seen you in ages. Is your war finally over? Black Pyramid asked lightly. Black Pyramid seemed to have had many interactions with wizards in the past, and judging by his words, his age seemed to date back to the end of the Enlightenment, during the Wizarding War. Richard pondered for a moment, then decided to answer truthfully. If you're talking about the Wizarding War, then that war ended long ago. Black Pyramid was silent for a moment. It seems I've wasted a lot of time. So what kind of deal do you want to make with me? Black Pyramid paused, then said, I need a body, a custom-made body without a core. That's not difficult for you wizards. It's indeed easy, Richard said calmly. But what price will you pay? Wizardry's rule is equal exchange. But what price can you offer now? Equal exchange? Black Pyramid's voice suddenly brightened. After all these years, you wizards still like to spout the nonsense. When I trade with you, have I ever been the one who got the better of you? That's what you think, Richard said calmly. Okay, I'm relieved that you wizards are still like this, Black Pyramid said with a hint of relief. If you create a body according to my specifications, I give you a broken nightmare artifact. Oh! Richard raised an eyebrow. That sounds like I'm getting a great deal. I haven't finished my terms yet. I need this follower of yours to stay with me for 500 years, and for those 500 years, I need him to obey my orders completely, Black Pyramid added. Richard's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected this lord to be after Bones. You actually want Bones? I think we can negotiate this. Bones had to guard Richard's clone. If he followed this nightmare lord, he'd inevitably be involved in daily battles, which didn't align with Richard's needs for Bones. Oh! Do you still have feelings for this little guy? Black Pyramid was a little surprised. Based on his impression of wizards, he would have absolutely agreed to this deal. Bones needs to protect this clone of mine, and can't completely obey your commands, Richard replied calmly. But I have a little fellow here, who might be able to meet your needs. As he spoke, Richard pulled the driver from his pocket. This little fellow has degraded due to violating the rules, but given enough nightmare power, he recovered quickly. He's far more powerful than Bones. It's this little fellow. I thought he was dead. Black Pyramid recognized the driver. But he's only a nightmare spirit now. There's too much nightmare power to cultivate. Don't worry about that. If you agree to the deal, he's soon become a great nightmare. Black Pyramid was silent for a long time, as if considering whether the deal was appropriate. You have to turn him into a great nightmare first before I agree to this deal. Richard nodded. No problem, but I need a small favor from you. 3 hours later, Richard tossed the remains of a great nightmare to the driver. With the influx of nightmare power, the driver's strength returned to that of the great nightmare. Richard needed the Black Pyramid to do something simple: summon those nightmare creatures again. From the energy light path, it appeared that a vast energy network existed beneath the entire inner city, with the Black Pyramid at its hub. Unfortunately, the nightmare power within this energy network didn't originate from the Black Pyramid, but from the very ground within the nightmare world. Doesn't the energy light path, which Richard could observe through the Earth's strata, look familiar? The Black Pyramid's territory happened to cover an area where Black Knights were spawning. The Black Pyramid also conveniently connected to this nightmare network, activating its territory's defenses. But the nightmare power that created the Black Knights wasn't easy to swallow. Black Pyramid only dared to use it to activate defensive measures, not to take more. As the Nightmare Lord, he knew many of the Black Tide's secrets. With the driver returning to the Great Nightmare, Black Pyramid finally agreed to the deal. He only needed a Great Nightmare to help him through these difficult initial days. As for who the Great Nightmare was, it didn't matter. Very well. Since you agreed to the deal, then please bring over the energy circulation diagram for the body you want customized. Richard looked at Black Pyramid with some anticipation. A body customized by a Nightmare Lord must contain a wealth of knowledge. But Black Pyramid said, before the deal, I need you to swear on the Sea of Souls that you will not create any hidden doors or other devices within the body. And after the deal is complete, you will not attack Mark Seal or engage in any hostile behavior against me, and this will last for at least 500 years. It must be said that Black Pyramid had definitely been ripped off by wizards. While wizards value contracts, once the contract is fulfilled, they have absolutely no problem robbing the thieves, especially when facing alien creatures. Richard's face darkened upon hearing this, and he reluctantly swore an oath on the Sea of Souls. After the oath, Black Pyramid transmitted a mental message to Richard. This message contained an energy cycle diagram he had never seen before. This energy cycle was far more complex than that of ordinary nightmare spirits, yet still within the realm of nightmare spirits. If one were to use this energy cycle to become a little nightmare, the energy cycle within their body would be several times more complex than that of an ordinary little nightmare. The secret within this, perhaps only Black Pyramid himself knew. Following the energy cycle diagram, Richard spent a considerable amount of time completing the body. After delivering it, the Black Pyramid slowly flew to its chest and merged into it. 3 seconds later, the body opened its eyes. Very good. Although you wizards are cunning, your creations are indeed useful. Black Pyramid stood up and pulled a smaller Black Pyramid from his chest. Here's what you requested. Richard took the pyramid and asked, I haven't asked for your name yet. Name? Black Pyramid sneered. I dare not tell you my real name. You may call me Pyramid. Richard's eye twitched, wondering how many wicked deeds his wizard predecessors had committed in the nightmare world, causing a nightmare lord to be afraid to even reveal his name to a mere wizard like him. Alright, our transaction is complete. The territory's defenses have been dismantled. You may depart as you please. With that, the Pyramid Lord waved to the coachman and departed without hesitation, without a trace of regret. It seemed as if this land wasn't his domain, but a prison. Richard examined the nightmare artifact the Pyramid Lord had given him. It was only the size of a fist, crafted entirely from smooth obsidian, and looked remarkably delicate. The only flaw was that one corner of the pyramid was broken. On all 5 sides of the pyramid, Richard found something resembling runes, but these runes were entirely different from those used by wizards, and Richard couldn't decipher them quickly. He injected nightmare power into the Black Pyramid, and in the next moment, the Black Pyramid merged with Richard's body, merging with the core of the nightmare body. He also knew the Black Pyramid's purpose. Nightmare amplification. Once absorbed into your body, the Black Pyramid will amplify any methods involving nightmare rules. Furthermore, this ability can be shared with subordinates through the connection between given names. Understanding the Black Pyramid's function, Richard couldn't help but shake his head. What's the use? How much do you know about nightmare rules, Bone? Bone shook his head. Boss, I wouldn't do much with methods involving nightmare rules. Richard sighed. It seems this thing won't be very useful for now. Considering it, if this thing were a truly useful artifact, Pyramid certainly wouldn't have given it to him so easily for 500 years. You say you're giving it to me, but you're letting me draw the enemy's attention while you and your subordinates grow secretly. Once you've grown up, come back to me to take back this nightmare artifact. Richard sneered inwardly, looking in the direction of Pyramid's departure. But the Nightmare Lord probably never dreamed that his nightmare artifact would be wasted, gone without a trace. Regardless of what markings the pyramid has buried within this nightmare artifact, all Richard needs to do is wait for him to find a way to enter the nightmare world. Nightmare artifact? Just a carrier of rules. All of them will serve as raw materials for me. After thinking this over, Richard sank back into his coffin. This operation has expended a great deal of energy. I'm afraid I won't be able to wake up for some time. When you get out, don't return to that tavern. Go directly into the wilderness and find a lawless place. The person who leaked the news of the nightmare artifact in the territory will definitely not let you live. Bone nodded vigorously. Survival comes first. I know, boss. Richard nodded, then closed the coffin and turned off the Dream World communication device. Stepping out of the communication device, Richard found the room where it was placed was already a furnace. Richard had spent nearly a day in the nightmare world, which was a huge challenge for the Dream World communication device. But from the looks of it, Richard's modified cooling device was indeed quite sturdy. Exiting the communication room, Richard stretched his body and prepared to enter the laboratory to continue his experiments. Suddenly he stopped. A tenuous connection, piercing the dimensional barrier, connected with his soul. And the source of this connection was none other than the nightmare artifact. Could it be possible that I can still use this nightmare artifact in the material world? Chapter 206. Richard attempted to use his mental power to trace this connection and enter the nightmare world, but without amplification, his mental power could not break through the dimensional barrier. That's strange. Why would it be blocked if there's a connection? Richard opened the rift in the secret realm and fished Ulysses out. After listening to Richard's account, Ulysses replied, Huh? Wasn't that nightmare artifact fused with your nightmare core? This connection isn't directly linked to your soul, but rather through the connection between your soul seed and your soul. After hearing Ulysses' explanation, Richard instantly understood. If he could use the connection between his soul seed and his soul to transmit soul information to the nightmare world, then the reverse operation would naturally work. But in that case, his excitement would be in vain. Unable to activate the nightmare artifact, this connection was useless. Suddenly, Richard felt a throbbing sensation. A vague feeling welled up in his heart. The nightmare rules within him seemed to be linked to this connection. Number 1. Richard suddenly shouted. A few seconds later, Number 1, wearing a maid outfit and a cat-like head, arrived before Richard. She lowered her head and whispered, Master, what are your commands? Raise your head. Number 1 raised her head, her pale blue eyes fixed on Richard. Although her expression was calm, a hint of fear could still be seen. She had no idea what her master wanted her to do. She had contact with other demi-human slaves in the Wizard Tower, and knew that many of them were used for human experiments. The tragic fates of those demi-humans were deeply engraved in her mind. I hope it's not an experiment. She forced herself to remain calm and raised her head as Richard instructed. The moment she looked up, she suddenly noticed a dark glint in her master's eyes. Come with me. I have an experiment. I need your cooperation, Richard said calmly. Richard's voice instantly set Number 1's heart tumbling. Like a puppet, she followed Richard into the laboratory and watched as he produced a pitch-black insect covered in dense tentacles. She had seen this kind of insect before, on a subhuman being used as a wizard's experiment. This insect was a parasite that would gradually devour every inch of its host's flesh and blood. During this process, the host would remain conscious and insensible to pain. In the end, the insect would completely devour the host, leaving only the brain, under the influence of the hallucinogen released by the parasite, in a permanent sleep. Number 1 could not help but take 2 steps back and collapse to the ground helplessly. Will this be her fate? She watched Richard approach her with the insect, watching it creep ever closer. Open your mouth. Number 1 shook her head violently, practically crawling to her master's feet, pleading tearfully. But she was greeted by the same cold, heartless eyes. Next, she was strapped to the test table, her mouth forced open with a device. She watched as the horrible parasite entered her mouth, consuming her tongue first, then slowly, its way down her throat, and then... Ah! Number 1 screamed, her eyes opening. Before her, Richard looked at her calmly. What happened to you? Richard asked, pulling out a notebook. Number 1 touched her mouth and glanced at her surroundings. Was it all just an illusion? She wiped the sweat from her forehead and began to recount to Richard everything she had witnessed. At this moment, she had a vague understanding. Her wizard master had indeed experimented on her, but not in the way she had seen. After listening to Number 1's description, Richard closed his notebook, rubbed Number 1's head, and sent her away, granting her 3 days of vacation. Is this the power granted to me by the Nightmare Rule? From Number 1's description, Richard could confirm that he had gained the ability to cause someone to have a nightmare. This nightmare consisted of the user's greatest fear, but it did not cause any mental damage. When using this power, Richard also recorded the energy consumed. When causing Number 1 to have a nightmare, his mental energy consumed approximately 1 point, and Number 1's nightmare duration was 1 minute. Richard estimated that the energy consumed by the power was related to the user's mental energy. Not bad. This thing is absolutely perfect for torture. After testing his abilities, Richard prepared to enter the lab again, but as soon as he took a step, a wave of magical energy pulled him back to the third floor. It was the magical energy of the long-range communication crystal ball. Finding the crystal ball, Richard examined the information within. Richard, is your golem still there? I'd like to borrow it. In Anna's wizard tower, Richard opened a rift in the secret realm and retrieved the alchemical golem. Looking at the golem, now covered in blue mushroom iron, Anna's gaze shifted from astonishment to admiration. She gave Richard a thumbs up. You're a master at taking advantage of opportunities. Richard smiled. With the miracle furnace at his disposal, it would be unjust for him not to take on a task like refining ore. Anna touched the golem twice with her mechanical right hand. A flash of magical energy flashed through her fingertips, and with a gentle click, a metal plate detached from the alchemical golem. Looking at the unchanged structure inside, Anna breathed a sigh of relief. Lucky you only changed the outer shell, otherwise this golem would be useless. Richard asked curiously, Senior Sister, besides being cheap, is there anything special about this golem? Richard had studied the golem over the years, but after a thorough examination, he found the internal structure to be quite ordinary. Aside from the cheap materials, there wasn't anything particularly advantageous. Anna glanced at Richard and pulled a parchment scroll from the magic pouch at her waist. It's really nothing special on its own, but with this, it could be incredibly useful. Richard was slightly surprised. Oh! Looks like you found something valuable. Anna snorted proudly. Hee hee, thanks to you, I've also collected some cryptic notes over the years. One of these notes is sealed, concealing its true contents, and that's what's inside. So what do you want my golem for? If you want the golem's construction, I can give it to you. Give it to me? Anna frowned slightly, walked over to Richard, and tapped him hard on the head with her left hand. Is this how you treat the knowledge you've discovered? You know that the transfer of knowledge between wizards, except between master and apprentice, is based on equal exchange? Richard rubbed his head and said nonchalantly, Look, even if I didn't want the item you, Senior Sister, would have offered it yourself. Since you can offer it yourself, why should I? Anna glared at Richard with some irritation. Then I won't ask for it next time. Let's see if you learn your lesson after being wrong twice. Richard said with a smile, Don't be angry, don't be angry. Anger is bad for your health. It was clearly you who took advantage, but now you're making it seem like I took advantage. Seeing Richard's playful smile, Anna angrily pushed him out of the wizard tower. Go away, go away. I have my own uses for this puppet. I'll let you know when I'm done researching it. With that, Anna slammed the door shut. Richard stood outside the door and shouted, Hey, Senior Sister, you haven't paid yet. Anna's angry voice rang out from behind the door. No. You're going to give me the schematics, and you're still concerned about a small amount? Hearing this, Richard stroked his chin, a smile curling his lips. Desensitization is a great success. Ever since the academic exchange conference held in the insect hive world, Richard has been trying to break down some of the inherent beliefs of wizards within his small circle. Research results can be kept private, but wizards are a bit too extreme in this regard. They treasure every detail, and even asking about research topics is considered an offense. Richard is trying to break this barrier, laying the foundation for future academic conferences. Furthermore, Richard believes that social change begins with individual change. Perhaps, in the future, the entire wizarding world will be transformed by his actions. Returning to the wizard tower, Richard finally entered the laboratory. Looking at the crystal ball on the test bench, Richard sighed. Inside the crystal ball was a fragmented rune, the mountain heart rune Richard had obtained in the mountain secret realm. A year was too short for Richard to complete this rune. Now that he had left the mountain secret realm, the incomplete form of the rune left Richard feeling like he had a mountain of treasure, but no idea where to begin. The mountain heart rune was extremely complex. Even a master wizard deeply versed in runology would likely take some time to complete. For Richard, a second-level wizard with limited knowledge, completing it was undoubtedly a pipe dream. So, Richard chose a different approach. Since he couldn't complete it, he could dismantle the complex, incomplete mountain heart rune to create some lower-level runes. This operation wasn't considered innovative among wizards. When Richard created the Heart of Annihilation, he extracted some rudimentary lesser runes from the Flame of Oblivion, and the Water of Darkness runes to aid in the formation of the spell. And most importantly, it wasn't difficult. The only complication was repeatedly testing the runes to see if they held true. This was an extremely tedious and lengthy process. An ordinary mortal might never find a valid lesser rune in their lifetime. But fortunately, wizards have plenty of time. 20 years later, A surge of magical power awakened Richard from his experiment. He was forced to stop disassembling the runes and retrieve his long-range crystal ball. The crystal ball contained 2 messages. One was from Anna. Anna had completed her research on the golem and sent a message for Richard to take it away. The other message was more important. From Vladimir. Qingxuang No. 1, No. 2, and No. 3 legions will participate in a plain war in 3 years. You will have to participate in this war as a technical advisor. Chapter 207. 3 years later, so anxious? Richard couldn't help but feel a headache as he looked at the message in the crystal ball. Due to the rules of the accompanying military clause, the Richard Choro Chamber of Commerce must send a technical advisor to participate in this planar war. The technical advisor needs to collect first-hand data on the prototype, the spell support vehicle Richard built, on the battlefield for future optimization and upgrades. The White Wizard Legion spent a huge sum of magic essence, not just on the spell support vehicle, but also on the accompanying upgrade services. And since Richard was the prototype's creator, he must also be present as a technical advisor for its first actual combat. It's well known that prototypes often have many technical issues, some of which require the designer to find solutions. In summary, Richard had to go on this planar war. Putting the crystal ball aside, Richard had to reorganize his life for the past few years. Through training in the gravity laboratory, Richard's physical fitness had reached 117 points, a remarkable achievement. Richard was considering collaborating with the Garlon Club to build a gravity gym on the residential level. This training method, which effectively improves physical fitness, Richard felt would be appreciated by many wizards pursuing physical evolution. Beyond physical strength, Richard's adaptive body and dragon-like combat body had also reached new heights in recent years. He could now ignore fire, lightning, and thrust damage below level 500 and possess resistance to blunt, cutting, and penetrating damage up to level 250. Richard's adaptive body alone was now enough to crush even newly promoted, uninitiated first-level wizards. However, to achieve this effect, Richard had spent tens of thousands of magic essences on his adaptive body over the years, becoming the greatest gold-eating beast under Richard's command. In his dragon transformation battle body, Richard had developed detoxification glands and dragon skin toughing glands over the years. The former allows for faster detoxification, while the latter further enhances Richard's defense. But the physical enhancement glands Richard desired most remained elusive. With these glands, Richard's physique would improve even without him. Besides his physical strength, Richard's mental power has steadily increased over the years, now reaching 112 points. While mental power can only be rapidly increased with top-tier treasures, like Soul Essence, its advantage is its remarkably stable rate of improvement. Richard only needs 1 point every 10 years to reach the peak of a second-level wizard. And that 1,000 years doesn't involve full-time meditation. 8 hours of daily meditation can essentially be considered sleep. For a wizard, increasing mental power is never a problem, and its impact on combat effectiveness is minimal. Without sufficient knowledge, a second-level wizard with 199 spiritual power can be defeated by a second-level wizard with 100 spiritual power. There's little point in these past few years of gravity training, and the adaptive body can be discontinued, Richard pondered, pulling a notebook from his pocket and starting to write. With the gravity and adaptive body training discontinued, the focus for the next 2 years should be on combat training and equipment upgrades. Richard's wand is infused with a significant amount of fine gold. If this gold is properly blended, it can be used to create a variety of alloys with exceptional properties. These alloys are top-notch materials for crafting magical armor or alchemical golems. Richard scribbled down a few impromptu magical equipment ideas in his notebook and then left the wizard tower, ready to go find Anna to retrieve his golem, and to see what wonderful things Anna had come up with over the years. The sun was shining brightly outside the wizard tower, its brilliant rays falling on Richard, forcing him to shield his eyes. Even his dragon eyes wouldn't be affected by the sun. Seeing the beautiful weather, Richard chose to walk for the first time in a long time instead of using flight. The Black Tower wizard community had a road system. Brick paths, patterned with colorful cobblestones, wound through the wizard towers. These paths were usually used only by demi-human servants, even the winged demi-human servants, who usually walked. The sky was the wizard's domain. Following the path, Richard soon arrived at Anna's wizard tower. He rang the doorbell. Ding-dong. Soon, a demi-human servant opened the door and welcomed Richard in. "Sir, please follow me. The master has been awaiting you for a long time." Following the demi-human servant, Richard descended through a tunnel into the basement of the wizard tower. Every wizard tower has a basement. Richard's basement was used to store food and books, while Anna's had been expanded into a small alchemy workshop. A variety of small alchemy machines were gathered in the basement, serving as Anna's daily tools. Richard even suspected that if he gave Anna the blueprints for a spell support vehicle, she could construct one directly from the machines in the basement. Boom boom. After passing through the tunnel, Richard emerged into a brightly lit alchemy workshop. The combined sounds of the various alchemy machines made Richard feel as if he were in a noisy factory. In the center of the alchemy workshop, Richard spotted Anna busy at work. Anna was using her multifunctional robotic arm to fumble with something resembling an alchemical golem, sparks flying from time to time, as if she were welding. "Master, Lord Richard has arrived," the demi-human servant warned. Anna looked up, spotted Richard, and quickly beckoned him to her side. "Richard, take a look at this." Richard walked over, only to see Anna excitedly presenting her work to Richard. "Look, this is the alchemical golem I made. Do you see any advantages to it?" With that, Anna patted the golem, and its eyes lit up. "Anna number 1 has awakened. Master, please give the command." Looking at the golem, which was a size smaller than his own, Richard casually tapped on its outer shell. "Isn't this thing made of pure metal?" "Of course not. This enchanted metal shell is for increased defense," Anna said somewhat dissatisfiedly. "No matter how incompetent I am, I wouldn't be able to build an alchemical golem out of alchemical metal." Richard circled the golem, looking left and right. Aside from its reduced size, it seemed unremarkable. "Sister, can you let him show me a few moves?" Richard asked tentatively. Without disassembling the golem to examine its internal structure, Richard could only judge its quality by its attack and defense. A golem is, after all, a war machine. Attack and defense are its two most important attributes. "Hey, can't you see I miniaturized this golem?" Hearing Richard's intentions, Anna could no longer contain her thoughts. "Huh? That's all? I thought it had other advantages," Richard said, somewhat embarrassed. "It's smaller. Isn't that a huge advantage?" Anna asked, somewhat angrily. "This golem's attributes are all significantly stronger than your original. Then, on top of that, the smaller size is already a significant advantage." So what's your definition of this thing, Sister Anna?" Richard said cautiously, examining the alchemical golem. "Definition?" Anna asked, somewhat puzzled. Richard patted the golem. "Sister, the golem you're researching is intended as a cheap weapon. It's made of enchanted stone, a very cheap material. The golem's internal structure is also very simple, so even if it's destroyed, there's no need to feel bad. Conversely, the golems of some great alchemists are elite weapons. These golems are crafted from expensive alchemical metals, sparing no expense to significantly enhance their stats. They're formidable, and ordinary wizards are no match for them. But sister yours..." Richard didn't finish his words. If this were the Enlightenment era, Anna's improvement would have been remarkable. Back then, golem technology wasn't as advanced as it is today. Being able to reduce its size without sacrificing its stats was undoubtedly a significant improvement. If this news were released, it would undoubtedly have drawn a frenzy from many wizarding families. But now, golem technology has matured. Golems have already completed the process from miniaturization to metallization. Even though these technologies are in the hands of certain great alchemists, it can be said that in terms of optimizing the golem size, the road has basically run out. Therefore, few wizards these days research miniaturization of golems. They generally focus on morphing them. Richard's spell support vehicle, in a sense, is also a morph golem, except that Richard didn't install the intelligent control components. Moreover, ordinary wizards typically create golems for use as guards, essentially designing their functions first and then optimizing their size, rather than optimizing their size first and then adding functions. Size is not as important as function. After hearing Richard's words, Anna's face darkened. She looked at the golem she had labored over for so many years with a mournful look, momentarily at a loss as to what to do. What was the purpose of this thing? It was too expensive as a cheap weapon, too inadequate as a refined weapon, and too limited as a guard. After much deliberation, Anna sighed, "Alas, I was mesmerized by the blueprint in the coded notes." Blueprint? Richard recalled the parchment scroll he had seen 20 years ago. "Sister Anna, did you create this golem based on the blueprint?" "Of course not. I drew inspiration from that blueprint and combined it with your golem to create this golem." As she spoke, Anna pulled the parchment scroll from her pocket. She was so mesmerized by the contents of the parchment scroll that she had forgotten how advanced golem technology was. What she had spent 20 years creating was now nothing more than a store of knowledge. Looking at Anna, who seemed somewhat depressed, Richard didn't know how to comfort her. He walked over to her, wanting to offer words of encouragement, but a glance at her choked him out. Senior sister, can I take a look at this scroll of yours? A depressed Anna casually handed the scroll to Richard. Look, if you want. Consider it the price of borrowing your golem for a while. Taking the scroll and reading its contents, Richard confirmed he hadn't misread. The entire golem's internal structure was surprisingly built around an earth elemental core. Senior sister, perhaps this thing of yours has some future. Anna was startled and quickly stood up from her stool. Junior brother, what have you discovered? Richard waved the scroll in his hand. If the internal structure of your golem is similar to this diagram, then perhaps my research over the years can make it more useful. Chapter 208. Richard's Laboratory. This is a rune I found recently. I think it would be perfect for your golem. Richard faced Anna, holding a loose lump of earth inscribed with a rune. He infused one of the runes with his magical power, and soon the loose lump became firm. What's the use of this? Anna looked at Richard's lump of earth, somewhat puzzled. It was just a lump of earth inscribed with a rune. Even though it had become firmer due to the rune, it wouldn't be of much use to her golem, right? Hey, don't worry. Richard smiled, and casually broke off a little of the lump, breaking a rune. Then he used his magic to create some sand. Watch out, this is the real kicker. With that, Richard placed the broken lump of earth on the sand, and something magical happened. The clod of earth, devoid of any biological characteristics, unexpectedly began to absorb sand. This absorbed sand quickly replaced the portion Richard had casually broken off, and even repaired the damaged rune. This is memory. And it even has a certain degree of vitality. Anna was astonished at the transformation of the clod of earth. Richard's rune would be extremely useful for her golem. If used properly, her golem could recover from damage by absorbing elements, as long as its core remained intact. Seeing that Anna recognized the rune's value, Richard nodded in satisfaction. This rune was the most complex he had ever extracted from the heart of the mountain rune. He hadn't initially thought it would have any use, and had planned to store it away as a knowledge repository. Unexpectedly, Anna had found a use for it. This rune can memorize the state of the earth element and perform a certain degree of repair. If it can be combined with the right rune array, it will be of great help to your golem, senior sister. Anna looked at the lump of earth in Richard's hand, her heart agitated. Admittedly, this rune was perfectly suited for her golem, but it was Richard who discovered it. If she wanted to use it, she would have to offer knowledge of comparable value. What knowledge would she offer in exchange? Senior sister, you're thinking of what knowledge to exchange for this rune, right? Richard placed the lump of earth on the test bench nearby, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Anna nodded, her brow furrowed slightly, unsure of what knowledge to offer. Senior sister, don't rush your thoughts. I have a suggestion. What do you think? What suggestion? Anna looked at Richard, wondering what her junior brother, whose mindset was always unconventional, had come up with. I can give you the knowledge about this rune for free. However, I need you to develop something according to my concept, and then sign a contract with the Chamber of Commerce to sell it. What? Richard pulled a notebook from his pocket, tore off a page, and drew something. It was a crude-looking golem, with little more than a frame. Sister, this structure needs to be completely resilient. Do you think it's feasible? Anna frowned at Richard's idea. I'm not sure, but I can try. What do you need this for? Richard smiled faintly, a glint of wisdom in his eyes. Of course it's profitable. If this thing can be mass-produced, we'd probably make a fortune. If that's possible, then perhaps the Stone Golem Legion of the Enlightenment era could make a comeback. Carrying Richard's commission and knowledge, Anna left Richard's wizard tower. And Richard began to busy himself with his own affairs. The 11th floor arena was still packed. Richard sat in the audience, quietly watching the two second-ring wizards exchange blows in the arena. Over the years, Richard had continuously participated in various activities of the Garlon Club and had sparred with many of its members. These members, compared to Richard, had much more experience in physical combat, and every battle taught Richard something new. These wizards, who had evolved physically, didn't treasure their skills as much as most wizards did, and were happy to share them with others. These little tricks aren't difficult to master, but if a wizard were left to figure it out on their own, it might take many battles before they truly master them. Sometimes, Richard even felt that the Galleon Club was the truest form of an academic organization. Soon, the battle ended. The winner was the center of attention, while the loser lay quietly on the ground. Soon, the crowd dispersed. The winner walked over to the loser and pulled him up from the ground. During the battle, they were opponents, but afterward, they were club members again. Club members valued mutual support. Hey, Richard. You've been coming to the club more and more often lately. Have you finally discovered the joy of the physical path? Are you ready to devote yourself to physical evolution? Jimmy laughed loudly upon seeing Richard. Richard shrugged. Master, we wizards are all about showmanship. How can we stick to just one path? Jimmy shook his head. Either path is profound and extensive. If you pursue both, be careful, you won't last long on either. Then, Jimmy greeted a few familiar wizards. There were quite a few wizards at the arena today, so there might be a waiting list. Jimmy gathered the wizards together, then took out a crystal ball and sent a few messages. Soon, he said regretfully to two of them, I'm afraid you two won't be able to fight today. We don't have any suitable opponents. Club battles require a level playing field. Only opponents of similar strength can truly inspire a wizard's passion. Hearing this, the two wizards reluctantly withdrew. For wizards remained, just strong enough to split into two groups. Richard looked across. Haas, clad in a black robe, was gazing at him with a fierce, determined look. Since their first encounter, Richard and Haas have fought several more times, each with their share of victories and defeats. While Richard's mountain way was immensely powerful, Haas was no pushover. After becoming familiar with Richard's techniques, Haas quickly defeated Richard, drawing on his extensive combat experience. Over the past 20 years, the two sides have clashed 10 times, with Haas winning 6 and drawing 1, and Richard winning 4 and drawing 1. After assigning the opponents, Jimmy didn't bother to repair the arena and began arranging the battles. Wait a moment, you two. I've already reserved these two, Jimmy said to Richard and Haas. Richard and Haas agreed to this arrangement. Both being dark wizards, they instinctively obeyed the orders of Jimmy, a powerful third-ring master. Arrangements were complete, and the first battle soon began. The two wizards fighting were both second-ring, but their combat power far surpassed Richard and Haas. As soon as they entered the arena, an astonishing aura and life force radiated from them. So powerful, Richard exclaimed inwardly. Compared to spiritually evolved wizards, who could only observe energy fluctuations, the strengths and weaknesses of physically evolved wizards were even more obvious. The powerful life force and aura cultivated through years of battle would have even an unintelligent beast instinctively fleeing. The two wizards stood on either side of the arena, staring at each other, motionless and silent. Yet, the air in the arena seemed frozen, as everyone watched them nervously. A gentle breeze blew, stirring up a wisp of dust. The next moment, the two wizards collided, stirring up waves of air like wind blades, even leaving scratches on the arena walls. In an instant, they completed their bloodline transformations, orchestrating their moves and charges, going all out. They were old rivals, and winning or losing no longer mattered to them. They fought to test their progress. Bang, bang, bang. Two wizards, one covered in bone armor and clad in bone gloves, striking with such swiftness that he could unleash hundreds of punches in the blink of an eye. The other, meanwhile, transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant, his skin gleaming with runes, his eyes gleaming with lightning. Every movement carried immense power. Richard watched from the audience, pondering the mysteries of the two wizards' every move. The runes on this giant seemed similar to the principles of battlefield alchemy. We could experiment with them later. That's a good move by the bone armor wizard. He must have used both feather fall and heavy blows simultaneously. I can try that when I get back. Watching the two wizards in the arena, Richard absorbed their knowledge. Compared to Richard, Haas, standing nearby, was a bit less impressive. He was a frequent visitor to the arena and enjoyed watching the fights. But he didn't do it to learn the skills, but simply for entertainment. He was thoroughly enjoying the high-quality battle. Soon, with a loud boom, the two wizards flew backwards simultaneously. The bone armor wizard's chest armor shattered, and the broken bones even pierced the skin on his back, leaving his entire chest concave. The rune giant wasn't much better off, either. For nearly translucent fist-punch holes on his chest and abdomen were bleeding profusely. It was clear that the outcome of this battle was mutually devastating. Jimmy arrived at the arena and gave the two wizards some simple medical treatment so they could regain the strength to stand. The two wizards performed a wizard salute to Jimmy, then moved to the ring to begin healing. Richard and Haas also entered the arena. It's been 5 years since we last met, Richard. Haas looked at Richard with a sinister smile. Last time we tied, but you won't be as lucky this time. Richard sighed. You still care so much about winning, Haas. We fight not to win or lose, but to learn and grow. A single-minded pursuit of winning or losing will only disturb your inner self. Aside from the first bout, Richard's remaining battles were primarily focused on learning. He constantly drew experience from Haas and refined his own fighting skills. Winning or losing meant nothing to him. As long as he could grow, he would happily accept losing 100 times. Stop the nonsense. Fighting is all about victory. If you don't pursue victory, then fighting is meaningless. With that, a surge of energy erupted from Haas's body, instantly causing him to rise a foot taller. Black bone armor pierced his skin, and a strange, bloody fragrance filled the air. Richard watched Haas, and also began his bloodline transformation. But compared to Haas's imposing form, Richard's transformation was more silent and swift. In the audience, two wizards recovering from their injuries glanced at the arena. "That bony brat is going to lose," the giant wizard said calmly. Chapter 209. The bone armor wizard glanced at him and said, "Nonsense. The guy opposite him is superior in both physique and energy control. It's a miracle he doesn't win." The bone armor wizard then glanced at Richard and casually said, "I bet he can finish this fight in 10 moves." The giant wizard shook his head. "Too fast. Unless the two are very familiar with each other, it will take at least 50 moves to decide the winner. I've seen that bony guy fight. He's not weak. If you ask me, Richard can probably finish this fight in 3 moves." A voice suddenly rang out from behind the two wizards. They turned to see Jimmy leisurely sipping from a bottle of wine. "Master, why did you arrange this fight?" the giant wizard asked. "The Garlon Club always arranges fights between equals, as this helps the members improve." "Why?" Jimmy took a sip of his wine. "Haas is a bit too impetuous. I'm just taking this opportunity to teach him a lesson. The two have fought 10 times now. Richard has been improving, while Haas has remained stagnant. But when they first started fighting, Richard wasn't as good as Haas. But now, Jimmy narrowed his eyes at the arena. "Let's begin." In the arena, the two wizards, already old rivals, abandoned their attempts at probing and went all out. Haas glowed with a dark light, his speed so rapid that even Richard's dragon eyes could barely grasp his form. His bone claws were now covered in runes, so sharp they seemed to rip through space. But as an opponent, Richard showed no sign of panic and even sighed inwardly. "It's the same move from last time. You haven't improved at all." Richard closed his eyes, his muscles and magic instantly merging. The next moment, Richard dodged the bone claw attack from behind and thrust his right fist forward lightly. Mountain-breaking punch. Bang! Haas's body flew backward, the bone armor on his arm shattering into pieces. "It's over," Richard said calmly, looking at Haas. Haas stood up from the ground, his face filled with disbelief. He looked at Richard, then at his own arm, his eyes completely bewildered. "How could you see through my attack?" "Because he already knew the flaw in your move and your fighting habits." Jimmy flew into the arena and, with a wave of his hand, the gravel and dust from the battle in the arena gathered into a pile. Although your move is fast, its excessive speed also makes it difficult to control its direction, significantly reducing your flexibility. Furthermore, you tend to attack from the spot, and your dominant hand is right-handed. Richard has fought you 10 times, so he's probably already familiar with this detail. Jimmy looked at Richard, who nodded slightly. "Indeed?" Jimmy downed the wine in the bottle and turned to Haas. "Haas, when you first started fighting, the gap wasn't that big. You even had the advantage, but now, you're no longer on the same level." Haas's face flushed at Jimmy's words. But what could he refute? The person who said this was Jimmy, a peak-level wizard of the third ring. His wisdom and knowledge far surpassed his own. Haas lowered his head slightly, feeling a mixture of emotions. Jimmy walked over to him and patted him. "Haas, fighting is never easy. Keep growing, kid." After returning from the arena, Richard stopped by the commercial floor to buy a lot of alchemical materials. He needed to upgrade his equipment over the next few years. Although a technical advisor might not sound like a high-ranking officer, collecting data still requires going to the battlefield. Back at the Wizard Tower, Richard took out his adamantium-infused wand. Adamantium is one of the most premium alchemical materials, and its alloy formulas are countless in the wizarding world. Almost every alchemist has a recipe for adamantium. The recipe Richard planned to use came from a coded notebook. Richard planned to use this adamantium to create a set of alloy inner armor. The alloy made from the coded notebook's formula was very effective in defending against various attacks. If all went well, Richard would have some adamantium left over to add to his staff. Richard divided the staff, separating the adamantium-infused portion into a separate pile. Raw materials, adamantite alloy. Refined material, adamantite. Refining cost, 80,000 mana. With the miracle furnace at hand, Richard could refine the adamantite with 100% loss-free results. After spending 80,000 mana, Richard obtained a nugget of adamantite the size of a human head. But this was only the first step. Alloys require precise proportions, especially the multi-component alloys, like the one Richard was crafting, where the proportions of each material must be precisely determined. To this end, Richard purchased and crafted a complete set of smelting tools. This took him a full month. With his tools ready, Richard began smelting the alloy. As the various materials in the furnace melted and fused together, a new alloy was born. The smelted black gold is silvery white, with a faint golden hue visible when held up to light. This alloy is highly resistant to elemental and physical attacks, especially physical ones. Richard conducted a few tests and found that this alloy, at a thickness of 3 mm, can even resist 300 energy levels of piercing damage. If Richard enchanted it, this value would increase by nearly 50% to 450 energy levels. The only drawback is that this material lacks energy absorption properties, making it less effective against blunt force damage than piercing damage. Once the alloy was complete, Richard began enchanting it and arranging various rune arrays. Richard was incredibly dedicated to his armor. Designing the rune arrays alone took him 3 months, striving for perfection. Once the design was complete, the production process lasted a year and a half. During this time, besides meditating and honing his combat skills in the arena, Richard devoted all his time to crafting his armor. And it was all worth it. Richard's armor was silver white, resembling a knight's plate armor. In Richard's original design, he had envisioned a lamellar armor pattern, with the plates forming a rune array. This approach had many advantages, including ease of repair. If a plate broke, the armor could simply be replaced. But it was also more difficult and complex to manufacture, and Richard's craftsmanship wasn't sufficient to produce and debug it in such a short time. So, Richard had to settle for plate armor. While this approach was more complex to repair and more cumbersome to replace the rune array, it took less time to manufacture and offered greater defensive capabilities. Richard gently tapped the center of the armor, and the next moment, the lifeless armor came to life. Spell, animated armor. The armor gradually moved toward Richard, then transformed into individual pieces and slipped onto him, resembling a magical Iron Man transformation. Once donned, the armor adhered securely to Richard. While a mortal knight would secure their armor with a belt, Richard only needed a single spell. The armor protected almost all of Richard's body, save for his head. A helmet was a rather inappropriate item for a wizard. Wearing one would only make him stand out more among them. After completing the armor, Richard opened the rift in the secret realm and entered it. Inside the secret realm, the world mushroom remained as tall as ever, but the entirety of the realm had changed dramatically. In front of the world mushroom stood a massive fungal statue. The statue's face, naturally, was Richard's, and a crow perched on its shoulder. This was Richard's statue. According to Ulises, a statue was one of the most important things a deity possessed. Not only did it more efficiently gather the power of faith, it could also sometimes serve as the deity's eyes and ears, or even its incarnation. On the world mushroom behind the statue, a somewhat model-like palace appeared, with a bird's nest nestling in its center. Ulises was currently dozing lazily in the bird's nest. The lord of this world had recovered greatly from his injuries thanks to the world mushroom's help. His combat power had now reached that of a level 3 creature, but this had left him mentally depressed. With his injuries alleviated to a certain degree, Ulises' soul finally began to heal. But this wasn't a good thing for Richard. Richard wasn't worried about Ulises' strength growing beyond his control due to his injuries. Recovering to peak level 3 through this self-healing process would take at least 2,000 years. In 2,000 years, Richard was confident he could become a third-ring wizard. He was worried about Ulises' mental decline as the self-healing began. The soul's self-healing consumes mental energy, and the more rapid the recovery, the greater the mental energy consumed. Richard's healing was still very weak, and Ulises only occasionally napped. But as his injuries healed, the healing effect would gradually increase, and Ulises would gradually progress from napping to deep sleep. At that point, Richard would be without a significant helper. But that was a matter for the future. Ulises, where's the surprise you prepared for me? Richard called out to Ulises. A while ago, Ulises saw Richard busy working on his magic suit and volunteered to wait for him to finish it so he could give him a surprise. Ga! Who's disturbing the great lord of crows? Ulises flew up from the bird's nest and shouted. But when he saw it was Richard, his tone suddenly changed. Ga! Is your magic suit finished? Richard opened his wizard robe, revealing the armor beneath. It's finished, so where's your surprise? Ulises glanced at the armor, then opened his mouth and spit out a golden light. The light stopped in front of Richard and gradually transformed into a staff. What is this? Richard asked curiously. Ga! Do you remember the armor of faith on that insect? I made this with those things. I guarantee you be satisfied. Armor of Faith? Richard was stunned for a moment, then he remembered the chosen one he had captured in the insect nest world. The bug did possess several pieces of Armor of Faith, but his faith power was scarce at the time, so he gave them to Ulises. We don't have enough faith power to use Armor of Faith yet, do we? Richard looked around the secret realm. All the Holy Tree Elves were Richard's followers. But these Holy Tree Elves numbered only a few thousand at most, and the accumulated faith power from such a small number was clearly insufficient for a heavy-duty weapon like the Armor of Faith. Huh? Don't compare mine with that bug's. That bug figured out the Armor of Faith on his own, which is commendable, but compared to our god's civilization, his methods are crude, like an apprentice's. The effect of my Armor of Faith doesn't consume much faith power. Feel free to use it, you definitely have more. Hearing Ulises' words, Richard was delighted and quickly asked, what is the effect of this Armor of Faith? A glint of pride flashed in Ulises' eyes, and he said mysteriously, this Armor of Faith's effect is luck. Chapter 210. Luck? Richard looked at the wand, somewhat puzzled. You mean luck? Let's not even discuss whether luck exists. You're putting luck on a wand. Do you think I find money when I hold it? Ulises shook his head. Your thinking is too superficial. Let me ask you, have you ever experienced a sudden fluctuation in the power of a spell while casting? Yes, Richard nodded. But that's due to an imbalance of elements, not luck. Wrong, absolutely wrong. This is a manifestation of luck, Ulises said with a certain arrogance. You wizards call the distribution of elements in a space a chaotic system. A small change can cause a huge change. I'm not wrong about that. Richard nodded. No. Wrong, but you're not going to tell me that the god civilization conquered the chaos system and found the formula, are you? A formula? Of course not. Ulises shook his head. But we've noticed this phenomenon and have even explored it. We've added a factor to the chaos system, luck. Luck can influence the system's output, making it more favorable to us. Based on this, we've utilized the power of faith and certain miraculous powers to successfully create luck. Blessing. As long as you have this blessing, when you're involved in the chaos system, the output will tend to favor you. It's undeniable that Ulises' explanation deeply shocked Richard. The god civilization is, after all, a civilization. It's not a simple alliance of a few powerful indigenous individuals, but a community of shared interests formed by powerful individuals who control the same power system. Richard keenly noticed a word in Ulises' explanation. Miracle power? What is that? Richard asked. Miracle power is the most miraculous force in the astral realm. This power is unconstrained by any rules, and can produce many phenomena that defy common sense. According to our research, miracle power is likely a relic left behind by certain beings that have reached the 9th level and transcended the astral realm. 9th level beings. Richard's heart trembled. According to the wizard's classification of biological levels, 8th level life is the pinnacle, and 9th level life exists only in theory. The horror of this kind of life is beyond words. According to theory, one of the most common qualities of these beings is absolute eternity. This means that the passage of time will have no effect on them, whether it's 1,000 years or 10,000. Even if time so long that the world collapses and the stars vanish, they will not change in the slightest. Richard gasped. You can actually harness the power left behind by 9th level beings. Ulises flapped his wings. Don't be so surprised. Can't you use it too? Your curses are essentially borrowed miracle powers. Your superiors should have known this long ago, but you're not a curse wizard, and your status isn't high enough, so you don't know. Perhaps? Richard was silent for a moment, then finally let out a sigh. The wizarding world holds too many secrets. He was only a 2nd level wizard, several hundred years old, with access to far too little. So, this staff can make my spells more powerful? Ulises nodded. That's right. However, the effect of luck blessing is limited, and the increased power probably isn't much. Unless you actively use the power of faith to influence the outcome of your spells. Can I actively interfere with the outcome of a spell? Richard was startled again. If he could actively interfere, wouldn't every spell he cast be a critical hit once he had enough faith power? Don't overthink it. Actively interfering requires more faith power than you think. Ulises then flew back to the bird's nest, yawning. This thing doesn't actually have a physical form. Just make the staff and integrate it into it. I need to get some sleep. Before he finished, Ulises fell asleep. Making a staff was easy for Richard. After 6 months of work, Richard successfully crafted a wand with a detachable head. Since he was serving as a technical advisor on the battlefield this time, and didn't expect to be working behind the scenes, Richard replaced the wand's Nomi crystal head with a fire elemental gem. This gem had a simple function. It provided a 10% fire elemental amplification to spells below level 1000. Once it was complete, Richard integrated the armament of faith into it. After the fusion, Richard's experiment yielded some results. In the spell testing ground, Richard swung his staff and summoned a black fireball. With a flick of his staff, the fireball instantly shot out, striking a target 300 meters away. Boom! The target indicated that Richard's fireball had reached a power of 500 energy levels. 400 of these energy levels were the base energy level of the fireball, while the extra 100 energy levels came from the staff's fire elemental amplification array and the fire elemental gem on its head, while the extra 20 energy levels were due to the staff's lucky blessing. The effect looks good, a 20 level increase. This is the result of the elemental distribution in the test site approaching a balance. If we enter a world with a more balanced fire element, the effect should be even stronger. After completing the staff, Richard continued to craft some small magical equipment to deal with special situations. As an alchemist, the number of magical equipment he possesses directly affects his combat effectiveness. A year passed in the blink of an eye, and the time for the floating city to depart finally arrived. On the expeditionary layer, Richard waited with the Qingshuang Legion for the floating city's arrival. Kid, be smart in this war. The planar war is your best chance to strike it rich. Vladimir stood beside Richard, a pipe in his mouth, speaking vaguely. Master, what do you mean? Richard looked at Vladimir, somewhat puzzled. As a technical advisor, I'm not going to have to go behind enemy lines like a dark wizard, am I? Infiltrating behind enemy lines? What are you thinking? Vladimir frowned slightly. Didn't that old bastard Joro tell you before he got promoted? Although you joined the war as a technical advisor, you're also a member of the attached military chamber of commerce. You are eligible to submit a development application to headquarters. Development application? What is that? Richard was completely bewildered. When Joro got promoted, the news of the Qingshuang Legion's participation in the war hadn't yet spread, and Joro hadn't told him many things. Seeing Richard's bewilderment, Vladimir tapped his pipe, took a deep breath, and said, "That's right. This war came too suddenly. Logically, the Legion wouldn't participate in 2 wars in such a short period of time. Since he didn't tell you, I tell you for him. You should know that every plane expedition is extremely expensive, right?" Richard nodded. "I know." Vladimir glanced at Richard and said with some disdain, "From the looks of it, you don't understand how much a plane expedition costs. Take our current war as an example. We're targeting a small world, so we've mobilized around 1 million wizards. Of these, over 600,000 are white wizards, 300,000 are dark wizards, and there's another 10,000 or 20,000 or so for support. With so many wizards, do you know how much it costs just to hire them for the war? I really don't know." Richard was a student soldier in his last war, so he didn't receive any hiring fees at all. Vladimir blew out a smoke ring and said slowly, "Generally speaking, the more intense the war, the higher the hiring fee. For example, in a small world, the hiring fee for white wizards is around 700 moes per battle, while the hiring fee for dark wizards is slightly higher, reaching 900 moes. And these are the prices for first ring wizards. Second ring wizards will pay double, and third ring wizards will pay double. Over 600,000 white wizards. I count them as 600,000, and dark wizards as 300,000, and all of this is for first ring wizards. Before this war even begins, the Grand Wizard will have already spent 690 million magic essence. In addition to the hiring fees, the Grand Wizard also needs to rent a floating city and prepare various logistical supplies. While these items don't account for the bulk of the cost, they still add up to tens of millions of magic essence. Over 700 million magic essence for a war. What do you think of that number?" Listening to Vladimir's calculations, Richard's mind froze for a moment. 700 million magic essences, a figure Richard couldn't even imagine how to earn. 700 million magic essences. His collaboration with the Qingshuang Legion had only earned him 150,000 magic essences. He would need to collaborate over 5,300 times to earn that amount. And this was just the smallest expense of a single-dimensional war. Seeing Richard's somewhat sluggish reaction, Vladimir smiled with satisfaction. Such a large expenditure would be painful even for some wealthy great wizards. Therefore, before each war, the great wizards would send notices to many wizard guilds, inviting them to invest in the war and become affiliated guilds. The investment of these wizard guilds was equivalent to a stake. If the war was won, They could use their status as affiliated guilds to apply for mining rights to certain resources in this new world. What if we lose? Richard couldn't help but ask. Vladimir spread his hands and said, if we lose the war, our investment is gone. War is risky, and investment requires caution. Do they dare to ask the Grand Wizard for a debt? Vladimir continued, many of the resources in these newly conquered worlds are special products generated based on the laws of the world. If these resources are put on the market, even if they sell like hotcakes, they should have no problem making a profit. The clause your Chamber of Commerce added regarding accompanying the troops exploits a loophole. With the Dean's participation in this war, the Legion is now the equivalent of a Grand Wizard. And you've reached a deal with the Legion, so this can also be considered an investment. Can this be considered an investment? Richard asked, somewhat puzzled. The Qingxuan Legion had signed a written contract with him. Vladimir blinked. The pricing of a new weapon is ambiguous. Its value is entirely determined by the Legion. Your Chamber of Commerce struck a deal with the Legion at a price lower than the Legion's price, which is also an investment. Huh? You can do that? Richard was shocked by Vladimir's suggestion. Isn't this tantamount to poaching from the Academy? Vladimir smiled. The Dean reaps the lion's share of the planar war, so what's wrong with us small-timers getting a little bang for our buck? As long as it doesn't affect the war effort, the Dean doesn't care about these trivial matters. As he spoke, the sky rippled like water, and a vast floating city gradually entered the wizarding world. Vladimir patted Richard on the shoulder. Prepare to enter the floating city. The planar war has more twists and turns than you think. Chapter 211. July is the hottest month of the year in the Red Sun world. This month, 3 crimson suns appear simultaneously in the sky, reaching the highest point in the sky. The blazing sunlight bathes the earth, turning the entire world into a furnace. But this hottest month of the year is also the busiest for the fire lizards. Early in the morning, in the vast city built around the volcano, countless lizardmen with crimson scales, nearly 2 meters tall, emerged from the buildings. They wore white robes, the wealthier ones embroidered with gold patterns. July is the harvest month for the fire lizards. This month, the fire dragon grass they planted last August will mature. Those red, thorny plants will produce sweet and fiery dragon flame fruits, and their branches and leaves, ground into powder, will become the staple food of the fire lizards. This month is also the month of revelry. After the harvest, the fire lizards gather together for an all-night revelry. The fiery liquor brewed from the dragon flame fruit is the catalyst for countless young men and women of the fire lizard clan. They fall in love this month, marry this month, give birth to children this month, and then abandon their relationships at the end of the month, until the next year's carnival month arrives. A silverhorn noble of the Moric Empire, Azuhin Yagelet, rose early in the morning from his 30-square-meter bed and removed the fire lizard girl he had bred with the previous night. As a silverhorn noble, he held a very high position in the fire lizard empire, second only to the fire lizard king who resided in the Golden Pagoda. But unlike those nobles who only cared about pleasure, he was a diligent worker. This strength of his came from his father, a powerful dragon warrior who had risen from a hornless commoner to the silverhorn nobility. But in the eyes of the nobles, Azuhin's diligence was the best proof of his humble status. Nobles don't need to be as hard-working as commoners. We are born with powers beyond mortal strength. Azuhin couldn't help but sneer as a young noble flashed through his mind. If the nobles were truly that powerful, how could his father have risen from a hornless commoner to a silverhorn noble? And how could he, a newly promoted warrior, become the Grand Marshal of the Empire? Thinking about this, Azuhin went to the backyard of his house, ready to train according to the methods his father had taught him. The fire lizard clan's combat power comes from the awakening of their bloodline. When a fire lizard awakens the dragon blood hidden deep within its body, 2 dragon horns sprout from its head. When the dragon horns are fully grown, the fire lizard automatically becomes a member of the nobility, becoming an iron-horned dragon warrior, the lowest rank of the nobility. According to the nobles, the awakening of bloodlines is innate. Nobles are born nobles and remain nobles forever. But in reality, a considerable number of nobles' ancestors awaken later in life. But the nobles need to maintain the sanctity of their status. If every fire lizard could become a noble, where would their pride and honor reside? So, every time such a fire lizard appears, there will be another noble who indulges in drunken promiscuity during the revelry month. Leaving the room, a strong odor of fire elementalism hits him. Azuhin's house is very close to the volcano. The intense heat and rich fire elemental presence there are enough to dry out ordinary fire lizards and kill them. But for Azuhin, the temperature is merely hot. He had reached adulthood, his dragon horns fully grown. The dragon blood within him was constantly improving his physique, slowly increasing even without movement. In time, when he reached his father's level, even the magma of a volcano would be nothing more than a hot spring to him. Entering the courtyard, Azuhin began to follow his father's instructions, absorbing the fire element from the air. Inhale, 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 inhale. With each breath, the rich fire element in the air began to enter his bloodstream. Azuhin's body trembled continuously. As the concentration of fire element in his blood continued to rise, it felt like scorching magma, the burning sensation constantly irritating every nerve in his body. But his breathing remained steady, his rhythmic breathing perfectly bypassing some of his body's instinctive mechanisms, and the fire element concentration in his blood continued to rise. Soon, the fire element reached a critical point, and Azuhin's body erupted in flames, his entire body exuding a sense of emptiness. Suddenly, he stopped breathing, and the fire element concentration in his blood rapidly decreased. These fire elements were concentrated in the dragon's breath bag. As the fire elements in the dragon's breath bag gradually increased, Azuhin suddenly opened his mouth, and a fan-shaped golden dragon breath instantly covered most of the courtyard. The golden flame of the dragon's breath was so terrifyingly hot that it could melt rocks instantly. Not bad, it seems you haven't been slacking off lately. A voice came from behind Azuhin, and he turned abruptly, his body tensing instantly, entering combat mode. But after seeing who was coming, Azuhin instantly regained his composure. "Father, you're always so elusive," Azuhin complained. Across from Azuhin, a 4-meter-tall fire lizard stared at him silently. Even at his full adult age, Azuhin's height barely reached his chest. This fire lizard wore a white robe embroidered with gold patterns, its exposed scales gleaming golden in the sunlight. Its golden eyes looked incredibly majestic, and upon its head, a pair of dragon horns appeared incredibly majestic. A pair of golden rings adorned the horns, a gift from the Fire Lizard King, symbolizing the Fire Lizard's immense achievements. This Fire Lizard was Azuhin's father, Harash Yajalit, Grand Marshal of the Moric Empire. "I never deliberately concealed my whereabouts. I didn't realize it was your fault," Harash said calmly. Azuhin felt a little embarrassed at this. His father had always been straightforward. With his words, Harash had offended nearly every high-ranking official in the empire, even the Fire Lizard King, at times. "Father, what do you want to talk to me about? Haven't you been discussing the war with the Linksa Empire with His Majesty lately?" Azuhin changed the subject. "Are you planning to send me into the war?" Halashi was silent for a moment, then suddenly turned and walked towards the house. "Come with me. There's something you need to know." Entering the room, Harash remained expressionless as he watched the female fire lizards gradually emerge from his son's room. After they left, Harash's lips curled into a faint smile, not quite sure if it was a smile. 11. It seems your bloodline is developing smoothly. You're truly worthy of being my son. Azuhin smiled awkwardly. The awakening of his dragon blood had intensified his desires and intensified his abilities. Without the support of a female fire lizard of his own caliber, he wouldn't have been able to withstand his onslaught. Following Harash, he arrived at a room deep within the house. This was a quiet room, where Azuhin usually spent his days calming the bestiality brought on by his bloodline's growth. The awakening of dragon blood often brings with it a strong sense of bestiality, a quality often cherished by nobles, who even competed to see who possessed greater savagery. But Harash warned Azuhin that only by controlling his bestiality could one become a qualified dragon warrior. Entering the quiet room, Harash closed the door, his expression instantly becoming serious. "My son, our war with the Linksa Empire has ceased." "Stopped?" Azuhin was somewhat surprised. When had the Moric Empire's Fire Lizard King become so good-tempered? "Yes, in addition to our war with the Linksa Empire, our war with the Mies Empire has also ceased. All three empires have now ceased their war preparations." Harash's words were clearly good news, but his tone was unusually heavy, as if foreshadowing some dire disaster. "Father, isn't what you're saying a good thing? The war has stopped. What a wonderful thing. The three empires have been at war for over 100 years. We've been at war since I was born. It couldn't be better to stop now." Halash shook his head at his son's childish words. "Azuhin, what if the three empires, besides a ceasefire, also wanted to unite?" "Unite?" Azuhin's pupils widened. "Impossible. The three empires can't unite. A union requires an enemy. If the empires united, then all the other fire lizards in the entire Red Sun world, no, all creatures united, would be no match." "But that's the truth," Harash said calmly. "The three empires have already begun a limited military alliance, and our military preparations haven't ceased even with the ceasefire. Azuhin shuddered at Harash's words. Military alliance, military preparations continue even with the ceasefire. Could it be that a race has emerged in the world that requires the three empires to jointly combat? Azuhin's mind flashed through ancient legends. Legends told of a time when the salamanders were indeed united in this way. Could it be that the dragons have returned? Azuhin couldn't help but wonder. Harash shook his head. No, this time the enemy isn't a dragon. According to what your majesty has learned from certain beings in the astral realm, we should be facing a race called the Wizards. A terrifying race that has conquered countless worlds. In the endless void beyond the sky, two floating cities, tens of thousands of meters in diameter, slowly entered the world wall. After 2 years of trekking, and a year of breaking through the wall, the Wizard's floating city was finally about to enter the small world before him. Richard stood at the edge of the floating city, quietly watching the wall of the world transform from a white expanse to a gradually transparent one. Through the magical barrier, he could clearly see that in this sandstone-covered world, densely packed indigenous creatures were ready for war. This is a war race. A voice came from beside Richard. Richard turned to see a portly man in a white robe and a pair of gold-rimmed monocles, staring down at the ground like him. Bob, how come you're free today? Richard greeted him familiarly. Bob was a military representative from a wizarding guild called 9 Stars. By chance, he learned that Richard was the maker of the magic support vehicle. Since then, the wizard has been trying to get close to Richard. Bob grinned at Richard, his white teeth gleaming with bloodlust. The war is about to begin. This kind of scene is rare. Suddenly, a voice rang out from Richard's crystal ball. Attention all wizards! Attention all wizards! The floating city is about to enter the inner world. The floating city is about to enter the inner world. Everyone, the war has begun. Chapter 212. On the plains, Harash watched a massive shadow gradually emerge in the sky, a flicker of unease in his heart. As the new marshal of the Moric Empire, he had fought countless battles with the other two empires, and witnessed all manner of bizarre tactics. From giant dragon beasts to resurrected undead dragons, he had triumphed with his masterful martial arts and the loyalty of his subordinates. He also believed that he could win any battle he faced with these weapons. But today, his confidence wavered. In the sky, two metal spheres, tens of thousands of meters in diameter, were gradually entering their world. Such massive steel machines made even the Salamander King's pyramid look like a small house compared to them. But as the commander, Harash knew he couldn't panic. If he did, the battle would be over. Harash glanced expressionlessly at the two salamanders beside him. They were about his height, but their life radiation and energy fluctuations were inferior. They were generals from the other two empires. The three empires had reached a cooperation agreement 6 months prior. After confirming that the wizard's entry into the world would take place in the Bavar grasslands of the Moric Empire, the two empires each dispatched an army of 500,000 fire lizards to assist the Moric Empire in the battle. But both the Moric Empire and the other two empires had their own calculations. The outcome of this opening battle would influence the three empires' subsequent decisions. Buzz, an invisible wave emanated from the sky, and the floating city finally broke through the world's wall. Prepare to meet the enemy. Prepare the dragon's breath cannon. Harash calmly issued his orders, and his orders, transmitted through messengers, quickly spread to the army of millions of fire lizards. Lord Harash, aren't you a little too nervous to use the dragon breath cannon right off the bat? Said the fire lizard general from the Lynxa Empire. The fire lizard general's voice carried the distinctive hissing sound of the blackhorn fire lizards of the Lynxa Empire, sounding like a cold, venomous snake spitting its venom into your ear. Balashar, are you questioning my decision? Harash glared coldly at the fire lizard, who had raised the question. The three great empires had fought wars with each other, and as a marshal, Harash had dealt with many generals of the Lynxa Empire. Balashar, who had raised the question, was one of Harash's defeated generals. In other words, there were few generals in the Lynxa Empire who had not been defeated by Harashar. I dare not. How dare I question the marshal's orders? Balasar said sarcastically. I'm merely curious. Why would Lord Harash, renowned for his bravery and fearlessness, be so wary of these aliens? The dragon breath cannon, a decisive weapon, was immediately deployed. As a general, Balasar's knowledge of wizards was far less extensive than that of Marshal Harash. You better put aside your curiosity. War doesn't require curiosity, and I don't need a curious subordinate. If you question my orders again, I tear your head off and feed it to the dragon beasts. Harash showed no mercy to his defeated opponent. As he spoke, a powerful dragon aura erupted from his body, causing the scales of the fire lizards in the decision-making room to tense. Balasar's legs and feet instantly gave way under this dragon aura, and he nearly fell to his knees. The dragon's imposing power overwhelms all dragon bloods. Among dragon bloods, the concentration of their bloodline determines their superiority and inferiority. Lord Harash, don't bother with Balasar. Blackhorn fire lizards are like that. Their mouths are always tougher than their bones. A sturdy-looking fire lizard in a white robe sneered across from Balasar. Harash glanced at him and said, Myhan, have your men prepare the rod dragons and await my orders. This fire lizard, named Myhan, hailed from the Emi's empire and had also been defeated by Harash. However, unlike Balasar, he was completely obedient to Harash's orders. Your will, Lord Harash. With that, Myhan instructed a messenger to pass on Harash's orders. Harash reached the edge of the decision-making room and watched the two behemoths in the sky continue to squeeze into the world. He summoned a messenger, passed the word down, dragon breath bombs, 3 rounds of artillery fire. Yes! The floating city gradually sank into the inner world. Richard stood at its edge, quietly observing the grand war that was about to begin. While technical advisors were also required to be deployed, Richard's spell support vehicle was clearly not needed during the gate battle. So, for now, he could still overlook the battlefield from the floating city, just like the members of the Wizarding Guild. Boom! The floor beneath Richard's feet suddenly trembled slightly. Tens of thousands of crimson fireballs erupted from the indigenous army, all impacting the lower hemispheres of the 2 floating cities. The fireballs appeared enormous, golden in color, each with a radius of approximately 4 meters. The weapons that launched them were giant dragon turtles with volcanic-like structures on their backs. War beasts, strategic weapons, these natives look quite powerful, Bob, beside Richard, said with interest. We're in for a good show this time. Good show? Richard frowned at Bob's word. Bob, this is war, a war where tens of thousands of wizards will die. Using the word good show doesn't sound very polite. Bob smiled and adjusted his left monocle. Richard, I apologize for my inappropriate metaphor. But neither you nor I can deny that war is, to some extent, an art form. It possesses a kind of brutal beauty. Beauty? Richard recalled the slaughter beneath the hive world, the brutality of the final battle. I think it's been too long since you've been on the battlefield, Bob. Watching war from a floating city is different from watching it from the battlefield. Bob shrugged, dismissing the question. The natives' fireballs posed little threat to the floating city. As the culmination of alchemical wizard technology, every part of the floating city imbued with wizard wisdom. While the lower hemisphere of the floating city lacked a magical barrier, all its alloy components were coated with a high-temperature resistant coating. Though these fireballs appeared powerful, they only caused a few small craters upon impact. Begin deploying the mixed slave army. Richard's crystal ball relayed the command from command, signaling the first of the wizard's 3-pronged expedition to the otherworld. As an exit opened beneath the floating city, countless bizarre creatures emerged from beneath it. These creatures ranged from flesh and blood to elemental forms, and Richard spotted many familiar figures. Hive-world slaves are being used so soon? Richard looked at the swarm of black crystal worms among the slaves, which stood out clearly from the others. Commanded by priest worms, with warrior worms as pawns and queen worm guards interspersed, they moved in an orderly fashion, standing out from the chaotic crowd of slave creatures. No wonder every great wizard wants a slave world. The slave armies produced there are far superior to those of ordinary slaves. Bob heard Richard mumbling to himself and asked curiously, Richard, have you seen those worms? They look quite capable. Do you have any connections? The slave trade is one of the most lucrative businesses in the wizarding world. A good slave can cost from a few mojo to dozens. Almost every wizarding guild engages in the slave trade. These worms are from a slave world. I didn't expect to see them on the battlefield so soon, Richard said with a hint of emotion. Over 100 years ago, he was battling these insects to the death. Unexpectedly, 100 years later, they become his own people. Oh! Great Wizard Qingxuang has acquired another slave world. Bob exclaimed in surprise. I haven't heard of Great Wizard Qingxuang participating in the planar war in recent years. Richard glanced at him. I didn't say Great Wizard Qingxuang had acquired another slave world. There's still resistance in this world that hasn't been purged. If you're thinking of becoming a middleman, forget it. I'm just asking. Isn't our 9 Stars Chamber of Commerce primarily engaged in the slave trade? Bob smiled innocently, but mentally he began to recall all the expeditions he had made over the past 200 years. Because of his military attachment clause, Richard kept his identity a closely guarded secret. After all, if the Wizarding Chamber of Commerce learned his identity, they might raise a fuss. The development rights for each resource in the New World were extremely valuable, and the great wizards were only willing to share so much of the pie. If one person took less, others might give more. So, for the past few years, Bob hadn't heard anything about Richard, other than that he designed the magic support vehicle. However, Bob didn't care much about Richard's identity. The Nine Stars Chamber of Commerce was a new commerce company, and they could only reap scraps from resource development. Even if he knew Richard's identity, he would only use it as an opportunity to befriend him. The magic support vehicle had revealed his potential as a middleman. Watching the slave army descend from the sky, Harash expressionlessly ordered his troops to engage. The fire lizards, clad in black metal armor and armed with scimitars and spears, plunged into the slave army like sharp swords. Organization is a crucial criterion for measuring an army. If the same number of guerrillas were to face the same number of regular troops, they would be completely annihilated. The mixed slave army was just such a group of guerrillas, so when faced with the salamanders, they were like waves crashing against a reef. Even the fiercest waves would only shatter upon the reef. Watching the slave army being easily stopped by the salamanders, Harash felt no joy. His intuition told him that these creatures, called wizards, would never be so weak. As the slave army gradually wore down, voices emanated from the wizard's crystal ball. This world is tentatively named the Red Sun World. Its magic concentration is 5 times that of the wizard world. The air is highly concentrated with fire elements, causing some elemental damage to the body. A constitution of 55 is considered immune. This world has unique rules. For 3 days, there is a fire imbalance. The power of all fire spells in this world is increased by 20%, while the effectiveness of water spells is reduced by 50%. This race is tentatively named the Salamanders. Their combatants are between 2 and 3 meters tall and have evolved physiques, with a preliminary estimate of around 70 points. They possess fire damage similar to dragon breath, with an estimated energy level of 300, but their special salamander breath has a higher energy level. This race's combatants excel with scimitars and spears, dealing both cutting and piercing damage. Their tails can inflict blunt damage. Their elemental resistance is low, but their resistance to fire is relatively high. Spell kills are recommended. The mixed slave army is nearly half depleted. The White Wizard Army, prepare. Chapter 213. With the command from headquarters, the floating city opened once more, and warships flew out like a swarm of bloodthirsty sharks. Because this was a small world, the White Wizards were significantly more numerous than before, with hundreds of warships dispatched from each floating city. With the warships at their core, the White Wizards formed a complex military formation. Through this formation, a legionary magic shield appeared beneath the White Wizards. The Salamander's attack on the floating city with strategic weapons caused some damage, but it also allowed the White Wizards to understand the power of the Dragon Breath Bomb. This legionary magic shield was intended for this purpose. If we weren't prepared, if those terrifying fireballs fell on any wizard, unless they were a 3rd-level wizard, they would be wiped out. Forward, fireball, 3 bursts, spell projectile. The White Wizard commander commanded through the mental network. Fire! The next moment, hundreds of thousands of fireballs descended upon the fire lizards, like a devastating rain of fire. Boom! Although the fire lizards possessed a high resistance to the elemental fire, they could not withstand the 20% boost to fire spells from the Red Sun World's environment. A 100-level fireball, under this environmental influence, could even increase its energy by 20 levels. This environmental advantage was enough to offset the fire lizard's resistance to the elemental fire. Halash remained expressionless as he watched the fireballs rain from the sky. He turned his head to look at Myhan, send your corrupted dragon legion to the skies. Balasar, prepare your dragon knights for deployment. With that, Harash returned his gaze to the battlefield. The previous spell volley was indeed powerful, but for Harash, who had been mentally prepared, this scene matched the information he had received from the Salamander King. He called a messenger, passed the word down, dragon spellcasters, prepare. Dragon breath cannons, fire freely. With the command, tens of thousands of dragon breath cannons began to fire at the White Wizard Legion in the sky. The massive dragon breath cannons, like miniature suns, crashed into the White Wizard Legion's shields, instantly sending ripples of light. But the White Wizard Legion, having calculated the extent of the damage to the floating city over the past few days, had already grasped the power of the dragon breath cannons. Although the magical shield looked precarious and ready to shatter at any moment, no matter how it wavered, no dragon breath cannons could penetrate the barrier. After the dragon breath cannons, came the corrupted dragon legion of the Emi's Empire. From the Salamander Legion, terrifying black dragon beasts flew out. These corrupted dragons resembled giant dragons, but were significantly smaller. Even so, their power could still tear apart any creature that dared underestimate them. Besides their strength, the corruption dragon possesses venom glands and a stinking maw that would put even a Komodo dragon to shame. The bacteria living in the corruption dragon's mouth, combined with the venom glands, are enough to inflict severe damage on any creature below level 3. On his back, a group of dragon warriors, each with dragon horns and iron helmets, held the reins, driving the beasts towards the White Wizard Legion. As the corruption dragon ascended, the White Wizard Legion naturally would not sit idly by. Spell blasts reappeared, tens of thousands of bolts of lightning streaking across the sky, instantly wiping out the corruption dragon legion's vanguard. But before the wizards could launch their second wave of attacks, the corrupted dragon legion had already rushed into range. Bastard, taste the corrupted dragon's breath. With a roar, streams of dark green breath descended upon the White Wizard Legion's frontal magic barrier. This dark green breath carried terrifying toxicity and corrosiveness. As it fell upon the magic barrier, it instantly depleted the mana of the frontline shield wizards. Forward, lightning chain, cast 3 times. The White Wizard wisely and calmly gave the order. Against such a small, swarming enemy, a spell like lightning chain, where quantitative change could lead to qualitative change, was most appropriate. With the order in hand, over 100,000 wizards swung their staffs, and in an instant, the radiance of purple lightning nearly obscured the 3 suns in the sky. At the same time, Command Center also issued the order for the Dark Wizards to be dispatched. The Dragon Breath Cannon posed a significant threat to both the White Wizard Legion and the warships. Hundreds of airships simultaneously opened their drop bays, and hundreds of thousands of fireballs rained down from the sky. Halash frowned at the sight of the red balls falling from the airships. His dragon eyes could clearly see that those fireballs were actually individual wizards. He turned his head to the messenger awaiting orders. Send out the Royal Dragon Warriors. 3 Royal Guards paired with 1 Dragon Spellcaster form a battle formation, with 3 battle formations protecting 1 Dragon Breath Cannon. Also, use the light screen to send a message to His Majesty. These millions of troops are insufficient. To defeat these wizards, we need at least 5 times that many, and that includes the entire Dragon Spellcaster Corps, the Corrupted Dragon Legion, the Dragon Beast Knights, all Royal Dragon Warriors, and 100,000 Dragon Breath Cannons. In this war, I can gather as much intelligence as possible from the wizards, or I can try to preserve the army. I hope your majesty can make a decision. After landing, the Dark Wizards began to advance towards the Dragon Breath Cannon. Unlike the scattered guerrillas of the slave army, the Dark Wizards, though fighting individually, were far more powerful than the slave monsters. The wizards' bizarre spells gave the salamanders a headache. The wizard's previous attack had been a fireball, but his next could summon a sharp spike or blast their heads with a staff. Compared to the wizards, these battle-hardened salamanders seemed like rookies, completely disoriented by the wizard's spells. Soon, the first wizard to reach the Dragon Breath Cannon appeared. He was an old, second-level wizard, his life force decaying. He wore a black robe and a large portion of his body had transformed into elements, a tangle of white and purple lightning woven together, forming the bulk of his form. He swung his staff at the Dragon Breath Cannon, unleashing a thunderbolt. Boom! After the thunderbolt, the Dragon Breath Cannon remained unscathed, leaving only a golden-robed fire lizard surrounded by 3 others wearing golden masks. A barrier, centered around him, firmly blocked the wizard's lightning. At this moment, the golden-robed fire lizard was chanting in an ancient and obscure language, but with each syllable, a faint energy fluctuation emanated from him. The veteran wizard, a veteran of battle and witnessing countless bizarre abilities, immediately recognized this method. Command, this is Nashido. A new type of enemy combatant has appeared on the battlefield. Appearing to be a spiritual evolver, they possess the ability to cast spells, with a maximum capability capable of withstanding at least 4,000 energy-level lightning. The old wizard watched the golden-robed fire lizard retreat while reporting his findings to headquarters. The golden-robed fire lizard looked at the wizard, his chanting speed suddenly increasing. With the last syllable uttered, a ball of crimson flame suddenly appeared around the golden-robed fire lizard. He watched the retreating old wizard as the flames gradually began to weaken. When they completely vanished, the old wizard's body suddenly ignited with a blazing flame. Although the old wizard's body had been largely transformed into elements, the remaining flesh and blood remained important to him. With the appearance of the flames, his flesh and blood instantly turned to ash. And the flames did not stop there. They even attempted to burn the old wizard's elemental body, frightening the old wizard so much that he quickly dispersed his elemental body, then instantly reformed it. After reforming, the strange flames finally disappeared. What a strange ability, it's almost like a curse, the old wizard said with trepidation, but he then passed the information to headquarters. This was crucial intelligence, worth a considerable reward from headquarters. The Dragon Curse Warlock did not pursue, allowing the old wizard to escape freely. Their mission was to guard the Dragon Breath Cannon. Killing wizards was not part of their mission. Compared to the experienced old wizard, the other dark wizards, who attacked the Dragon Breath Cannon, were not so lucky. The Dragon Curse Warlock's curse flames incinerated hundreds of wizards in a single encounter, including some second-ring wizards. But headquarters quickly devised a countermeasure. Command: urgent notification. The enemy has a spiritually evolved combatant, specializing in curse flames, with energy levels ranging from 600 to 4,200. Countermeasures include high-frequency magic vibrations or optical invisibility. Additionally, for strategic weapon destruction missions, it's recommended that at least one or more second-ring wizards lead the attack, conducting it in squad mode. Solo assaults are not recommended for those below the third ring. Upon receiving the message, the dark wizards on the battlefield responded swiftly, with squads of dark wizards rapidly appearing. Overlooking the battlefield, squads of dark wizards slashed through the Salamander warriors' formations like sharp arrows. Cut, encircle, annihilate. Led by experienced veteran wizards, the dark wizard squads dismantled the Salamander warriors' defenses with astonishing speed. The white wizard legions in the sky left most of the Salamander army unable to provide support, forcing them to watch their defenses crumble as the dark wizards ripped them apart. The collapse is about to begin. What astonishing individual combat capabilities! Harash stood in the decision-making room, overlooking the battlefield. His position was at the very back of the battlefield, shaped like an obsidian pyramid, carried on the back of a massive dragon turtle, allowing for a certain degree of mobility at all times. From this position, even the wizard's weapons of war, aside from the floating city's cannons, lack sufficient range. Messengers continuously brought reports from the front. The elite fire lizards he led were being decimated at an alarming rate. The previous monsters had only lost a few tens of thousands of fire lizards in 5 days, but with the arrival of these wizards, his army had lost over 100,000 in just half a day, and the figure was still increasing at an alarming rate. Has His Majesty not responded yet? Harash glanced to the side, where a messenger waited anxiously in front of a crystal screen. Suddenly, a light flashed on the crystal screen, and the messenger quickly brought it to Harash. Your Majesty has responded. Harash took the screen and tapped it. The next moment, the figure of the Salamander King appeared on the crystal screen. The Salamander King sat aloft on a golden throne. His nearly 10-meter-tall body, with 5 ferocious dragon heads, looked incredibly terrifying. Halash, bring the army back. Halash looked at the screen and half knelt on the ground. Your will, Your Majesty. Soon, watching the Salamander army retreat, Richard turned and left the edge of the floating city. Richard, are you going down to join in the fun? Bob asked casually. Richard didn't look back, but casually pulled a wand from his pocket. Of course, this is one of the best times to make money in this war. Chapter 214. After descending from the floating city, Richard immediately rushed to the battlefield. The fire lizard's retreat was a perfect opportunity to pick up some heads. These fire lizards appeared to possess dragon blood, making them of great research value to him. The fire lizard's retreat was swift. Unlike a rout, theirs was methodical, employing a variety of cross-cutting tactics. It seemed their commander was a skilled military commander. Unfortunately, due to the generation gap in wizard civilization, his command could only mitigate minor losses. Heavy casualties continued. Richard grasped his staff and casually swung a black fireball. With the help of a stroke of luck, the fire elemental environment of the Red Sun world amplified his fire spells even more, reaching an astonishing 25%. A spell at level 400, amplified by layers of energy, reached a power level of 580. A single fireball could easily kill a level 1 fire lizard. But before Richard could get too proud, a gust of wind struck from behind him. Hiss! Die! A gravely wounded salamander, hiding in a pile of exploding earth, launched a final, life-threatening attack at Richard. Thump! The spear tip broke. Compared to Richard's meticulously prepared armor, the salamander's weapon was clearly inferior. Richard turned and gave a kindly smile. Yes, one is seriously injured. That saves me some trouble. He grabbed the salamander's spear and pulled it toward him. Then, with a loud smack, Richard swung his hand and slapped it hard across the face. Then, the salamander fell into a deep, baby-like sleep. Richard examined the fire lizard's injuries. It's a bit serious, but they're minor issues. He casually opened a secret rift and tossed the fire lizard in, instructing, "Don't let this thing die." I'd be using it for experiments later. Shortly after tossing it in, a rift appeared behind Richard, and Ulysses flew out. Huh, a new world? You didn't even call me. Ulysses landed on Richard's shoulder and scanned the surroundings. A world with an unbalanced fire element, boring. Boring? Richard asked curiously. Then what kind of world would be considered interesting? Huh? These unbalanced worlds are all cut from the same mold: volcanoes, deserts, wastelands with just a few fire plants. They might seem novel at first, but after a few more visits, you realize they're far less exciting than worlds with balanced elements. At least the climate, Achoo. Before he finished, Ulysses sneezed, a rare occurrence. Richard asked in surprise, your body has already reached level 3, so how can you be so sensitive to the environment? Ulysses shook his head. It's just a spiritual habit. Don't you blow on your tea when you drink it? Are you blowing because the water is hot? Richard was speechless. Following the main group, Richard arrived at a city. It was a massive city, centered on a volcano and stretching for hundreds of kilometers. Its various tall sandstone buildings indicated that this indigenous civilization had reached a certain level of development. Architecture is often an important symbol of a civilization. Even in this world of extraordinary power, building large stone structures still requires the science of structure, material science, and mathematics. A wizard, after years of battle, came to a simple conclusion: the more advanced a race, the taller their buildings. A remarkable level of civilization. It seems these salamanders won't make for slaves, Richard muttered, gazing at the city. Huh? You're so particular about slaves? Isn't it enough for the species to be excellent? Ulysses asked, somewhat puzzled. This is a customary rule among the great wizards. I've heard it from some veteran wizards, Richard explained. When conquering the world, the great wizards will deliberately exterminate certain tribes. These tribes often possess a high level of civilization, developing their own abilities, and making impressive advances in subjects like mathematics. As long as a race meets these characteristics, no matter how outstanding it is, it will be exterminated. After listening to Richard's explanation, Ulysses was silent for a moment, then said quietly, I guess this is to maintain the purity within you. Purity? I'm not sure. Let's wait and see. These things won't affect you much. I smell the same scent in the blood of these lizard-like creatures as the dragon serum you showed me last time. The ancestors of these natives are likely related to those dragons. Ulysses said nothing further, turning the conversation to Richard. Richard nodded. I think so too. Let's go back and see what we can extract from these salamanders. In the decision-making room, Harash methodically reported his information on the wizards to the screen. Your Majesty, this race is even more terrifying than what you've learned from those beings in the astral realm. Judging by our current situation, the fall of Khafra City is only a matter of time. On the screen, the Salamander King sat high on his throne, appearing remarkably calm. But Harash, familiar with His Majesty, knew that he was furious. As the Grand Marshal, personally promoted by the Salamander King, he could discern his mood from the subtle shifts of the Salamander King's scales, the flexion and extension of his back, the angle of his eyes, and even the swish of his tail. As a close minister, some things, even if he didn't learn them deliberately, were ingrained in him. Harash, tell me some good news. You've given me nothing but bad news today, the Salamander King said calmly. Yes, Your Majesty. Harash stood up and waved to his subordinates. Soon, they brought a bound one-ring wizard. This wizard's vitality was evident. It was obvious he was a student soldier fresh out of the academy. At this moment, a nail had been driven into the wizard's head, and he seemed to be in a coma. Your Majesty, we have discovered a great deal of information from this wizard's soul. There are approximately over 1 million wizards participating in this war, led by 2 leaders they call Great Wizards. I suspect these so-called Great Wizards are powerful individuals of your level. So, we still have the advantage in high-level combat power. Furthermore, this group of wizards will be without reinforcements for a long time. They are now dwindling with each passing day. However, ours can be replenished continuously. As long as we can completely defeat them during this period, when they can't replenish their forces, these wizards will have to leave in disgrace or remain here forever. Hearing Harash's description of the war, the Salamander King's mood finally brightened. Harash, from now on, you can mobilize the entire Empire's army, from the Royal Dragon Guards to the Dragon Sorcerers, even. The Salamander King paused, as if making a decision. You can even mobilize the Warehouse Guards. But remember, our enemies aren't just wizards. The other 2 empires are constantly plotting to annex us. With that, the light screen went dark. Harash handed the light screen to his attendant and turned to the window. Looking at the White Wizard Legion in hot pursuit, he said darkly, "If you still hold back at this time, this war will probably be a long one. Why don't you stay in the floating city and go to the front lines for no reason?" Vladimir said angrily, watching Richard rush to the front lines. At this moment, the White Wizard Legion was preparing to attack the city. Various alchemical parts transported from the rear were rapidly transformed into alchemical weapons by the alchemical wizards. "Isn't this the perfect time to make money?" Richard laughed. As a second-level wizard, the pursuit posed no danger to Richard. "Making money?" Vladimir snorted. "You know how to find the time. But you've come to the wrong place this time. The native commander is quite capable. He saved most of the troops in this gate-opening battle. Now they've entered the city again, and street fighting is inevitable." "Street fighting?" Richard was a bit confused. "Can't we just use magic to push through?" "Push through? You're dreaming." Vladimir sneered, glaring at Richard sarcastically. "Do you think these natives are targets? See that massive building complex before you? It'd take forever to blow it up with magic. These buildings aren't made of flesh. Even if you use evocation spells to blast them, the shockwaves might kill. See those big houses? If you don't locate them correctly, you might not be able to destroy them even if you drain all your magic power." After entering the battlefield, the old wizard's temper became increasingly irritable and erratic. After being taunted by Vladimir, Richard could only ask in frustration, "So, according to Master, this street fighting is going to be difficult?" "Difficult." Vladimir glanced at Richard and suddenly reached into Richard's wizard robes. "Ding, ding, ding. Good boy, no wonder you dared to come here. You've got some pretty solid protection," Vladimir said, slightly surprised. "If you had this kind of protection, you'd really be in for a treat." Vladimir spoke a few words into the crystal ball, and soon a team of white wizards approached Richard. "This is our technical advisor. He sympathizes with our difficult battle, and has volunteered to come to the battlefield to help us," Vladimir said righteously to the white wizards. "So, he be with you in the street fighting." As the equipment chief, Vladimir also had a certain degree of command authority. Faced with Vladimir's order, the white wizard's captain looked hesitant, but agreed. "Yes, equipment chief." Vladimir looked at Richard. "Go in with these little guys and play. Be careful, don't get yourself killed." Richard nodded, then looked at the white wizard's captain. "Hello, Captain. I fully cooperate with you from now on." Chapter 215. When you join the army, you must act like one. As an outsider, Richard showed great respect for the white wizard team fighting alongside him. Firstly, several of the team members were second-ring wizards, presumably possessing extensive combat experience. Secondly, he was just trying to profit from the losses of these desperately fighting white wizards, so a little respect was due. The white wizard captain looked at Richard and said sternly, "Sir, our team is pleased to work with you. We will do our utmost to ensure your safety, but please cooperate with us." "Protection?" Richard shook his head. "I think you're mistaken, Captain. I don't need protection." With that, Richard deactivated the effects of his cloak of concealment, revealing his own life force. The white wizard captain was slightly startled, but his words remained unchanged. "Sir, your strength is indeed greater than I expected, but a second-ring wizard is not invincible on the battlefield. For these battle-hardened white wizards, level and combat power are not always equal, especially for creatures like wizards, whose upper and lower limits are so extreme. A powerful second-ring wizard can instantly kill a third-level native with a sneak attack, while a weaker second-ring wizard can be slain by a second-level native." Richard felt a little helpless. These white wizards were being rather disrespectful. As for protection, he had a world master on his shoulder. Did he really need this group of people protecting him? Richard looked towards Vladimir, hoping he would speak for him. Instead, he saw Vladimir speaking into a crystal ball as he flew off into the distance. Richard wanted to continue his argument, but the white wizard captain frowned slightly and said in a slightly stern voice, "Sir, how many interdimensional wars have you fought in?" Richard hesitated and said, "The second one." The white wizard captain pointed to a first-ring wizard behind him and said, "He has the least combat experience in our team, but even he has fought in 3 wars." Then the white wizard captain asked again, "Sir, how old are you today?" Richard paused and said, somewhat helplessly, "Over 300 years old." Hearing this age, the white wizard captain seemed to understand something, and his tone began to grow impatient. "Sir, while a wizard's strength isn't necessarily directly correlated with age, an older wizard is generally more powerful than a younger one. I believe you have inherited a great deal of knowledge from your family, but please believe me, knowledge is one thing, applying it in combat is another." "Family." What family? Richard asked, somewhat puzzled. He didn't understand what his words had conjured up in the White Wizard Captain. But at this point, the White Wizard Captain was too lazy to continue the conversation. Sir, we're about to enter the city. We hope you cooperate with us, as you promised. With that, the White Wizard Squad dispatched 3 wizards to surround Richard in the center, with the last one a barrier wizard. This was a standard escort formation, typically used to transport the wounded. Richard sighed. Well, all right. Do as you please. Richard couldn't say anything harsh to a group of wizards defending themselves. After all, the outcome would be clear once they reached the battlefield. There were 3 types of alchemical weapons wizards used to combat urban warfare. One was a life detection device, shaped like a crystal ball, primarily used to detect the presence of enemies around the wizard. This device primarily detected creatures lurking underground, but for wizards, mental detection was sufficient to locate most enemies. The second was an alchemical hammer for destroying buildings. This hammer emitted high-frequency shockwaves, making it perfect for demolishing structures. The last was a single-use item, a potion called the Third Eye. This potion enhanced a wizard's sense of danger, allowing them to react in advance to certain fatal attacks. Richard looked at the potion in his hand and sighed. His guild was supposed to be in the potion business, but now it had become an arms dealer. How unpredictable. When he returned, he should research potions to see if he could find a mass-produced potion. The bulk of the potion business still depended on providing military supplies for the Outer World expedition. If the potion wasn't cost-effective, the Grand Wizard wouldn't give it away to the Chamber of Commerce's wizards for free. After receiving their equipment, the team entered the city. Richard's team consisted of only 7, but judging by the presence of several second-ring wizards, it was an elite unit. After years of fighting in the Outer World expedition, the White Wizard Legion had developed numerous strategies. In urban combat, the elite White Wizards always led the charge, while the ordinary wizards cleaned up any that slipped through the net. While this strategy was risky for the elite team, the rewards were equally substantial. In addition to the benefits provided by the natives, the Legion also provides special subsidies to these wizards, who undertake dangerous missions. Entering the city, Richard heard nothing but the roar of spells. It was as if the entire city had been emptied of fire lizards. Above them, the warships would serve as support units, assisting in striking some enemies, but these strikes were minimal, affecting only visible enemies. The warship's greatest role was to serve as the eyes of the command center, allowing them to observe the battlefield situation as closely as possible. This strange phenomenon clearly caught Richard's attention. The White Wizard Captain extended his mental power to the utmost, but within his range, there was no one. From the time the fire lizards retreated to the time the White Wizards began their siege, only 3 days had passed. In just 3 days, this city, seemingly home to millions of people, had been reduced to a dead city? Just as the White Wizard Captain was puzzled, a member of the team holding a life-detecting crystal ball approached him. On the crystal ball in his hand, several red dots were hidden beneath the houses next to them. So they're hiding in the cellar? The White Wizard Captain glanced at the location and life force on the crystal ball, then issued a command through the telepathic network. Eliminate these fire lizards. Keep quiet. A wizard, his flesh and metal, walked into a nearby house. Soon, he emerged, and the red dot on the crystal ball vanished. A few old, incapable fire lizards. These civilian fire lizards should have left. Left? The White Wizard Captain frowned, then relaxed. It's better to leave. Without interference, our mission will go more smoothly. The two's conversation wasn't conducted over the telepathic network, so Richard also learned of the salamander's civilian retreat. But unlike the White Wizard Captain's reaction, Richard's brow furrowed deeply. This species, tentatively named salamanders, seems to have a strong defense against war. As the team continued forward, several wizards used their psychic powers to repeatedly scan every house they passed to ensure there were no salamanders. Suddenly, the White Wizard Captain gestured, and the entire team stopped instantly. In the mental network, the White Wizard Captain calmly ordered, "There are 3 level 1 fire lizards lying in ambush at the building with the black sign 200 meters to the left. We must act quickly. We're bringing a second-generation wizard with us now. We can't just go fishing like before." "Captain, this consultant looks familiar to me," a team member suddenly said in the mental network. "I think I've seen him in the Hive world. He worked with Master Vladimir repairing a lot of magic stone cannons." "You must be mistaken, Acker," the captain interrupted bluntly. "This kid has become a level 2 wizard at such a young age, and is even participating in the war as a technical advisor. It's easy to tell which wizard family has an incompetent young son who's still vying for favor. What normal wizard could muster the resources for advancement at this age?" What teacher would allow their student to advance at this age? I've seen this kind of thing many times. As he spoke, a trace of disgust flashed across the captain's face. This second-generation troublemaker is a ticking time bomb in war, and any commander hates such uncertainty in their ranks. Besides, I've heard that Master Richard, whom you mentioned, is a first-ring wizard who's just graduated from the academy. Although his teacher is Jorode, Master Jorode has more than one student. If he wants to break through to the second ring, he have to fight at least one more plane war. And even if he gathers the resources, Master Jorode won't let him advance to the second ring so early. Before reaching the third ring, wizards who have undergone spiritual evolution don't have the problem of advancing with age. In fact, due to the existence of the darkness of the soul, it's actually safer for older wizards to advance. A spirit tempered by time is more likely to survive the gloom of the darkness of the soul. The team advanced steadily, soon reaching the ambushing fire lizards. The captain issued a command through the mental network, and with a wave of the two wizard staffs, several balls of crimson fire shot into a house on the street. With a loud bang, the captain gestured, signaling the team to continue. Suddenly Ulysses, perched on Richard's shoulder, opened his eyes. "Gah, someone's coming!" Ulysses had barely finished his words when several bangs were heard. Several dark figures burst through the doors of the surrounding houses and charged towards them. The speed was so fast that even the white wizard captain, who was surveying the surroundings, was almost unable to react. "Enemy attack, defensive stance," the white wizard captain shouted, his face stern and unfazed. A veteran of battle, he had seen this happen many times. Bang! A wizard's magical barrier shattered, and his body was instantly severed by the scimitar. The attacking creature stood over 2 meters tall, its life force radiating as vibrantly as the sun. He wore a golden mask, and in his hand, a black gold scimitar flashed with a terrifying cold light. With a single blow, that scimitar slashed through the magical barrier of a first-level wizard at the end of the group. A level 2 creature, the white wizard captain's heart tightened, his mental power instantly sweeping across the battlefield, and then his heart instantly plummeted. 10 fire lizards were attacking, and they were all level 2. Chapter 216. The Royal Dragon Guards, the elite force within the Salamander Army, are all fire lizard nobles, possessing dragon horns. Each of these nobles has reached level 2 due to their awakened bloodline. Even beyond their bloodline, their combat skills are among the best among fire lizard warriors, each a formidable force capable of taking on 10 of their peers. This incredibly stringent selection process has endowed these fire lizards with individual combat capabilities comparable to those of veteran wizards. And now, 10 of these elite warriors have appeared simultaneously. The Royal Dragon Guards move with ferocious swiftness, their golden-masked faces resembling ghosts. Buzz! 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 The Royal Dragon Guard's scimitars rained down, their slashes unending. Their coordinated attacks were seamless, their relentless slashing waves instantly immobilizing the squad's several second-ring wizards. And those first-ring wizards now became the team's breakthrough point. Bang! In a flash, the remaining 2 first-ring wizards' magical barriers were breached. One had his arm severed, the other's stomach slashed open. Coordinated spells, shield. The white wizard captain issued a command through the telepathic network, and the white wizard team's formation instantly shifted, protecting the first-ring wizards within the center. The magical barriers between the second-ring wizards also instantly merged, forming a thicker barrier. The crisis was abated slightly. "That's quite a skill," the tallest of the Royal Dragon Guards said quietly. Then the Royal Dragon Guard ceased their attack and instantly disappeared into the surrounding buildings. Once inside, the Royal Dragon Guards became invisible, and the wizard's mental probes revealed nothing. Psychic camouflage, second-level elite strength, and close coordination. The captain summarized the information about the fire lizards, his face turning grim. The individual strength of these fire lizards was such that even he would have to fight hard to defeat them. If he encountered 2, his only option would be to flee. And now, 10 of them were staring at them. A flicker of despair flashed through the white wizard captain's heart. Meanwhile, Richard was communicating with Ulysses via telepathic messages. These fire lizards are actually invisible to mental detection. "The world is truly full of wonders," Richard explained in amazement. "Huh? That's nothing. There are countless creatures that can deceive mental power. I've even seen a bizarre creature that can only be observed visually. And as soon as you take your eyes off it, you instantly forget it. Only those at the level of World Master are immune to its effects. Many of my crows and descendants died at the hands of these creatures." "How did you win?" Richard asked curiously. "Hey, I paid a fortune to find that curse-wielding woman, and she cast a curse on these creatures that prevents them from moving unless seen. They're not very strong in combat, and couldn't defeat us in a head-on fight. Later, I remember I devoured all of them, and they tasted quite good. Never mind, let's deal with this problem first. Richard patted the White Wizard captain, about to say something. But when the captain turned around, his face was filled with fury. What are you doing, you bastard? Why are you cursing right away? Richard said, his face slightly annoyed. The captain's eyes widened. What on earth was this second-generation wizard trying to do? Didn't he see they were surrounded by fire lizards? What are you trying to do? The captain shouted, suppressing his anger. He knew the fire lizards were watching them. If they discovered their internal strife, they'd be doomed. The only way they could survive now was to maintain their combined magic shield, making the fire lizards think they were fools and leave on their own. This fire lizard is very valuable. I want to collect a specimen, Richard said calmly. Collect a specimen? The captain almost laughed out loud. Is this the time to collect specimens? Can't you see those 3 first-ring wizards, who were nearly killed by a single blow? Yes, just move aside, Richard said helplessly. You're pushing me to the center, and I can't use my skills. At this, the surrounding second-ring wizards couldn't help but look at Richard. What a wild statement. Is he calling them a burden? Can't use my skills? Okay. The captain chuckled in anger, roaring orders through the mental network. Get that bastard out. I go back and explain this to Master Vladimir. Several wizards leaned slightly to the side, creating a crack in the magic barrier. This was why Richard had greeted the captain. The combined magic barrier was like a barrier. There were only 2 ways to escape, through the exit or by breaking the barrier. The royal dragon warriors in the house witnessed this scene, each baffled. What was that wizard trying to do? How did he get out of that barrier? I don't know, but I smell the pheromone of the most powerful wizard. It's quite hot. I guess there's an internal conflict. Internal strife? This is getting interesting. Get ready to fight. Let's deal with this one first. Exiting the barrier, Richard, staff in hand, walked leisurely toward the surrounding houses. Suddenly, 2 dark figures burst out from the house, attacking Richard from the left and right. Elises, give me the one on the right. Don't let these white wizards think I'm a mere familiar. Ha, isn't it? Ha. Elises laughed mischievously and flew towards the Royal Guard Dragon Warrior on the left, a pitch-black raven claw extending with lightning speed. On the right, Richard didn't dodge or evade, not even releasing his magic barrier, allowing the Royal Guard Dragon Warrior scimitar to strike him. Sizzle. The scimitar struck the armor, sending a series of sparks flying. Richard smiled at the Royal Guard Dragon Warrior. A scimitar can't penetrate armor. Then he delivered a punch. Bang! The Royal Dragon Warrior stared blankly at his slightly sunken chest before falling backward. The combined power of his dragon power gland and mountain-breaking fist had brought the force of this punch to a terrifying 1,400 energy level. Elsewhere, Elises' pitch-black raven claws gripped the head and half of the spine of a Royal Dragon Warrior. Silence. Both the White Wizard and the Salamander fell silent. But the next moment, both reacted. Kill that wizard. Spell cover advisor. The roar of the spell echoed in Richard's ears, and the White Wizard spell delayed the Royal Dragon Warrior's attack for a moment. Richard laughed and stretched his body, twisting and swinging his arms in one smooth motion. Bang! Another Dragon Warrior fell backward. The 3 Royal Dragon Warriors seized the moment when Richard's old strength was exhausted and new strength had not yet regenerated, attacking from the left, right, and back. Their scimitars were like moonlight, but with the brilliance of the sun. The scimitar melted and deformed as it swung, transforming into a clump of bone as it neared Richard's body. Swoosh! The clump of bone swung in vain. Richard's figure suddenly vanished. The nearby dragon warrior saw clearly that Richard's figure had instantly reached a house on the street. Elises finished them off. Gah! Finally tired of playing around. Elises laughed strangely, and his body flashed over the heads of several dragon warriors like black lightning. When he returned to Richard's side, the skulls of the 4 dragon warriors who had attacked had all been blown away. The 3 dragon warriors who hadn't reacted in time, seeing this, immediately fled away, using the cover of the buildings. What a pity! 3 of them got away. Richard felt a sense of regret as he watched the 3 fleeing dragon guards, but he didn't let Elises continue his pursuit. But these few are enough. Richard turned to look at the White Wizard team and spread his hands helplessly. Look, I told you I don't need protection. Why don't you believe me? I'm truly short-sighted. I didn't recognize the Master Advisor's strength. I apologize for any offense I've caused you. I hope you forgive me. The White Wizard captain gave Richard a respectful wizard salute, bowing his head with a humble expression. Who could have imagined that this 300-year-old, second-ring wizard could be so formidable? Even his familiar seemed stronger than him. Richard waved his hand indifferently. He didn't hold grudges, and besides, this matter wasn't a big deal. It's no big deal. Keep going, Captain. The White Wizard captain raised his head, feeling somewhat relieved. Logically, the wizards from these wizard families were all petty and narrow-minded. He hadn't expected to meet such a generous person this time. Thank you, sir, for your generosity. It seems your family will have a new important figure, the White Wizard captain exclaimed. Richard frowned slightly. Why are you still in the family? I told you, I don't have any family. You should have met me. I've repaired many magic stone cannons with Master Vladimir. Haven't I repaired them for you? You are indeed Master Richard. A first-level wizard receiving treatment exclaimed in surprise. I was saying I was right. For a wizard with spiritual advancement, as long as the body is still functioning, it's not a serious injury. The wound inflicted by the dragon warrior just now looked horrific, but in reality, it would heal with a little treatment. Richard shrugged. It seemed that someone still remembered him, the battlefield repairman. The White Wizard captain blushed. Experience can sometimes mislead one's judgment. This. I've offended you again. With this, the White Wizard captain pulled a black gold scimitar from his pocket. The scimitar was ornately crafted, its mottled gold patterns, like the branches of an ancient tree. It was clearly a top-quality scimitar. The White Wizard captain handed the scimitar to Richard and said with a somewhat stiff smile, Please accept this. I'm truly muddled. Having offended Richard twice in a row, even a clay figure would have been furious. If Richard left the battlefield in anger, their team would be in danger. Richard hadn't received the mission to siege the city. Sweat beads formed on the White Wizard captain's forehead as he waited quietly for Richard's response. Richard observed his stiff smile and, with a sudden realization, understood his intentions. He then graciously put away the scimitar. Since Captain is willing to part with it, I accept it. The captain breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your magnanimity. With that, he began to adjust his formation, preparing to continue clearing the city. Chapter 217. The team's reconnaissance mission lasted 7 days. During these 7 days, the team encountered several fire lizard attacks, but compared to the first day, these attacks were minor. Richard didn't even have to intervene. The team's wizards handled them. The only regret was that the team's explorations during these 7 days were primarily civilian areas. Aside from a few fire gems used by the fire lizards as decorations, they didn't find much. In this world where the fire element is imbalanced, fire gems, which are rarely found in ordinary worlds, have become quite common. The quality of these fire lizards' decorative gems is almost as high as the gems inlaid on Richard's staff. After 7 days, the White Wizards who arrived from behind began to take over the team's reconnaissance. City fighting requires constant vigilance, and this tense state is a burden even for wizards. When the burden reaches a certain level, negligence can occur. But on the battlefield, negligence often costs lives. Thus, rotating reconnaissance missions is essential. After the rotation, the members of the White Wizard team exchanged contact information with Richard. For them, whether a wizard with high combat power or a reliable repairman in times of war, they were all worthy of association. After the rotation, Richard left the front lines and returned to the floating city, ready to see what secrets this race, temporarily called salamanders, held. The floating city had already landed, and large numbers of logistics and engineering wizards began construction around it. Richard had originally planned to build a small house for his own research, just like in the Hive world. But upon entering the floating city, Richard was informed that, as a technical advisor and representative of the Wizarding Guild, headquarters had reserved a room for him. This saved him a lot of work. He followed the logistics wizard to the room, located on the lower level of the floating city. This room was originally intended to be a wizard's residence during an expedition, but now that the world had arrived and the war had begun, the rooms had been converted into warehouses, a breeding ground for synthetic beasts, and other functional areas. If Richard hadn't been there, this room would probably have been renovated as well. Here's your key. If you have any questions, you can ask at the logistics department. The logistics wizard handed the key to Richard and left. After the logistics wizard left, Richard inspected the entire room. This wasn't because he suspected that headquarters would have left him any surveillance equipment, but rather that he wanted to find and address anything the previous wizard had missed. Many of the things wizards research are dangerous. If they don't understand, even a second-level wizard could be in danger. According to a story passed down among freelance wizards, a second-ring wizard, triggered by an acute allergic reaction to a poisonous insect left behind by another wizard, destroyed his body in mere seconds. After a thorough inspection, Richard confirmed that there were no items left behind by other wizards in the room. He then opened the secret rift and retrieved the fire lizard he had previously thrown inside. The fire lizard's injuries had healed thanks to the world mushroom, but it was currently in a deep coma, and even if it had recovered, it would be vulnerable to slaughter. The room was devoid of furniture, so if Richard wanted to perform an autopsy, he would have to prepare a dissecting table himself. So, Richard took out a pile of blue mushroom iron and, through alchemy, transformed it into a simple metal dissecting table. Richard also used the blue mushroom iron to make a few surgical tools for himself for the dissection. After securing the fire lizard on the dissection table, Richard took out a wizard-style shadowless lamp for illumination. This shadowless lamp was a product of the Wizarding Guild. Richard didn't know how it worked, but it was certainly effective. Turning on the light, Richard examined the fire lizard on the dissection table, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. How beautiful! The fire lizard was 2 meters and 1 foot tall, humanoid in shape, and its entire body was covered in fiery red scales. These scales were glazed, and under the light of the shadowless lamp, they reflected a faint reddish glow. But that wasn't why Richard praised it. Richard took the scalpel and scratched the fire lizard's flesh, muttering as he did so, "This muscle distribution is absolutely perfectly proportioned." The fire lizard's muscles were hidden beneath the scales, but that didn't hinder Richard's observation. The fire lizard's muscles looked like they were painted by an artist, each part perfectly coordinated and beautifully symmetrical. "I'm really getting more and more curious about your secrets." Richard looked at the fire lizard, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm. Without hesitation, Richard's scalpel followed the lines he had sketched, slowly dissecting the fire lizard. The fire lizard's muscle structure, organ location, organ function, neural network, and other information gradually emerged during the dissection. But when Richard finished, he fell into deep thought. Richard removed his gloves and gently touched the cup of fire lizard blood he had collected. Ingredients: fire lizard blood. Refined substance: pure dragon blood. Refination cost: 2,000 mana. It's indeed a dragon blood species, Richard said thoughtfully. But without the help of runes, how can these fire lizards suppress the expression of dragon blood? Previously, Richard had suspected that the fire lizard was a dragon blood. But after the revelation, Richard discovered that while some fire lizards resembled dragons in some ways, some fundamental characteristics differed significantly from those of dragon bloods. For example, the fire lizard's blood was completely non-corrosive, something impossible for dragon bloods. Even after many generations of interbreeding, the dragon blood's bloodline would maintain a consistent concentration of dragon blood in each generation due to the corrosive nature of dragon blood. So, theoretically, the blood of any dragon blood possessed corrosive properties. But the fire lizard before him completely overturned Richard's assumptions about dragon bloods. An expedition to another world truly can bring unexpected things to wizards, Richard exclaimed enthusiastically. After sewing up the fire lizard's body, Richard returned it to the secret realm. He then retrieved the bodies of the golden-masked royal dragon warriors from the secret realm. These bodies, which Richard had tossed into the secret realm and had entrusted to the world mushroom for preservation, now appeared as if they had just died. "It's been ages since I've dissected a level 2 corpse." Richard sighed, then began the dissection. The Royal Guard dragon warrior's anatomy was closer to Richard's understanding of dragon-blooded creatures than the fire lizard he had just dissected, but only slightly so. Although the Royal Guard dragon warrior's organs showed signs of dragonification, the transformation wasn't complete, as if something was suppressing the expression of dragon blood. Similarly, the Royal Guard dragon warrior's blood wasn't corrosive. Strange. Could it be that the ancestors of these fire lizards experienced a mutation in their life core, effectively shutting off the corrosive component of dragon blood, or perhaps some part of their life core was able to suppress the expression of dragon blood? Richard muttered to himself as he examined the Royal Guard dragon warrior's body. Otherwise, this change is truly difficult to explain. In natural evolution, biological mutations are common. However, in the vast majority of cases, these mutations are malignant, while the evolution of life often begins with benign mutations. While the Royal Guard dragon warrior didn't reveal the secrets of the fire lizard's bloodline to Richard, it did provide him with another benefit. While dissecting the Royal Guard dragon warrior's body, he discovered the presence of a physical strengthening gland. Furthermore, this gland was found in all the Royal Guard dragon warriors he had captured. This meant that Richard could extract pure dragon blood from the flesh of these fire lizards, thereby cultivating the physical strengthening gland. But all this required the dragon blood to be corrosive. Richard lightly touched the collected Royal Guard dragon warrior blood with his finger. Ingredients: fire lizard blood. Refined substance: pure dragon blood. Refining cost: 5,000 mana. Refine. The next moment, the blood Richard had collected in the beaker vanished. In less than a breath, a drop of golden dragon blood, enveloped in magical energy, appeared at Richard's fingertips. In this drop of dragon blood, Richard could clearly sense its majestic and unbridled vitality. The refined dragon blood was corrosive. As long as it was corrosive, Richard could cultivate a physical strengthening gland. But at the same time, a question arose in Richard's mind. Was the dragon blood extracted from the miracle furnace the most pristine dragon blood, or was it blood that had been passed down through generations and potentially mutated? If it was the latter, then the fire lizard's secret would be revealed. But if it was the former, there were still two possible answers. Anyway, I've found the physical enhancement gland, and my dragon-like combat body is complete. As for the secrets of these fire lizards, there's still plenty of time to research. Unexpectedly, progress in dragon-like combat bodies could be made during the planar war. Richard had to spend some magic stones to obtain some living flesh and blood from the logistics department to cultivate his clone. Since the dragon blood this time wasn't from a young dragon, Richard directly cultivated a second-level body. The organs cultivated in a first-level body differ from those cultivated in a second-level body. The higher the level of the body, the stronger the organs. And the physical enhancement gland, the most important part of the dragon-like combat body, was perfectly suited to cultivation in a second-level body. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. In the laboratory, Richard carefully removed the physical enhancement gland from the clone. The gland, about the size of a baby's fist, was pale red in color, and had a faint fragrance that made one want to eat it. Richard removed it, then, using his flesh and blood to manipulate it, carefully opened his abdomen and inserted the gland. While this ability to manipulate flesh and blood wasn't noticeable in combat, it saved Richard considerable effort when conducting certain experiments involving flesh and blood. For anyone else, this surgery would require their soul to separate from their body, and then they would use magic to control the instruments and perform the surgical modification. But for Richard, he simply inserted the gland and manipulated the flesh and blood within him to easily complete the transformation. Soon, Richard transported the gland to beneath his heart, then connected the blood vessels, then the nerves. Finally, when the first drop of blood flowed through the physical strengthening gland, its activity finally began to recover. Strengthening hormones began to flow through Richard's blood vessels, flowing through his limbs. Richard's dragon-like combat form had finally completed the most crucial step. Chapter 218. Richard has yet to fully understand the mechanism of action of the strengthening hormone, but the fact that it's a mystery doesn't prevent him from using it. The strengthening hormone traveled through his bloodstream, radiating throughout his body. Under its influence, Richard could feel his cells becoming more active than before. This change was subtle, and even wizards, who weren't dedicated to physical cultivation, wouldn't be able to detect it. But over time, the cells would gradually strengthen, ultimately improving overall physical fitness. Over time, through passive evolution, as long as a certain life level is reached, simply sleeping can elevate one's physical fitness to peak levels without exercise. Dragons are truly a truly perfect race, Richard exclaimed in admiration. But even as perfect as dragons are, they are merely biological artifacts left behind by a forerunner civilization. These characteristics Richard admired might have been engineered by the forerunners using biotechnology. At this thought, Richard shuddered again. What kind of formidable enemy did such a powerful civilization encounter, leaving it a mere blip on the long river of history? Richard shook his head, tossing his thoughts aside. He was just a junior wizard, barely reaching the second ring. Such matters concerning the survival of civilization were too far removed from him, and even contemplating them was pointless. Leaving the room, Richard prepared to learn about the current state of the war. After all, he was a technical consultant, and if possible, he intended to attract more business. Evil essences were something even a great wizard wouldn't have too much of. Climbing the metal stairs, Richard soon reached the surface. Compared to 3 months ago, the floating city had changed dramatically. The construction belt surrounding the floating city is nearly complete, and the logistics wizards are currently performing special work on some of the houses. Richard, having experienced the insect nest world, knows that these houses serve as reserve fortresses, serving as the last line of defense before the floating city in times of crisis. Walking through the floating city, Richard observed the busy wizards around him, feeling somewhat out of place. After asking around, Richard found the location of the military chamber of commerce in the floating city. The war had just begun, and the wizards hadn't yet gathered enough loot, so the military chamber of commerce was quite deserted. Richard wandered around and finally stopped in front of a shop. Richard glanced at the sign, then pushed the door open and entered. "Welcome, what would you like to exchange?" As soon as he entered, a dignified and beautiful mechanic greeted him. Richard waved his hand. "I'm looking for Bob." "Excuse me, who are you?" "To meet Mr. Bob, please ask." "Hey Richard, long time no see." The mechanic hadn't finished speaking when Bob emerged from the back room of the shop. "It's been so long, have you been back from the front to pick up some slack?" Richard shrugged, his tone slightly exaggerated. "I've been back a long time. These salamanders are no pushovers. I just arrived at the front and encountered a group of level 2 salamanders. I almost got stuck there." "Wow, impressive. You're a dark wizard, no doubt," Bob exclaimed, giving Richard a thumbs up. In this era of pioneering, wizards held the powerful in high esteem. "You're such a compliment. You wouldn't be any worse off than me if you went up there," Richard said modestly. No, I definitely stay there when I go up." Bob shook his head repeatedly. "You came back early, so you don't know the news yet. The team of level 2 salamanders you encountered are an elite unit among the salamanders, called the Royal Dragon Guards. Though their combat power is slightly weaker than ours, they appear in groups of 10 and killed quite a few of us in urban battles." "Royal Dragon Guards?" Richard asked curiously, hearing this strange term, clearly a transliteration. "Are they the ones wearing the golden masks?" "Yes, that's the one." "Richard, that's the one you encountered, right?" Richard nodded, then asked curiously, "These salamanders are targeting us so badly, and Command doesn't have a response plan?" "A plan? Of course they do." Bob pulled a stool for Richard. "Command has directly assigned dark wizards to fight in urban combat. Urban combat, a battlefield that requires individual combat power, is perfect for dark wizards. On the front lines right now, dark wizards are the main force. This is the first time I've seen that." Richard wasn't surprised. He felt that dark wizards were more suited to urban combat. Dark wizards have strong individual combat power and strong survivability. Even in danger, dark wizards have a higher chance of survival than white wizards. After all, dark wizards behind enemy lines constantly face this kind of asymmetric battlefield. Urban combat is even easier for dark wizards than their usual battlefields. Send in the dark wizards. Our advance should be faster, right? Bob waved his hand. "It's nothing like usual. We've really hit a tough nut this time. These salamanders are incredibly formidable. In just over 3 months, we've only taken over 10 cities. And the more we fight, the more scattered our forces become, and the slower our advance becomes. If we keep fighting like this, we have to stop soon." Bob suddenly sighed. "I'm afraid it'd be hard to collect the money this time." Richard shook his head at Bob's somewhat dejected words. These wizards, accustomed to winning battles, are all defeatist strategists. It's a good thing Bob is a member of the Military Chamber of Commerce. If he were a white wizard on the front lines, just based on that statement, the missions he received would be a notch higher in difficulty. Destabilizing military morale is a commander's greatest annoyance, no matter the world. "Don't be so pessimistic, Bob," Richard said calmly. "We've fought hard, but the salamanders are certainly having it harder. I heard the salamanders are divided into 3 countries. That's a potential advantage. Once the front lines cease their advance, dark wizards will be sent to the rear to conduct missions behind enemy lines. At that point, assassinations, sabotage, and even manipulation of some of the salamanders' upper echelons are possible. In previous wars, wizards have often exploited conflicts within indigenous groups to speed up the war and minimize losses. In the center of the Mauric Empire, within a massive pyramid constructed of obsidian and inlaid with ornate gold patterns, Harash, why have my royal dragon guards suffered such severe losses recently?" Mauric, the salamander king, sat high on his adamantine throne, his dragon eyes fixed with stern eyes upon Harash, the grand marshal he had personally promoted. Harash half knelt on the ground, his body trembling unconsciously under the salamander king's dragon might. He knew his majesty was angry. Harash lowered his head and explained his reasoning as calmly as possible. "Your Majesty, this is a strategy to deplete the wizards' numbers. Individual wizards are far more formidable than we are. Without employing an elite strategy, our soldiers wouldn't even be able to deplete the wizards in small-scale battles." Silence, a long silence. Harash stared at the golden patterns on the obsidian floor. The dragon's might in the hall didn't diminish in the slightest despite his explanation. The salamander king was dissatisfied with his explanation. "Harash, what were your last words when I granted you power?" After a long silence, the salamander king finally spoke. But what he said sent a chill down Harash's spine. Of course, he remembered the salamander king's last words. but he was already minimizing casualties. Your Majesty, I remember, Harash replied tremblingly. You told me to minimize casualties, as a precaution against the other two empires. But is that how you minimize casualties? You're throwing my royal dragon guards around like rocks. The Salamander King interrupted Harash's defense, and slowly closed his eyes. Harash, you should return and rest. Donal will be in charge of the battlefield. Yes, Your Majesty. Leaving the palace, Harash handed a golden dragon horn to a palace attendant. This is the Grand Marshal's order. I will give it to Marshal Donal later. Yes, Your Majesty, the hooded attendant replied respectfully. Harash gave a wry smile. I'm no longer a marshal. I'm General Harash now. The attendant looked up at Harash and said softly yet firmly, Sir, your talents are known to all the fire lizards of the Moric Empire. You have merely temporarily left your position. Harash examined the attendant carefully, and suddenly pulled off his hood. Your Highness, you are too kind, Harash nodded. But the princess looked at Harash seriously. I am serious, Lord Harash. Harash said nothing more, and turned to walk out of the palace. Temporarily left his position? Harash gazed at the two scorching suns in the sky and sighed. I hope so. Father, have you been transferred from Grand Marshal? Azuhin looked at the calm Harash before him, and felt that this world was absurd. His father, the great Harash, had been transferred from his position as Grand Marshal during such a crucial war, and ordered by the Fire Lizard King to return home and rest. Is the Salamander King confused? Your Majesty disapproves of my war strategy, and has decided to replace me with Marshal Donal, Harash said calmly. That's perfect. I can take a break. After so many years of fighting, it's good to come back and rest. But Donal is better than you, father. Azuhin wanted to defend Harash, but seeing his father's calm expression, he swallowed his words. Harash had taught him from a young age that things cannot be changed. After something happens, don't dwell on why it happened, but do your best to resolve it. Father, I want to join the army, Azuhin said suddenly after a moment's silence. I won't allow it, Harash replied calmly. Why? Azuhin looked at his father in confusion. I'm already strong enough. Even the Royal Dragon Guards are no match for me. Simple. You're still not strong enough. Harash seemed to have anticipated his son's question. The battlefield today is different from before. Even the Royal Dragon Guards are just larger cannon fodder. Harash added, don't even think about secretly joining the army. I may not be a Grand Marshal, but I still hold some prestige within the military. Azuhin's neck puffed up with anger. Harash looked at his son, unmoved. Go out if you have nothing to do. Talk to some young girls these days. Increasing the number of fire lizards is also a contribution to the war effort. This war. I'm afraid it's going to be a long one. Chapter 219. From Bob, Richard gained a general understanding of the war situation. The overall situation wasn't going smoothly, but problems on all sides hadn't yet erupted. It seemed balanced, with the wizards even at a slight disadvantage. However, Richard was neither a great wizard nor a hired wizard. He was a technical advisor, receiving no wages nor fighting on the front lines. The war situation had little impact on him. So, the conversation quickly shifted from the war situation to the resources of the Red Sun world. Richard, look at this. Bob pulled a slightly damaged black gold scimitar from his magic pocket and adjusted his monocle. You're an alchemist. What's so special about this scimitar? Scimitar? Richard suddenly remembered that he had several good quality scimitars on hand. Could there be some secret hidden within this scimitar? Richard took the scimitar. Salamander scimitars are infused with a significant amount of fire minerals, causing them to naturally heat up. The more refined and luxurious the scimitar, the hotter it gets. For the scimitars Richard had acquired, he had to use his magic to insulate them. Although he was highly resistant to the element of fire, being fine didn't mean he felt nothing, and Richard didn't want to be burned. He briefly used his magic to examine the scimitar's structure, then examined the color of the broken edge. This blade is quite good, Richard said. Bob's eyes flickered. Brother, what do you think is so good about it? Richard returned the scimitar to Bob, a flicker of confusion between his brows. This blade is made of alloy, with no cracks or cavitations in its structure. This isn't unusual for the natives of a world like this. But, Richard hesitated for a moment, then said slowly, but I sense something similar to our alchemy here. It seems to be another kind of enchantment. Bob smiled faintly, and put the scimitar back into his pocket. Brother, you're right. The alchemists in our guild have noticed this too. We suspect these natives have mastered a technique similar to ours, and have been developing it for a long time. This is a gold mine. But Richard thought for a moment, and shook his head. Bob, If you're planning to hoard these scimitars and sell them to alchemists, I advise you to give up on it. Bob's smile faltered, and he asked, "Oh? What do you see, Richard?" Richard stopped talking, looking at Bob with a half-smile. Seeing this, Bob immediately understood Richard's intention. He pulled a bag of magic essence from his pocket, and said with a forced smile, "Look how foolish I am. Fair trade, equal exchange." But Richard didn't take the magic essence. "Bob, I'm not short of magic essence right now. You've probably collected quite a few scimitars lately. Do you have any fine ones I could borrow for inspection?" "I do have some, but the price." Bob hesitated, clearly not believing Richard's information was worth the scimitar's price. Even if he didn't delve into the craftsmanship behind them, these scimitars would still be good materials or weapons. Richard knocked on the counter beside him, and said with a smile, "I'm only inspecting them. I won't be conducting any destructive tests on them. I return them before the war is over." "No destructive testing. Richard, you're quite interesting. Not conducting destructive testing is a broad concept. Melting a scimitar is destructive testing, but so is using it to chop something hard. Even many of the alchemist's exploration techniques, which damage objects, are destructive testing. Without destructive testing, Bob couldn't fathom what Richard could possibly do with these scimitars. After a moment's hesitation, Bob extended his right hand to Richard. He had nothing to lose from this deal, so he might as well listen to Richard's words. Richard took his hand, and the deal was sealed. Bob quickly drafted the contract, and after the two confirmed the details, they signed their real names. As the contract crumbled to ash, Richard spoke, "The methods of these fire lizards aren't of much use to most alchemists. They're fine as collectibles, but if they're sold as special indigenous techniques, the Nine Stars Chamber of Commerce will likely suffer a blow." What are you saying, brother?" Bob was bewildered. This thing clearly bears some resemblance to alchemy. Even if it were more outdated, it wouldn't be completely worthless. "Brother Bob, how much do you know about the origins of wizard alchemy?" Richard asked slowly. "Well, I haven't. I'd love to hear more," Bob said honestly. "Few alchemists know the origins of wizard alchemy anymore. After all, that period of history is so ancient and unhelpful to alchemy. Nowadays, wizard academies prioritize profitability, and apprentices rarely spend their spare time on useless knowledge. But if I didn't learn about it during my apprenticeship, I'd be even less inclined to learn about it later. However, I was relatively wealthy during my apprenticeship, so I made a point of learning about the origins of alchemy." As Richard spoke, his mind flashed back to several images of him reading in the library during his apprenticeship, and a smile played on his lips. Bob, standing by, waited quietly for Richard to get to the point. In the age of savagery, wizarding systems were still incomplete. Back then, dragons were still the rulers of the earth and sky. Therefore, the first object of study for wizards was the dragon. The earliest wizarding alchemy was a crude imitation of dragon alchemy. However, over the long years, wizarding alchemy has developed its own path based on dragon alchemy. These two paths are like intersecting straight lines. The further they develop, the further they drift apart. Thus, these scimitars are essentially worthless to most alchemists. After hearing Richard's words, Bob frowned slightly. "So these fire lizards use dragon alchemy? Man, while these fire lizards look a bit like dragon bloods, they're actually quite different." Bob stopped talking mid-sentence, when he suddenly noticed that Richard's eyes were actually a pair of dragon eyes. A wizard who could transplant dragon eyes into himself must have studied dragon bloods, and Richard couldn't have failed to see the fire lizard's condition. "These fire lizards are dragon bloods, I can tell you for sure," Richard said calmly. "I'm not entirely sure what exactly has happened to these fire lizards, but I've detected clear signs of dragonification on those dragon guards. There are wizards who study dragon alchemy, and some learned veteran alchemists have some knowledge of it. You could ask a few veteran alchemists for advice. Or, you could see what the established trade associations think of this." Hearing Richard's words, Bob suddenly realized that the established wizarding guilds had shown little interest in scimitars these days, while only he and a few emerging guilds were buying them in large quantities. At first, he thought these established guilds were dismissive of such a small sum, but now it seemed they likely recognized the scimitar's inherent value. Thinking of this, Bob couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, the war was still raging, and most wizards were still on the front lines, so he hadn't collected that many scimitars yet. If the wizards had waited until they returned, he had been left with nothing. Indigenous technology similar to wizard alchemy was priced very differently from simple blade-shaped metal ingots and indigenous weapons. If it weren't for Richard, he had been working his entire life to make up for the guild's losses. "Brother Richard, you've done me a great favor this time," Bob said excitedly. Richard waved his hand indifferently, It's an equal exchange, mutually beneficial. Bob entered the back room of the shop and pulled out a magic pouch, handing it to Richard. Brother, here are all the scimitars I've collected these days. If you like any, take them and study them. Do whatever you want with them, and don't worry about whether they're broken or not. Richard's words saved the rest of his life. Richard took the pouch, casually tied it around his waist, and said to Bob with a smile, "Don't worry, brother. There are still alchemists studying dragon alchemy. As long as the quantity is not too large, you definitely make a profit." Bob smiled with a hint of relief and dropped the subject. The two then discussed the resources currently discovered in the Red Sun world. In this world where the fire element is predominantly balanced, fire gems and various magically transformed minerals infused with fire are very common. The decorative fire gems Richard had seen in the Salamander City demonstrated just how rich this world truly is. Richard learned from Bob that several wizarding guilds had already sent personnel to conduct research, intending to submit applications to the Grand Wizard immediately after the war. As a wizarding guild also eligible to submit applications, Richard also had some plans for these resources. Bob lent Richard some resource samples he had collected for research, saving him considerable effort. This is how relationships deepen. After leaving Bob's presence, Richard returned to his room with the scimitars. Bob had collected quite a few of them, many of which appeared to be of excellent quality. Richard felt the scimitars with his bare hands, and soon, a message appeared before his eyes. Raw materials, Salamander scimitar. Refining skill, dragon alchemy, moderately incomplete. Refining cost, 3 spirit points. Richard smiled faintly as he watched the information appear before him. Next time I encounter something I haven't seen before, I have to try it out. I almost missed out on something great. Bob had over 200 scimitars in his collection, a dozen of which could be used as raw materials. Judging by their shape, they were likely the swords of the Royal Dragon Guards. Richard piled Bob's scimitars into a pile and began refining them one by one. Richard's current spirit point was 112, and the energy consumed by refining these scimitars was only slightly tiring. After the refining was complete, Richard pulled a black gold scimitar from his pocket, a faint glow emanating from his palm. Soon, the black gold scimitar turned a brilliant crimson, then melted and deformed, golden veins growing within it, like the branches of an ancient tree, complex yet imbued with a quaint beauty. Soon, the scimitar transformed into a long sword, golden lines spreading across its blade like vines. Whoosh! Richard swung his sword, the tip scraping against the wall with a sizzling sound. Afterward, the sword's tip was slightly blunted, its once sharp point now rounded, and a barely perceptible mark appeared on the metal wall of the room. You know, the rooms within the floating city are all made of high-strength alloys, making it difficult for even a first-level wizard to leave a mark with their magic. But Richard, with a simple stroke of his sword, left a trace. Dragon alchemy truly follows a different path from wizard alchemy, Richard muttered, looking at the long sword in his hand. Smelting metal, killing metal, and finally transforming it. Compared to wizard alchemy, dragon alchemy is truly alchemy. Chapter 220. Dragon alchemy differs significantly from wizard alchemy. Dragon alchemy focuses on the metal itself. The dragon smelts the metal, shaping it into its desired shape. Then, by killing the metal's properties change, and finally, by transmuting it, the metal's properties are fixed and further strengthened. Throughout this entire process, the metal remains the same, nothing changes. But the metal's properties are altered. Originally brittle metal becomes more ductile after treatment. Originally soft metal becomes hard after treatment. While this technique exists in wizard alchemy, it requires extremely high alchemical attainments and complex alchemical formations. A dragon can achieve this transformation simply by touching the metal with its claws. Turning stone into gold is no different. However, dragon alchemy also has its flaws. While it can achieve astonishing changes in metal, this technique only works on certain metals, and not all metals. Wizard alchemy, on the other hand, is all-encompassing, affecting nearly any substance. Richard glanced at the long sword in his hand, and an idea suddenly occurred to him. If he used dragon alchemy to process the metal, and then enchanted it with wizard alchemy, would he be able to obtain an even more remarkable magical armor? With a thought, Richard's hand suddenly formed a small alchemy array. He infused it with his spirit, and the runes were engraved. Everything went smoothly. But at the moment the rune took shape, Richard heard a crisp sound. Snap! A crack appeared on the long sword. The crack was located exactly where the rune was engraved. Upon witnessing this, Richard immediately inspected the long sword. Afterward he sighed, no wonder so few wizards study dragon alchemy. It turns out the two are incompatible. The runes interfere with dragon alchemy, rendering both forms ineffective. Dragon alchemy, after all, belongs to the dragons. Even if a wizard mastered it, without the direct means of refining the technique like Richard, it would take considerable time to learn and master it. Given the incompatibility between the two, wouldn't it be better to devote that time and energy to studying wizard alchemy, a technique more suited to wizards? Wizard alchemy has evolved over the years and has become a vast discipline. Even the greatest wizards of truth wouldn't claim to have mastered it completely. Even if it were the same gold mine, one exposed and exposed, the other hidden deep underground, even a fool would know which to dig. Richard set the longsword aside and took out the black gold scimitars he had acquired. The miracle forge responded immediately upon his bare hands. Richard also refined each one. However, this large-scale refining process led him to discover a problem. Although the craftsmanship of these scimitars was moderately flawed, the production process was largely the same, and the skill of the craftsman was similar. This meant that after refining so many scimitars, his skill level had only improved slightly compared to the first one he refined. His skill level didn't increase linearly with each refinement, like an experience bar. But Richard wasn't dissatisfied. No one would complain about finding a small amount of free money. When the refinement reached the White Wizard Captain's black gold scimitar, the information displayed by the Miracle Forge changed slightly. Under the Dragon Alchemy section, there was a new refinement option. Ingredients: Salamander Scimitar. Refining skill: Dragon Alchemy, moderately incomplete. Refining cost: 4 spirit points. Refining information: Dragon Alchemy tree pattern. Refining cost: 5 spirit points. Tree pattern? Richard's gaze shifted to the scimitar. Its surface was covered in intricate golden patterns, a byproduct of dragon alchemy, and its function was similar to that of a wizard's runes. Refine. The black scimitar suddenly vanished, then reappeared. A ball of white light appeared above the miracle forge. Richard devoured it, and the information about the tree pattern instantly entered his mind. After a moment, Richard opened his eyes. Life drain. Great stuff. According to the information extracted from the miracle forge, the tree pattern on this scimitar's effect is to drain life, transforming the enemy's blood into vitality, and then feeding it back to the user. Some spells from the school of necromancy could achieve this effect. But Richard had only heard of them. Spell models, unless they were commonplace, were rarely found on the market, and were mostly traded privately. Planar wars are truly a great place to make a fortune. Richard sighed, sheathing his scimitars, and then taking out his staff. The tree pattern gave Richard some inspiration. Although the two alchemies couldn't interoperate, he could certainly combine them using physical means. The upper half of the staff would be constructed using wizard alchemy, the lower using dragon alchemy, with the middle connected by a purely mechanical structure. In battle, use the upper half to strike down the enemy, then plunge the lower half into the corpse to drain its life force. It's both powerful in combat and capable of recovery. Richard couldn't help but smile as he thought, and immediately took out his paper and began to act. He had nothing else to do anyway, so upgrading his equipment and increasing his combat power was just the right time. While Richard was leisurely improving his strength, the war situation gradually changed. After the change of commander, the Salamanders abandoned their elite strategy and began using large numbers of Salamander warriors paired with smaller numbers of Salamander nobles for urban and street fighting. This move baffled the Wizards' command. Halash's elite strategy caused great trouble for the Wizards. Command had to use dark wizards for urban fighting, leaving a large number of white wizards to play second fiddle. This severely slowed the pace of the war. But now that the Salamanders had switched to warriors, the dark wizards were naturally freed from the urban fighting, and the white wizards finally returned to their familiar battlefield. In just 1 year, the white wizards had captured over 70 cities, and the dark wizards began to infiltrate the Salamander Empire's rear, carrying out various harassment activities. Is Donald a loser? Azuin cursed, looking at the map on the wall. The city was lost in the early stages of the war because the wizards' forces were too concentrated, making it impossible for the fire lizards to stop them. But as the battlefield expanded, the wizards' forces gradually dispersed, yet the wizards' speed in capturing the city has not slowed down at all. This is clearly a command issue. Azuin, I asked you to look at the map, not to listen to your rants against Marshal Donald. Behind Azuin, the tall Harash, draped in a white robe, looked incredibly majestic. But father, I can't see anything in this battle. We're losing ground. And our losses are mounting. Azuin turned and shouted at his father. As a young salamander, he was completely enraged by the current situation, his neck swollen like a pufferfish. Then wait and see. If you can't even discern this, forget about joining the army. You only get yourself killed on the battlefield. Halash's voice remained unmoved by Azuhin's anger. His expression remained calm, and he even had the energy to pour himself a glass of lava and savor it, as if the conquered country wasn't Morik. Azuhin turned away angrily, trying to calm himself. He knew his father was a man of few words. If he wouldn't let him join the army, he would never join. Looking at the map before him, Azuhin's heart began to calm. His rationality took over, and he began to analyze the information it provided. From the battlefront, the wizards had already conquered nearly 1/6 of the Morik Empire in just a year and a half, and the front was still advancing. Furthermore, there were no bulges along this front that the salamanders could penetrate and encircle. After observing for a long time, Azuhin saw no opportunities to exploit this front. The wizard's front was like an impenetrable wall. All that looked like a flaw was a trap. "Father, I still can't see it," Azuhin said with some disappointment. "The wizard's front is too solid. I can't find a single area to exploit." Halash nodded. "Keep watching. If you can see that the front is solid, it means you've grown a lot. But I want you to look beyond the front and expand your perspective. Zoom in a little." Azuhin re-examined the map, Harash's words echoing in his mind. "Zoom in a little." Azuhin stepped back and took in the entire map. The wizard's landing point was located in a corner of the continent. A short distance behind the wizard, beyond the mountains, lay a boundless sea of molten lava. So the wizard had no choice but to advance. And because it was a salient, the wizard's current border was only with the Morik Empire. Instantly, he understood his father's meaning. Azuhin excitedly shouted, "I see. The wizard is about to border the Linxar Empire. Marshal Donal is leading the wizards into war with the Linxar Empire." Hearing his son's answer, Harash finally nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, Donal is indeed leading the wizards into war with the Linxar Empire, but have you considered his purpose?" "Purpose? It must be to disperse the wizards' forces," Azuhin said naively. "Dispersing our forces is certainly part of the solution, but there's a more important part." Halash walked over to the map and pointed to the next city the wizards were about to conquer. After conquering this city, the wizards would officially establish a border with the Linxa Empire. The losses of this war can't be borne solely by us. The other two empires must also incur losses. Only in this way can the continent maintain equilibrium after the war. Otherwise, even if we drive the wizards out, internal wars will erupt due to the loss of strength. If one empire suffers excessive losses, its collapse is not impossible. This is what I want you to understand. Azuhin looked at his father, his mind a little confused. At this time, why are the empires still scheming against each other? The wizards have only two options for dealing with fire lizards: enslavement or death. Shouldn't the three empires unite now and drive out the wizards? Halash, as if reading Azuhin's thoughts, said quietly, "Azuhin, wizards are harmful, but if used well, they can also be a sword that unites the world. Our Majesty thinks so, and so do the other two Majesties." Chapter 221. Listening to his father's words, Azuhin suddenly felt a surge of powerlessness. For the first time, he felt that they might not win this war. "Father, can we win?" Azuhin looked at Harash, hoping for some reassurance. But Harash shook his head. "I don't know, but we can make this war a winnable one." As he spoke, Harash pulled a piece of white paper from his robe pocket. In the Red Sun world, paper is typically made from a plant called the earth fire tree, which produces a reddish color. White paper requires multiple steps, making it a complex process. For this reason, the salamander nobles used white paper. But Azuhin noticed something different about Harash's white paper. He seemed to see a hint of gold around the edge. "My son, while your wisdom may not suffice to survive the front lines, the Morik Empire has more than one battlefield." Halash handed the white paper to Azuhin. Upon taking it, Azuhin noticed that the edge of the white paper was branded with golden patterns. Gold, the most supreme color of the salamanders. When a piece of paper was imprinted with golden patterns, it signified that it had come from the imperial palace. The content on the paper was simple: a letter of appointment. Azuhin was appointed leader of an organization called the Morik Shield. His primary mission was to eliminate wizards, who infiltrated the Empire's rear areas. "Father, this is..." Azuhin looked at Harash in bewilderment. He had never heard of the Morik Shield before. How had he suddenly become its leader? Moreover, based on the contents of this letter of appointment, Azuhin discovered that the power of the organization he presided over was absurdly vast. He could even demand the cooperation of all levels of internal affairs officials within the Empire. Due to changes in war strategy, more and more wizards, known as Dark Wizards, have appeared within the Empire. These Dark Wizards constantly harass our rear, destroy military supply depots, and assassinate important officials. We must organize a team to deal with these dark wizards. Halash rubbed his son's head. This is a difficult task. His Majesty has given you this mission, and you must shoulder this responsibility. Don't be afraid of failure. Don't be afraid of offending others. Although I am no longer a marshal, I am still a general of the Empire. Azwin stared blankly at the letter of appointment in his hand, feeling that the blank piece of paper weighed 1,000 times heavier. Harash patted Azwin on the back. Go back and think about what to do. If you need me, I can withdraw some troops. After all, the advancement of the front depends on the wizards, not us. Carrying the paper, Azwin returned to his room. Harash's words echoed in his ears. Don't be afraid of failure. Don't be afraid of offending others. But how could he not be afraid? His failure would cost him the reputation his father had accumulated over hundreds of years. Thinking over it in his room, Azwin felt a suffocating feeling in his chest. How should he organize his personnel? How should he establish rules? How could he prevent the corruption of such a powerful organization? The more Azwin thought about it, the more depressed he became. He simply left the room and wandered aimlessly down the street. Azwin lived in the capital of the Moric Empire. Even as the Moric Empire was mired in war, the capital remained bustling and prosperous, with no sign of war. Azwin walked down the street, his head bowed, as he pondered how to resolve these issues, but he didn't encounter a single pedestrian. When Azwin looked up, he realized that he was a reef in the river, bisecting the crowd. In the Moric Empire, and indeed in all empires, the Silverhorn nobles were second only to the emperor. Even if Azwin walked amidst the surging crowd, all the fire lizards would consciously avoid him. Looking at the fearful eyes around him, Azwin suddenly had an idea. There were many Silverhorn nobles in the capital. If he could allow them to join the Moric Shield, he wouldn't have to worry about corruption and the lack of combat effectiveness. Even if the Silverhorn nobles lay dormant, if they lived long enough, their strength would reach the level of the Royal Guard dragon warriors. Moreover, these people were already lawless. The power of the Moric Shield might be a huge temptation for ordinary fire lizards, but for these fire lizards, it was just a daily routine. Furthermore, the imperial officials were often connected to the nobles, so their investigations wouldn't be hindered by officials. Azwin thought more and more about this idea, but now he had a problem. How could he recruit these Silverhorn nobles, and how could he control them? Azwin walked aimlessly along the street, from the blazing sun to the setting sun. As he walked, Azwin suddenly bumped into someone. Azwin looked up and saw a female fire lizard in a white robe with golden patterns standing before him. Azwin, what's wrong with you today? You've been walking around the streets all day, looking like you've lost your soul. Azwin took in the fire lizard's face and bowed slightly. Your Highness. The princess looked at Azwin, her golden dragon eyes tinged with dissatisfaction. I remember I told you, you don't need to bow when you see me. And don't call me your Highness. I have a name. Call me Akira. Azwin stood up straight, looking a little embarrassed. Yes, your Highness. Akira. Akira waved his hand helplessly. Forget it. Tell me what you're thinking about. I heard the Marshal has a position for you. So, are you thinking about how to do it? Azwin nodded. Indeed, I'm thinking about it. Your Highness, how do you think we can control the Silverhorn nobles? Control you? Akira suddenly laughed. How can you control you? I'm afraid no one can control you except my father. Azwin scratched his head awkwardly. Akira saw him like this and stopped laughing. Are you serious? Why do you want to control the Silverhorn nobles? Did the Marshal find you a noble law enforcer? That's not the case. Azwin shook his head and told Akira his thoughts. Akira pondered for a moment, then suddenly had a light bulb light. I see. If you want to reign in these nobles, just let me join them. Don't you dare disobey me? Akira wasn't being arrogant. As the only daughter of the Salamander King, her status was a notch higher than that of the Silverhorn nobles. This gave her a natural legal advantage. Akira's strength was also considered top tier within the Empire, reaching the peak of level 2, about to enter level 3. Few of the Silverhorn nobles left behind could defeat her. And most importantly, she and Azwin had been friends since childhood, close enough to share a bed, completely unafraid of anyone trying to sow discord. This isn't a good idea, Azwin hesitated. Akira's suggestion was indeed a solution, but Akira was, after all, a princess, a somewhat unique status. If there's anything unsatisfactory about it, I join in. What can you do to me? Akira looked at Azwin provocatively, her tone rather arrogant. This? All right. I go back and prepare the rules, and I come find you tomorrow. With that, Azwin turned to leave, But before he had taken a few steps, his tail was grabbed. Looking back, he saw his tail entangled in another, whose owner was now looking at him with a half-smile. "Don't go back to your place. I opened a bottle of 100-year-old Dragon Flame wine today. How about we try some?" The establishment of Morik's shield indeed brought a great deal of trouble to the Dark Wizards. Led by two founders with powerful backgrounds, Morik's shield enjoyed the full support of the Morik Empire's aristocracy, practically providing everything they needed. And no one dared to dictate their decisions. This also allowed them to be unconventional in recruiting members. Azuin, through his connections with Harash, transferred a group of Salamander warriors from the front lines to serve as Morik's shield's base personnel, and then recruited a group of Silverhorn nobles to provide high-end combat power. In addition, Azuin also recruited many non-combatants. These non-combat talents included royal blacksmiths, hunters specializing in hunting giant fire beasts, and trainers for the Colosseum. Each of them possessed special abilities. The Shield of Morik organized them, uniting them under the purpose of serving the nation, and then using them to hunt down dark wizards. While these abilities had nothing to do with direct combat power, they often proved incredibly effective in tracking down dark wizards. Through repeated pursuits, the Shield of Morik gradually matured. Its internal structure, personnel composition, logistics, and tactical arrangements were gradually refined through battle after battle. This newly established organization was steadily becoming a major threat to dark wizards. In a brightly lit laboratory, a black-robed wizard was busy at his experiment at a test bench. He was using his magic to inscribe sesame-sized runes onto a black rune base. Suddenly, the crystal ball on the test bench lit up, and a cold voice emanated from it. "Advisor Richard, Command has decided to deploy a magic support vehicle for the mission. Please rendezvous with White Wizard Squad 13 immediately, and join them in the battle." The wizard glanced at the crystal ball, and set down the rune base in his hand. "After 10 years, I finally have a mission." Richard cleaned up the test bench, and pulled a strange wand from his magic pocket. The top half of the wand was plain, its black shaft crowned by a crimson orb of flame. But the bottom half, the plain shaft, was adorned with countless intricate patterns, resembling vines or the lush branches of an ancient tree. Chapter 222. After leaving the room, Richard quickly learned the location of Team 13 from the logistics wizard. Team 13 had already received 4 magic support vehicles from the weapons depot, and was now awaiting Richard's arrival outside the floating city fortress. "Captain, how did you feel about this magic support vehicle during training?" "I feel like it's a bit unreliable." A small giant in a white wizard robe, nearly 3 meters tall, asked in a somewhat naive voice. "This thing only lasts for 30 seconds, and then it's just a shell of steel." The captain, questioned by the small giant, casually patted the magic support vehicle. "This thing is quite extreme. I can't say whether it's good or bad. But compared to the alchemical weapons we usually use, it's definitely different. However, this is a new weapon after all, so there are definitely many flaws that need to be adjusted." The captain's words were pleasant, but his eyes were filled with distrust as he looked at the magic support vehicle. Before this, he had merely familiarized himself with the spell support vehicle's operation and tested its effectiveness on slave monsters. But this was his first time using it in actual combat. "Captain, this thing was chosen by Master Vladimir. Its quality and positioning are definitely impeccable," said a wizard in the team, half of his body transformed into a mechanical form. "We're just testing it to see if there are any improvements. Besides, this mission is to retrieve a dark wizard who has infiltrated the rear, so it's not dangerous. Even if something goes wrong, Command will allow us to abandon the vehicle, right?" The captain glanced at the wizard who had spoken. This alchemist was the newest member of the team, and his favorite hobby was tinkering with dangerous evocation spells and extremely dangerous alchemical weapons. Even among wizards, he was considered a dangerous individual. But this dangerous individual, ever since receiving training in the operation and maintenance of the spell support vehicle, had always shown a fondness for it. This made the captain uneasy about the spell support vehicle. Soon, the captain saw a black-robed wizard with a black crow on his shoulder rapidly approaching the team. When the wizard stopped, the captain was stunned upon seeing his face. "Are you Master Richard?" The black-robed wizard smiled and extended his right hand to the captain. "I suppose you are Captain Iad." "I am Richard, your technical advisor." During the Hive World War, Iad was a member of the ground defense force during the decisive battle. His team's alchemist had just been killed, and Richard had helped him repair the alchemy cannon. Hello. I didn't expect you to be the technical advisor for the Wizard Guild this time." Iad and Richard shook hands, and his worries about the magic support vehicles vanished. He had witnessed Richard's skill repairing the magic stone cannons during the Hive War. His craftsmanship and speed were among the best in the Legion. With such a person as the technical advisor, any problems with these magic support vehicles would surely be quickly resolved. "Let me introduce you. These are my team members," he had said, pointing to the little giant wizard. "This is Sambo, the physical evolution wizard. This is Demir, our team's alchemist wizard," he had said, pointing to the wizard whose half-body had been transformed into a mechanical form. "This is Sabo, a second-level evoker proficient in evocation." A wizard in a white robe with a cold expression nodded at Richard. "These two are the Cole brothers. They are necromancers, serving as the team's scouts and doctors." One of the Cole brothers was a plump, pale man, while the other was a skeleton devoid of flesh and blood, its eye sockets gleaming with red soulfire. Afterwards, he had introduced Richard to the rest of the team. The entire team consisted of 20 people, a standard white wizard team. But considering they were driving the magic support vehicle, Richard felt that the team was a bit too large. Richard's design for the magic support vehicle didn't include troop transport. There were only 2 seats, one for the driver and one for the co-pilot. This meant that only 7 of the team could fit in the vehicle. The remaining 13 would have to fly themselves. "The vehicles provided by headquarters are a bit short," Richard said with a smile to Yad. "Only 4, so most people will have to fly outside." "That's nothing," Yad said nonchalantly. "Normally, we wouldn't have any magic support vehicles this time, so everyone would have to fly." Seeing Yad's indifference, Richard said no more. "Okay. I check the vehicles and see if there's any problem." Richard walked over to the magic support vehicle, and a small alchemy array appeared in his palm. The alchemy array allows Richard's mind to enter the material and perform operations such as shaping and engraving runes. Alchemists can also use this to inspect the structure of alchemical machinery or magical equipment. Demir, watching Richard's actions, was stunned. He spoke to Yad via the telepathic network. "Captain, this Master Richard is truly remarkable. He's even more proficient in battlefield alchemy than I am. Using alchemical arrays to probe the structure of alchemical weapons is something I've never seen before." Yad remained calm upon hearing this, casually replying via the telepathic network, "That's nothing. Master Richard fought alongside us in the final battle of the last planar war, before you joined the Legion. During the battle, he replaced Master Vladimir as a battlefield repairman, helping us repair the magic stone cannons." "So impressive." Demir was astonished. With the exception of the student soldiers who joined directly, all the alchemists of the Qingxuang No. 1 Legion were recruited by Vladimir. These alchemists, recruited from the freelance community, all underwent Vladimir's testing. To convince these wizards, Vladimir personally demonstrated the test before allowing them to perform. Therefore, these alchemists were completely convinced of Vladimir's abilities. To be able to replace Vladimir as a battlefield repairman, Master Richard's alchemical skills must be no less impressive than Vladimir's. "But this master looks a bit young." Demir examined Richard closely. Richard's youthful aura made him look like a young wizard. Could such a young wizard truly possess such advanced skills? He had glanced at the new alchemist and replied via the telepathic network, "This is Master Richard's greatest strength." Master Richard was actually a dark wizard in the Hive world. He learned all his skills repairing magic stone cannons from Master Vladimir on the spot. Learned on the spot? Demir's pupils trembled instantly. Learning on the spur of the moment could even replace Vladimir. What kind of genius is this? At this moment, Richard had also finished inspecting the 4 vehicles. "No problem, let's go." He had waved his hand, and several trained wizards began to board the vehicles, preparing to depart for the rendezvous point. After boarding the vehicles, Richard sat in the passenger seat and casually asked Yad, "What's our mission this time?" "It's a small one, just picking someone up." Yad pressed the control crystal ball with one hand while explaining the mission to Richard. A dark wizard was spotted in the back by Morik's shield. Since he was not far from the front lines, he sent a request to headquarters for rendezvous. "Morik's shield?" Richard asked, puzzled. The 3 great imperial masters of the fire lizard should know this. The Morik Shield is a specialized organization established by the Morik Empire to counter the dark wizards we've infiltrated. It's caused us quite a bit of trouble over the past few years. I had sneered, these fire lizards are truly formidable. Once we conquer this world, we absolutely annihilate them. Boom! The hybrid magic engine of the magic support vehicle roared wildly. "Master Richard, let's go!" 5 days later, on the Morik Empire's front lines, 3 suns hung in the sky, adding a touch of fiery intensity to the red sun world. Sparse crimson shrubs dotted the dry, crimson earth. Soon, the 3 suns streaked across the sky, and the entire world went dark. Suddenly, a mound of earth rose from the crimson earth, and a black-robed wizard emerged from it, his body covered in crimson sand. After the black-robed wizard arrived, he immediately glanced around and used his mental energy to survey his surroundings. After confirming there were no fire lizard ambushes, he breathed a sigh of relief. After running for half a month, I've finally gotten rid of those fire lizard bastards, the black-robed wizard cursed. Being chased down by a bunch of natives is so embarrassing. It's embarrassing to tell anyone about it. The black-robed wizard took out his crystal ball and tapped it twice. Soon, a wave of magical energy emanated from the crystal ball. Who? The signal has been sent. I can finally get back to rest. Swish, bang! A magical barrier suddenly erupted from the black-robed wizard, momentarily slowing down a flaming spear flying from behind. He used this moment to dodge the spear in terror. An ambush! TSK, I actually dodged it. 100 meters behind the black-robed wizard, a fire lizard in crimson camouflage uniform snorted in dissatisfaction. With a wave of his hand, dozens of fire lizards in crimson camouflage uniforms rose from the ground and pulled out metal javelins from beneath their camouflage. These fire lizards appeared well-trained, their movements fluid and coordinated. The metal spears ignited in their hands, then transformed into a rain of fire, piercing the black-robed wizard into a bloody mist. A mere one-ring wizard? You really think you can escape the shield of Morik? Sneered the first fire lizard to rise. A pair of dragon horns emanated from his head, gleaming silver in the firelight. The other fire lizards didn't wait for orders. After the battle, they began to clean up the battlefield in an orderly manner, clearing away any traces of the battle. Then, they retrieved a puppet-like object from the rear and inserted it into the spot where the black-robed wizard had died. They then draped a black wizard's robe over it. My lord, everything is ready, a fire lizard with black dragon horns reported. The silver-horned fire lizard waved his hand and said, "All right, let's continue the ambush and see what kind of fish this little shrimp can catch for us." Chapter 223. 50 kilometers from the salamander ambush site. All right, try starting it. Richard closed the enchanted armor plating on the spell support vehicle and shouted to Yad. A weapon undergoing combat testing is crucial. Although Richard's spell support vehicle had been designed with various considerations in mind, it still malfunctioned after being subjected to the extreme conditions of the Red Sun world. The Red Sun world's red earth plains can easily reach 60 degrees Celsius during the day and 80 degrees Celsius at noon. As the sun sets, the temperature plummets to below zero. In such extreme weather, the spell support vehicle's engine cooling system must operate at full capacity during the day, and at night, the sudden drop in temperature can easily cause deformation of the vehicle's delicate components. But with Richard, the designer, as their technical advisor, the White Wizard team resolved all the spell support vehicle's problems under Richard's operation. Upon returning from this mission, Richard will upgrade all the magic support vehicles to withstand the harsh environment of the Red Sun world. Okay. I give it a try. As the hybrid engine was infused with magical energy, a ferocious roar erupted from beneath the vehicle once again. All good. Ready to go. Hearing Yad's voice, Richard breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the problem was solved, that was enough. This was Richard's first time providing after-sales service, and he felt immensely stressed. If he couldn't handle the magic support vehicle issue properly, it would undoubtedly affect its future sales. Thankfully, he had some skills, and he hadn't encountered any unsolvable problems along the way. Opening the car door and climbing into the passenger seat, the team continued toward the source of the signal. But out of caution, Richard released Ulises to investigate. After all, they were on the front lines. If a fire lizard mentioned discovering a dark wizard and set a trap for them there, it would be disastrous. Watching Richard release Ulises, he had quickly stopped him, saying, "Master Richard, don't release your familiar. Those fire lizards have predators specifically targeting our familiars. Your familiar hasn't been specially modified. If it's encountered by a fire lizard predator, you lose a soul seed." But Richard smiled and shook his head. "Don't worry, my familiar is not weak." Soon, Ulises returned, clutching a small dragon beast with dragon scales in its claws, resembling a pterosaur. These little lizards are quite formidable. They're quite capable, and they taste delicious too, with their bones crunchy. Yad was astonished by Ulises' prowess. These predators usually set out in packs, and even a second-level familiar would be torn to pieces if it encountered one. And yet, this crow managed to capture an entire prey animal and return intact. This strength rivals even that of some wizards. Yad glanced at Richard, feeling that this master was only getting more formidable. His alchemy was impressive, and his familiars were so powerful. With such powerful familiars, His strength couldn't be any weaker. And Richard looked so young. Thinking of this, Yad couldn't help but sigh. The gap between wizards can sometimes be even greater than the gap between wizards and natives. Let's get to the point. Are there any salamanders ambushing ahead? Richard took the prey from Ulysses's claws, sealed it, and tossed it into his magic pocket. Ha, there are ambushes, but not many. But with your strength. Ulysses paused. A head-on fight would be risky. But I didn't count your car. I wasn't involved with it at the time, so I don't know how powerful it is. Richard frowned slightly. Tell me the location and strength of the salamanders. At first glance, there are dozens of level 1 and 3 level 2. But they all have psychic camouflage, making them the elite of the salamanders. Where are they? Richard took Yad's crystal ball and, infused with magic, a light screen of maps appeared before Richard. Ulysses made a brief estimate, then tapped the map with his beak. After Richard found the location, he fell silent for a moment. Right from the signal's origin. Yad, our mission has failed. Huh? Yad slammed on the brakes, bringing the entire convoy to a halt. Master, what did your familiar tell you? Did he see the salamander kill the wizard? Richard then told Yad about Ulysses's discovery. Yad was silent for a moment, then said to Richard, Master, we must find the person alive or dead. Without physical evidence, it will be difficult for us to explain to command. Of course, not every mission assigned by command could be completed. For those unfinished missions, if the wizard carrying them out was still alive, a written report was required to be submitted to command, detailing the circumstances. This written report doesn't require evidence, but it's only for wizards who managed to survive. These individuals often lost their companions and suffered serious injuries, so it's common for them to lack evidence. But in a situation like Team 13, where no one was injured and even the support vehicle wasn't operational, they clearly needed to submit evidence proving the wizard's death or that the salamanders were ambushed. Evidence? That's easy. Richard calmly pulled a recording crystal ball from his magic pocket. The support vehicle's range isn't too short. We fire a volley of fire for 30 seconds at the ambush site. This will ensure safety, while also blowing the salamander skyward. Then my familiar will record the scene with the recording crystal ball. That way, we have evidence and have tested the support vehicle. Killing two birds with one stone. Yad immediately agreed with Richard's plan. It truly was the best of both worlds. Just do as you say, Master. From now on, our team will all follow your command. While the wizards behind the wheel were familiar with the various data points of the spell support vehicle, their knowledge was far from enough compared to Richard, the technical advisor. Weapons at the range and in the battlefield are two different things. Sometimes, fine-tuning is essential. To achieve precise fine-tuning, you either have extensive experience with the weapon, having flown it through multiple battlefields, or you must be intimately familiar with it, understanding how each component functions, the manufacturing process, and the materials used. The spell support vehicle was a new weapon, and there were clearly no experienced veterans. However, as a designer, Richard could still meet the second requirement. Okay, wait for my orders. In the ambush, the silverhorn salamander waited, somewhat bored, for the big fish to take the bait. In fact, he had done this more than once. Let a small shrimp escape narrowly, then wait to summon other wizards for support. This strategy was a surefire success. He used it 4 times, each time yielding unexpected results. His best attempt saw him annihilate an entire team of white wizards in a single blow. For this, he was personally awarded a gold medal by Commander Azuhan and Princess Akira. For the Silverhorn nobles, gold wasn't considered precious, not even refined gold. But the honor behind this medal was different. These Silverhorn nobles had never known poverty since childhood. If you were to use Maslow's hierarchy of needs to defeat them, these Silverhorn nobles were all at the top of the pyramid, the self-actualization level. And the honor represented by the medal was precisely a form of recognition, a form of self-realization. This made countless Silverhorn nobles willing to sacrifice their lives for it. Suddenly, the Silverhorn salamander felt a slight vibration in the ground. He lowered his ear to the ground, and a subtle rumbling sound continued to reach him. Something is coming. The Silverhorn salamander tapped the ground with its tail, a signal that the enemy was approaching. The ambushing salamanders diligently controlled their breathing, heartbeat, and body temperature, blending in as best as possible. Their camouflage was impeccable. Even if Richard stood right next to them, he wouldn't have been able to detect them. But this time, the salamanders weren't facing wizards. 32 degrees northeast, maximum range. As Richard gave the order, the turrets on the backs of the 4 magic support vehicles began to adjust their positions. With a series of metallic creaks from within, All the turrets were ready. Are you all ready? 3, 2, 1. Fire! With Richard's command, the turrets on the backs of the 4 magic support vehicles instantly unleashed a deadly rain of fire. In 30 seconds, the 4 magic support vehicles unleashed 1,440 fireballs of 350 energy level. These fireballs streaked across the night sky, resembling a meteor shower from a distance. Boom! Raindrops fell. While firing the fireballs at the maximum range resulted in a greater dispersion, the 1,440 fireballs more than made up for this shortcoming. The ambushing salamanders didn't wait for the wizards to take the bait, and their disguises couldn't fool the fireballs. 30 seconds later, the rain stopped. The Crimson Earth was a shambles. The ambushed salamanders had been nearly wiped out, and the remaining ones were barely surviving. In the sky, a black crow recorded the scene with a crystal ball. Wow, this guy's machine is really well made. Ulises returned to the convoy with the crystal ball. After confirming the contents of the recording, he had happily accepted it. This crystal ball served not only as evidence, but also as proof of their achievements. Thank you for troubling me with this mission, Master. Richard waved his hand. It's my duty, no problem. I need to go to the battlefield and collect some data. You should go back first. We've made quite a commotion. Don't attract the salamanders. As soon as Richard finished speaking, a tiny beam of light appeared where their artillery fire had been blazing. The beam exploded in the air, transforming into a dazzling display of fireworks. Richard's skin tightened at the sight of the fireworks. It felt as if something had fallen on him. Iad, who had dealt with fire lizards numerous times, turned pale upon seeing the fireworks. Master, we must flee. These are the fire lizards' distress calls. There's a Silverhorn noble among the fire lizards we're bombing. Chapter 224. Silverhorn nobles? Richard frowned. He had asked Iad many questions about salamanders these past few days, including questions about the Silverhorn nobles. Among salamanders, the nobles were indeed much more powerful than the common salamanders. Common salamanders, without their dragon blood awakened, could only reach the rank of level 1 salamander warrior at best. These salamander nobles, however, had their ancestors awaken their dragon blood, leaving some of it in their bloodlines. Even lying still, these salamander nobles could still reach level 1 status. The Silverhorn nobles, on the other hand, represented a salamander whose ancestors had once been level 3 creatures. Embracing their ancestors' bloodlines, they could reach level 2 status even without moving. They were the most powerful and distinguished of the salamander nobles. It seems we've encountered the shield of Morik. Richard rubbed his brow, a little troubled. The Silverhorn salamanders on the front lines were generally commanding officers. It was impossible for such individuals to condescend to ambush a small group of them. Master, we have to leave. With that, Iad took control of the magic support vehicle, preparing to return to the wizard's core area. But Richard suddenly grabbed Iad's hand. Don't panic, Iad. Open your map and carefully examine the markings on this red earth plane. The map in Iad's hand recorded the wizard's troop deployments on the front line, as well as their reconnaissance of the salamander front. But as the captain of the White Wizard Squad, Iad had memorized the map, and Richard was not unaware of this. Facing Iad's puzzled gaze, Richard said calmly, his fireworks were mixed with something else. If nothing unexpected happens, we should all be marked. Mark! Iad was shocked. How could he not have known that the salamander's distress fireworks had this function? He immediately relayed Richard's words to the other team members via the telepathic network. None of the other team members had noticed the mark, not even Savo, the oldest and strongest. But just as Iad was about to refute Richard, Sambo, the only wizard in the team with physical evolution, spoke up. Captain, I felt it too. When I saw that firework, my body cells felt something like energy radiation. The previous distress fireworks didn't have that. Sambo's words made Iad's heart tighten. He channeled his magic power into the map crystal ball. Soon, a map of the Red Earth Plains appeared in the cab. The Red Earth Plains may have the word plain in its name, but that's how wizards call it. The salamander's name for the Red Earth Plains, if translated literally into wizard language, should be land cursed by the dragon. Although the Red Earth Plains is a plain, it's actually similar to a desert. The only plant that can grow on the Red Earth Plains is the blade tree, with leaves as sharp as razor blades and branches as hard as steel. In the Red Sun world, this plant is eaten by almost no other creature except certain insects. Thus, the vast Red Earth Plains, apart from a few oases with cities in the middle, are largely uninhabited. Wizards, on the other hand, are even less interested in the Red Earth Plains. It lacks any usable resources. Waves of scouts from the Wizards Guild have come to investigate, ultimately concluding that the red earth plains are essentially worthless. Consequently, the wizards have only occupied 2 cities on the edge of the red earth plains, and have stopped expanding their influence into the interior. Because neither side was interested in this area, the troop presence on this plain was the smallest compared to the other battlefields. This was also why the Dark Wizard chose this location for the rendezvous. But the smaller force was only in comparison to the other battlefields. Compared to Richard's squad, a single spit from a salamander could dissolve several wizards. Salamander saliva is somewhat corrosive. Re-examining the map, Iad brought his squad's markings to the fore and quickly realized their precarious situation. The salamanders had patrols stationed on the Red Plains. These patrols departed from one oasis, crossed uninhabited territory, and reached another oasis, acting as a defensive measure against wizards. Now that the distress fireworks had been launched, these patrols would undoubtedly head for the fireworks location. Furthermore, they were marked, so if they chose the wrong route, they would likely be detected by the patrols. The Salamander Knights, mounted on drakes, were a specialty of the Red Plains. They were incredibly fast, and the Salamander Knights on their chariots were also top-notch archers. If they got caught up in him, the squad would be in danger. Looking at the map, Iad's mind raced. He had no idea how far the markings extended, so he could only find the safest and most reliable route possible. Richard didn't push him. With Ulises by his side, he still had confidence in his escape. "Gah, Richard, I'm getting sleepy. Be careful you be on your own later." Before he could finish his words, Ulises fell into a baby-like sleep. Richard was getting restless. "You're failing at the crucial moment." Richard, his face grim, tossed Ulises into his pocket and waited quietly for Iad to make a decision. Suddenly, Iad's eyes sharpened, and his fingers quickly drew a route on the map. "Go this way." Richard checked the map and found Iad's planned route somewhat odd. They were clearly aiming to escape back to the wizard-controlled area, but the map indicated they had to head towards the Salamander's territory first. Iad didn't question Richard, but simply started the magic support vehicle and headed in the direction outlined on the map. "Iad, why does your map require you to go further inland?" Richard couldn't help but ask. Iad, driving the magic support vehicle, casually explained to Richard, "I don't know the full extent of this mark, so we can only take the route farthest from all the Salamander patrols." "You don't know the full extent?" Richard explained. "If you don't know the full extent, shouldn't we go capture that salamander crying for help and torture him to find out the full extent?" "Nonsense! If I could torture him out, I'd definitely go." Iad, slightly annoyed by Richard's questioning, "Our team sole wizard is terrible at torture, and he's easily killed. And these salamanders are tough. Rather than wasting his time, why not follow my route? Why don't you just ask me?" "I know a little torture too," Richard said, somewhat annoyed. With that, Richard flung open the car door and flew towards the location where the salamanders were calling for help, leaving Iad dumbfounded as he watched Richard depart. "Aren't you a fucking alchemist? You're so young, who knew you had so many interests?" The Red Earth Plains lay in ruins after the bombing, craters everywhere from the blasts of fireballs. Though the energy level of 350 wasn't high, spell concentration wasn't about the power of a single spell. The simultaneous release of numerous spells caused elemental turbulence and resonance, sometimes even more damaging than the spells themselves. On the battlefield, a silverhorn fire lizard sat dazed on the ground, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. Failure, utter failure. The wizard saw through his plan, and even mobilized a group of white wizards to snipe him. He had only ever seen that rain of fire on the front lines of battle. "It seems I've angered the wizard," the silverhorn fire lizard forced a smile. "But mobilizing so many wizards for me wasn't a wise decision." He looked up at the sky. The distress firework he had just launched was a newly developed item from Morik's shield, infused with the power of the dragon spellcaster. The wizards, who had sniped him, should all have been marked by now. "Hey, snipe me, you can't get away." Just as the silverhorn salamander muttered to himself, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the distance, flying straight towards him. He noticed the shadow and recognized it as a dark wizard. "Dark wizard? Looks quite powerful." The silverhorn salamander struggled to his feet and picked up 2 pistols from the ground. "Looks like I don't have to live in shame anymore." As flames ignited on the pistols, the silverhorn salamander took a deep breath and, with his last remaining strength, threw the pistols at the wizard. The flaming pistols, brimming with rage, drew a crimson arc through the air, hurtling straight towards the dark wizard's face. This was his final blow, his last breath of dignity. Bang! Faced with the pistol, the dark wizard didn't dodge or evade. He reached out and grabbed, and the meteor-like pistol stopped before his eyes, unable to advance any further. Then the silver-horned fire lizard watched the dark wizard fly in front of him. Beneath his black hood, a pair of golden dragon eyes stared at him silently. A fire lizard? The silver-horned fire lizard was stunned. But as the dark wizard's hands formed a series of rune chains, binding him tightly, he immediately realized. This was a wizard who, like their ancestors, had stolen the power of the dragon. "Kill me, wizard!" The silver-horned fire lizard roared, regretting the shot. He should have ended his life with that shot, freeing himself from the wizard's interrogation. But the dark wizard simply watched him silently. Those rune chains sealed his power and his ability to move, preventing him from even committing suicide. After the seal was complete, the silver-horned salamander could only watch in despair as the dark wizard grabbed him and flew off into the distance. Soon, Richard caught up with the convoy. "This is the salamander who sent the distress signal. You be in charge of questioning him later, and I be in charge of torturing him." Richard stood atop the convoy, speaking loudly to Yad. "Huh? Why am I in charge of questioning?" Yad asked, somewhat puzzled. "Because I didn't learn the salamander language when I arrived. I don't understand what this salamander is saying." Yad, Silver-horned salamander, Wizard, don't even think about torturing me. You get nothing but curses from me. The silver-horned salamander said to Richard in a somewhat awkward wizard's tongue. "Oh, you know wizard language." Richard was surprised. Yad doesn't need you anymore. This fire lizard knows wizard language. The silver-horned fire lizard stared at Richard and shouted in wizard language, "You bastard, you get nothing from me. There are no traitors or Noths in the Noricius family." Richard glanced sideways at him, his eyes suddenly flashing a dark red light. We find out whether there are any traitors or not. Chapter 225. Cliff felt like he was trapped in a nightmare. In this dream, one moment, he was being torn apart by a giant monster bred by wizards, and the next, he was back in Royal Moric, condemned for treason by the Salamander King. And the cycle continued. He couldn't distinguish reality from illusion. It was as if a veil had shrouded his mind, reality and illusion merging into one. But the pain didn't diminish. Cliff could clearly recall the agony of being devoured by the monster. It felt like a red-hot iron stirring in his brain, nearly boiling it. And the trial in Royal Moric had shattered his faith. Everything he had fought for crumbled before his eyes. He was condemned by thousands, his name etched on the pillar of shame, despised for 10,000 years. Ah! Cliff jolted awake from the nightmare. He stared blankly around, his slowed mind finally registering the situation he faced. He had been captured alive by a wizard, who was torturing him. Is this the wizard's method? Cliff felt a chill run down his spine, and the scales on his body seemed to stand on end. The dream was still fresh in his mind. The pain that penetrated his bones made his body tremble uncontrollably at the mere memory. It seems to be working well. The wizard's cold voice awoke Cliff from his memories. Richard looked at him. Beneath his black robe, the golden dragon eyes gave Cliff a chill. "Now, can you tell me the specific effects of your fireworks?" Fireworks? Cliff, remembering the situation, opened his mouth to curse Richard. But as soon as he opened his mouth, the horrific pain he recalled made his body tremble. Ultimately, honor and loyalty triumphed over the pain. Cliff stared at Richard intently, roaring, "There are no traitors in the Noricius family." But Richard responded with a cold glare. "Really? We still have plenty of time. I hope you can hold on." Plenty of time. Cliff stared at Richard, unsure of what he was talking about. Although he couldn't remember how long he'd been in the nightmare, it had certainly been brief. Even if time in a hallucination ran faster than outside, how much faster could it be? The wizard didn't have much time. Richard pulled out a pocket watch and checked the time. "I can tell you right now, only a minute has passed. I believe, even if we're pressed for time, we still have a few minutes." As he spoke, Cliff saw a mouthful of snow-white fangs beneath the black hood. This wizard is actually laughing. Cliff screamed in his mind. The next moment, his mind was once again plunged into a nightmare. Awakening, nightmare, waking, nightmare. Cliff had gone through this cycle countless times. Unlike those who gradually become numb to the pain after experiencing torture, each nightmare would plunge Cliff into the situation he feared most. This situation would even change with his shifting mindset. This nearly brought Cliff's mind to a breaking point. As Cliff awoke from his nightmare once again, tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. His entire spirit seemed to collapse, and he desperately cried out to Richard, "Kill me! Kill me!" But all he was greeted with was a cold question. "Tell me the effect of that firework." Cliff looked at Richard with despair, the balance between relief and honor constantly swaying in his heart. Finally, Cliff made a decision. "I tell you everything." That firework is a new type of distress firework we recently developed. It's infused with the power of the dragon spellcaster, and can mark all wizards within a 10-kilometer radius. Richard nodded and continued, "And what methods will you use to track these marks?" Cliff stared at Richard with lifeless eyes, his hands clenched. "Will you kill me if I tell you?" Richard nodded and said calmly, "I don't enjoy torturing people. Tell me, and I set you free." Cliff looked at Richard for a moment, then began to verbally describe the tracking method. Wizards marked by the firework can be detected using a compass-like instrument, with a detection range of about 10 kilometers. In other words, as long as the Salamander Patrol is more than 10 kilometers away, the convoy will be largely undetectable. Very good, but I need to verify its authenticity. Richard grabbed Cliff and found the team's sole wizard. "Here's the information he told me. Verify its authenticity. If it's true, kill him." Richard wrote down Cliff's information on a piece of paper and handed it to the sole wizard. He then flew to the turret of the magic support vehicle and expertly disassembled its magic conducting and spellcasting components. Looking at the shattered spellcasting components, Richard scratched his head and casually pulled a new one from his magic pocket. The spell support vehicle was certainly a pleasure to use, but after each use, the spellcasting components had to be replaced and the guidance components rebuilt. After repairing the turret, Richard turned and flew to the next vehicle to continue replacing parts. Although he had information on the salamanders, if he encountered a patrol, having the spell support vehicle's turret available would be a more effective solution. Soon, Richard heard a cry of relief. The soul wizard handed Cliff's body to Richard and asked curiously, "What did you do to him?" "This salamander's mind is like a building made of rubble. He's immune to my mind spells." Richard raised a finger to his lips. "This is a secret, so his information is true?" "It should be true, but there's a shadow in his mind that I can't fathom." "A shadow?" Richard raised an eyebrow, a sense of foreboding flashing through his mind. The soul wizard waved his hand nonchalantly. "This is normal. Many people harbor shadows within their hearts. These shadows often conceal hidden aspects of their character, or perhaps even painful, unbearable experiences. It's nothing unusual. You've shattered his mind to such an extent, even a strong man would have said something." Richard glanced at the corpse in his arms, and suddenly noticed the fire lizard seemed to be clutching something in its hand. He pried it open, and saw a golden badge resembling a dragon's claw, deeply embedded in Cliff's flesh. Golden badge? Richard took the badge and examined it, confirming it was a work of art. Besides its exquisite craftsmanship, it possessed no other effects. Strange behavior. Richard shook his head, placed Cliff's body and the metal in his magic pocket, and continued repairing the turret. On the bomb battlefield, a group of fire lizards, mounted on camel-like dragon beasts, searched the battlefield. "Sir, it's confirmed. 56 bodies in total, missing only Lord Cliff," a fire lizard warrior reported to a fire lizard with black dragon horns. "Only Cliff is missing?" The black-horned fire lizard surveyed the surroundings. The battlefield appeared to have been tidied, clearly an attack by the white wizards. But judging by the bodies on the battlefield, the white wizards likely didn't clean up the battlefield. Salmons who have interacted with wizards know that wizards have a special fondness for their corpses, often taking even the remains. But now, many relatively intact corpses remain on the battlefield, which is clearly a waste for the wizards. What exactly are these wizards planning? Are they planning to use the Red Earth Plains as a breakthrough point to attack the heart of the Empire? The Black-Horned Salamander was somewhat unsure of the wizards' intentions. Logically, deploying such a large force of wizards would surely have a strategic objective. But there were no worthy targets to be found on the Red Earth Plains. However, the Black-Horned Salamander didn't dwell on it for long. He was just a low-level commander. He only needed to pass on the intelligence and let the higher-ups figure out the wizards' intentions. He had more pressing tasks to attend to. Contact the surrounding patrols, have them gather their equipment, and search for Lord Cliff, centered on the battlefield. Find him alive or dead, the Black-Horned Salamander ordered his men. The rest of you, continue the search. Not long after, a salamander sprinted towards the Black-Horned Salamander. "Sir! Come over here and take a look." The Black-Horned Salamander pinched the somewhat firm red soil on the ground and stood up. This place was 4 kilometers away from the launch site of the distress fireworks, and it looked like any other Red Earth plain. But his scouts noticed something amiss. There were several well-concealed tracks of crushing dust on the red earth. These tracks were almost perfectly concealed. If it hadn't been for a drake stepping on them, and the salamander happened to notice the drake's footprints were different in depth than usual, these tracks might have been overlooked. The Black-Horned Salamander looked at the spreading tracks his men had cleared, and a vague suspicion formed in his mind. In addition to war airships, wizards also had some mobile alchemical vehicles, and the Blackhorn Salamander had seen some of them before. The Blackhorn Salamander drew a horn from his belt and blew it vigorously. The melodious sound of the horn quickly gathered all the salamanders on patrol. The Blackhorn Fire Lizard pointed to the tracks on the ground. Follow the tracks. Those wizards have new weapons this time, so everyone be careful. You guys, notify the surrounding patrols and tell them to keep an eye out for any similar tracks. Yes. On the Red Earth plane, for magic support vehicles were speeding. The theoretical maximum speed of a magic support vehicle could reach 120 km per hour, but in actual combat, this speed would undoubtedly be reduced due to various factors. The flat terrain of the Red Earth plane was perfect for the magic support vehicles to race, but due to various problems over the past few days, the wizards only dared to drive at 80 km per hour, fearing the vehicles would break down. Although command allowed the vehicles to be abandoned and escaped, there were conditions. Furthermore, the wizards had all witnessed the ferocious firepower of these magic support vehicles. The magic support vehicles were equivalent to a one-time spell barrage. If they were unlucky enough to encounter a fire lizard patrol, a single volley from them would surely clear them out of the encirclement. As if to confirm their thoughts, a salamander patrol suddenly appeared in front of the convoy. Enemy attack, prepare to break out. Chapter 226. Damn it! Why are these salamanders heading this way? Looking at the salamanders appearing on the horizon, he had cursed and began adjusting the turrets on the spell support vehicles. The attacking salamanders numbered over 100, each riding a camel-like drake. These drakes were incredibly fast, and under the salamanders' control, they were even slightly faster than the spell support vehicles. What are those four up ahead? The leading Blackhorn Salamander was somewhat bewildered, as the four spell support vehicles hurtled toward them. He glanced at the compass in his hand, which indicated that among those four iron figures was the wizard who had attacked the Silverhorn nobles. A new weapon for the wizard? Never mind. The Blackhorn Salamanders let out a sharp cry, and the salamanders, upon hearing it, instantly adjusted their formation. The salamander knights on either side began to speed up, while the one in the center unhooked a large bow, nearly a man's height, from its back. The bow arms were pitch black, yet faint golden lines could be seen. These bows were the product of dragon alchemy. The fire lizards drew equally pitch-black arrows from the quivers at their waists. Each shaft was 2 fingers wide, and the sharp tip could shred any enemy standing in their way. The patrol members of the Red Earth grassland were all hunters. Besides patrolling, they also hunted the fiery behemoths that emerged from the underground magma network. The fire lizard knights drew their bows and arrows, and naturally the wizards did the same. Spread out. Vehicle 1, 30 degrees north by east. Vehicle 2, 15 degrees north by east. Vehicle 4, 30 degrees north by west. 3 kilometers away, open fire. As he had issued the command through the mental network, the magic support vehicles adjusted their formation. The artillery roared silently, and the rain of fire that had destroyed Cliff's squad returned. Boom! The patrol was caught off guard by the rain of fire. The fire lizard's understanding of spellcasting was still limited to the White Wizard Legion. When faced with these ironclad structures, their first thought was the fortress. So the patrol's first instinct was to surround them, not to attack them head-on. No matter how powerful a fortress is, it has flaws. By surrounding them, they can always find those flaws. But the spellcasting from the magic support vehicle taught them a lesson. Scatter! Scatter! The Blackhorn Fire Lizard drew his sword and cleaved a fireball headed his way. Then, he picked up the bone whistle hanging from his neck and blew rhythmically. The whistle's sharp, piercing sound cut through the roar of the explosions and reached every fire lizard's ears. The fire lizard patrol quickly dispersed. Ignore them. Max out and charge straight ahead. Richard telepathically communicated with Yad. This thing has excellent collision resistance. Don't worry about those fire lizards. A metal object weighing dozens of tons and traveling at 120 kilometers per hour would force even a level 3 fire lizard to retreat. Without energy barriers or refined physique, even a level 3 creature would be blasted away by the dump truck. Upon hearing this, he had immediately issued a command via the mental network. The engines of the 4 magic support vehicles roared in unison, and their speed instantly increased. The fire lizards in the distance had already reacted to the spell barrage. Because their formation was relatively loose to begin with, the spell barrage only killed a quarter of their comrades. The fire lizard patrol could still withstand this loss. Shoot! The Blackhorn Fire Lizards roared, and dozens of crisp string sounds instantly filled the air. But this was only the beginning. Draw the bow and shoot, draw the bow and shoot. Each of these fire lizard knights was a skilled archer on horseback. Their bows were like crescent moons, their strings like thunderbolts. In just a minute or two, they had emptied their quivers. Each of these arrows carried an unstoppable edge, striking the armor plating of the magic support vehicle, sending a shower of runes blazing. The front windshield of the magic support vehicle bore the brunt of the barrage. However, as the vehicle's most vulnerable part, Richard had deliberately enshrouded it with the most complex defensive magic array. Those arrows would spark and dent the armor plating, but when they struck the windshield, not even a spark was visible. They were all deflected. In a matter of moments, the two teams converged. The Salamander Knights deftly dodged the convoy, their scimitars furiously slashing at the spell support vehicles as they crossed paths. The Salamanders were no fools. If such a thing had struck them, they would have been dead. Bang! One Salamander Knight, unable to dodge, was hit on the thigh by the spell support vehicle, sending him flying, his body half a bloody mess. After the encounter, the Salamander Knights turned their attention and began chasing the convoy. Arrows pierced the spell support vehicles, sending sparks flying. The leading Salamander captain exclaimed, somewhat annoyed, "Damn it! Look at my marker arrows. Shoot at them." With that, the Salamander captain drew his bow, nodding the arrow, and the tip of the arrow erupted in a fierce ball of flame. Whoosh! Bang! Arrows struck the armor plating of the magic support vehicle, leaving a mark of flame. Soon after, several arrows simultaneously struck the spot of the flame, instantly creating a large dent in the armor plating and dimming the rune's glow. Concentrate your fire? Those salamanders have really good eyesight. Richard noticed the salamander's movements and frowned. This method could indeed breach the armor plating of the magic support vehicle. Once a breach appeared, an avalanche would only be a matter of time. But the salamanders were too close to them right now, and even if the turrets were repaired, they wouldn't be able to stop them. He had, "Get all the wizards except the driver out. We have to deal with these salamanders." He had immediately issued a command through the mental network. He had long wanted his team to meet the enemy, but Richard had been fiddling with the turrets, leading him to believe the magic support vehicle had some unexpected use. The armor plating around the turrets began to open, and the team inside began using spells to attack the salamanders near the convoy. "Richard, you drive, I command." Richard raised a magic barrier and flew out from behind the armor. As he emerged, 3 black arrows flew towards him. Buzz! The arrows struck the magic barrier, sending ripples through it. Richard responded with 2 fireballs. Boom! The fireballs exploded, instantly engulfing a salamander knight. Entering the stance room, Richard immediately took control of the spell support vehicle. He had also left the stance room and began directing the team members in battle. But the spell support vehicle was a new weapon, and the White Wizard Legion had yet to develop a combat strategy for it. This made commanding Iad very awkward. But fortunately, the armor plates of the magic support vehicle provided excellent cover. With a few of these, the squad quickly cleared the approaching Salamander Knights, and the remaining Salamander Knights were a considerable distance away. The situation seemed to be improving. Bang! An arrow struck the track connection point, and the next moment, the speeding magic support vehicle immediately toppled over. The arrow had successfully severed the track of the magic support vehicle. Seeing vehicle number 3's failure, the other 3 vehicles also stopped. "Damn it!" Richard cursed and immediately informed Iad of the damaged track. "Can it be repaired?" Iad asked. "Yes, but there's no need now. The other 3 vehicles can also." Before Richard finished speaking, black arrows began to pierce the tracks of the magic support vehicle. The Salamander Knights had clearly discovered the magic support vehicle's weakness. What now? He had swung out a vortex stitch, the high-speed swirling air instantly severing the hooves of the 2 dragon beasts. "Kill all these salamanders," Richard said helplessly. Now it was either to finish them all off or abandon the car and flee. But there weren't nearly enough salamanders to justify abandoning the car and fleeing. A faint rumbling sound suddenly emanated from the red earth plains. Something seemed to be approaching the path Richard and his companions were passing. Richard narrowed his eyes and cast eagle vision on himself. After seeing the source of the sound, Richard's face paled. "Abandon the car! Abandon the car! The salamander army is coming!" As soon as Richard finished speaking, he saw a dark cloud rapidly approaching him. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the cloud was actually a black arrow. Puff, puff, puff. A rain of arrows fell, shattering magical barriers one after another. Over half the team members were reduced to a bloody mist by the arrows. The remaining wizards, save for Richard, Iad, and Savo, all looked pale. Sambo, the most seriously injured, had half his body covered in blood, and his wriggling flesh continuously squeezed the black arrows out of Sambo's body. Run! Run apart! Yad made a quick decision. The team was now over half dead. While the formation was functional, a few more waves of arrows would kill the team, even with their combined magic shield. It was better to disperse the troops and make them look unappealing to the fire lizards. It was clearly not worth sending so many troops just for 1 or 2 wizards. Richard, hearing this, flew to the magic support vehicle without hesitation and deftly maneuvered the turret. After finishing, Richard telepathically communicated to Yad, "I've converted these vehicles into bombs. They should help buy us some time." Without hesitation, Richard sped off into the distance. The remaining members of the team, save for the Cole brothers, all fled separately. A few minutes later, the Salamander army arrived at the spell support vehicle. "You're saying these wizards are using this machine to create a concentrated spell burst?" A Silverhorn Salamander approached the spell support vehicle, somewhat incredulously saying, "Yes, sir. We saw with our own eyes that the thing behind it fired fireballs comparable to a concentrated spell burst," a Blackhorn Salamander replied. "Then this is a good thing. Pack up these pieces of metal and send them back to the craftsman for study." The Silverhorn Salamander hadn't finished his words when, as if realizing something, his expression suddenly changed and he immediately stepped back. Boom! A burst of white light pierced the night sky, then vanished as quickly as a meteor. Near the magic support vehicle, a Silverhorn fire lizard rose from the ground, spitting golden blood. Around him, several patrol captains had been shattered. The Silverhorn fire lizard furiously commanded, "Chase! Don't let any of these wizards go. I feed them all to the drakes." Chapter 227. For hours later, the first rays of sunlight began to appear on the horizon. On the red earth plain, Richard glanced at the pursuers hot on his heels and cursed, "Are these salamanders bored out of their minds? So many of them chasing a single wizard." Richard roughly counted the number of salamander knights chasing him, a whole patrol, over 100. This number was far beyond Richard's ability to handle with force, but Ulysses, his greatest support, was asleep at this hour. Swish, swish, swish. A magical barrier suddenly erupted from Richard's body, blocking the black arrows hurled from behind. Although these arrows had little effect on the magical armor plating on the magic support vehicle, they were surprisingly effective against a barrier of pure energy, the magical barrier. The tips of these black arrows were enchanted with dragon alchemy, possessing magic-breaking properties. Combined with the arrow's powerful kinetic energy, they were practically magical armor-piercing rounds. Furthermore, each of these salamander knights was a master archer, capable of hitting the target with every strike even from a kilometer away. Every time Richard used his magic barrier to intercept these arrows, it consumed a significant amount of his magic power. "No, we have to get out of here quickly. If we keep dragging this out, we'd be doomed sooner or later." Richard had no idea what these salamander knights were thinking, but he knew one thing. He hadn't memorized the map, and now he was just running aimlessly. If he didn't get out quickly, he might run into the second patrol. Roar! A beastly roar suddenly erupted from in front of Richard. A large lizard, stained with flames, suddenly caught his eye. Behind the lizard, Richard saw a small pool of lava. In this world where the element of fire is predominant, lava pools are as common as water pools. But on the red earth plains, lava pools also represent something else. The spawning point for fire behemoths. Fire behemoths, a type of magical beast unique to the Red Sun world, are semi-elemental creatures capable of surviving in lava, consuming fire elements as well as various plant and animal life. They have a wide range of diets, even consuming small quantities of the bladed shrubs of the red earth plains. The wizard's investigations revealed that the lava network beneath the red earth plains appears to be the habitat of some fire behemoths. These fire behemoths frequently attack salamander settlements and destroy their farmland. For this reason, behemoth hunters, specialized in hunting fire behemoths, have emerged among the salamanders. Looking at the fire behemoth roaring at him, Richard suddenly had an idea. Bang, bang, bang. The fire behemoth rushed towards Richard. Its massive body, nearly 10 meters long, made the ground tremble with its movement. "That wizard is finished," a fire lizard cried joyfully. They believed that Richard, under attack from the fire lizard, would surely be delayed for a moment, enough time for them to close the distance between them and Richard. But the next moment, they realized something was amiss. Richard, staff in hand, leaped onto the fire lizard's back with a mighty leap, then plunged the lower end of his staff into its spine. Then, the life-absorbing tree pattern began to take effect. The fire lizard's blood began to be continuously transformed into life force by the tree pattern, entering Richard's body. This life force was gentle, unlike the violent source sea abyss of the insect hive world. Upon entering Richard's body, it swept away any fatigue. Comfortable, Richard exclaimed happily. But compared to Richard's exhilaration, the fire lizard was in agony. With a blood-sucking worm crawling on its body, who could resist? It tried to shake Richard off, but Richard seemed glued to it, unable to shake him off. As its blood drained, the fire lizard began to frenzy. The fire lizard knights in the distance continuously fired arrows at Richard, but Richard used his deflection to deflect these arrows, all bouncing off the fire lizard. If Richard was merely a blood-sucking worm, then the fire lizard knights were piranhas to the fire lizard. Sensing the black arrows, it immediately dived into the lava pool behind it, dragging Richard with it into the lava network beneath the red earth plains. Is this wizard crazy? The pursuing fire lizard knights looked at Richard entering the lava pool with the fire lizard, their expression rather surprised. The lava pool wasn't easy to enter. The magma in a world with a balanced fire element is more violent than in other worlds, and the fire element within it constantly assaults all living things. Even native creatures like the salamander, who have adapted for countless years and have awakened dragon blood within them, must reach peak level 3 to ignore the magma. Richard, however, is only a level 2 creature. Even for a wizard, rashly entering the magma would be a blunder. The leading blackhorn salamander, upon seeing Richard enter the magma pool, immediately split up the salamander team and secured several nearby magma pools. Keep a tight watch. As soon as the wizard shows his face, attack him together. Don't give him a chance to counterattack. The blackhorn salamander gazed at the magma pool, a hint of a sneer on his face. I see how long you can hide there. In the lava network, Richard, holding up his magic barrier, followed the giant fire lizard, sinking deeper and deeper into the lava network. Even as a level 1 creature, Richard could survive without food or breathing, relying solely on his cells to absorb energy from the air. So, within the lava network, he didn't have to worry about breathing. Richard, holding up his magic barrier, continuously pulled magic stones from his pocket and stuffed them into his body. The erosion of the fire element in the lava was terrifying for the magic barrier. The violent fire element was like a wizard continuously casting spells at the barrier. Under these circumstances, Richard's magic power was rapidly depleting, and even the magic power drawn from the magic stones couldn't keep up with the consumption. But it was enough. Richard opened the rift in the secret realm, removed all his magic armor, put it in his pocket, and threw it all into the secret realm. He only kept his staff with him. As his things were disposed of, Richard's magic barrier suddenly disappeared, and Richard's body was instantly engulfed by the lava. But Richard wasn't hurt at all. The magic stones I invested in my adaptive form weren't wasted. 500 energy level fire resistance is something even a third-ring wizard, who doesn't focus on physical fitness, doesn't have. Richard sneered inwardly. Richard closed his eyes, and followed the fire lizard, as it freely roamed through the magma network. Rumors circulated that giant fire beasts were gathering beneath the red earth plains, but wizards hadn't discovered the cause. Now that he had some free time, Richard followed the lizard and explored this unexplored virgin territory. The magma network beneath the red earth plains was complex and vast. Beneath it, it connected to a vast underground magma sea. Richard followed the fire lizard, diving deeper and deeper. After 3 days, the lizard finally stopped. The beast hadn't been drained of life by Richard's bloodletting. As Richard had said, it was merely a blood-sucking insect. Can a mosquito suck a person to death? The fire lizard rested on a massive crystal pillar, which looked like an enormous fire gem. It was hard to imagine such a massive fire gem existing in this world, large enough for a 10-meter-long lizard to rest on. Richard used his mental power to examine the gem, and felt that it was somewhat different from other fire gems he had seen before. This gem was constantly releasing fire elements, completely lacking the containment properties of other fire gems. Strange. Even if this thing wasn't a gem before, after so many years of being infested with fire elements, it should have become a fire mineral. Why is its elemental properties still so unstable? Richard dismounted from the lizard and tapped the massive fire gem with his staff, hoping to get a fragment to study. But strangely, no matter how hard Richard pushed, the strange fire gem beneath his feet remained unscathed. This was a stark contrast to other fire gems. Fire gems were notoriously hard and brittle. Strange. What the hell is this thing? It's been sitting in this sea of magma for so long, yet it hasn't been eroded or assimilated. Could this be a mineral unique to the Red Sun world? Elemental erosion is a problem many alchemical machines must contend with, especially fire erosion. As the most active of the 4 elements, long-term exposure to high concentrations of fire can easily cause alchemical machinery to become brittle. If this crystal truly was a mineral unique to the Red Sun world, then both he and the 2 great wizards would be making a fortune. Richard crouched low, tapping the crystal pillar with his fingers. He employed the technique of the mountain-breaking fist, sensing the power transmitted back, trying to analyze the specific frequency. It was a long process. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, a week passed. Richard hammered away at the crystal pillar. Finally, on the 8th day, Richard found the rhythm. With a flick of his finger, a small piece of crystal detached from the pillar. Holding the crystal, Richard raised a magical barrier, ready to open the rift in the secret realm and enter it for research. But just as Richard opened the magical barrier, separating the magma from the crystal, a burst of flame erupted from the crystal, fire element corroding the crystal. When the fire element was completely expelled from the crystal, the once crimson crystal took on a familiar appearance. This is a precursor crystal. As a wizard who had studied precursor crystals for centuries, Richard couldn't possibly be mistaken. This crystal must be a precursor creation. In an instant, Richard understood the strange phenomenon of the crystal pillar. This crystal pillar was a relic of a civilization long lost in history. Built within a sea of molten lava, it must be resistant to the erosion of fire elements. I never expected to find precursor relics so deep within this lava sea. This precursor, and I truly have a connection. Richard sighed, tossed the crystal into the secret realm, and then began to swim through the lava sea. Since the crystal pillar was built by the precursors, there must be more precursor relics nearby. Chapter 228. The magma sea is vast, its depth unfathomable. Richard swam continuously downward, following the pillar, trying to find the crystal pillar's origin. After a week of diving, he finally gave up the idea. The crystal pillar seemed to lead directly to the deepest part of the magma sea, but Richard couldn't dive indefinitely. The magma sea is still a sea. After diving to a certain depth, every movement consumed a huge amount of energy. Coupled with the magma's viscosity, Richard felt like a worm trapped in resin, about to turn to amber. Is this precursor ruin not for me? Richard said with a hint of dejection. But Richard quickly recomposed himself. For now, the magma sea was a good place for him to cultivate. Even if he couldn't find the precursor ruins, improving his physical fitness would be a great benefit. Thinking about it, Richard began swimming at the maximum depth he could withstand. As everyone knows, swimming is a very good exercise. The magma sea in which Richard was located was not only viscous, but also possessed considerable pressure. Under these conditions, Richard's physical condition quickly began to slowly improve. Then, under these extreme conditions, Richard's previously implanted physique-strengthening glands began to pump out a large amount of physique-strengthening hormones. These two factors combined to instantly increase the rate at which Richard's physical condition improved. In just 3 months, Richard's physical condition improved slightly within the magma sea. This rate of improvement made Richard ecstatic. But Richard didn't continue to exercise without restraint. This physical growth wasn't without cost. Exercising under such extreme conditions for extended periods of time pushed every organ in Richard's body to full capacity, even overloaded, and this activity came at a cost. Furthermore, Richard's body was also battling the relentless erosion of fire elements within the magma sea. Although his adaptive form allowed Richard to resist fire damage at level 500, he lacked the blood of a fire elemental creature. Prolonged exposure to this environment would inevitably lead to the erosion of fire. If this erosion continued to accumulate, it could potentially cause Richard's body to undergo irreversible crystallization. This would undoubtedly be a significant blow to a wizard pursuing physical evolution. Breaking through the magical barrier, Richard opened a rift in the secret realm and dove in. For Richard, possessing the secret realm, recuperation was possible at any time. Inside the secret realm, the slumbering Elises had long since awakened. Seeing Richard enter, he asked curiously, "Huh? Did you bathe in the lava? Why is your body so heavily laden with fire?" As Richard entered the secret realm, green smoke instantly rose from the ground where his feet touched. With one step, a black footprint appeared in his place. Pretty much. I'm currently in the underground magma sea of the Red Sun world. I discovered another Forerunner relic, so I've been training and searching for it all lately. After saying that, Richard shouted to the World Mushroom, give me a shower. A fungal tentacle emerged from Richard's feet and transformed into a giant mushroom. Warm, clear water continuously dripped from its cap. The water dripped onto Richard, instantly turning to steam, but it also consumed some of his fire element. Huh, a magma sea? Why are you there? Elises explained in astonishment. Most worlds with a predominantly fire element have lava seas, but these seas have little other resources besides magma. Aside from certain fire creatures, no creature ventures into these seas. You have to ask that crow who went to sleep at a critical moment, Richard said, glancing at him. I'm being hunted by hundreds of salamander knights out there. If I hadn't escaped into this lava sea, I have been fed to the salamanders by the drakes. Ulysses felt a little embarrassed. I'm getting sleepy. There's nothing I can do. 10 minutes later, Richard's fire element was completely depleted. He slapped his forehead, and a layer of green stubble sprouted from it. Within minutes, it transformed into black hair. Richard turned to Ulysses and said, "How's your injury now? I haven't found this precursor relic yet. You should be able to find it faster." Not bad. You're still capable of finding things." With that, Ulysses opened the rift and dove into the lava sea outside. Under the statue, Richard found the items he had thrown in: his magic pouch, the cloak of the hidden, several magic shield pendants, and the staff he had thrown in later. At that moment, many holy tree elves were praying beneath the statue. After being transformed by the world mushroom, these little creatures' vitality has been greatly enhanced, and their growth and strength is no longer restricted. After so many years, Richard discovered that among these little creatures, a level 1 creature had appeared. Richard put on his cloak and curiously picked up the level 1 holy tree elves. Surprisingly, the little creature, caught by Richard, showed no sign of panic, but rather delight. "Great Creator God. Do you still remember me? I'm Fluffball, the first holy tree spirit you created." Richard was struck by surprise. Hundreds of years had passed since he first encountered Fluffball, and he hadn't expected the little creature to still be alive, and even become a level 1 creature. "I remember you, the first holy tree spirit," Richard said pretentiously. "I never imagined that after all these years, you actually transcend the life cycle and become a level 1 creature. Great Creator God, in the past, we were bewildered by false memories and forgot your grace. Even when you allowed the great world mushroom to lift some of our shackles, we couldn't comprehend your teachings. But since the great raven God revealed the illusion, we finally recognized the truth and remembered your grace. To live up to your grace, we are striving to grow. Rest assured, it won't be long before holy tree spirits like me fill the world." Fluffball spoke with fervor. The deceptions of a veteran charlatan, like Ulysses, had completely fooled these insane little creatures. They now fully believed the myths recorded in the canon. Richard nodded. "Good, very encouraging. Keep up the hard work. I look forward to that day." 2 months later, a rift suddenly appeared in the secret realm, and Ulysses was thrown out of the sea of molten lava, half his body reduced to charcoal. Upon entering the secret realm, Ulysses shouted to the world mushroom, "Gah, old mushroom, help me. Don't let this body of mine be destroyed." A mycelial tentacle emerged from the ground and penetrated Ulysses' body, flowing a constant stream of life force through it into Ulysses' body. Finding you a ruin was such a struggle. I almost got roasted." Richard walked over to Ulysses and asked in surprise, "Were you attacked by a giant fire beast? Is there anything in this lava sea that could harm you?" I'm just looking for ruins for you," Ulysses shouted. "Those bug-born pioneers seem to have built what you wizards call an ecosystem within the lava sea." "Yes, an ecosystem. I encountered a formidable creature there, almost reaching level 4. If I weren't a world master, I have been its enemy." As he spoke, Ulysses suddenly coughed, and a stream of blue flame erupted from his mouth, instantly melting a section of the ground. "Such a powerful creature?" Richard explained in astonishment. Luckily, he hadn't found it before. If he had, he had been killed. The thought of this filled Richard with a wave of dread. Soon, Ulysses' injuries stabilized, and his charred body began to rapidly heal. "Hey, have you rested enough? Come with me. Let's get that body back. By the time I get back, those giant fire beasts will probably be munching on it." All right. Richard quickly removed his cloak and, with his staff, opened a rift. The two entered the lava sea, and Ulysses landed on Richard, clearing the way for him. Richard's current strength wasn't enough to reach the location of the ecosphere. Soon, the two arrived at the ecosphere Ulysses had mentioned. To Richard, this so-called ecosphere looked more like a testing ground. Various bizarre fire beasts roamed freely in the lava sea, occasionally engaging in brutal one-on-one battles, the losers becoming food for the victors. Ulysses emanated the aura of a world lord, driving the fire beasts away. As they advanced deeper, Richard soon spotted a beast that stood out from the crowd. This beast, clad entirely in black and blue, resembled a mutated sea lizard, nearly 20 meters long, and blazed with blue flames. At this moment, it was dead, its black flames of annihilation revealing the creature that had slain it. This unfortunate creature. If it had been given another 3,000 or 4,000 years, it might have achieved pure physical evolution and reached world lord status. Richard was startled by Ulysses' high praise. Was this the Forerunner's experimental subject? However, Richard soon sensed something was amiss. He and Elises worked together to move the behemoth's corpse into the secret realm, leaving it to World Mushroom for safekeeping. At Richard's request, the two of them began to wander around the ecosystem. Huh, what are you looking for? Elises asked, somewhat puzzled. This fire lizard must be a product of mutation. I'm searching for the source of its mutation nearby. Huh, how can you be sure it's a mutation? Elises exclaimed in surprise. Richard replied calmly, nonsense. The dominant species in this world is the fire lizard. If this fiery behemoth weren't a mutation, the fire lizards wouldn't be the world's masters. A creature that can achieve a physical breakthrough to level 4 can't share the world with other species. The fire lizards can only serve as slaves or livestock for this species. Huh, that makes sense. Chapter 229. The Forerunners' testing grounds were larger than Richard had imagined. Within the 1,000-kilometer-wide lava sea, a diverse array of semi-elemental creatures, large and small, lived. From thumb-sized lava sardines and wash-basin-sized lava jellyfish to 10-meter-long fire monitors and 100-meter-long lava whales, there was a wide variety. These semi-elemental creatures all possessed the blood of fire elementals, enabling them to survive and thrive within the lava sea. They formed a complete biosphere within this lava sea, their ingenious design almost making Richard believe it was naturally formed. If only the Forerunners' crystal pillars weren't lining this area. The presence of crystal pillars, large and small, across this 1,000-kilometer-wide sea was a key reason Elises believed this was a Forerunner relic. Furthermore, the near-perfect body structure of these semi-elemental creatures supported their claim of artificial design. Naturally evolved organisms cannot be without redundant structures, perhaps providing necessary support in the past. However, as evolution progresses, when an organism no longer needs a structure, it doesn't disappear immediately. Instead, it gradually degenerates. These redundant structures are completely superfluous to modern organisms, like adding a dispensable component to a sophisticated instrument, greatly diminishing the aesthetic appeal of the structure. But these creatures don't have that. The body structures of these creatures, as Richard observed after dissection, are completely free of redundancy. Every organ and every system is essential, and the absence of any one would trigger a chain reaction. Furthermore, the Forerunners had designed these creatures with an aesthetic of symmetry in mind, with nearly every creature boasting a symmetrical body structure. Research, search, research, search. Richard spent a full 10 years like this. The Forerunners' creations were nothing short of works of art. They're exquisite creatures enough to drive any alchemist who had studied flesh and blood mad. During these 10 years, Richard had collected over 3,000 specimens alone, finding a new creature almost every day. From the bottom of the food chain to the top, Richard had collected everything. Through this process, Richard's understanding of semi-elemental creatures deepened, and his knowledge continued to accumulate. Of course, during this process, Richard also continued to search for the source of the flame lizard's mutation. But honestly, after 10 years without finding it, Richard was starting to lose hope. Perhaps the source of the mutation didn't exist, or perhaps it had vanished. Huh? Are you sure you're not going to look anymore? Elises asked Richard, a little doubtfully. Richard had only been searching underground for 10 years. While that might sound a bit exaggerated, for a wizard with a lifespan of several thousand years, it would only be 2 or 3 months. I'm done searching, Richard waved his hand. I've collected specimens of almost every creature in this biosphere. There's no point in staying here any longer. Besides, my physique is almost at its limit. Over the past 10 years, Richard had also been utilizing the extreme conditions of the magma ocean to train his physique. Over those 10 years, Richard's physique had improved by a full 20 points. This was the current limit of Richard's advancement within the magma sea. If Richard wanted to advance further, he would need to dive deeper into the magma. However, the deeper the magma layer, the more intense the fire elemental erosion, and Richard's adaptive body was completely unable to withstand the fire elemental erosion in the deep magma. Gah, you're the boss, you decide. Elises lazily lay in his bird's nest, surrounded by several holy tree elves controlling their mycelium to massage him. In the canon compiled by Elises, he was Richard's subordinate god, and the guide of the holy tree elves. Therefore, the holy tree elves had no objection to serving Elises, and even considered it an honor. Almost all the holy tree elves were fanatical followers of Richard. But Richard didn't care. The power of faith was just a lifeline for him now, and his strength growth was still based on the wizard's system. Opening the secret rift, Richard began to swim upwards. Above the magma sea was a rock wall. Finding it would allow Richard to use his magic to return to the surface. However, 10 years of exploration had left Richard somewhat disoriented. He had no idea what the area above him was, a wizard-controlled area, or perhaps the salamander's territory. As he ascended, waves of magical energy continuously emanated from Richard's body. These waves came from a creature Richard named the Magma Dolphin. Like a bat, this creature could continuously emit energy waves to survey its surroundings. Richard learned about energy waves from its anatomy, and used his wizarding skills to simulate them. But as Richard ascended, the messages from the waves proved problematic. Near him, there seemed to be a black hole devouring magic. Richard's mind struck, and he immediately swam in the direction he had detected. Half an hour later, Richard gazed at the magma before him, swirling with blue flames, and couldn't help but let out a wry smile. What an idiot I am. I spent so much time searching down there. Why couldn't I bother looking above? This giant fire lizard could have mutated in its infancy. Richard opened the magic barrier, opened the secret realm rift, and pulled Ulises out. Huh, what's going on? You found it. Ulises exclaimed at the sight of the magma before him. I found it. I've been searching down there for 10 years, even thinking the source of the mutation was at the bottom of the magma sea, but I never thought it would be above. Richard's tone was filled with emotion. The source of the mutation had vanished when he was searching, but he had given up and found it instead. Ulises led the way, and Richard soon spotted the source of the blue flames. A ball of blue flame enveloped in fire elemental crystals. The fire crystal encasing the flames looked perfectly regular, resembling a crystal ball. It was likely the flame's former container, eroded by the fire element. This flame was likely a Forerunner experiment, but after the Forerunners vanished and the laboratory was destroyed, the experiment finally saw the light of day. Richard attempted to contain the flames, but the fire elemental erosion from the magma sea rendered his magical hand extremely unstable. Furthermore, the extremely hot blue flames in the surrounding magma forced him to withdraw his hand. Ulises, you should take him back. It's difficult for me to use the sealing technique in the magma sea. Gah, I knew it, Ulises said helplessly. Ulises extended his talons, snatched up the blue flame-encased flame crystal, then opened a rift in the secret realm and tossed it in. Richard then returned to the secret realm. In the secret realm, the blue flame-encased flame crystal was held aloft by the world mushroom's mycelial tentacles, and the air occasionally flickered with blue flames. After leaving Ulises's protection, Richard could clearly sense a strong energy radiation emanating from the flame. This radiation shone on his body, causing a constant itching sensation. Richard scratched at his skin, leaving several bloody marks on his skin, which had been strengthened by the dragon skin's toughening glands. His epidermal cells actually began to collapse under the radiation. Such a strong radiation! Richard exclaimed, and countless rune chains emerged from his hands. These chains enveloped the fire elemental crystal, forming a blue ice crystal shell within a few seconds. Richard couldn't help but smile at the blue flames nestled within the cyan frost. This thing is quite something. Based on the mutated flame lizard's abilities, and the inferences from the previous exploration, this blue flame possesses at least two properties: ultra-high temperature and energy combustion. Furthermore, judging by what had just happened, this flame cup also possesses strong radiation. This radiation is likely the cause of the flame lizard's mutation. Ulises entered the secret realm, and casually landed on Richard's shoulder. Huh, this flame looks good. It feels even stronger than my flame of desolation. You've stumbled upon a treasure this time. Richard glanced at him. Is it the original flame of desolation, or your improved version? Ulises looked at Richard as if he were an idiot. Ha, of course it's an improved version. The original version of the flame of annihilation is just an ordinary bloodline talent of our race. Our gloom crows are powerful, but as a racial talent, it's barely usable. Oh, so powerful. Richard's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Ulises to have such a high opinion of this flame. Ha, if it weren't powerful, that giant lizard wouldn't have nearly destroyed my body. I guess the flame helped the lizard achieve this level of physical strength. Richard stared at the sealed flame in amazement, a flicker of enthusiasm in his heart. He wanted to study it right now. But Richard's rationality quickly suppressed his enthusiasm. Richard said calmly, perhaps, but this thing is a bit too dangerous. I need to find a well-protected laboratory to study it. Ha, if you don't need it right now, how about borrowing it for a few days? Ulises said. Richard looked at Ulises. This was in addition to the supplies Ulises had asked him for to heal his soul. Here you go. Richard casually tossed the sealed blue flame to Ulises. So straightforward. Ulises was a little surprised. Given your temper, you're probably going to ask me what I'm doing with this thing now. No need, Richard waved his hand nonchalantly. We've known each other for a long time, so there's some trust. Elises looked at Richard suspiciously. Humph, I get the feeling it's because you don't understand this stuff, or the world master. So when I tell you what I'm going to do, you can't tell the truth? Richard's face froze. He's seen through it so quickly. But seeing through it didn't stop Richard from being stubborn. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Richard frowned and said righteously, we've been friends for centuries, and we've fought side by side. You're really judging others by your own standards. Elises looked at Richard again, but ultimately said nothing. Their contract was 10,000 years long, so there was still a long time to go. Chapter 230. The incident with the blue flame didn't delay Richard much. After handing the flame to Elises, he returned to the lava sea and continued his ascent. The ascent lasted 3 days, and on the 4th day, Richard finally saw the rock wall above the lava sea. All that remained was to carve a tunnel through the rock wall to the surface. Richard gently touched the rock wall with his staff, and a magical aura sank into it. Immediately, the rock wall turned to dust and fell into the lava sea. Directly turned to dust, not mud. It seems that the effects of some spells change under different elemental conditions. Richard then released several more spells that turned to mud, carving a hole in the rock wall large enough to accommodate his body. Richard slipped into the hole and emerged from the lava sea. Getting out is really not easy. Once inside the hole, Richard began his journey toward the surface as planned. 20 years is but a fleeting moment in the world, yet the world's situation has been transformed dramatically in those 2 decades. It took the wizards 20 years to conquer 1/6 of the entire Red Sun world. If the wizards were not so few in number, this number would have increased. Most of this territory was occupied by the wizards, belonging to the Moric Empire and the Linxa Empire. During the war against the Linxa Empire, the wizards even managed to fly a floating city directly into Linxa territory. The floating city's powerful firepower, combined with the White Wizard Legion, crushed the Linxa Empire's assembled army, even losing their commander on the battlefield. If Harash, the volunteer army commander, had not taken command of the Legion in a timely manner, Linx's elite troops would have been nearly wiped out in the battle. Meanwhile, infiltrating dark wizards were constantly conducting activities behind enemy lines. Spreading rumors, stealing intelligence, assassinating prominent officials to promote unskilled officials, destroying war supplies, and other activities had plunged the Linxa Empire into chaos. The Linxa Empire's eye, modeled after the Moric shield, had successfully recruited a group of scum thanks to the wizards' interference. This exacerbated the already chaotic situation in the Linxa Empire. Compared to this group of scum, the People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs during the Great Purge was considered a righteous official. Under the interference of multiple factors, the Linxa Empire was now in chaos, and even the orders of the Salamander King could not be reliably transmitted. The empire was rife with bandits supported by wizards. If it weren't for the fear of the Linxa Empire's Salamander King's actions, the Dark Wizards, who had infiltrated the rear, would even be able to pull out the rebels. It can be said that if the Linxa Empire's Salamander King had not still existed, the Linxa Empire would have collapsed by now. Luxor Province, Linxar Empire. The center of Luxor Province is the city of Luxor. By day, under the blazing sun, fire lizards clad in white robes throng the streets, bargaining with vendors, striding toward their destinations, or simply enjoying the rare sight of peace. Luxor Province is currently the most peaceful province within the Linxar Empire. Bandits and thieves are apprehended by the fire lizard warriors, and reduced to dried lizards on the rack. The Eye of Linxar, which lords it over in other provinces, must bow its head in Luxor Province. Because General Balashar, stationed in Luxor Province, will truly disregard their background and scorch them all to death. But keeping one's head down is one thing. Balashar also had to worry about the Eye of Linxa receiving orders from the Salamander King, so the Eye of Linxa also had an office in Luxor. In the basement of the office, a group of black-robed wizards were plotting something. A black-robed wizard with a distinguished aura pointed at a map on the table. According to intelligence, the Linxa Empire's dragon beast breeding base is located within this volcano outside Luxor. Around him, several wizards with equally distinguished auras were also staring intently at the map. "Are you sure? Don't make the same mistake as last time," a necromancer said. "Our last action already alerted the enemy. If it happens again, all our plans in Luxor Province will be ruined. Based on the intelligence we received from the Salamanders, they should be here. But we also acted based on their intelligence last time. What happened? We were surrounded by the Dragon Beast Knights, and lost nearly 100 of our fellow wizards. This time, the speaker was an alchemist whose body had been transformed into an alchemical puppet. His voice carried a humming sound of metallic clanging. Indeed, I suspect these salamanders have either betrayed us or been discovered. A wizard whose body had turned to stone spoke in a low voice, like the earth shaking. Impossible. If they were discovered or betrayed, we would already be surrounded by the Dragon Beast Knights, said a wizard whose body resembled a ghost. Why not? What if Balasar wants to launch a major attack? Then what do you say? How about you go gather intelligence? I think we should just go and kill Balasar directly. The Eye of Linxar is so restricted in Luxor because those salamanders fear Balasar. Once we eliminate him, we can do whatever we want in Luxor. Well said. Then this glorious and arduous task is yours. I have no interest in assassinating a commander protected by elite troops, especially one who is a level 3 creature. Shut up. A wizard, emitting an aura of decay, whispered. The wizards in the room all turned their gazes on the old wizard nearing the end of his life. For wizards, age is directly proportional to strength. An old wizard like this, with his aura of decay, and nearing the end of his life, who can still participate in the planar war, is without exception the strongest of the strong, the most ruthless of the ruthless. Such wizards, regardless of whether they are good or bad, are respected by the expeditionary wizards. Even the great wizards will show them extra courtesy. Of course, this only applies to second and third ring wizards. The lifespan of first ring wizards is too short to undergo the transformation from quantitative to qualitative. Master Theodore, what are your thoughts on this matter? Asked the wizard who spoke first. The information on those fire lizards should be correct. The dragon beast breeding base should be in that volcano. But the fact that they were able to obtain this information is questionable. Balasar is a cautious man, and the Dragon Beast Knights are one of the few armies in the Linxa Empire that we haven't interfered with. He must be extremely cautious with information. And those indigenous trash we're supporting couldn't possibly have obtained this information. The old wizard Theodore's voice was hoarse, as if a handful of sand was stuck in his throat, but his words made the wizard's present ponder. The information was true, but it was deliberately released by someone else. This was both a strategy and a challenge. Balasar is challenging the wizards. I've already given you the information you need, but do you have the courage to come? So what do we do? Eat this poison cake or not? Asked a wizard whose body was almost entirely composed of flames. Everyone turned their attention to Theodore again, hoping the wizard would come up with a plan. Eat it? Why not? A hint of ferocity crossed Theodore's face. As long as we destroy the Dragon Beast breeding base, every death will be one less for the Linxa Empire's Dragon Beast Knights. This will be crucial for the decisive battle. Besides, that Dragon Beast breeding base uses the belongings of the Lost Ones. If we can obtain even one, even if we want a fiefdom, the Grand Wizard won't object. Lost Ones. The hearing of this word shocked the wizards present. Master, are you sure this Dragon Beast breeding base contains Lost One stuff? The alchemist couldn't help but ask. The Lost Ones are so far removed from our time, how could their stuff still be usable? Who knows? We can't judge Lost One stuff with our experience, Theodore said calmly. These salamanders are still using Lost One's communication equipment, so it's not surprising that the breeding base also uses Lost One stuff. The network wizards were silent for a moment. The benefits of this operation were so enormous that even these battle-hardened wizards were wavering. How about we take a vote? One wizard suggested. The minority obeys the majority. Okay. Raise your hands. The wizards all agreed to this plan, but just as they were about to vote, the wizard, now reduced to stone, suddenly shouted, "Who's down there?" Then, the stone wizard stamped his foot, and a crack appeared in the basement ground. He stretched out his hands, attempting to pull the small rat out. He could sense that the rat's strength was less than level 3. But the next moment, his spell was broken. Something's wrong. Everyone, attack! There's a rat underground. The stone wizard shouted. The information about their meeting was absolutely top secret, unknown even to the fire lizards of Lynx's Eye. And yet, in such a top-secret meeting, a rat had appeared. Although the rat was dozens of meters underground, it was likely just a chance encounter. But every wizard present was a man who would rather kill someone by mistake than let them go. With such a rat, they had to catch it and investigate. Come out! Theodore waved his staff, and the surrounding space distorted. An extremely strong gravitational force attempted to pull the little mouse from the ground. Strangely, their methods had no effect on the mouse underground. In fact, in the stone wizard's perception, the little mouse suddenly jumped from level 2 to level 3. Something's wrong. Prepare to attack. Theodore's eyes sharpened, and a gravitational shield instantly appeared in front of him. The next moment, a figure blazing with black and blue flames swiftly emerged from the ground. Gaw! Which bastard dares to attack me?